This is a bizarre sect. The eldest disciple is a genius in cultivating immortality, but was deceived to sleep on wooden planks in a desolate temple. The second disciple often shouts, the deep enmity of the past. I will definitely seek revenge when I am reborn. Even the disciples under the sect often gather together to discuss the reopening of a certain brothel. At this moment, a girl looked at the dilapidated temple in front of her, with a hesitant expression. Master, is this really the gate of our number one sect in the world? I looked at the fairy seed that I had finally coaxed and said, the mountain is not high, but there are fairies, so it is famous. You are still young, don't be fooled by appearances. The girl suddenly realized, I understand. Master, is there actually a universe inside? So she excitedly rushed into the dilapidated temple. What can be seen is only half of the statue. Even the offering table has been moved to a broken wooden board, which looks like it is being used as a desk. But the table is clearly tilted, propped up by a stone. But she could never have imagined that this stone would be very useful in the future. Seeing this scene, Yingling felt like it was a place where a beggar lived. However, I was not embarrassed at all. Don't read those worldly words written by ordinary people in the future. It's easy to damage your brain. Wait for the master to take down the side wooden board of the idol and use it as a bed for you. This temple is quite big. You can sleep wherever you want. Yingling only felt a sudden darkness in front of his eyes. Master, is this not how cultivation works? I solemnly declared. Cultivation is like this. Aren't other immortal sects all magnificent, with grand palaces floating above towering mountain peaks? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Or did you hear it from a fellow practitioner? Isn't that what the book says? You also know it's just talk. Nowadays, cultivating immortality doesn't emphasize this. As long as you can become an immortal, that's cultivating good immortality. I grasped the key point and said, what do those ordinary people know about cultivating immortality? Do they know what the great way is to simplicity? Yingling weakly said, but this is too simple. Say less nonsense. Do you want to fix it or not? Yingling reluctantly moved her steps. Now there was no turning back without repairing. If she went home now, she would be left with nothing to eat by her family. It's better to let the temple be ruined. It's better than going home. With this in mind, she knelt down on both knees and suddenly knocked her head loudly. Master above. Little did she know that soon after, I did something that shocked her. Complete the novice tasks, distribute teaching materials, and receive the Supreme Taiyin True Profound Spirit Water Heart Sutra. Upon hearing this, I revealed a slight smile. It took 2.5 years, a full 2.5 years, to successfully recruit a disciple who was certified by the system. The system requires that one must have the qualification to become an immortal in order to be recognized by the system. Isn't this requirement ridiculous? As a small cultivator in the foundation building stage, where can I find such a blind disciple? It took me a full 2.5 years to deceive the first disciple after wandering all over Xuanwu country. Later, I glanced at Yingling, a single attribute water spirit root, a golden word attribute immortal genius, a purple word attribute strong luck, and a blue word attribute beautiful appearance. I also knew that she became an apprentice because she didn't want to marry the foolish son of the Shangshu family. But with these word attributes, what else couldn't be accepted? And finally completed the novice task. With the completion of the task, a surge of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was injected, and the cultivation level also steadily increased, with a golden core slowly condensing in the dantian. Okay, you don't need to kneel. Get up, Yingling asked somewhat puzzledly. As the number one sect in Xuanwu country, Master should have quite a few disciples. What about the other fellow disciples? The Master is taking the elite route, and currently, you are the only one. Yingling was stunned when he heard this. Master, can you also call this the number one sect of Xuanwu country? I alone can dominate Xuanwu country, so why can't it be called the number one sect in Xuanwu country? Finished, as expected. One should believe in mother's words. Handsome men are indeed fond of deceiving people. If Yingling hadn't seen that the Master was indeed hostile to the Shang family for her sake, it would have looked like meeting a fraudster no matter how you looked at it. Or maybe a lunatic. Master, please don't deceive me. Later, I took out the system's rewarded cultivation technique and directly threw it to Yingling. You just cultivate this one, and you will know whether Master has deceived you after cultivating it. Listening to Master's extremely confident tone, it must be some top-notch divine skill. Yingling looked happily at the cover of the heart method. The big chunk of words on it was already unclear, and the remaining 3 big words made Yingling somewhat shocked as he read, Eternal Heart Sutra. Then, with a look that seemed to say you're deceiving me again, he looked at me and asked, which top-level immortal technique is called the Water Heart Sutra? This is too watery. The cover is blurry like this. The contents inside shouldn't be messed up too, right? Could Master have plucked it from a roadside stall somewhere? You won't get carried away when you practice, will you? Which one of the top mind techniques in the talking book doesn't come out with its own aura? And which one doesn't come with its own colorful divine light? If this Thai book was thrown out on the street, it would probably be used as toilet paper. Li Yingling looked at the broken book in his hands and asked weakly, Master, how about another book? Chapter 2 This Water Heart Sutra has been changed in 17 versions? Li Yingling's unreasonable request was naturally rebutted by Chu Xingchen. The mind techniques provided by the system that were all cultivation techniques that could lead to perfect immortality. It's still the perfect fit for a spiritual route. The great immortal sect doesn't even necessarily have it, so it can make Li Ying's spiritual cultivation just sneakily happy, and it dares to pick and choose. The main reason was that he didn't have any other immortal cultivation mind techniques for this girl to practice. Night. Li Yingling was lying on the icy cold wooden boards. Without the soft and fluffy pillows at home, it was really hard for her to fall asleep. Although she was clothed, she felt uncomfortable without a quilt to cover her small belly. Li Yingling softly shouted, Master. Chu Stardust's unkind reply came. What are you doing up at night? The doorway of the broken temple leaks. Me cold. Chu Xingchen yawned and said, Get up and take a couple steps. Don't get cold before you go to sleep. Li Yingling weakly retorted. Then isn't it cold to lie down for a while and get cold again? Chu Xingchen said somewhat helplessly. I told you, that heart law is called the Supreme Taiyin True Xian Spirit Water Heart Sutra. So if you boldly practice it, you're done. You won't be cold around the third or fourth level of qi refining. Li Yingling silently looked sideways at the secret book of divine power lying on the same piece as himself, the Water Heart Sutra. Master, it's really hard to believe what you're saying. I'll die if I have to. I chose my own master, so I'll continue to practice with tears in my eyes. Li Yingling gritted his teeth and got up, picking up the Water Heart Sutra and walking over to the fire, flipping the first page and looking at the first line. This seat, Water Spirit True Lord, that mind is the exclusive mastery of the true immortal realm's Water Spirit True Lord. Hua, true immortal mind? Li Yingling looked at the second line in a slightly better mood. This seat is written by the true Lord of New Tao, the true Lord of Water Spirit, the true water. This seat has been revised. The effect is more violent. Everyone feel free to cultivate. Ho! And mighty sweet mods? Li Yingling nodded his head in satisfaction, his gaze looking at the third line again. This seat has been changed. Li Yingling's gaze quickly swept over the first page. Nice guy. The first page is full of sentences from the beginning of this seat, raging against the waste above. According to the first page, this Water Heart Sutra had been altered by at least 17 great powers. That is to say, this is the immortal cultivation mind after 17 versions. Li Yingling trembled as he turned the next page. Don't ever change it again. This seat. Li Yingling only felt his eyes go black, but he still endured to look down with one hand. This is the Emperor of the North Sea. Don't change it. You're a vegetable and a scribbler. I almost got carried away. This version has been modified by me and is the final version. It's non-toxic, so don't worry about practicing. One more word of advice. Don't change it again. Eyes look further down the next paragraph. Luckily, it's true that no one is changing it anymore. But one strong ink stain after another blotted out all the words that were originally written on it. This entire page. The only thing left that hadn't been scribbled on was one line. Water, the spiritual source of heaven and earth also. Great. A line of crap that doesn't do much good. Decidedly turn the next page. An entire page was blacked out, but then written over in red lettering. But the red was again painted over in large chunks. Then the colorful ink caused the whole paper to turn black. Then it was forced on again with white paint. These great powers are quite unconvincing. With all the colorful words, Li Yingling only felt his eyes blossom. Li Yingling raised his head and looked towards Chu Xingchen, who was lying on the wooden board, and weakly opened his mouth. Master, I've gone off the deep end. Will you be in time to save me? Chu Xingchen propped himself up and looked towards Li Yingling, who was squatting beside the fire, holding the Water Heart Sutra in her hands, and sighed. Don't worry about fixing it and you're done. You won't go off the deep end. Can Master still harm you? Master, didn't you get this book from the side of the road? Didn't you read it? And you think you can find this kind of mind trick on the side of the road? Li Yingling sniffed and looked down. Indeed, that's too much counterfeit ink money to spend. Li Yingling weakly said, Master, I've really cultivated, so protect me for me. Standing up from the wooden plank, Chu Xingchen walked over to Li Yingling and nodded. And don't worry, I'll keep you safe and sound. You'll understand how powerful this Water Heart Sutra is once you cultivate it. Master, you've called it the Water Heart Sutra, but what else? Li Yingling stiffly finished reading this Water Heart Sutra that had been changed to the point where it was estimated to have no relation to the original text at all. Then he began to cultivate according to this heart method. This repair feels really instantly different. The aura of heaven and earth quickly condensed and surged towards Li Yingling. Inhale the aura according to the heart method. and then follow the chakra heart meridian towards it. Li Yingling only felt a natural feeling spreading throughout his body. Then Chu Xingchen watched dumbfounded as Li Yingling rapidly broke through the first level of qi refining. Then after his breath quickly solidified, he violently broke through to the second level of qi refining. This immortal seedling, is it even as terrifying as this? Damn. Not bad for someone with a genius word. So envious. Senior apprentice, Li Yingling has broken through to the second level of qi cultivation. Return 100% of your cultivation. Chu Stardust's eyes lit up. There was such a good thing? A faint aura of clear spirit entered the body. Chu Xingchen hurriedly felt this aura, but he didn't feel anything either. After all, it was just the second level of qi cultivation, and the Jindan stage itself was too high. Never mind. At least you don't have to worry about being passed by this girl. He himself would always be one Jindan level ahead of her. After observing for a while in the middle of the night, Chu Xingchen realized that Li Yingling didn't have any major problems. Just lay back down on the plank again and yawned, intending to go back to sleep. After all, it was a system-produced mind method, so there shouldn't be any problems. Then Li Yingling seemed to have gotten addicted to practicing. Fixed straight from night to day, the sun shone through the broken door and into the temple. Master! Master! Chu Xingchen opened his eyes somewhat hazily, and Li Yingling's large eyes were full of admiration as she looked at herself. What for? Chu Stardust asked in disbelief. Li Yingling said excitedly, I've practiced qi at the 5th level. I've practiced qi at the 5th level in one night. That Water Heart Sutra is truly a top-tier immortal method. Chu Xingchen yawned and turned away, intending to continue sleeping, but still perfunctorily complimented. Aha! Well done. Looking at Chu Stardust, who was planning to sleep back to sleep, Li Yingling hurriedly spoke. Master, I haven't built my foundation yet. I can't dispel the grain yet. I've been hungry for the whole day. There's no food here in the wild mountains around here. What do you have in mind, Master? Chu Stardust sighed helplessly. Didn't you all say it's the middle of nowhere? Go out there and catch some pheasants yourself. You're at the 5th level of qi refining. You can't even defeat a pheasant, right? Li Yingling froze at his words. It wasn't like this when you tricked yourself into coming to worship. How come people change as soon as they pay their respects? Where would he catch any pheasants himself? But looking at Chu Xingchen lying motionless on the wooden board. Well, maybe fixing immortality is the way to go? It's just like that one Water Heart Sutra. After comforting himself, Li Yingling copied the wooden stick on the side and walked out of the temple door, intending to hunt a pheasant. Just as he walked out of the temple door, Chu Stardust's voice came from behind him. Remember to leave 2 chicken legs for Master. Li Yingling, who had just stepped into the 5th level of the qi refining stage, almost stumbled. Chapter 3, Don't worry, disciple. I'll keep an eye out for you. It was already midday when Li Yingling walked back to the broken temple from this deep forest with a gray head. The pink flowy fairy dress was also covered in mud, and there were a few dirt marks all over her face. The stick in his hand was also replaced with a hare. The original target was indeed pheasants, but pheasants are standing in trees, so where is it so easy to catch them? Had to catch a poor rabbit, though with a heart of gold. Bunny is indeed cute, but Belly is even more pathetic, isn't she? Push open the door to the broken temple. Li Yingling gazed over to see his cheap master boiling hot water. Chu Xingchen looked towards the gray-haired Li Yingling and inquired with a sigh. How does it look to get hit by a wild pitch when you're told to go out and make a wild pitch? Li Yingling almost didn't go over the top with anger when he heard this, and he wanted to retort loudly, but remembering that Water Heart Sutra was indeed powerful. Perhaps the master in front of you is really a high-ranking person? Maybe it's just honing in? All she could do was retort weakly. It's not that catchy. Chu Xingchen walked over, took the rabbit in Li Yingling's hand, and pinched its ears to look at it. Too skinny. Next time grab fatter ones. Fatter ones taste good on the grill. Oh, looking at Li Yingling's aggravated look, Chu Xingchen confidently said, There's no need to show that expression. When master shows you his hand, you'll have another incentive the next time you go out to play the field. Li Yingling revealed a puzzled expression. Then she saw Chu Xingchen pull out a dagger. Very skillful demonstration of how to handle a cute rabbit. He then used the 5 elements technique to summon a ball of water and rinse it off. To say that there are any benefits to wandering around the Xuanwu kingdom, then naturally, the spices and seasonings were not lacking, and they were all put into the spatial ring. There is also very good freshness due to the lack of flow in the ring. Get out the garlic and onion aromatics and start her off with a pop spicy rabbit head. The left side of the body is braised. The right side of the body is garlicky. Soon, 3 plates made of rabbit were served. Color and flavor. Chu Xingchen pushed the plate of rabbit heads in front of Li Yingling. It's your first time playing the field, and this most absolute rabbit's head is yours to keep. Watching cute rabbits turn into nice-smelling rabbits. Uncontested tears flowed from his mouth. But for the rabbit head, Li Yingling instinctively still somewhat refused. After all, As a young compassionate teenage girl, eating the flesh of a rabbit is the limit. And how do you eat your head? When that rejection begins with a taste of rabbit, it quickly collapses. The spicy and fresh flavors are to die for. I only felt like tasting a few chopsticks and the ordinary rabbit meat in front of me was gone. Subsequently, Li Yingling deeply felt that Master was right. This rabbit is too skinny to eat. Li Yingling's eyes then went to his bottom line. That spicy rabbit head. Li Yingling's struggling gaze naturally did not escape Chu Xingchen's observation. Chu Xingchen seized the pain point and leisurely said, "You really don't eat? I'll eat if you don't." "I'll eat." Li Yingling was ashamed of himself for not having a bottom line. Even if you eat a rabbit, how can you chew its head? Damn it, it's all Master's fault. It's so fragrant. Ever since Li Yingling had tasted Chu Xingchen's cooking, his motivation and initiative to play the field had greatly increased. At the same time, the sense of elevation brought about by cultivation was what kept her awake at night, and she was quite diligent in her cultivation. Chu Xingtian didn't have much of a chance when he wanted to supervise as a master. Everything seems to be working out just fine, and this apprentice has been pretty frugal so far. But the living conditions of the broken temple were really a bit intolerable for Li Yingling, who came from a gatekeeper's family. She carefully took care of the broken temple, sweeping the cobwebs from the top and patching up the broken and leaking door. Even removed the last 2 planks of the temple table to separate his plank bed. At this Chu Stardust naturally did not have any opinion. After all, as a yellow blossom girl can also understand, it's just that you might have to sleep in a straw pile in case a new apprentice is recruited in the future. Half a month later, nighttime, Li Yingling leaned against the fire, eating a roasted chicken leg with a happy look on his face, but still shriveled up and opened his mouth. "Master, I've been stuck at the 9th level of chi refining for quite a while." Chu Xingtian seasoned the roasted chicken and said, "Practice more and you'll go up." Li Yingling coughed lightly. "Master, when I see people stuck in the cultivation realm in the talking books, don't they have some kind of elixir, spirit plant or something to assist in the breakthrough? We are the #1 clan in the Xuanwu Kingdom, and Master, as the #1 immortal cultivator in the Xuanwu Kingdom, you must have quite a few good pills and such, right?" Chu Xingchen raised his eyes to Li Yingling, who at that moment was showing a very expectant expression. In short, the general idea of these words is Lao Dang, pop the potion, laugh your ass off. Where do you get the elixir yourself? If I didn't take you on as a disciple, I'd still be at the foundation stage myself. What kind of elixir do you expect a foundation stage master to collect for you? However, it's not really out of the question. Chu Xingchen glanced at the night. This Xuanwu country was in a remote place, not a situation where the Golden Dan of the Middle Continent was full of people. In this remote place, a Jindan cultivation level could actually be called an old ancestor. Nowadays, he was a flawless Jindan no matter what. What he didn't dare to do in the past, he might not be unable to do today. Chu Stardust made up his mind and said, "Quickly eat. After eating, take you to our clan's medicine field to get some spirit plants for you to eat." Li Yingling's eyes lit up as he excitedly said, "Our clan still has medicinal fields? I haven't seen any fields in this wilderness after strolling around the whole circle." Chu Xingchen said in a bad mood, "This Thai place doesn't have any spirit veins. Do you think spirit plants are big carrots? Just dig a hole and bury them in it?" At this moment, Li Yingling were to care about what big carrot. It turns out that his clan really does not just have a broken temple. It turns out that there are still spiritual fields. Thinking about it this way, one's clan wasn't actually very poor. The mood is great. It looked like he was on track to break through to foundation establishment. Li Yingling only felt that the roasted chicken leg in his hand also smelled even better. And disregarding the celebrity demeanor, he very quickly gnawed through all of the chicken leg in his hand. "Master, I'm full. Let's go." Chu Xingchen couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. This girl wanted to explode the master's pills to hide her heart without even hiding it. But it would be more appropriate to go while you can and do the math. Chu Xingtian then sighed and said, "Let's go." The night was dark and windy, and the master and disciple in the broken temple were heading towards the southeast. 1 hour later, Li Yingling, who was climbing the rugged mountain road, couldn't help but inquire, "Master, isn't this spirit field too remote? Spirit veins, they're all like that. They're almost here. Half an hour more." Li Yingling finally saw the spirit field that Chu Xingchen had mentioned. You don't say. This spiritual plant is really different. Under the illumination of the moonlight, from time to time, it flickers brightly and echoes the moonlight. This medicinal field protection is still very good. A pale yellow barrier protected this not-so-big spiritual field. Li Yingling's excited gaze looked towards Chu Xingchen, and when she saw clearly what her master was doing, she wasn't so excited again, only to see Chu Xingchen carefully and quietly dissolve a large hole in the barrier with his own spiritual energy. After looking around, he handed himself a rag bag. "I'll keep an eye on you while you go in and get it. Take whatever looks good to you." It's your own spiritual field. Don't be polite. Li Yingling only felt dizzy and a bit unbelievable when he heard this. Master, are you punking your disciple? Chapter 4, The Goddamned One. Stealing the medicine that restores my Xingtian? Looking at the burlap sack that had been shoved so hard into his hand. It's that time of the year. And Li Yingling isn't a real cutie. Where one doesn't know that this is the medicinal field of another clan. As a well-educated noblewoman of the gate, stealing something like this is still a challenge to the bottom line of the heart. Li Yingling was still planning to open his mouth to inquire, but startled by Chu Xingchuan's gesture to silence his voice, he shut his mouth again. Chu Xingchuan hurriedly whispered, "Keep it down. Don't wake up the good brothers sleeping inside. Go quickly and take whatever you see. The bag in your hand, the spirit plant inside." The master's urging. At this moment, the arrow has to be fired. Once Li Yingling gritted his teeth, he carefully passed through the large hole. Don't they all say in the textbooks that the world of immortal cultivation is a world of deceit? Becoming immortal yourself means that someone can't become immortal. Fixing the fairy. That must be it. Walking inside the spirit field, the nervous Li Yingling didn't care about anything and copied the nearest spirit plant and uprooted it. No matter what effect this can have, and no matter whether the technique is right or not, they are all stuffed into the sack. At the back of the unconsciously also began to get excited, began to look specifically for glowing the brightest plucking. This thing is just like a candle. It's okay to pull it back and use it as a light. Li Yingling ended up stuffing the entire sack to the brim before he was ready to run back unfulfilled. This time it was Chu Xingchuan's turn to be dumbfounded. Good fellow, this spiritual field was not big in the first place. After all, it was just a small clan. The great clan's current selves didn't dare to go to them to find bad luck. You're not being polite at all. You're almost pulling out a quarter. Li Yingling just ran out with an excited face. Perhaps they were too excited and didn't press their feet. The Pillfield disciples who were originally dozing off were awakened. When he hazily opened his eyes, he realized that a large area of herbs was missing from the medicinal field. Especially a few herbs that the sect leader desperately needed had been uprooted, with none of their roots left. Which heartless thief even steals the herbs from Xingtian? Can't you be the same as the master? The watchman disciple hurriedly roared loudly while pulling the bell of the alarm and said, "There are thieves! Someone come quickly! There's a thief!" Li Yingling's heartbeat instantly pulled full. Chu Xingchuan also reacted quickly, pulling up Li Yingling's hand and immediately slipped away in a hurry with an earth escape. Li Yingling vaguely heard, "That goddamned one! You're going to steal the immortal herbs that this sect leader has managed to gather with great difficulty. Furon, this seed is sorry for you." Chu Xingduan earth escape is specifically given by the system for running away. Also usually practiced hard and fast. Leaping out again, it was already in some unknown place. Chu Xingsuan lightly and quickly set up to confuse the enemy's whereabouts, and then once again fled in the opposite direction with Li Yingling. The above action was repeated at least 8 times by Chu Xingsuan. Only then did he carefully vanish back into the broken temple. Taking the sack from the stunned Li Yingling, Chu Xingsuan began to start categorizing the spirit plants inside. After identifying the 2 spirit plants, Chu Xingsuan frowned. "Why is this girl netting back some young tonic?" Li Yingling was shocked and said, Master, we should not be caught, right?" Chu Xingsuan said with a rather bland expression. "No, just now. Master has already prepared his defenses. It's as stable as a batch." Recalling Chu Stardust's skillful movements, the extremely fast earth escape, looking again at Chu Xingsuan, who was at that moment looking bland and without a trace of nervousness. "A look at the old hands?" Li Yingling inquired. "Master, do you do this often?" "Don't do it often. Just that before, my cultivation was low, and when I traveled the Xuanwu kingdom, I was easily found in trouble, so I practiced by hand." "Then master, your cultivation should not be low nowadays. Then why are you still running? What's it going to be? Come and kill one?" Chu Stardust picked the spirit plant and then said, "There's no need to think so much. That clan had a small beef with me before, so I'll just pull a few weeds from him today and call it even." Li Yingling sniffed in curiosity. "What kind of transgression?" Chu Xingduan sighed and said, "That sect master has a Dao couple. Good looking but of average character, but nay, the sect master loves deeply." Later on, the Taoist couple looked at master my peerless temperament and attempted to seduce me many times, but was discovered by the sect master. I explained to the sect leader that I wasn't the only one who was seduced, and that his eldest disciple was also having an affair with a Taoist, but he was even more furious when he heard it. And then I was chased by that old dog for 3 days and 3 nights. At those words, Li Yingling couldn't help but laugh. Chu Stardust glanced at it, but didn't say anything, only categorizing the spirit plants clearly. Afterwards, he picked out a few spirit grasses of suitable vintage, removed the roots, and directly threw them into the pot on the side. As for the other spirit plants that were not used for the time being, they were kept and put into the spatial ring. Light the fire, add water, and bring to a boil. There were still basic alchemy and weaponry amongst the newbie gift packs given by the system. It's just a shame that one is going to be a Dan oven and the other a fireplace. However, after careful study, I realized that alchemy requires a furnace, but alchemy doesn't really need one. You can refine it just as well with a pot, just not as well as all. The next thing is that the mold is definitely not as standard as what comes out of an authentic alchemy furnace. Hold your breath and open the practice. Not to mention, after Xingtian the manipulation of aura was even more comfortable. The essence within the herbs was quickly extracted. A pot of water quickly turns green. This is followed by a high heat to reduce the juice and retain the potency. A pot of water, condensed into a droplet the size of a potion. Chu Xingchen carefully wrapped this water droplet in aura, then looked at Li Yingling and said, "Open your mouth, good disciple." Li Yingling, on the other hand, looked dumbfounded. Other people do not alchemy are not solid pills? How is it their turn to be liquid? And green oily liquid elixir? How to look like poison in general? How can you open your mouth? Li Yingling weakly asked. Master, are you sure this is edible? If it wasn't for the fact that eating spirit cultivating grass directly is too ineffective and has side effects, I wouldn't bother to refine it for you. Chu Xingchen didn't have the good sense to say, hurry up and open your mouth, eat and go cultivate. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling helplessly opened his mouth and swallowed the greenish liquid elixir. As the liquid exploded from his mouth, the tremendously bitter and incomparable taste made Li Yingling grimace. Almost didn't hold back the vomit, but the effect was really good, and the aura in his body began to surge up. Li Yingling hurriedly walked back to his bed and immediately sat down with his knees crossed and began to cultivate. Chu Xingchen carefully looked at Li Yingling's condition twice, and after realizing that there was nothing wrong, he also sat back on the bed. Then opened the system page and looked at it. There were 2 rookie quests. One was to recruit a qualified disciple, and the other was for the disciple's cultivation to reach the foundation establishment stage. After Li Yingling built his foundation, Novice Quest 2 could also be completed. When the time comes, it will reward a copy of the avatar. Next you'll be able to unlock the official quests. Tears in my eyes, whose newbie quests take over 3 years to complete. Chapter 5 This Life. Take back everything. It turns out that the iron pot alchemy effect is still very good. Li Yingling began to absorb spiritual energy as if he were swallowing it like a whale, and began to prepare to break through to foundation establishment. Chu Xingchen hurriedly took out a few spirit stones from his spatial ring and quickly set up a simple spirit gathering formation to ensure that Li Yingling had enough spirit chi when she made her breakthrough. That Water Heart Sutra Chu Xingchen had also studied it, although it did look a bit flowery, but it was worthy of being an emperor's production. And the person had written the mind method according to the path of perfect foundation building. After all, how can you become immortal if your foundation is not stable? Only when the body was full of mixed elements and the divine platform was clear and spiritual could the foundation be built in a watery manner. As a superior immortal seedling, the cultivation progress was fast, but the foundation was still solid. After all, it was the first disciple that Chu Xingchen had taken in since Chu Xingchen, so how could he really not be attentive? Watching Li Yingling's breath gradually internalize, Chu Stardust then realized that it was stable this time. Half an hour later, the system alert came. The eldest disciple, Li Yingling, has broken through the foundation stage. Reward issued. Avatar, 3,000 weak water swords. Official mission issued, recruit 2 qualified disciples. Reward, spirit gathering array. Official task 2, recruit 3 qualified disciples. Reward, the Great Hall of True Martial Arts. The main quest was pretty much expected. Only, where is this apprentice so easy to find? Chu Stardust could not help but sigh quietly. Li Yingling, who had finished regulating her breathing and opened her eyes, was full of joy and was planning to say something when she saw Chu Xingchen's eyes looking at herself with empty eyes, and then sighed. What? His own cultivation was split? Li Yingling hurriedly scanned over the situation inside his body, but found it normal. What's wrong with that? Building your own foundation the wrong way? But after looking closely several times, I couldn't find anything wrong. It's over. That's the worst problem of all. Li Yingling weakly said, Master, am I going to be finished? Returning to his senses, Chu Xingchen inexplicably glanced at Li Yingling. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Xingchen took that one divine principle out of the system space and threw it to Li Yingling. This is a divine ability. It's a cultivator's last card. Practice it well. Receiving the flying avatar, Li Yingling glanced at the cover, which was clean and tidy, and the 3,000 weak water swords on the cover were written in a very charming manner. Li Yingling carefully opened it, and it was different from imagining that it had been changed in several versions. This avatar was clean and dry, and even the words were written in a flowing and beautiful manner. This looks a bit like a pheasant aptitude plucked from a roadside stand. However, this was just Li Yingling casually thinking about it, having all experienced the Water Heart Sutra. As long as you have not practiced yourself to death, then whatever you refine now is an unconditional trust in your master. Joyfully flipping through this avatar sword technique, he looked at it for a while and felt that he was still close to this avatar. Li Yingling inquired, "Master, do you have a sword? How is that a bit of a swear word?" However, Chu Xingchen still understood Li Yingling's meaning. Chu Xingchen glanced at Li Yingling, then directly removed a small piece of his plank bed, quickly sharpened it into a plank sword with his spiritual energy, and directly threw it to Li Yingling. Dao, nothing to practice more. Broken master, get you a new one tube enough. The door is full of trees. Li Yingling had adapted to his own master's style of behavior after more than half a month, and silently picked up the simple wooden sword that had been thrown on the ground, then silently retreated back to the plank bed where he belonged. It didn't seem to be happy at all that he had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Chu Xingchen sighed silently once again. Where could this immortal sapling apprentice find the betrayal of the past, the blood feud of the past? In this world, I will pay in blood. Li Xingtian's gaze was calm and collected, and the straw shoes under his feet had long been worn out and dripping with blood. In his last life, his qualifications were ordinary, and he worshipped in the Qingfeng sect and suffered a lot of humiliation. It's so hard to get a supreme treasure to turn over, rushing all the way from the southern Juniper continent to the great thousand central states. Even in the central state, where geniuses gathered, one could be called a heavenly pride. Only a pity, my young and unintelligent self was tricked into nothing by the abominable demon sect Demoness. Even the cultivated Yuaning was sucked dry by the demon sect Demoness. The most hateful thing is, that demon sect Demoness didn't even let herself hold her hand for a second. Hell. Since he had given himself another chance to be reborn, there was no woman in his heart in this life. Li Xingtian's destination, on the other hand, was a mountain god temple in the woods of 10 Mile Slope. There is a stone in the temple of the mountain god that contains 1,000 years of bone jade. As long as it absorbs and melts and subdues its inner demons, it will be transformed. Metamorphosis of the heavenly demon Dao body. 10 Mile Slope. The reason why this sparsely populated, uninhabited place for dozens of miles built a mountain god temple. That is, the mighty leave their chances to those who have the destiny in future generations. In my last life, he or she is the one who has the destiny. This life, owners come faster than in the last life. Himself is still the one with the destiny. Fruity true, edge, fantastic. Nighton went over a small, familiar steep slope. The heart became even more energized because behind this steep slope was the temple of the mountain god. Li Xingtian raised his eyes in excitement. The temple of the mountain god is seen, but it's not just the site of the mountain temple. A young and beautiful female cultivator wearing a pink flowing fairy dress was also seen. Long hair like a waterfall, face like a peach blossom, holding a wooden sword and practicing swordsmanship with an outstanding stance. The spiritual energy around his body was turbulent, and the end was beautiful. If an ordinary person saw it, how could he not say heavenly fairy? But Nighton was different. Woman! Li Xingtian cursed angrily in his heart, but he didn't rush forward. There was no doubt that the young girl in front of him was already a cultivator, stepping onto the immortal path. Today's self was nothing more than a minion at the second level of qi refining. Observe first. It didn't matter if he didn't observe, but a closer look was seen by Li Xingtian. This young girl clearly cultivated not an ordinary sword technique. Rather, it is a divine ability. It was still a superb sword magic aptitude, and the aptitude fit perfectly with this woman. Avatar. That's the lifelong dream of many cultivators. In the central state, only those who had acquired divine abilities could be called heaven's pride. Li Xingtian also had a divine ability, but it was so different from the gongfu he practiced that its effect was greatly reduced. But even so, within the same realm, as long as the opponent did not have a divine ability, then one was able to crush. What made Li Xingtian's eyes redden even more was that this young girl's current display of spiritual power was only around the foundation establishment stage. A young girl at the foundation stage has a divine ability that is suitable for her? Even if he had been reborn with the memories of his last life, he wouldn't dare to have such a beautiful dream. Which one of the top immortal sect's core disciples in the central state has come out to travel? Then there must still be elders from the immortal sect coming out to protect the law. Li Xingtian was shocked in his heart. His whereabouts had probably been discovered. Hastily and carefully, he slid further down the hill. It's true that chance has to come at the right time for it to work. One came too early. Cursing himself, Li Xingtian was ready to leave first. Just as he turned his head, a wooden sword was pointed straight at his throat. The young girl practicing the sword had a cold face and said in an icy tone, "Who sent you? Did the Xuanwu Kingdom's Shangshu, or the Taiqing sect discover our trail?" Chapter 6, The Protagonist Template. Facing the wooden sword against his throat, Li Xingtian decisively wimped out. Anyway, in the last life in the clan also did not recognize less wimpy. Hands raised his hand high up in the air and said, "I'm not I don't know the people you're talking about. Li Yingling's gaze condensed and he said in a cold voice, then what are you doing here? Li Xingtian's thoughts flew, and he was thinking of what excuse he could find to put it off. A voice came ghostly from the direction of the temple then. It must be because our sect is already famous. This young talent must have come to join our sect, right? Li Xingtian looked sideways and found a handsome young man in a tattered Taoist robe leaning against the door. Looking at himself with a smile on his face, Li Yingling said somewhat breathlessly, Master, do I think it's unlikely? What virtues of his own so-called clan? If Li Yingling still didn't understand, then it was pure cuteness. Master's cultivation might be good, but he probably couldn't push across the Xuanwu kingdom, just that his identity was doubtful, and he didn't know where he got so many top-notch techniques. But to say that it's famous enough for people to come and vote for it is purely a nighttime conversation about the Duke of Zhou, a dream. Chu Stardust, on the other hand, walked over slowly and leisurely. The eyes scrutinized the young man in front of him. Short hair, slightly dry and thin, his eyes unperturbed even though he had a sword at his throat. Looked at the system. Target, Knight Rider. Cultivation, second level of Qi refining. Golden words, reborn. Purple word, decisive. Blue word, emotional. Fulfillment of apprenticeship conditions. There was just a hint from the system that a person who fulfilled the conditions for accepting an apprentice had appeared in the vicinity to appear. With a sweep of his divine sense, he realized that this person had been caught by Li Yingling. Chu Stardust looked at the teenager in front of him and said, good guy reborn person. This look is the protagonist template especially the option of being affectionate. At first glance, it's the palmist's little cotton coat, but it's just a shame it's a guy. It's rare to have a disciple delivered to the door, so how can I say that I should be included? Li Xingtian couldn't help but feel a little alarmed as he looked at Chu Xingtsuen's face that looked through him. I didn't expect that it wasn't the Taoist protector who came, but her master himself. Li Xingtian took a deep breath and slowly inquired, dare I ask the senior clan? Hearing this question, Li Yingling also looked at Chu Xingtsuen with eyes full of curiosity, because she didn't know. Every time Li Yingling asked, Master would always muddle through and not answer. In fact, this problem did not only bother Li Yingling for a long time, also troubled Chu Xingtsuen for a long time. As a patient with naming difficulties, he actually has been very much like to think of a name with connotation and elegance. Now looking at Li Xingtian's puzzled gaze, Chu Xingtsuen knew that at this time, he had to say it even if he didn't. Otherwise this booking apprentice might have to slip away. Eyes to the sky, Chu Stardust then leisurely said, the name of the sect is Heavenly Dao Alliance. Heavenly Dao Alliance? Li Xingtian's pupils shrunk. How dare he use the Heavenly Dao as his name? After all, it was my previous self that had too little vision. I have long heard that there are many hidden immortal sects in the central state, and I think that these two are also among a certain hidden immortal sect. Li Xingtian quickly arched his hand and said, I am just passing by and have no intention to disturb. Chu Xingtsuen hastily raised his hand to interrupt Li Xingtian's words, his gaze narrowing slightly as if he had detected something. You smell like karma. Is this time? At those words, Li Xingtian's heart beat wildly, not daring to continue looking up into Chu Xingchen's eyes. This man can see through time karma? What kind of cultivation level is this? Transformation or transition? How can you meet such a big brother in the remote part of South Juniper continent? Is it hard to believe that it's also for the bone jade? Yet in his last life, he himself had obtained the bone jade, indicating that it was only because this senior hadn't found the bone jade. Still thinking about what bone jade? How can you think about that at this time? This person has already seen through his time karma is not right. He knows I'm a reborn person? This big guy shouldn't have kidnapped himself for research, right? Knighton was frantic as he brainstormed. Someone was also racking his brain trying to figure out how to fool the reborn in front of him. After a while, Chu Stardust spoke quietly. Kid, carrying a great karma on your body can't be said to be good or bad. Li Xingtian froze at his words, feeling that the elder in his face seemed to be reminding him of something. He hurriedly asked after him, what does this mean, elder? Chu Xingtsuen pretended to be profound. Time is a torrent. Is the momentum, is the law, against the current is either shattered or famous. Li Xingtian took a deep breath and seemed to have understood Chu Xingtsuen's implied firmness. Whether it's pulverizing or brightening the world. In this life I've understood what I have to do. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Chu Stardust revealed a lad I recognize your spirit look and said, cultivating immortality, too, is originally against the heavens. Chu Xingtsuen's face showed some entanglement, then sighed and said, that's just it. It's also considered that you are destined to be with me. Would you like to worship under me? Li Xingtian was slightly stunned at his words and looked at Chu Xingtsuen somewhat incredulously. Wanting to speak, Chu Stardust naturally saw his concern. It's just that he's afraid that he's going to set up a trap to get rid of him. Since Li Xingtian is a reborn person, His cultivation at this moment is only at the second level of chi refining. Look at the blood redness of his feet being ground. It was thought that there was something very important to him inside this broken temple. As for what this thing is, do you need to think much? It was clearly the most important turnaround item for Li Xingtian. Belonging to his most important chance, Chu Xingchen seemed to be able to see through Li Xingtian's mind and laughed disdainfully. You're too underestimating the people of the world after all. What you think is a supreme treasure is just something dispensable in our eyes. Go in and take the chance that belongs to you. The hidden secret in Li Xingtian's heart was instantly stated, and he could not hide his surprised expression as he looked at Chu Xingchen. Chu Stardust still said with the air of a superior person, "It's just a pity that you're so short-sighted that you don't realize what true chance is." Li Xingtian struggled in his heart, but still cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, senior, for raising your hand. It's just that the kid isn't used to clan restraints, so please bear with me." Chu Xingchen silently shook his head and turned sideways to stop looking at him. "Yingling, let him go. Though I don't know what Master is pretending to be or what the two of them are talking about in a secretive manner. But when it was time to give face to Master, Li Yingling would naturally give face to Master without hesitation." Li Yingling retrieved the wooden sword in his hand, respectfully arching his hand slightly towards Chu Xingchen. "Yes, Master." At the same time, he secretly winked at Chu Xingchen from the side where Li Xingtian couldn't see him, signaling that he was very obedient. Chu Stardust also nodded with great satisfaction. Li Xingtian once again arched his hand in thanks, then climbed back up the small slope without daring to look behind him again. Take a step into the middle of the temple. At this point in time, the temple already had quite a few traces of life, and it was already very different from when Li Xingtian first came. Even the boards under the idol table were removed cleanly. Li Xingtian's heart jumped even as he walked under the idol to reach out and touch the floor, only to find that the small stone in his memory was gone. What's going on? Did Senior take it away? But he said it so lightly and his cultivation was profound. At this moment, he is only at the second level of chi refining, and he wants to take his own hands at will. There's no need to swindle yourself either. Where did that go? I took what you were looking for to pad the corner of the table. Chu Stardust's voice once again came from behind him. Li Xingtian didn't turn around to look at him, but instead listened to Chu Xingchuan's words and looked at the corner of the table to the side. The 1,000-year-old bone jade that he had been longing for was indeed padded on the corner of the table. Chapter 7, Stop. Although he saw it, Li Xingtian did not immediately go to get it, but first turned around again and arched his hand in thanks. Thank you, Senpai. Chu Stardust waved his hand, his expression indifferent. Li Xingtian slowly got up and walked straight towards the piece of 1,000-year-old bone jade that he had been longing for since he was reborn. Lifting up the corner of the table and holding the stone-like millennium bone jade back in his hands, Li Xingtian only felt that a big stone in his heart had finally been put down. After arching his hand towards Chu Stardust once more and thanking him, Li Xingtian hurriedly exited the broken temple with that 1,000-year-old bone jade. Li Yingling looked at the departing Li Xingtian, and then also stepped into the broken temple with a somewhat strange tone. Master, you're just going to let him go? The master who didn't want to move without benefits. How come he was so generous this time and let people take things and leave? Hearing Li Yingling's words, Chu Xingchen hurriedly stopped pretending to be a superior person. You practice by yourself at home first, for master to go out. Li Yingling revealed the look of a master who should have been like this, but before Chu Xingchen left, he still asked curiously, Master, is our clan really called the Heavenly Tao Alliance? After all, not everything Master said was the truth, and it was possible that he was lying to that silly boy. Yes, Chu Stardust dropped a sentence and left in a burst of rainbow light. Li Yingling stroked his chin slowly pondering something. A burst of spiritual energy was then mobilized, and the wooden sword automatically flew in, which Li Yingling took with his backhand. It's better to practice first. This 3,000 weak water swords is almost introductory itself. Li Yingling always felt that there was a qualitative leap after getting started with this difficult-to-practice book. Li Yingling, who had been called a genius since he was a child, was the first time that he had been practiced to the point of losing his temper by this divine ability. It had been 5 whole days. He himself was actually still just teetering on the edge of initiation. It was no wonder that Master was in a hurry to take on a new disciple. His own natural talent thought to be somewhat inadequate in Master's eyes. Li Yingling sighed and tried harder. Li Xingtian was on target and headed straight for the nearest town. Refining this piece of 1,000-year-old bone jade required quietness and a safe space for a day. Whoever went back to the original sand sculpture clan was retarded. Not to mention that they couldn't go back. They had sneaked out of the clan themselves. By now, it's probably been put on the clan's red name for escaping the clan. Go to a nearby town and open an inn. Pay the extra money the bunch of bimbos to leave themselves alone. After refining the 1,000-year-old bone jade, he would quickly head to the central state. There were still opportunities over there that he could obtain now. Only one thing still weighs on his mind. It was that one senior whose words were still swirling in his mind at this moment. Is he or she really missing out on a real opportunity? Sighing, but the previous clan had already let itself down. Didn't he himself become the name of the heavenly pride of the central state in his last life without relying on a clan? Inevitably, this life could be just as well. So why bother clinging to the so-called clans? The one who made up his mind, emptied all the distractions, and since he was going to do it, he should not regret it. A day later, the trekking night sky finally arrived at his destination, within a not-so-small town. After arriving at the inn, Xingtian didn't rush to the second-floor guest room first to refine the 1,000-year-old bone jade. Instead, they started by ordering a meal. After all, it is only the second level of chi refining. All the way trekking. Originally brought dry food has long been chewed up. He had been hungry for a long time, but it had been a long time since Nighton had felt this kind of hunger. Xingtian laughed softly, only to feel an extraordinarily real sense of reality. However, he soon stopped laughing, because he met the disciples of the Qingfeng Sect, the previous clan of Xingtian, in the guest room on the second floor. A few outer disciples of the Qingfeng Sect wearing white and green trimmed clothing slowly descended the stairs. Xingtian hurriedly lowered his head after noticing them with his afterglow, so that they wouldn't see it. At the same time, he cursed a bad luck in his heart. It's just a shame that the more you fear, the more you get. One of the Qingfeng Sect disciples swept his gaze across the first floor and saw Xingtian with his head bowed. He only felt familiar, and then seemed to remember something, and hurriedly reached out to pull the sleeve of the leading senior brother in front of him. Seeing his senior brother's puzzled gaze looking over, the disciple hurriedly signaled with his eyes for his senior brother to look at Xingtian. The senior brother looked along with his gaze, then with a narrowing of his eyes, he led the four disciples towards Xingtian's table. Elder brother walked over to Xingtian's table and sat down with a big strut, his eyes looking sharply at Xingtian. You kid, aren't you the knight Xingtian who was listed on the red name list? Knowing that he couldn't hide it, Xingtian snapped his head up and swept his gaze over the master and brothers, a total of 5 people. There was no foundation establishment stage, and the breath judged 3 to be at the 3rd level of chi practicing, 1 at the 4th level of chi practicing, and the leading senior brother cultivated at the 5th level of chi practicing, although he was only at the 2nd level of chi refining. The stunts that still remained in his mind from his previous life were enough to defeat the few rookies in the chi refining stage who had just started in front of him. Kill them before escaping, otherwise it really won't be possible to escape if they keep being chased. It's better to do it first, then get beaten up. Xingtian chose to strike first, reaching out and grabbing the chopsticks on the side. His body's spiritual energy suddenly erupted. Tackle the thief first. Take down this lead brother first. Facing Xingtian's sudden outburst, elder brother was also on guard. In the face of the incoming chopsticks, he just let out a cold smile, and the cultivation of up to the 5th level of the chi refining stage in his body exploded. The large palm that had long been poised for launching violently blasted towards Xingtian's head, but a mere waste of the 2nd level of chi refining. How can you understand the 5th level of chi refining? The chopsticks and the palm of the hand quickly hit each other. The ending was unexpected by all. The chopsticks in Xingtian's hand violently struck through the palm of his hand, and the weak aura had a strong penetrating power. After striking through the palm of his hand, Xingtian's power was not restrained, and he continued to attack straight towards the leader's head. When it looks like you're about to get it, a sharp and ferocious Jindan aura suddenly erupted. Just a random blow blasted open the room on the 2nd floor, and the huge spiritual energy was like a dragon surging towards Xingtian. Alarm bells ringing loudly in his heart. Xingtian looked sideways, only to see an old man with white hair looking at himself with a silent expression. Xingtian recognized this person as the 2nd elder of the Qingfeng Sect. Mid-Jindan cultivation. To plant. This thought in his mind had just been brought up when the Crimson Augur dragon transformed by that huge spiritual energy had already attacked and fiercely bombarded Xingtian's body. Only feeling that his 5 viscera and 6 internal organs were shattered by this blow, Xingtian violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2nd elder rose slightly, his expression joyless and sorrowless, defecting from the clan and attacking its disciples. According to the rules of the Qingfeng Sect, you should be lit with a heavenly lantern. Xingtian no longer had any room to struggle, and the meager spiritual energy in his body had long since been dispersed by the blow. The meridians in his body were also heavily damaged. The words of that senior once again came back to his mind. The flood of time is the general trend is the law, and the whole thing one does against the last life is against the current. He himself was too complacent after all, forgetting that after karma was disrupted, everything would go differently. The predecessors might have warned long ago that there is a price to pay for wantonly changing history. That line about taking on a disciple may have been nothing more than just trying to save his own life as well. After all, how could a great power that could see through the flood of time not project to this point in his life? Xingtian is not remorseful. Just, Too unwilling. Stop. Give me face, will you? A familiar voice came, and Nighton twisted his head to look, only to see Chu Xingchen with a pitying look on his face, holding a cup of clear tea in his hands, gently sipping it slightly. Chapter 8, Isn't it normal to operate from the heart? The second elder on the second floor's gaze quickly looked towards Chu Xingchen, who had opened his mouth, unable to sense the cultivation of this handsome-looking young man. The expression on his face finally changed. And this Taoist friend is? Chu Xingchen shook his head slightly, picked up the chopsticks on the side, and gently stretched them forward. A mysterious sword chi violently surged up from the chopsticks in a frenzy. The sword chi, accompanied by spiritual energy, transformed into a small white dragon twining and roaming around the chopsticks. This is the avatar? The second elder suppressed the surprise in his heart, took a deep breath and quickly became gentle in his attitude and arched his hand. This person is a traitor to my Qingfeng sect, and he even injured my disciples. Fellow Daoist, you shouldn't have stopped me, as a matter of fact. Chu Xingchen sighed and said, Fellow Daoist, I don't want to use my power to oppress others, but this person has some chance with me. Can you spare his life? I can make compensation. The second elder pondered slightly, then still shook his head. If we just spared him like this, my Qingfeng sect will lose all of its prestige outside. Spare me? Paralyzed on the ground, Li Xingtian laughed out loud. Since I entered your Qingfeng sect as an outer disciple, have you ever treated me as a disciple? After 3 years of initiation and 3 years of digging spirit mines, the disciples recruited together from my village back then totaled 17. I'm the only one left alive. Is your sparing me by not letting me dig for minerals, but letting me go to the clan's wild forest where no inner disciple dares to go to dig for spirit plants? The second elder's heart jumped and he hastily opened his mouth to interrupt, shouting angrily, Traitor! How dare you rumorize about my Clear Wind sect? Chu Stardust froze at his words, then let out a cold laugh. It turns out that I'm on the reasonable side. Let's just say how Knight Tianqing, who has the words of heavy-heartedness and righteousness, would defect from the clan. Use the system word panel to look at the old man on the second floor. Shang Wan Hong, Cultivation, Middle Jindan. Blue word, deep-hearted. White word, fairly qualified. Black words, dying. Black words, mind-altering. The moment he saw the words, Chu Stardust instantly gained confidence. So the one he fought was a sick man. Now that the force is superior and the position is superior, is this not invincible? Chu Xingchen let out a cold laugh and loudly rebuked. I thought that the Qingfeng sect was considered some kind of prestigious immortal cultivation sect, but in this case it seems to be nothing more than worms that suck human blood. How can I, the Central Continent Heavenly Tao Alliance, be in the same boat as you? Now, you old dog, either roll back with your tail between your legs, or I'll rip your dog's head off and kick it as a ball today. After he said that, the sword chi spirit dragon that entwined the chopsticks roared violently and expanded rapidly, then looked at the second elder intently. There is a big trend of attacking violently at the drop of a hat. By now the remaining people in the tavern had long since run away. Only the Qingfeng sect's disciples were left hiding to the side, watching the two in a confrontation. Where did the second elder really dare to fight at this moment? He couldn't even feel the real cultivation of the seemingly young person in front of him, which meant that this person was at least in the middle Jindan cultivation stage. Even if we don't mention what cultivation level the young-looking person in front of us really is first, it is this hand of divine power debut. The opposite side, even if it is an early Jindan brat, oneself is also enough to fight through. What's more, the word mid-continent can be like heavenly thunder in southern Junzhou. Where was a clan that could stand firm in the central continent that the Qingfeng sect could mess with? Although he knew that the kid in front of him was probably bluffing, who would dare to bet on this thing? The second elder's expression remained unchanged, but he was already thinking carefully about how to speak so as not to lose points. But a curt voice came from outside the door. The two Taoist friends. Don't fight, don't fight. Chu Xingchen's spiritual sense swept away. It was a middle-aged man wearing the costume of the head of the Xuanwu Kingdom's Demon Suppression Division. The cultivation level is in the middle stage of foundation establishment. The middle-aged man said. Two seniors? What can't be said properly that has to be done? What's more, this is a mortal town. Once you guys make a move, not to mention how many mortals died, it's not cost-effective to carry this karma for no reason. What do you think? Two seniors? The second elder's heart instantly loosened, gently stroking his beard and said, since this director has said so, then fellow Daoist I, the Clear Wind sect, will give you face. Chu Xingchen slowly took his chopsticks back. Although it was easy to kill him, there would inevitably be some trouble in the future. And most of all, this was the Xuanwu Kingdom's territory. It's not very sensible to offend the crown over this old man. The main thing is that the old man is so old and so obsessed with his demons that he'll probably be dead within 2 days of going back. Going forward, he would have to stay in the Xuanwu Kingdom for a while. Chu Xingchen didn't say much. He just raised his hand and grabbed the paralyzed Li Xingtian before turning into a rainbow light and leaving. The second elder was also slowly relieved, and after arching his hand towards the head of the demon suppression division to the side and thanking him, he flew down the stairs, eyes sharply looking towards the 5th level chi refining senior brother who still had chopsticks stuck in his palms. The second elder silently reached out his hand to pull the chopsticks directly out of his hand. Senior let out a grunt of pain, but didn't dare to react too much. The second elder glanced at the uncontested outer disciple with his afterglow and said, "You bunch of losers, go back to the sect first." The 5 outer disciples hurriedly spoke together. Yes. The second elder's gaze looked in the direction Chu Stardust had left and remained silent for a long time. Chu Stardust was still taking good measures to confuse the enemy. After stringing a few more positions back and forth before leisurely leading Knight Rider to the broken temple, Xingtian forced himself to endure the pain and spoke. "Many thanks to Senior for coming to his rescue." Chu Xingchen sniffed and replied, "You should thank my eldest apprentice first." "Ha?" Xingtian's expression was very confused. However, Chu Stardust did not reply, because Chu Stardust was able to display his divine abilities at a critical moment. He still had to rely more on his own great disciple, who was worthy of being a high disciple with the golden genius word. It was actually really short in so many days to have initially grasped the divine power. He also mastered the divine ability at the most crucial moment, and he received a reward from the system synchronization, which also allowed him to master this divine ability. Otherwise, Chu Stardust felt that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to scare off the Qingfeng sect's elders so easily. Go back and reward her well. Today's chicken legs are all hers. Chu Xingchen was, after all, already a Jindan realist, and in no time at all, he brought Xingtian back to the broken temple. At this moment, Yingling was maneuvering the wooden sword in a swimming dragon, and several swimming dragons transformed by trickling water coiled around the wooden sword. Seems to be having a pretty good time. However, Yingling still noticed the 2 flying men, and then he took back his wooden sword and quickly ran out to welcome his master back, watching the 2 men slowly fall to the ground. Before Chu Stardust could say anything, Yingling glanced at the severely injured Xingtian and said with a somewhat tangled expression, "Master, even if people don't agree, then you don't have to bring people back with serious injuries, right?" Chu Xingchen didn't have a good mood. "You can really understand the style of the master. Turn around, this kind of thing told you to do well." Yingling's expression became even more entangled. Then he timidly said, "Master, I have no experience in this kind of thing. You can't blame me for not doing a good job." Xingtian quickly opened his mouth and explained, "I was not injured by Senior. This fairy, don't misunderstand." Chu Xingchen directly helped Xingtian into the broken temple, glanced at Yingling, and said in a good-natured manner, "This girl is quirky and likes to cheat. She's fooling you." Yingling hemmed and hawed and also followed Chu Xingchen into the broken temple. Chapter 9, You're Not Worthy. Chu Xingchen helped Xingtian and placed him on his wooden plank bed. After using his own spiritual energy to quickly sense a circle of the situation within Xingtian's current body, Chu Xingchen frowned slightly because Xingtian's current situation was indeed not too optimistic. Qingfeng Zong Elder is, after all, Jindan. Even if he stayed his hand and wanted to catch back to point the heavenly lantern, but the refining period of Xingtian also cannot carry this blow. At the moment, Xingtian's internal organs have been seriously injured. In particular, his meridians had been impacted by the powerful spiritual energy, and at the moment, his meridians were riddled with holes. However, when he looked at Xingtian's expression, he found that there wasn't any pained look. Not bad for a born-again, real tough guy. However, this situation is only relying on its own recovery is estimated to be difficult enough. It is necessary to give him a bit of carefully refined healing elixir. Kid, quite capable of carrying it, Chu Xingchen praised. Then his gaze looked at Yingling. "Apprentice brother, start the pot to refine the pills." Yingling's eyes lit up. Although she abhorred eating her master's pills, it didn't stop her from wanting to watch others eat them. She looked excited and quickly agreed. "Yes, master." Slightly happily, he walked over to the pot and began to light the fire and boil the water. Chu Xingchen looked through the remaining spirit plants from before to see if they could still be used to heal wounds. There happened to be a few more herbs that could be used to heal injuries in the spatial ring. "Refine another pot for your future disciple. Let him be thankful and bow his head after eating it." Chu Xingchen simply removed the roots of the herbs and then continued to simply and roughly start refining the medicine. A pot of clear water began to turn green and cloudy with the addition of a few greenish spirit plants. A stench of herbs began to fill the air. However, Yingling did not feel any discomfort, and even looked at the pot of medicinal water that was gradually becoming cloudy with great joy. After all, she wasn't the one who had to drink this time. By the time the water in the pot was halved, Chu Xingchen added the last of the blue moonflowers that were put in. With the addition of the sultry blue flowers, a dark green gurgle bubbled up from the pot of greenish water. Chu Xingchen nodded with satisfaction, then directly collected the juice in a large fire. and took out the last extracted sacred medicine for healing with a spiritual power package. Li Yingling looked at this droplet of potion that was even more anticlimactic in color than his own, and felt a sense of relief in his heart. She believed at this moment that Master hadn't done it to screw her over before, but that the iron pot alchemy was just like that. The Master was right. What is written in the books of mortal words is not to be trusted. Cultivation has to be experienced by oneself to be known. At this moment, Li Xingtian, who was strongly enduring the pain, also propped himself up and saw the dark green droplets of water wrapped in spiritual energy, which looked muddy. A bad thought slowly rose. It is not possible that this is used to swallow it, right? Chu Xingchen maneuvered the potion to Li Xingtian's mouth and laughed. Come, open your mouth. My alchemy level is still okay. Swallowing this will keep you safe and sound. Li Xingtian, who could not change his face even in the face of pain, finally changed his face. It's just a greenish blob of water. How does it look like a Dan? I've never heard of anyone refining medicine in a pot either. A real man can face bloodshed, pain, but not a stained broom. He was torn, resistant. He wanted to talk. If it wasn't for the fact that the person in front of him had saved his life, Li Xingtian would have absolutely resisted and then shoved the drop of the strangely flavored potion into the other party's mouth. But seeing the senior's look of conviction, Li Xingtian couldn't bear to refuse and directly closed his eyes with a valiant look, then opened his mouth. It's just a matter of returning this life to him. Sure enough, the potion didn't taste like this color for nothing. A rotting scent with an appalling bitterness blossomed from the tongue right into the mind. Li Xingtian's expression grew more and more hideous. What surprised him, though, was as the sharp repulsive and burning sensation came through his esophagus. The ingredients contained within this medicinal liquid began to slowly nourish the veins and damaged internal organs. The physical sensation of pain receded violently. It's just that Li Xingtian felt that taking this medicine made him feel worse instead. The entire mouth is left with nothing but a bitter taste to talk about. Down the esophagus to the stomach, the whole body extremely rejects the liquid. Chu Xingchen naturally understood that this stuff might not be that tasty, and coughed softly to comfort him. After all, good medicine tastes bitter, so bear with it and it will pass. As the first experimenter, Li Yingling was quite empathetic and said, Master, this is not something that can be endured and passed. Chu Stardust turned his gaze to glance slyly at his eldest disciple. Noticing his master's gaze, Li Yingling decisively said from his heart, this flavor is actually still okay. There's no need to endure it at all. Chu Xingchen naturally wouldn't say anything more because of this kind of small matter. This going out so smoothly also relied more on this great disciple. After glancing at Li Xingtian without much problem, he began to ask Li Yingling, I see you've got your first glimpse of this divine ability. How does it feel? When Li Yingling heard his master's question, he thought about the fact that he had spent so many days to just barely get started, thought Master was being shady as before, but couldn't be bothered to retort. Li Yingling's right hand unconsciously coiled on her black hair, her beautiful face slightly reddened, and her sideways head said with some embarrassment, it's quite powerful. It's just a bit difficult. Chu Xingchen sniffed and froze. You've only cultivated for a few days and learned it. Is this called difficult? Not to be outdone, the great apprentice with the genius phrase performs Versailles in front of his master. Chu Xingchen lightly coughed and put on his master's majesty. Cough, cough, just practice diligently. Yes, master. In front of a campfire in a broken temple at night, Chu Xingchen distributed the roasted rabbit head directly to Li Yingling, the biggest contributor of the day, and then distributed half of the rabbit to Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian was no longer in any serious condition and had been able to sit up. The effects of that potion were actually very good, except for the fact that it wasn't very tasty. Li Xingtian felt that it was more effective than normal healing elixirs. Looking at the half-colored and fragrant rabbit on the plate in front of him, Li Xingtian then glanced at Li Yingling, who was munching on the rabbit head with great joy. I have to say, the good-looking fairy nibbling on a rabbit's head was really quite impressive. Instead of making a move, Li Xingtian looked at the steaming half-rabbit in front of him. It's not that he is not hungry, but this rabbit, he has no reason to eat. Eat? Chu Xingchen looked at the silent Li Xingtian and spoke quietly. It's not like this rabbit has a contract of sale. Naturally, Li Xingtian heard the implication in Chu Xingchen's words, but at the moment, he really did not think in that direction and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. No, it's just that senior's saving grace has not yet been repaid by me. Chu Xingchen looked at Li Xingtian, who was trying his best to explain. On the surface he smiled and nodded his head in agreement. However, underneath the table, his hand was gesturing frantically towards Li Yingling. Ai-chan, quick to assist. Li Yingling was happily nibbling on a rabbit head when his afterglow realized that Chu Xingchen was gesturing towards him, and instantly understood what his master meant. Li Yingling, who prided herself on being Master's attentive little cotton wool, never demolished Master's position at critical moments. She put down the rabbit head in her hand, her tone returning to icy cold. Well, there's no need to explain. You're now penniless, not to mention that your life was saved by my master. Even the chance you rely on the most was let to you by my master. You always think that our hallowed central continent Heavenly Tao Alliance intends to snub you, but ask yourself, are you worthy? It's an honor that my master is willing to give you a chance. I don't understand what master sees in you, but just me personally. With your qualifications, you don't deserve to enter our Heavenly Tao Alliance. Chapter 10, Sister? How are you an evil cultivator? Li Yingling's cold, icy face language matched her merciless words. Li Xingtian silently looked back at Li Yingling. If her current plate wasn't half-shoot rabbit head, perhaps he himself would have been ashamed. But, however, Li Xingtian still opened his mouth to explain. It's actually not that I don't know what's good and bad. It's just that I still have a lot of things to do and I can't stay in the sect for a long time. Otherwise, I would have agreed to Senior a long time ago. And I also understand that Senior is not looking at me for anything, but rather, he also wants to save my life before saying that he will accept me as his disciple. Listening to Li Xingtian's sincere explanation, Chu Xingchen nodded approvingly. Sects in general do like to bind disciples. Halfway through speaking, Chu Xingchen turned his words and leisurely said, but our Heavenly Tao Alliance is different. As long as the heart is tied to the clan, the ends of the earth can go as well. At those words, Li Xingtian looked at the colorful and fragrant rabbit in front of him and moved his chopsticks without hesitation. It wasn't like he didn't understand the subtext of his predecessor. Disciple is disciple. It is also considered Li Xingtian's code to repay any kindness. And now perhaps worshipping the master is the true chance after being reborn? If it's still a trashy clan, big deal. We'll just find a chance to run again. Shallow entrance. Only then the entrance to the entrance. Li Xingtian really felt that this rabbit is the most delicious rabbit he has ever eaten. It was true that the more expensive the rabbit, the better it tasted. And Li Xingtian always had the feeling that he had sold himself by eating a rabbit. Li Xingtian smiled and complimented. Master, other than that your craftsmanship is really good. Apprentice successful. Second disciple, Li Xingtian. Technique issued, mixed demon bone refining technique. Please use it in conjunction with the heavenly demon body. Completion of task 1, reward for spirit gathering formation. All rewards have been placed in the system backpack. Seeing the system settlement page, Chu Xingchen nodded with great satisfaction. Eat as much as you like. Li Xingtian humbly said. Yes, master. Li Yingling looked at Li Xingtian who started to begin to humble himself, and couldn't help but cough lightly and sit upright, encouragingly saying in general, as master's second disciple, you'll have to work hard to get there. Seeing Li Yingling's gesture, Li Xingtian also understood what this senior sister was thinking and hurriedly arched his hand. Okay, bound to not let eldest sister down. Li Yingling had a satisfied look on his face. The new junior is still very good. Just take care of him from now on. After all, just going out for a day and almost getting beaten for his life. He thought that he was a not-so-smart senior brother. I don't know what master sees in it, but thinking about it, maybe it's true that this clan is too short of people. However, Li Yingling's heart was still quite excited when she was a senior sister for the first time, and was still a big senior sister, eyes languidly looking towards the master. At this moment he should always relax and smile, right? But the opposite is true, and the master's face shows some sadness. What's going on here? Li Yingling wasn't the only one who observed this scene. Li Xingtian also noticed it. Li Yingling cautiously shouted, Master? Chu Xingchen, who heard the call, closed the system panel in front of him, then looked at Li Yingling. What's wrong? Master, are you okay? What can be the matter for the master? If it's okay, you didn't look like you were very happy just now. Hearing these words, Chu Stardust knew that the expression he had just shown was detected and hurriedly said, Oh, was just studying your senior brother's cultivation technique. Li Xingtian sniffed and hurriedly said, Master, no need, I have my own cultivation technique. Chu Stardust didn't say much, only extracting the system's mixed demon bone body refining divine skill. A book with a blood-red cover floated into Chu Stardust's hands, and Chu Stardust handed the book directly to Li Xingtian in relief. It's fine. You can see how this gongfu is first. If you think it doesn't work then you can fix your own as well. Hearing that it wasn't mandatory, Li Xingtian inwardly sighed in relief and reached out to take the book that vaguely emanated the scent of blood. After handing the book over to Li Xingtian, Chu Xingchen silently got up and walked back to his plank to lie down. The two apprentices looked at their own master strangely, then silently glanced at each other. Li Xingtian raised his eyebrows slightly and made a wink of inquiry. What's going on with master? Li Yingling also read the look, but just showed a hint of a smile before continuing to nibble on the rabbit head. If I knew what was wrong with master, I wouldn't have asked what was wrong with his expression. This second division brother. Brain can't work nah. Li Xingtian was a bit puzzled, but he didn't say anything and looked down at the book with the dark red cover in his hand. The words on the cover are written in a very imposing and slightly austere manner. Curious, I touched the cover and just found it to be very plain paper. Is it a topiary? But how could a topiary smell like this blood? But without much thought, Xingtian still flipped through the first page first. Xingtian then had a heartbeat, quickly scanning through the page with a single glance, and then flipped to the second page. The more you don't see it, the more you're shocked. Seeing his surprised look, Yingling then relieved him with a come-from-behind demeanor. Senior brother. Cultivation method. Change a lot of version is normal. Handwriting some blurred is also normal. Rest assured boldly practice. Xingtian silently raised his eyes and glanced at Yingling, then looked back at Chu Xingchen lying on the plank bed. He was a little unbelievable. He lowered his voice and said, "Elder sister, our heavenly Tao alliance is an evil cultivator?" With a frown, Yingling refuted. Evil cultivator? What are you babbling about? What we cultivate are all righteous mind techniques. Where is there any evil cultivator? When Xingtian heard this, he just silently handed Yingling the mixed demon bone body refining divine skill in his hand. Receiving the cultivation technique first, Yingling strangely turned over the first page and read it. The handwriting is clear and strong. A calligraphy master. And it is also extremely neatly written. What's wrong with this book? It looks much better than my own book, doesn't it? With such doubts, Yingling looked on. And then she too looked on with a sense of trepidation. After flipping through a few pages in a row, he shoved the book straight back to Xingtian. Which cultivation technique is so bloody? Sister? Ahem. Senior sister is sleepy. She's going to sleep first. Find yourself a place to lie down and rest. Yingling didn't even continue to nibble on the half-eaten rabbit head, and hurriedly walked to his bed, pushed away the wooden board that blocked his view, and then covered the board again after walking in. Chu Xingchen was also a Xingtian realist, and the two naturally heard the conversation. That book is not an evil cultivation technique. Xingtian glanced down at the contents of the book again. When cultivating the foundation establishment stage, he would first kill 1,000 blood meals and dismantle the limbs to melt the roots and bones. Master, isn't your definition of evil cultivators a little too low? Blood food doesn't mean it has to be human. Just find a few undeveloped demonic beasts in the woods of our 10-mile slope to make up the numbers. Xingtian sniffed and looked at the booklet in his hand again. If Master was right, this could also be a flat replacement. The power effect of this gongfu was actually far stronger than the gongfu he practiced in his last life, and it was very suitable for his own heavenly demon Dao body after fusing the 1,000-year bone jade. Xingtian wasn't the main one who dwelled on it. Anyway, he had to use blood food to cultivate at the qi refining stage. Wait for yourself to refine the 1,000-year bone jade and then try to cultivate this book. In case it is not right. Big deal. Nighton's worries disappeared. But Chu Stardust's didn't. And there was a reason for the sadness just now. Because the system rewards the spirit gathering spell formation is just drawings. It's not like you can put it wherever you want after extracting it, without consuming materials or having to do anything about it, much less the uprooted and built kind. This spirit gathering spell formation would really just be mere drawings. Not only did the materials and spirit stones have to be prepared by themselves, even the construction had to be done by themselves. The drawings, on the other hand, are useful in that they can only tell you in detail how to build it. It's not a pit stop? Where does one have the money and the spirit stones to build this thing? The true martial hall shouldn't also be just drawings that you have to build yourself as well, right? Chapter 11, General Qualification. Xingtian. Early morning. Chu Xingchen took the system drawings and carefully compared them, surveying the area before inserting a tiny tree branch as a marker. Although you can't make things out of thin air, the drawings have the advantage of being reusable. After all, you still have to build it yourself, or it's too much of a dud if it's a one-time prop. This represented that it might be possible to first build a spirit gathering array in 10-mile slope first. After all, this 10-mile slope was not a place where spiritual chi converged, and there was no spiritual vein going towards it. And although there was spiritual chi, it was naturally not as good as some places where spiritual veins converged. Simply put, not exactly a great place to practice immortality. Under the same situation of cultivation, naturally the place where the spiritual veins converge has a better cultivation effect. That's why most of the said immortal clans would pick on a mountain where the spirit veins were entrenched to establish a clan. In the past, when Yingling cultivated, Chu Xingchen had taken spirit stones to roughly build a spell formation for Yingling's cultivation. One person was still fine, but now that there was an additional Xingtian, this kind of defeatist behavior naturally had to stop. Yingling alone for cultivation are fast to practice their own pour, and now more than Xingtian, to still continue to do so. Spirit stone reserves are obviously not enough. The fine line is the program. It was still necessary to build the spirit gathering spell formation, and it would be a bit more convenient to accept disciples in the future. Although the materials currently on hand were not able to build a completed spirit gathering spell formation, but still, Some foundation moving can be done. Chu Xingchen found the right range again and inserted a branch. Boom! A stirring wind wave came from the distance, followed by dirt flying up and scattering in all directions. Chu Xingchen didn't have the good sense to wave his hand to blast the wind and waves away, and hurriedly took 2 steps forward. His eyes looked towards Li Yingling, who was holding a wooden sword and struggling to blast the large pit. Li Yingling was already at the foundation establishment stage and still had no problem protecting her body with her aura, so there would be no dirt in the way of dirtying her clothes. At the moment, she was holding a wooden sword, and with a serious expression, she kept blasting the ground with her divine ability. Another fierce sword chi struck the ground, and a loud sound came along with a fierce tremor. Chu Xingchen hastily raised his hand to stop it. Wait! Hearing his master's call, Li Yingling stopped his movements and looked at his own master with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with master? No, do you dig holes like that? Li Yingling was very puzzled. How can I dig if I don't dig like this? Chu Xingchen said in a bad mood. When we bury the formation foundation, the soil behind it still has to be backfilled. You're blasting everywhere like this. What do you take to backfill? Take your little head? Hearing his master's words, Li Yingling silently glanced at the dirt that flew away around him. Still, she said, slightly aggravated. But it's going to take forever if we don't dig like this. Chu Xingchen relieved. It's not like I'm letting you finish digging in one day. It's just that you'll dig when you're free after you finish your cultivation. Turn around and wait for your senior brother to finish refining that broken stone. Then you'll bring him along to dig. Don't be anxious. Master will make you a delicious meal later. Li Yingling raised her eyes to look at Chu Xingchen, who had a gentle expression, and gently nodded. I know. After saying that, Li Yingling started digging a pit by maneuvering up the wooden sword, and then piled the dug earth material once more. Other than that, Li Yingling was still obedient when he should be. Chu Stardust looked at it for a couple of moments and realized that there was nothing wrong with it before directly leaving and continuing to the other formations to continue marking them. It's still fast to set up formations against a drawing. It didn't take long to set up all the points. Chu Stardust then slipped back into the broken temple. At this moment, Li Xingtian was sitting with his knees crossed, and the 1,000-year-old bone jade was hovering above his head. The 1,000-year bone jade was continuously pouring out energy, washing Li Xingtian's roots and bones. After a couple of close looks and realizing that nothing was wrong with the second apprentice, he too slowly sat back down on his plank. As for the materials missing from the spirit-gathering formation, they weren't actually anything valuable. As long as there are spirit stones you can actually still buy them. Although he was poor, Chu Stardust actually had a bit of a thought process. As for what the thought process was, it was naturally the second disciple in front of him who had refined the bone jade. As a reborn person, surely high and low know some ways to make money, or have not been dug up the mausoleums of immortal cultivation great powers, right? Digging up graves was immoral, but it was quick money. The things left behind by that line of great powers would probably be enough to build a formation. What's more, the immortal cultivation world called all these tombs uniformly called secret realms. Usually clans or elders with a large number of disciples going in to dig graves together. Thinking about it this way, one's morality is still on the same level as that of the immortal world. After all, my dream of the Heavenly Tao Alliance is to be a famous sect. Chu Xingchen slowly laid back on top of his bedpan again. Now it was just a matter of waiting for Li Xingtian to finish refining it and ask him if he had any good paths. The sun is at noon. Li Xingtian hadn't finished refining it yet. Li Yingling walked back first, gasping for air. His own spiritual energy almost drained. She gazed at the two men inside the broken temple, especially seeing her own master lying leisurely on the wooden planks. Li Yingling inquired doubtfully, Master, how come I'm the only one digging and you're not? Chu Xingchen straightened up and looked at Li Yingling, who at the moment was bulging her small mouth and looked as if she was a bit angry. Coughing lightly, Chu Xingchen leisurely said, Do you think Master is being lazy? Isn't it? Li Yingling asked rhetorically. Master, it was you yourself who said that you would dig with me after marking. In the face of his disciple's accusations, Chu Stardust decisively changed the direction of the topic. What words? You're complaining because you've done something for the clan? Do you understand that Master has boiled his heart and soul for your future path? Hearing his master's words, Li Yingling sniffed in a desire to speak, understanding that this time had stood below morality. Still, she knew how to hold a master in his current state. Li Yingling face aggrieved. Two peach blossom eyes seemed to faintly flash with tears. Pretty face, I see you wrong aggrieved. Master, if you don't dig, after all, can I not do what Master has arranged? I wasn't angry just now. I just didn't expect Master to lie to Yingling. I didn't expect Master to think that Yingling was such a person. Nice guy. Chu Xingchen was slightly speechless as he watched his own great disciple's theatrical performance in front of him. However, immediately afterward, Chu Xingchen immediately pointed at Li Xingtian, who was meditating and absorbing bone jade to the side. I'm just worried that your senior brother made a mistake in absorbing the bone jade, so I came over to take a look. After all, it took your senior brother so long to refine a bone jade, plus his qualifications are also far inferior to yours. It's hard not to let your teacher worry. Unlike you, senior apprentice, you're capable and smart, which puts me much more at ease. But Li Yingling's reaction was different from what was expected. Her demeanor instantly became high and cold. Her tone was no longer the aggrieved one just now, and her voice was clear and cold. Master, there is no need to say more. Since senior brother has joined our clan and his cultivation level is the lowest, taking more care of the skill should be done. Chu Xingchen used his but to know that the Li Xingtian behind him had woken up, and did not have the good sense to say, while I am still able to accept it, you quickly go out and hunt for your master. As you wish. Master. Li Yingling quickly arched his hand to receive the order before quickly running away from the broken temple. I am sorry, master, for my lack of cultivation qualifications, so I have bothered you more. Li Xingtian's slightly apologetic voice came from behind him. Chu Xingchen coughed lightly and did not turn around to look at his disciple. You know just fine. Need to be more on the ball again. Chapter 12. It's not theft. It's revenge. At this moment, Li Xingtian had already successfully refined the 1,000-year-old bone jade. Feeling the meridians in his body flowing freely again, he also heaved a sigh. It always felt a little less easy. How being reborn wasn't as smooth as it had been in my last life. As for his senior sister's words, Li Xingtian didn't care. Whether he was good or not, didn't he know himself? This is not to say that the newly worshipped master is not good. Li Xingtian also experienced great storms, but also seen many, all kinds of people. He can feel that his own master is still genuinely concerned about their own, especially that one cultivation technique. That level of technique could create a huge wave even in the central state. He slowly stood up and stretched, then saw the eager eyes of his master. Li Xingtian said with some uneasiness in his heart, Master, how? What happened? Chu Xingchen first externalized his divine sense and made sure that Li Yingling was no longer around. It wasn't that he couldn't let Li Yingling hear. It was just that if this girl knew that Li Xingtian was a reborn person, maybe it's going to be a bad thing. It's better to stabilize now. A hint of a smile appeared on Chu Stardust's face, and his tone was fervent. Oh disciple, you should have had quite a few strange encounters in your last life, right? Yes, there are some. Then is there any secret realm near us, or heavenly materials or treasures, or something like that? When Li Xingtian heard this, he was greatly relieved. These were considered minor problems. The secret realm in our neighborhood has long been cleaned up by the large and small clans in the vicinity. As for the strange encounters, thinking back carefully, then Li Xingtian shook his head and said, the real wondrous encounter will have to be met after arriving in the central state. After all, that's where the world's spiritual veins converge over there. Then there's no point in earning spirit stones? Master, you're short of spirit stones? Not hiding anything either. Chu Stardust replied decisively, planning to build a spirit gathering array. Shortcoming spirit stones to buy some materials. Li Xingtian sniffed and pondered for a slight moment. If master believes me, the Qingfeng Sect's mines can rake in a lot of spirit stones. I dug spirit stones there for 3 years and know how the mine works, and there's only one Xingtian sitting inside. It might be advantageous to have master be sure. Chu Xingchen didn't rush to agree, but only gazed at Li Xingtian. Perceiving his master's gaze, Li Xingtian arched his hand and said, I have absolutely no intention of avenging myself. No. Chu Xingchen shook his head and said, remember that we are not doing it for the spirit stones this time, but to take revenge for you. By the way, justice is served for the general public persecuted by the Qingfeng sect. Chu Stardust's expression was serious and his tone was earnest. As a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, your vision cannot be so narrow. Ha! Li Xingtian looked at his master somewhat dumbfounded. At the moment, he was also a bit dazed, not sure if the master wanted both money and face, or simply wanted a decent reason. Either way, though, listening to the master, he shouldn't have suspected himself. Li Xingtian unconsciously revealed a hint of a smile in response. Yes, master, tell me where the location of the mine is first. For the master to explore the spot first. Picking up a half-burned branch of wood from the ground, Knighton drew a map on the floor. From the North Creek Range, go north, around this creek, and then west, probably around here. The nightly sky map was fair, and marked the obvious landmarks as well. Success! There's no time to lose. Master will first go to explore the bottom to see the specific situation. You and senior sister cultivate well at home. Chu Xingchen nodded, then took out 2 teleportation talismans and handed them over to Li Xingtian. This is the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Don't listen to your senior sister when you meet a problem. Take her with you and run and it's over. Remember to use both of them in full without being greedy. There is a mark on them made by the master. The teleportation location will be sensed by master himself. and I will go forward to you. 10-mile slope is so uninhabited that basically no one comes here. After all, the aura here is thin, and there are no spiritual medicines or plants to look for, and ordinary mortals are even less likely to come here to play idly. If someone comes, it's only to look for trouble. According to the directions pointed out by Li Xingtian, even he himself would have to have a day's foot travel. The round trip is just 2 days, before Shangshu Wang is just a mortal, and may not be able to invite a great power to explore the location of Li Yingling. But with the Qingfeng sect is already at war, it makes sense to have a backhand, lest when he returns, he can only see 2 corpses hanging in front of the broken temple, more especially that elder, who already had his mind wrapped around him. Who knows how perverted he could be now. Without any excuses, Li Xingtian decisively accepted the teleportation talisman and earnestly said, "Master instructs." Xingtian will naturally keep it in mind, no matter what. The one in front of him was also a reborn person, and had naturally experienced quite a few great storms. I'm sure I can do things well. However, still somewhat uneasy. Chu Xingchen then handed over another talisman pinned on his waist to Li Xingtian. This talisman can withstand the bombardment of Jindan stage cultivators. Use it immediately to teleport after the situation is not right. When Chu Xingchen's cultivation was still at the foundation establishment stage, he was able to turn danger into safety many times, but he also relied on this talisman. However, he was already at Jindan cultivation level, and the effect of this talisman was not that great for him. It would be better to give it to Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian also took it without any excuses. Chu Xingchen instructed again. The rest is not much to say. Your senior sister is not very old. You'd better be able to take good care of her, in addition to remembering not to leave your senior sister behind no matter what. Disciple keeps this in mind, Li Xingtian also said with a serious expression. Chu Xingchen nodded and then headed outside. Li Xingtian has the word for heavy-heartedness, so I don't think anything will go wrong. He himself had saved his life at the very least. Slightly assured, Chu Xingchen on the earth to leave. Also do not stay to save spiritual energy. Early to go back is the hard way. Seeing his master leave, Li Xingtian also slowly took a deep breath, looking down at the one talisman in his hand. He had only met with his master for a few days, and he was able to trust him so much, and was not afraid to take these things of his and run away alone. Talismans that could withstand the attacks of Jindan stage cultivators might not be called much precious in the central state, but they were rare here. As for whether or not his master was from the central state sect and what his cultivation level actually was, Li Xingtian actually didn't care. He has always loved to hate. To Li Xingtian, practicing cultivation was nothing more than practicing a thought of understanding. Feeling enough trust from his master was enough for Li Xingtian. Taking a deep breath, he tucked the talisman into his arms. Li Xingtian took out the book given by his master, the Mixed Demon Bone Body Refining Divine Skill. Originally there were some concerns, but now it's time to fix it. Quickly meditating, Li Xingtian decisively switched to this technique. Not to mention, this practice felt different. Li Xingtian could perceive that the Tao body within himself was fully stimulated. It's something I couldn't do myself in my last life. This one cultivation technique seemed to fit itself perfectly. Master, gives really good stuff. With this repair, the hour was somewhat forgotten. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dark, and his senior sister had long since returned and sat by the fire. Li Yingling sensed that Li Xingtian had ended his cultivation and looked over to inquire, "Where is Master? Where did he go?" Li Xingtian didn't hide it, but replied seriously, "Master went to the Qingfeng sect's mines to explore the situation, and it's estimated that it will take 2 days before he can return." Li Yingling, who got the answer, seemed to be in a somewhat low mood, but he didn't say anything else, only mentioning the pheasant he caught today on the side. "Senior brother, you haven't built your foundation yet. You can't dispel the grain, so I'm sure you're hungry, aren't you?" "There's a little bit." "Then you come and cook this pheasant." Where did Li Xingtian know how to cook? He just wanted to refuse, but then he remembered his master's instructions. "Yingling is still young, you have to take care of him." Sighing, Li Xingtian still took the pheasant and started cooking it. Half an hour later, "Shifu, what the hell are you cooking? Do you want to plot against senior sister?" Chapter 13, the first day of Master's departure. Today is the first day that Master left the broken temple. Li Xingtian slowly opened his eyes and climbed up from the simple crib that was pieced together from several pieces of wood. The hall location had been pretty much taken up by the master and senior sister, plus a large iron pot common to cooked rice and alchemy. There was no longer enough empty space to keep the bed, so Li Tianqing slept in the space behind the idol. But Sifu had already planned to build a preliminary cabin outside the broken temple. After all, senior sister was the only female, and it was natural for men and women to be different. This matter had already received the approval of the master, and the senior sister had begun to build it a few days earlier. and it was still progressing quite fast. For then one does not have to continue to lie down in the inner room behind the idol to go to sleep. The reason why I dislike that side is that there is a hole, which is often infested with mosquitoes at night, and unknown bugs will come up and bite. At this moment, Xingtian had not yet built his foundation and could not have a spiritual chi to protect his body. The mosquito infestation was simply annoying. Therefore, when Elder's sister built the hut, Xingtian was still very much in favor of it, and even helped Elder's sister a lot. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 more days a hut will be built. Yesterday's chicken. Sis also didn't eat a bite after looking at the chicken's gruesome carcass, but sister asked to finish it herself. This request Xingtian also naturally can understand. After all, the chicken caught by the senior sister, he cooked it like that. It should also belong to himself to finish eating. Originally, Xingtian thought that whichever chicken died a gruesome death would be incredibly difficult to eat. It turned out to feel like a fair flavor in the mouth as well. I don't know if it was from experiencing Master's rude and incomparable healing elixir. Xingtian only felt that this one chicken was a little bit fishy, a little bit bland and tasteless, and the meat was a little bit faggy. The rest of the flavors were still very good, or at least in the category of what one can eat, but not so much from sister, who called the pot of chicken dead chicken bathwater. However, senior sister had already built her foundation and was able to dispel the grain, so Xingtian didn't have to worry about senior sister going hungry. After all, he had already promised his master to take care of his senior sister as much as possible, and Xingtian was not the type of person to break an appointment. Though, it sounds a little weird for a senior brother to take care of a senior sister. Outside the door of the broken temple, several violent fluctuations of aura came. Xingtian stepped out of the broken temple, his eyes looking towards Yingling, who was not far away. At this moment, she was holding a wooden sword, constantly manipulating the strength of her divine ability to bombard a large tree with just the right amount of force, and the tree fell decisively along with the flow of the sword energy. I have to say that senior sister's motivation was still very strong, and she was also practicing her divine abilities when she was building the house and logging the trees, and it looks like it's making great progress. It had to be said that senior sister's natural talent could be called a genius even in the central state, and it was obvious that she could feel that she hadn't yet mastered her divine aptitude when they first met. It's only been a short time, and it's already being used at will. If this kind of talent, the master should also be true if he comes from the central state. And I don't know why the master is so poor. Could it be that master had stolen out from a certain sect in the central state just like himself? However, Xingtian didn't think much about it, because at this moment, this heavenly Tao alliance finally looked a little bit like what he had imagined a sect would look like. Although there were only 3 people in this clan right now, even the master plus the disciples. The senior sister who had felled the large tree seemed to have sensed herself and also turned around, her gaze looking at Xingtian. Though in this life, Knighton hadn't been too trusting of women. Looking at the youngest senior sister in front of him who had been accounted for by his master, Xingtian still revealed a slightly difficult smile. The first day master left, Yingling woke up early. His goal for the day was to gather the wood for the construction of the hut neatly. After all, being under one roof with 2 men was still not quite acceptable to Yingling, who was from a great lady. Even with the wooden blocks separating them, it wouldn't hurt to have them for occasional emergencies, but it certainly wouldn't be possible to live in them every day. This condition was still agreed to quickly by the master. To be honest, when he was with his master, not all the time he felt that the handsome man with a young face in front of him was his master. Instead, it was more like a close friend, and the master seldom posed as an elder in front of himself. Occasionally, when he was angry with himself, the master would admit his faults with himself. To be honest, as a scholarly family, Yingling was very hard to imagine that an elder could bow his head and admit his mistakes with himself. Yingling had read those masters written in the word books, and every one of them depicted their masters as majestic, saying one thing and not smiling. He also has absolute control over his disciples, always just giving orders, not telling the reason. In comparison, his own master occasionally looked like a child who hadn't grown up, letting himself think about it and then letting himself decide whenever he was about his problems. That Water Heart Sutra as well, one didn't cultivate it right away at the beginning, and master never expressed any dissatisfaction about it. In addition, Yingling felt that master was still a bit lazy, as his cultivation was unknown though, and he had not revealed it to himself. However, the foundation establishment's Yingling was enough to not sleep for a month and rely on nighttime cultivation to recover enough energy as well. Master must be far better than himself, but I don't know if it was the wrong master to follow. But Yingling had also learned his master's bad habits, and had to sleep meaninglessly and beautifully every night. But meaninglessness is defined by Yingling himself. The master called sleep the nourishment of the spirit, and had his own set of quackery. Although this set of sophistry could not convince Yingling to believe, but unknowingly, also with the master's routine began to learn to sleep. Maybe it was because he felt unbalanced watching his master burying his head in sleep while he was still hard at work cultivating? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Yingling still knocked down the trees in front of him with a single strike, and his recent mastery of the divine ability was starting to get more and more comfortable. Noticing a gaze coming from behind him, Yingling turned around and saw his cheap senior brother. Although he didn't understand his master's reason for taking on a disciple, Yingling still greatly respected his master's decision. But when this cheap senior brother gave himself a slightly dopey smile, Yingling still very much wanted to tell master. Could he do a simple IQ test next time he takes on an apprentice? Look at Nighton's demented smile. Yingling still inquired. Senior brother, are you hungry? No, not hungry, Xingtian replied slightly embarrassed. Yingling, who got the answer, frowned slightly. In the mundane time she herself was also known as a talented woman. She really hadn't come into contact with the low IQ crowd. Nor do I know how to properly relate to a mentor who was not intelligent enough, especially since he had been cultivating for quite a few days as well, and was actually still hovering around the 4th level of chi refining. The natural talent was already average, and the cultivation didn't seem to be that diligent. As a senior sister, since the master is not present, he should also supervise it properly. Senior brother, how are the injuries in your body? Have you finished recovering? It's pretty much as good as it gets. Good then, since master is not here. Today, senior sister will properly supervise your cultivation. Yingling patted the fallen tree beside herself. You use your spiritual power to carefully maneuver and make this tree into a wooden plank. This will be a great improvement for you to enhance your spiritual power control. Xingtian was a bit speechless. Drudgery is drudgery. And what manipulation is used as an excuse? Once again, Xingtian remembered his master's instructions. Take good care of your senior sister. Yes, senior sister. After receiving Xingtian's reply, Yingling did not stay and quickly turned into a rainbow light and went far away. Yingling had also seen the technique that Xingtian cultivated, and it required the blood food of quite a few demonic beasts. There was naturally no way for a senior disciple at the chi refining realm to gather that much demonic beast blood food. Then, as a senior sister, she naturally had to help her little junior brother. If he built a house for him, then she would get some blood food for him. It's also a fair trade. But, master, you can come back soon. The rice cooked by Shidoshi is really inedible. He even drank the chicken's bathwater with gusto. Chapter 14 Dyson, etc. The Qingfeng Sect's spirit stone mine was in a remote mountain. The scenery alone is still quite pleasant, surrounded by green mountains and green water, and there are quite a few shallow open spirit demonic beasts in the forest. I don't know if it's to prevent the miners from escaping or if they're afraid of demonic beasts coming. There is also a simple mesmerizing array arranged around the mine, and I am afraid that cultivators below the foundation establishment stage relying on themselves will find it extremely difficult to leave the mine wrapped in the array. Chu Stardust. According to Xingtian, most of the people digging here were cultivators with extremely poor qualifications. The Qingfeng sect found people from various remote villages and poor townships. For one thing, this kind of person is unlikely to have a big background and won't mess with people they can't mess with. Secondly, the poor countryside will not be questioned, even if people cannot return. As long as there is a bit of spiritual root, even the most miscellaneous will be taken away. Then, if you force the 2nd or 3rd level of chi refining with a medicinal bath that burns your potential, you'll be thrown straight to the mines to dig until you die. So the Qingfeng sect was probably wearing the skin of a righteous sect, but actually doing the things of an evil cultivator. After all, how could this kind of thing be hidden from a series of high-ranking people such as the sect leader of the Qingfeng sect? Chu Stardust carefully bypassed the place where the main gate cultivators were inspecting. Tumbling up from one side of the cliff, trying to conceal his breath as much as possible, Chu Stardust slowly observed the situation in the mine below. Several large simple wooden houses were arranged haphazardly without a regular plan, but at the highest point there was a fine building where disciples in Qingfeng sect costumes could be seen. The number of people is small, 2 men and 1 woman. If they could no longer detect their realm cultivation without scanning with their divine sense, then this group of Qingfeng sect disciples' cultivation should be foundation establishment. After foundation establishment, a cultivator will be able to easily manipulate the aura to hide it in the body and no longer expose it. If one didn't use divine sense to scan, with the naked eye alone, the Jindan realm still couldn't be seen. At this moment in the daytime it was the time for digging, and violent noises often resounded in the mine. From time to time, there were ragged chi refining cultivators carrying the crude spirit stone mined with simple carts. The cultivation of this group of digging cultivators was really not high, and the detection result was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of chi refining. Watching them transport carts of rough spirit stone under a processing shed, a few chi refining cultivators wielding sledgehammers were striving to strike the stone blocks, separating the slag and spirit stones within them. The Qingfeng Sect disciple leaned on the fence in front of him with both hands, looking at the group of diggers with a teasing expression. Chu Xingchen swept his gaze across and quickly locked onto a warehouse-like building that covered a large area, but strangely did not have any guards around. I'm afraid that the Jindan cultivator according to Li Xingtian is sitting in it. Attacking by force was definitely not a wise move, and this place was bound to most likely possess a means of contacting the sect. It's either a quick win or a lure, but the visit itself was just a probe for specifics, with no intention of getting down to business. Chu Xingchen took out a pen and paper from his spatial ring and quickly drew a sketch against the route and building roughly. Take the sketch and go back to discuss it carefully with Li Xingtian to see what exactly is going on. After finishing the sketch and stuffing it back into his spatial ring, he was about to leave first when a person stepped within his vigilant divine sense. A long sword violently surfaced in Chu Stardust's hand, and his divine sense quickly scanned through it. However, he found that the one whose divine sense feedback stepped into his divine sense was just a mortal without the slightest cultivation. What's the situation? Chu Stardust concealed his own breath and cautiously probed in the direction of the incoming person. Soon, Chu Xingchen saw the person who had probed within his divine sense. It was a short, very thin little girl in a tattered linen dress, covered in dirt, her long dry hair tangled into a ball. His face was dirty, but his eyes were very expressive. That was why Chu Xingchen could clearly observe that she looked very bewildered and confused, looking around with a slightly panicked expression. Chu Xingchen constantly watched as she kept walking hard in one direction, and then unconsciously circled back to her original point. What's this? Caught in a maze? Was it a mistake? Or is there something to be said for it? Chu Stardust chose to utilize the system to look at her attribute panel. Xingtian, cultivation, none. Blue word, perseverance. Blue word, emotional. White word, wit. The conditions for apprenticeship are not met. There were Qingfeng Sect disciples patrolling the mountains in this neighborhood, and by the looks of it, the withered girl in front of her was bound to not be in the same group. The odds are that it's someone who escaped from the mine. I guess Li Xingtian was tricked by the Qingfeng Sect into digging for minerals. Thinking slightly, Chu Xingchen still decided to take her away first before saying anything, and might be able to extract some useful information. Take out a mask to cover your face. Reaching out his hand directly lifted the little girl in front of him directly to the earth to quickly leave. Great immortal, grand immortal, tied to a tree. Xingtian cried out in pain. I really just got lost. Saying that, Xingtian also secretly raised her eyes to look at the person who had tied herself up. At the moment he was wearing a mask of an evil spirit, with a pair of very cold eyes looking at himself. Sure enough, the Qingfeng Sect is not right. Abba must have been tricked by those immortals from the Qingfeng Sect. Chu Xingchen on the other hand was very speechless as he looked at Xingtian. If he was willing he wouldn't want to tie her to a tree. It's just that this girl is so uncooperative. Spitting, sputtering, acting crazy. If she hadn't poked her, she'd probably still be pretending to be demented at this moment. Chu Xingchen didn't have the good sense to say, "Don't cry, I'm not from the Qingfeng Sect." Xingtian was still howling. Great immortal. I don't know anything about what Qingfeng Sect. I'm really the lost one. Instead of continuing to speak, Chu Xingchen took out a large piece of cake from his spatial ring and then stuffed it into Xingtian's mouth under her horrified gaze. Look at you like a skinny spar. How long has it been since you ate? Xingtian, who was deeply afraid that this noodle cake had some kind of immortal means, hastily shook her head and refused. When the soft pastry crumbs entered her mouth, Xingtian, who had been starving for days, then gave up her struggle. Without a second thought, he nibbled on the large pie. Anyway, this time it is estimated that it is difficult to escape the immortal in front of you, and you have to be a ghost with a full death before you die. Abba, the egg is not to be fought for. He didn't save you and he's going to die first. Looking at Xingtian who was frantically nibbling on a large cake, Chu Xingchen silently took the rope back while taking out a water bottle and handing it to Ning Egg. At this moment, Xingtian is quite a bit of self-loathing. Where to care so much as possible to laugh and drink up. A large pie was quickly consumed along with the water. Then, Xingtian looked over again with bated breath. Chu Xingchen sighed. It's been too long since I've eaten. I can't eat too much at once. However, this word Xingtian obviously do not believe. With a pair of all immortals still petty a big cake look. However, Chu Stardust did not explain too much, but continued to inquire. What exactly are you doing here? Are you the one who escaped the mine? Xingtian timidly glanced at the masked man in front of her and replied timidly. Me? I'm really lost. Chu Xingchen carefully stared at Xingtian in front of him for a while, then instead of continuing to ask, he took out some broken silver and large cakes from his spatial ring. He handed them all over to Xingtian, then pointed a direction for her. I won't ask if you don't want to talk about it. You go straight this way, there's the nearest town over there. It's dangerous here so don't come any closer. Ning Xingtian was surprised at what was forced into her arms. Then she raised her eyes to look at it, only to see Chu Stardust turn around and leave without saying much. She couldn't help but open her mouth and shout, "Decisive! Wait!" Chapter 15 Pops is being cheated. In the face of Ning Xianxian's shout, Chu Xingchen stopped in his tracks, turning his head slightly sideways. His gaze looked toward the tangled-looking Ning Xianxian. Although Ning Xianxian in front of her called out to herself, her vigilance might not have waned. Take it appropriately to better get her to tell the truth. "What's wrong?" Chu Stardust inquired, then turned around, his gaze calmly looking at Ning Xianxian. Ning Xianxian's face was torn. Then she still inquired carefully, "Decisive, which clan are you from?" Chu Xingchen spoke without hesitation. "Central Continent, Wanfa Immortal Sect." For lying, Chu Stardust did not have any embarrassment. After all, the young girl in front of him had never told himself any truth either, had he not? The deception is all mutual, especially since the bottom line of the skinny young girl in front of him was not yet clear. Not to mention, the name of the sect of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was just too great, and he was also afraid that the young girl in front of him would be too scared after hearing it. Ning Xianxian revealed a look of having heard of you for a long time, but in fact, Ning Xianxian, as a mortal, had never set foot in the world of immortal cultivation, so how would she know anything about the central state or not? It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that this world was boundless, but it was already very large. Even the small frontier countries have a territory of 10,000 miles. The southern June continent is also already a big realm, and the Qingfeng sect is in a remote place, but it is also famous here. As for the southern Juniper continent where the spiritual veins converged, there were even more clans. The central state has actually been like a world away for this place. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Xianxian's father had explained that it was the Qingfeng sect that he was going to, Ning Xianxian, being from a family of mountain peasants, wouldn't have known the name of the Qingfeng sect. Ning Xianxian asked this purely to subtly inform the masked man in front of her that she was not as ignorant as she seemed. Don't try to fool yourself. It may not help, but it's better than not doing it, isn't it? But, Zhangzhou, I heard from my father that it is a legendary immortal cultivation mecca. What's more, the name of the clan, the 10,000 Laws Immortal Sect, really sounded so good and powerful. Wanfa Xian Men Na, listen again to the Clearwind Sect. Isn't it obvious who's strong and who's weak when you hear it? Not to mention the fact that the Manifestation Immortal Sect sounded more like a prestigious sect at first glance. But I've heard that you have to learn to sell yourself short when dealing with such a prestigious school. Gaining the sympathy of such daffodils is how people feel sorry for themselves before they reach out for help. It's just like a beggar on the street. Though Ning Xianxian was not happy to do such a thing, as Papa said it would be a disgrace to the ancestors. But losing the face of the ancestors and losing his life, Ning Xianxian thinks that the father should choose to lose his face, right? She would definitely have chosen that herself anyway. Not to mention that at the moment, her ability alone was completely insufficient to save Dad, and at the moment, she could only fight for it first. Ning Xianxian regulate the emotions of the past few days, tears violently out, while recalling met the beggar look, discretionary reference to some, followed by a slightly sad, "Decisive, do you know this Qingfeng Zhonghe?" It seemed that when she reached her choking point, Ning Xianxian howled, but in the face of Ning Xianxian's self-deep cry, Chu Xingchen's face behind the mask couldn't help but twitch a little, because at this moment the expression of Ning Xianxian has been with the distortion of the general curl together. From time to time have to choke looks extremely like a convulsion, looks very yen-y, and her crying looked all signs of acting, especially when she surveyed herself with her eyes in a rather thievish way. Snot and tears mingled as a ball on her dirty face. Perhaps she feels sorry for herself this way, I see? Doesn't this kid know he can't act? Who can cry so abstractly? But since Ning Xianxian is this way, then he should cooperate? Retracting his desire to spit, Chu Xingchen took a deep breath, shocked and puzzled in tone. What happened to them? Ning Xianxian let out a miserable howl and began to pour out beans. I live with my dad in Ninjiatan. My mom left early in poor health, and I relied on my dad's hard work to pull me up. This year Tunli was struck by a disaster, and could not eat a meal for 2 days. And at this time the people from the Qingfeng sect came and tricked Dad into practicing immortality. They said that if you cultivate immortality, you can have anything you want. And Daddy was stupid enough to think that what they said was true, and only asked them for food for me, and left with them. Father just didn't want me, and so many other brothers were cheated away together. Chu Xingchen sighed slightly as he looked at the dirty and thin Ning Xianxian in front of him. Where is this dad being stupid? Maybe he is just trying to leave hope for his daughter. Then how do you know they're liars? Hearing the question, Ning Xianxian hurriedly took out a tightly wrapped cloth ball from her worn out and still leaking clothes, and her trembling little hand hurriedly rattled this cloth ball away. It wasn't something precious that was wrapped up in it, but a handful of dry, yellow soil. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly as he looked at this cupped yellow soil. Xingtian's trembling hands cupped this touch of yellow soil. At this moment, as if there seems to be a true emotion, the look of grief. It wasn't long after that group of immortals left, that all the food they left behind became yellow. Auntie A and Nyozi next door ate the white buns given by this immortal, and it didn't take long for them to die from this yellow soil. There are many people dead in Tun. Dad's been tricked, and so's Ah. They can't cultivate immortality at all. And that group of Qingfeng sects aren't good people at all. They will also die. I will only have Ah Dad left. Ah Dad cannot want me, but I can't not save Ah Dad. I'll have to show this to Papa before he'll believe me. Chu Xingchen did not reply, but only reached out his hand and pinched the yellow soil in front of him, which at the moment still had some lingering spiritual energy that had yet to dissipate. I didn't realize that the Qingfeng sect actually didn't even give food for life. Facing Xingtian's expectant gaze, Chu Xingchen only felt somewhat helpless. At this moment, if you say that you can get some spirit stones from the mine and then slip away, the problem should not be too big. If you say that you want to fish for people with the support of the Jindan real person and the Qingfeng sect is actually not easy, or one should have a high probability of not being able to preserve a mortal. But there are no absolutes, and blindly striking out to meet one's own inevitable failure. Chu Stardust sighed, his gaze sincere as he looked at the skinny little girl in front of him. There were no longer any real shoes under the little girl's feet, only a few vines bound to her feet. There were still dried dark red bloodstains on the vines. The windy Xingtian's face was dark, and her slender and thin figure seemed to collapse at the slightest blow. This mountain range was very rugged and difficult to navigate, and there were quite a few broken cliffs, so I don't know what kind of trek the little girl in front of me had gone through. What kind of difficulties had she faced to get here? And there was no telling how long she had been in the midst of the maze, not to mention the wild beasts that roamed this mountain range. Looking at Xingtian in front of him, Chu Xingchen seriously said, "The matter of saving your father cannot be rushed now. I have to go back and make a good plan first. Are you willing to come with me now?" Anyway, for the spirit stones, Chu Xingchen still had a demand for them, and as long as the plan was right, Xingtian's father should be able to be rescued along the way as well. Xingtian sniffed and hesitated slightly. She wanted to see if she could have a chance to find Ah Dad again here. Although she knew the chances were slim, she didn't want to miss even such a slim chance. "Can I wait here for you?" Before the words were finished, Chu Xingchen raised his hand to interrupt. "You're not stupid. You should understand that you staying may not be good for your father." Xingtian was slightly silent, then nodded, but in a pleading tone. "So if you don't want to save my dad anymore, can you bring me back here? I don't walk this path like Daisy. I actually walk it kind of hard." Chu Xingchen lowered his eyebrows to look at Xingtian in front of him. At this moment, it was as if she had shed all traces of her performance. Only those eyes carried an endless plea. Chapter 16. Even if there is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, it is still a famous sect. Chu Stardust brought Xingtian along with him all the way to frantically hide in the earth. At this moment, he didn't consider saving his own spiritual energy, and only wanted to rush back to the broken temple as soon as possible. But after all, they were carrying mortals with no cultivation, and their speed was bound to be slowed down. In particular, Xingtian's resistance to the Jindan level earth evasion technique was really not strong, and she had to stop and rest for a while every once in a while. After all, her own constitution wasn't much better, malnourished and bone-thin. After a day of running around, there was only one earthbound distance to the broken temple. At the moment, Xingtian was leaning under a large tree and nibbling on a cake. Chu Stardust, on the other hand, closed his eyes on the side and was vigilant, his divine sense outward. After Xingtian finished all the large cakes in her hands, she took 2 shallow gulps of water. When they had rested on the road earlier, Xingtian had also asked many questions, asked Chu Stardust where he planned to go, what he was going to do, and who he was looking for. Chu Stardust was quite patient in answering, and had nothing to hide. Also with Xingtian explained to go clear is to find their own disciples. The purpose is to discuss with their own disciples good plan. On the road more often than not, Xingtian would also ask about things in the immortal cultivation world, and although she still sounded half knowledgeable, she would rely on her own understanding to imagine it. Xingtian looked at Chu Xingchen, who had his eyes closed, and asked in a somewhat unbelievable tone after stuffing all the cake crumbs around his mouth. Is the Qingfeng sect really a famous sect in your world? That's true in terms of the reputation of the nearby clans. Chu Xingchen didn't open his eyes. They also take on official commissions to subdue demons and get rid of devils. And they also keep the news well hidden when they do bad things, or at least I hadn't heard of them before. These truths Xingtian also know. After all, she just see less, not people stupid. Hearing that response, though, reminded me of the back of my dad's head as he walked away. Still a little shriveled, she raised her eyes. What about your clan, Dyson? Does it do this kind of thing too? At those words Chu Xingchen couldn't help but raise his eyes and said in a bad mood, if you want to do such a thing, you wouldn't be soft-hearted enough to take you away. Along the way, facing Xingtian's 100,000 reasons, Chu Xingchen was still quite patient. Anyway, after rescuing her father in passing, he himself would probably never see this girl again. Xingtian, who heard the reply, nodded her head with great recognition. After all, the truth was also true, but there was always some uneasy feeling in her mind. In fact, Xingtian was not a talkative person per se, but merely wanted to talk to ease the sense of uneasiness in her heart. Chu Xingchen was able to tell that Xingtian was uneasy. After all, just by looking at her appearance and height alone, she felt that she was not very old. In the face of these things beyond her ability, cognition, there is a sense of uneasiness is normal. After all, in the middle of her world, Xian is already a person of two worlds. Chu Stardust took the initiative to provoke words. My clan, not to mention anything else, doing things in a bright and honorable manner is bound to be true, and it won't do things that make the heavens angry and people resentful. The immortal cultivation world calls our clan the leader of the righteous path. Anyway, blowing is not a crime, especially for the uninitiated. Xingtian can blow even more vigorously. She cannot distinguish between true and false. Other than that, regardless of whether Xingtian was sincere or not. Anyway, the expression was very cuddly and the look was very yearning. Then, great immortal, your disciples that must all be some great people too, right? Chu Stardust nodded his head without hesitation and proudly said, my eldest disciple is an immortal cultivation genius, and is kind to people, cares about his fellow disciples, and is also very respectful of his teacher. My second disciple, not to mention, through the red dust, can still maintain the original heart, but also heavy feelings, a promise of a good disciple, but also the same respect for the teacher. Moreover, they cultivate the righteous immortal Tao, practicing the righteous heart method, never taking sideways paths, and they can only use righteousness to describe our clan. Once again, Xingtian was very cuddly and said a few words on the scene, then made some small talk and rested for a while. The two then set off on their way home again. About another half an hour, almost to the vicinity of the broken temple, but Chu Xingchen did not directly disappear back, but in the vicinity of the carry Xingtian back to the ground. For in this neighborhood, a strong odor of blood was coming from the direction of the broken temple. Chu Xingchen's face didn't look too good. Could it be that they were in trouble? But the teleportation talisman did not inspire such a strong smell of blood. It is bound to be a bitter battle. It won't be a meet and kill in seconds. Then the teleportation talisman should be able to be triggered anyways. Xingtian did not have cultivation and could not perceive the bloody aura in front of her, but she also carefully raised her eyes to look at Chu Xingchen. Although she did not know what was happening, she also understood that she should be careful to keep her mouth shut at this time, and did not say much. Chu Xingchen's divine sense quickly probed frantically in the direction of the broken temple, and soon detected two familiar scents in the broken temple, and they were even alive and kicking. So what's with the bloody smell? Is it possible that these two disciples have tossed up something again? Li Xingtian is a person who has been reborn. How can he still fool around with Li Yingling? Chu Xingduan turned towards the side and pacified. It's alright, it's my two disciples who are a bit naughty. Xingtian nodded in response. The next journey was close enough that Chu Xingchen didn't choose to continue the earth escape, but instead maneuvered his aura to bring Xingtian and began to fly. Xingtian, who was experiencing the sensation of flight for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It then quickly adapted to the feeling of free flight and began to get comfortable. The face that hadn't shown a smile unconsciously smiled lightly. This is the instinct of human beings to aspire for freedom. This kind of flight also unconsciously releases a lot of pressure within Xingtian's heart. However, when the site of the broken temple trail was seen, and Xian was still flying straight towards it, Xingtian couldn't laugh at all. The broken temple looked a bit old and dilapidated, and looked a bit eerie, but the district's sinister aura wasn't enough to make Xingtian feel scared. What really frightened Xingtian was the large number of bloody and white bones outside the broken temple, which almost covered the entrance of the broken temple. Rows of Morina ribs were interspersed with scarlet meat that hadn't been culled clean, and the heads of several animals of unknown origin were tossed aside at random points. There were all kinds: big bears, tigers, and coyotes. There were even quite a few rabbit heads and pheasant heads that were tossed aside to form a mound of heads. It looked very appalling. The thick smell of blood was also blowing into Xingtian's nose with the wind at the moment. It made her stomach roll and made her want to gag a little. What was even more terrifying was that there were dark red energies flickering brightly inside the broken temple from time to time. It looked very bizarre. This was clearly a scene of some demonic beast coiled up here to eat people for cultivation. Xingtian swallowed her saliva and timidly inquired, Decisive, are you planning to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils? After all, at this moment, it was the only argument to explain Decisive's reasoning for flying straight to that menacing broken temple. However, Chu Xingchen's reply nearly made Xingtian's back go out of breath. Ha? What the hell? We're here. Chapter 17. Just make a detailed plan. What a bull ****** righteous clan. What righteous leader lives in a place full of skeletons? Even the smell of blood hasn't dissipated. Xingtian only felt cheated again. None of these immortals are good people. Everything they say is a lie. It's over. It's going to be used by the evil practitioners to practice kung fu. Chu Xingchen didn't have the heart to think about the miserable face of the girl beside him at this moment, because at this moment he was also a little angry. When you go out, you still have green mountains and clean air, but when you go home, it's like a magic cave. At the entrance of the broken temple, Chu Xingchen put down the silent Xingtian before shouting, "What are you two little brats doing?" Inside the broken temple, Yingling was the first to rush out from the broken temple and embrace towards his own master with an excited look on his face. "Master, you're finally back." Before Chu Xingchen questioned, Xingtian was covered in blood. His eyes were red, seemingly with boundless killing intent, and in his hands, he was carrying a tiger's head in his stride out of the broken temple. His first words when he saw Chu Stardust were the same, except that they seemed to have some lamenting connotations. "Master, you're finally back." Pushing away Yingling in his arms, Chu Xingchen pointed to the landscape caused by the heads of animals to the side and questioned, "What's going on?" Yingling's eyes swept over, since he understood what his master was angry about. He then took the lead in opening his mouth to shake off the pot. "This is all caused by senior brother's cultivation." Xingtian, who was standing by the side shivering and still harboring a glimmer of hope, heard this and immediately died. Although he didn't understand the immortal cultivation world, that famous sect shouldn't have such a bloody way of cultivating, right? Xingtian twisted her head to look at that head landscape, and right now she felt that the next moment her own head might be hanging on it as well. Chu Xingchen's gaze at this moment turned to Xingtian, who was lifting the tiger's head, with a stern questioning look in his eyes. Facing his master's questioning eyes, Xingtian silently turned his gaze to his own senior sister, and was also unable to speak at her pushing the pot. Most of the animals were caught by sister, and sister was theoretically a bit more responsible for causing the current situation. After all, at the very beginning, Xingtian had planned to find a place a little farther away and dig a pit to bury these skeletons. It does look and taste a bit appalling. It's just that senior sister thinks it's too much of a hassle, and it's easier to bury it in one piece when you've saved a larger amount. But Xingtian felt that it was only because her senior sister's hut was on the leeward side and she simply couldn't smell the fishy odor of blood at night that she said so. But this is, after all, only a small matter. Xingtian also agreed. These 2 days also cultivation also on the head, did not pay attention to the outside has piled up a lot of corpses. Going out and seeing this scene, is no wonder that the master is angry. However, the actual situation was just like what senior sister had said, and the source of these situations was indeed caused by one's own cultivation. So Xingtian could only bow his head and admit his mistake. "I'm sorry, master. I've gotten a little carried away with my cultivation lately, so I'll take care of it first." After Yingling glanced at Xingtian, who had gone to deal with the skeleton, he fixed his gaze on the skinny Xingtian beside his master, only to find that she was skinny and small. Her face was still very pale, and her 2 small hands were shivering non-stop. "How does this look worse than second brother?" "Master, you a new disciple?" "No. It was the Qingfeng sect that did this." Chu Xingchen sighed, then raised his hand to signal Xingtian to follow him first to head within the broken temple. Xingtian, faced with the invitation where dare to go, can only timidly said, I stand on the doorway on the line." At this moment, Xingtian's pale face, how could Chu Xingchen not understand that it was the current bloody scene that had frightened her, and hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, we are really a famous sect, not any evil cultivator. Just now my second disciple practiced the gongfu to build the foundation before he had to tamp down the foundation, and used the blood food of wild beasts." Xingtian sniffed her gaze once again at the pile of heads, and there were indeed no heads, and the tension within her heart relaxed slightly. Following Chu Xingchuan's footsteps into the broken temple, the inside of the broken temple was neat and tidy, and there was no sight of hell as Xingtian had imagined. Plain, clean floors, and no piles of heads, no gory scenes, just 2 small plank beds. Simple and clean. 2 iron pans, 1 large, 1 small. A large iron cauldron with some crimson blood churning inside. The little iron skillet was clean. Yingling also walked in right behind him. Ever since they started practicing that evil technique, Yingling and Xingtian had almost always hunted all the animals they could around them. After all, the 10-mile slope was not a place where spiritual veins converged. There were no exotic beasts or spiritual beasts, so they could only take the most common animals to cultivate. Utilization is not too high, only heaps of quantity. Master, how is the situation over there? Li Yingling poured a cup of water from the kettle on the side table and handed it to his master. Chu Xingchen shook his head slightly. The situation is alright, only that the Qingfeng sect has gone a little too far. How? Li Yingling was a bit puzzled. Chu Stardust briefly explained a few things about Xingtian, and then he also talked about what he had seen in the mine. Li Yingling nodded calmly after hearing what happened. As a noble daughter of a gate valve, Li Yingling had heard a lot about these kinds of things that ate people without spitting out bones since she was a child. Even my own family presumably has done this sort of thing. However, this did not mean that Li Yingling approved of such things, and most of the time Li Yingling could only do nothing about it. As a concubine's son, Li Yingling's status in his original home was only a little better than that of a slave. Otherwise, father wouldn't have let Li Yingling go and marry a second little cutie. She looked with a sympathetic gaze at Xingtian, who had her head bowed in silence, and then comforted her. We'll all do what we can to help you. Just relax. Xingtian nodded her head silently while looking at Li Yingling with a grateful gaze. Thank you, sister. Chu Xingchen didn't say anything more and signaled with his eyes for Li Yingling to pacify Xingtian in front of him. After all, a girl might be able to empathize more with this kind of thing. Walking out of the broken temple, Chu Xingchen saw Li Xingtian dealing with carrying the skeletons of wild beasts. Without more words, Chu Xingchen went up to help. In fact, these skeletons were not that many. It was just that most of the animals were large and appeared to be more when laid flat. Chu Xingchen slightly raised his hand and threw a ball of flame, burning the group of skeletons to ashes. Then he raised his hand and swung it, sending all the ashes in front of him flushing away into the distance. After handling it, Chu Xingchen didn't say much, only taking out the simple topographical map of the mine that he had drawn and handing it to Li Xingtian. Is it difficult if you plan to save someone in the mine? Li Xingtian swept his gaze over the topographical map and spoke to reply. If Master is a transformation god cultivator, it's not difficult at all. Chu Stardust was silent. Li Xingtian coughed lightly. A quick battle is also possible if you are a Yuaning. Master can only utilize the strength of the flawless Jindan level right now. Re-rolling the topographical map in his hands, Li Xingtian didn't ask more questions, nor did he have any hesitation, but seriously said, as long as the plan is properly detailed, it shouldn't be particularly difficult. Chapter 18, Who's the Lucky One? Inside the broken temple, Li Xingtian was cultivating hard. According to his own plan, he needed to break through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. According to the system prompts, at this moment, Li Xingtian's cultivation level on the other hand was at the 8th level of qi refining. Guess it'll be a couple days. Li Yingling and Xingtian were drinking chicken soup. After all, at this moment, the two of them, Li Yingling even if he temporarily clings to his feet, it's impossible for him to have a big improvement like the refining stage. She had previously only been a cultivation genius, not the reincarnation of a great power. As for Xingtian, cannot even meet the conditions of accepting the apprentice? I guess the qualification is also bad enough. Practiced in vain. Drink more chicken soup to make up more real. At the moment, his own cultivation level was in the middle stage of flawless Jindan, and after Li Xingtian built his foundation, he should be able to reach the late stage of Jindan. Therefore, in this clan, the person who maximizes the effective efforts is Li Xingtian. As long as he practiced to the foundation, then the strength of the clan is a qualitative leap. In addition, the Qingfeng sect's intelligence Chu Xingchen had naturally gathered some. There was a supreme elder within the sect whose cultivation was at the Yuaning stage. Even if he made a scene, this supreme elder wouldn't necessarily come. But at least after a few years in this world, Chu Stardust also understood that he had to prepare for the worst and not to expect good things from what he intended to do, because everything would definitely pour out towards the most unlucky scenario. Chu Xingchen purposely reminded Li Xingtian to make arrangements according to the worst-case scenario. In addition, even if he couldn't save the people, he had to ensure that these people of his own would be able to retreat gracefully. After all, saving people was only a branch line. Chu Xingchen wasn't kind enough to risk his own disciple's life for a stranger. However, mentioning bad luck, Chu Xingchen's gaze went to Li Yingling who was drinking chicken soup. This great disciple of his own had the phrase, strong luck, but he had also spent quite a lot of time with her, and didn't feel that she was lucky anywhere, nor did he see her walking to pick up any ancient treasures or other good things. Go out and hunt a pheasant and make it look like you've been hit by a wild one. Could it be that he was unlucky and neutralized with himself? Noticing his master's watching gaze, Li Yingling put down the bowl in his hand and looked at his own master with a puzzled gaze. Yingling, what do you think of your luck? Chu Stardust inquired with a smile. Li Yingling slightly tilted his head and recalled for a moment. It's not bad. Anyway, there was nothing else to do around at the moment. So try to see what level of okay was in his own disciple's words. Chu Xingchen took out 2 dice cups from his space ring. When it comes to luck, nothing is more intuitive than this stuff. Chu Xingchen handed the dice cup in his hand to Li Yingling. Playing? Compare the size? I'm not very good at. Losing there shouldn't be a penalty, right? Li Yingling casually shook the dice cup and inquired vigilantly, taking an unburned piece of firewood out of the fire. Chu Xingchen shook the blackened end of the burnt end of this piece of firewood. Lose and draw a line. Li Yingling's eyes lit up at the words. After all, she was still considered to be at the stage of a young girl. Naturally she had a great interest in this kind of activity, but she was still careful to confirm the dice cups and dice of both sides first, to make sure that her own master was not cheating. This match between master and disciple started quickly. Li Yingling shook the dice cup vigorously while muttering in a low voice, not knowing what he was reciting, and then a forceful maneuver pressed the dice cup down on the table in front of him for dinner. Her gaze was very sharp as she looked towards Chu Xingchen, as if she was determined to win. Chu Xingchen's surface was cloudy and light, but inwardly he was actually on guard, because at this moment he really didn't cheat either. After carefully shaking the dice cup, both were slowly uncovered at the same time. Li Yingling 3 dice. 665. Chu Stardust, on the other hand, is 666. Master, did you cheat with your spiritual power? Faced with this incredible result, Li Yingling cast a puzzled look. Didn't cheat. Chu Stardust was also very surprised at this result. Li Yingling, who had the strong luck word, had lost to himself playing dice? However, Li Yingling's skeptical gaze had not yet receded, so Chu Xingchen could only say, then let Ning Qianqian come and shake it for me. Ning Qianqian, who was drinking the soup beautifully, put down the bowl in her hand and carefully looked at the dice cup before saying, I don't know how to play. Li Yingling, on the other hand, directly handed the dice cup to Ning Qianqian, where she dared to continue to let the master shake. Just shake it casually. Ning Qianqian looked up at Chu Xingchen, and after realizing that he nodded his head towards himself in agreement, she also held down the dice cup and casually shook it before placing it on the table. Li Yingling immediately gained confidence. As long as the master does not cheat, this luck of his own shall not paint the master's entire face in black. The general just now was nothing more than his own modest salutation. Since childhood, as long as the game with luck is involved, he has never lost. When I was a child, I relied on some small games in the courtyard, and I also saved myself a lot of small pieces of silver. The group that won that line of firstborns in the courtyard went around when they saw themselves. At this moment, Li Yingling's confidence was greatly increased, and he said with a strong bottom line, it didn't count just now. It's only now that it starts to count. About 10 minutes later, Li Yingling, who had a face full of darkness, sat down on the chair with a dull expression, seemingly thinking about life, because for the whole 10 minutes or so, she didn't win a single hand. Even if she shook hard enough to get 3 sixes, Ning Qianqian could still follow it up with 3 sixes with a casual shake. At first, I thought that master had cheated on the dice cup, but it turned out that nothing had changed even after the change. This was the first time he had lost so badly, and looking at master's eyes, it seemed like he wasn't cheating either. At this moment, the branches on the ground that were used to draw faces had also been used up several times, and were casually discarded by Chu Xingchen to the side. There wasn't a single trace on Chu Xingchen's face, and he was also looking at Li Yingling with a very puzzled look at the moment. Could it be that Li Yingling's strong luck words were fake? How could this make her not win a single hand? Chu Xingchen's gaze looked towards Ning Qianqian, and it was only because she didn't have a luck bonus in her attribute entries either. Could it be that his luck was crushing Li Yingling? However, recalling the events that happened when he first came to this world, Chu Stardust quickly discarded the thoughts in his mind. At that time, he was simply unlucky enough to drink a mouthful of cold water and stuff his teeth. This, good luck, should be triggered in other situations, right? The top of the dark face of Li Yingling stood up, the eyes of the ghost to look at his own master. It is not that Li Yingling cannot afford to lose, just lose depressed. Master, I'm going back to my house to sleep. In the past 2 days Li Yingling had already built his hut more or less. It was located at the leeward side of the broken temple, and very close to the broken temple. Chu Xingduan waved his hand to bid farewell to Li Yingling. Ning Qianqian, who was still holding the dice cup in her hand, cautiously and curiously inquired, Xian, are you really cheating? No. Chu Xingchen glanced at her, then pointed to the bed where Li Yingling initially laid. Which bed are you sleeping in today? The wooden boards that separated them hadn't been moved yet, and the previously Xingtian should have slept in this bed of his own. Knighton had to practice extra hard lately anyway, so he stayed up for a while, or went on to sleep in the back. You can't ask yourself as a master to sleep in the back, can you? Ning Qianqian didn't say anything, just put the dice cup in her hand back on the table before honestly returning to the partitioned plank bed as instructed. After Chu Xingchen recycled the things, he also lay back on his own bed and closed his eyes. Chapter 19. In fact, the pills don't have to be given to us. It had to be said that Li Xingtian's physique enhancement after refining the 1,000-year-old bone jade was simply too great, together with a cultivation technique that was more in line with Li Xingtian's. At least in terms of qi refining stage cultivation progress, Li Xingtian's cultivation speed was already comparable to Li Yingling, who possessed the word cultivation genius. After a few days of enhanced cultivation, it was finally time for Li Xingtian to break through the foundation establishment stage as well. At the moment, he was seated in a good position, with the refined blood food in front of him, slimy-looking dark red thick blood clots. After the subsequent gong method to build the foundation, there was no need to capture blood food with such trouble, and all one had to do after building the foundation was to refine one's own flesh and blood. So when it comes to this gong method being troublesome, it's actually only slightly troublesome in the qi refining realm. Chu Xingchen slightly reluctantly took out all the remaining spirit stones in his spatial ring and constructed a simple spirit gathering formation on behalf of Li Xingtian to provide enough spirit qi to smoothly break through to the foundation establishment realm. This was all the spirit stones that could be taken out at the moment, and now it was considered to be really drained by the disciple. It always felt impossible that there could still be a clan in the world that was poorer than they were. Inside the broken temple at this time, Li Yingling was boiling water by the small pot with a somewhat strange expression, as if he was expecting something. Xingtian had also changed into Li Yingling's clothes, a light blue tattooed braided skirt that was slightly too wide, but at least it wasn't dirty, worn-out linen. Some of the cleanliness Li Yingling ruthless as to Xingtian rubbed bath again. That day the sound of water in the hut from the morning has been rushed to noon. From time to time can also hear Xingtian a miserable howl. Think Li Yingling underhanded also heavy. The effect was also remarkable. At least Xingtian looked like she was finally not a refugee look-alike. With this set of clothes, it was rather like a slum kid wearing a princess costume. However, Xingtian who wore this set of clothes was naturally a bit uncomfortable, and at the moment she was carefully fiddling with the sleeves that were a bit wide for her so that they wouldn't get dirty from the ground. Although Li Yingling has repeatedly stated that there is no relationship, however, Li Xingtian, who was about to break through the foundation establishment stage, didn't look so good. As he looked towards Li Yingling and the pot of water that was starting to boil with a heavy face, he took a deep breath and looked at Chu Xingchen. His tone serious. Master, I'm actually sure about those pills without eating them. Good medicine is bitter. Chu Xingchen placed the last spirit stone in place, and as the placement was completed, dozens of spirit stones began to emit light. Don't worry. I know it's the taste of my medicine that's not quite right. This time, don't worry. I've already researched what flavorings to add to make the elixir taste delicious in the mouth. Master, are you sure you're talking about the elixir? Not the leftover chicken leg that's seen your sister gnawed on? Chu Xingchen took out the few remaining proper spirit plants from within his spatial ring, and was still able to barely refine one portion. If you don't believe in my alchemy skills, you can't doubt my cooking skills either. Ai-chan. Recalling his master's cooking skills, Li Xingtian still found this somewhat convincing, so his eyes looked at his master, expecting him to do what he said. Saying that, Li Xingtian saw his master's old alchemy techniques, and as the green water gurgled and bubbled, Li Xingtian felt that his face seemed to be starting to turn as green as the water. What does that change? However, when the elixir was about to finish extracting and concentrating, Chu Xingchen quickly took out the honey as well as the boiled flour from within the space ring, and then mixed it with some strange seasonings. After intermingling the flour with the honey, the flour is then carefully invaded and absorbed into the liquid. Soon not much of the medicinal liquid was absorbed by the flour, and a greenish pill surfaced in Chu Xingchen's hand. He picked up the elixir and shook it, realizing that it was quite sturdy and didn't feel like the medicine was falling apart. Very good. This is a new step in alchemy. You can now make flawless elixirs even with a pot. Chu Xingchen complacently handed the greenish, unattractive elixir to Li Xingtian. Come, taste the flavor. Looking at the potion in front of him, honestly, though turning it into a solid was going to make it a bit more palatable, but this emerald green color didn't look like a proper elixir no matter how. Instead it looked like a poison that could poison through the heart. Sighing silently, compared to the boring question of whether or not it was poison, Li Xingtian only cared about whether or not this thing would still be so bad that it would be unacceptable. Facing his master's encouraging eyes, Li Xingtian's heart crossed, decisively swallowed into his stomach. At the same time, his remaining light glimpsed his own senior sister's scrutinizing gaze. As for the taste in the mouth, Li Xingtian said, it was true that alchemy and cooking had nothing in common at all, especially with the addition of flour. The anticlimax. I don't know if it was the addition of honey or not, but this flour it actually stuck in my throat, especially when paired with the horrible taste, or not so much the taste, but the intense repulsion from the body, of the damned potion. This is an act of torture that is even more painful than swallowing the potion raw. It is complete torture. Xingtian fought to show his voice, his hoarse voice forcing its way out of his mouth. Water, master. I want water. Xingtian, who was on the side, quickly lifted the cup of water and handed it to the struggling Xingtian, hastily gulping down a few mouthfuls of water and swallowing the sticky dough in his throat. Xingtian, who had hastily slowed down a few breaths, didn't say anything more. Although the taste was horrible, the medicine took effect very quickly, and Xingtian quickly entered a state of cultivation, absorbing the spiritual chi in the spirit stone. It doesn't look like this one didn't work out too well as a tester. Was the flavor not enough to mask it? Chu Xingchen pondered faintly. Then his gaze turned to Yingling, who had a celebratory expression on the side. Yingling hurriedly shook his head and said, Master, in the future, this kind of good stuff are all senior brother to try first. You're his senior sister. Chu Stardust stroked his chin. Yingling said with an aggrieved expression, Master, if you don't want me to live big can say it. Xingtian's breakthrough was still going well. Wait for the spirit stone to stop flashing brightly and the sun to drop in the west. Xingtian's originally exposed aura instantly solidified within his body, slightly opening his eyes. His breath converged internally, and there seemed to be a refined light in his eyes. The breakthrough was very smooth, with almost no obstacles. The effect of Master's elixir was good, coupled with a cultivation technique that suited him very well. It was even smoother than the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage in his previous life, which could only be described as a watery success. Chu Xingchen, who was roasting meat for his own eldest disciple, sensed Xingtian's awakening and looked over. How does it feel? Xingtian nodded. Very well. I'm talking about the potion I made. It's also very good. But master, if you can don't refine it. Xingtian's expression was sincere. If it has to be refined, I actually think that bringing it for severe torture might also be very good. Not necessarily for me and my senior sister. Upon hearing this, Yingling's gaze lit up, raising his hand in agreement with a skewer in his hand. Right. I think second senior brother is right. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen's large palm slapped on Yingling's small head. After building the foundation, he was already able to dispel the grain, but Xingtian still picked up a skewer and ate it from the walk to the front. He glanced over at Xingtian, then said, Master, the plan can begin. Chapter 20. This mine is not right. Around the Qingfeng Sect's spirit mining field, the master and disciple duo quietly hibernated down. Yingling cautiously looked up, observing the situation below, while his gaze was firmly fixed on his second senior brother. Somewhat worried. Master, would this be too risky for second senior brother? In theory, you're more dangerous than he is. Upon hearing this, Yingling looked at his own master in slight confusion. Chu Xingchen naturally had a reason for saying so. The protective talisman that could withstand Jindan stage attacks Xingtian still had on him at the moment, as well as 2 teleportation talismans. If you want to say who is the fastest when it comes to problems, then naturally it is Xingtian. So purely according to the degree of danger to shoot words, their own side of the Yingling is a little more dangerous. At the moment, Xingtian was mixing into the mine disguised as a miner, just as Xingtian had speculated. That group of core disciples of the Qingfeng Sect would not even seriously compare those mole crickets in the middle of the mines more or less. Together with the fact that he had indeed dug mines for a few years, Xingtian was familiar with this place, and his disguise was quite smooth. At the moment he was pushing his cart, his eyes sweeping over everyone in his path, looking for Xingtian's father. In the broken temple, Chu Xingchen had already drawn a sketch of Xingtian's father based on her description, and its realism had already gotten Xingtian's approval. So as long as Xingtian's father is still alive in this mine, there is no such thing as meeting someone and not recognizing them. Chu Xingchen slightly relaxed, so it seemed that the backup plan would not be used for the time being. Now we just have to wait for Nighton's signal. Xingtian has no cultivation. It is pointless to bring, may also have to be distracted to take care of, so directly stay in the broken temple is more appropriate. So the only people involved in this operation are the master and the disciples. One of them, Xingtian, acts as an observer, scrutinizing the mine while finding Xingtian's father. Chu Stardust, as the attacker, would then strike straight at the spirit stone warehouse guarded by the Jindan, while attracting everyone's attention to cover for his disciples' retreat. Yingling, on the other hand, fills in, and if there are special circumstances, is up for a ride. Also, if everything goes very well, Nighton has also laid out the ultimate plan, crush the damn mine and free everyone inside. Although Chu Stardust didn't think highly of this plan, and it wasn't necessarily a good idea to release all of these people. This was because the Qingfeng Sect would inevitably track down these people and subsequently interrogate them. However, Xingtian stated that staying there was certain death, trying to escape to have a way to live. What he did was just to let that group of people have a way to live. Not to mention that those who didn't want to run could just not run. Regarding Li Xingtian's proposal, Chu Xingchen proposed to be more direct and directly dry smash the damned Qingfeng sect when he had enough strength. Li Xingtian didn't oppose his master's resolution, but only nodded his head in agreement after wanting to speak. But the thought was that Knighton didn't think he had a good idea of this scenario. Anyway, for now, all plans will have to wait until Knighton releases the news. Only after starting to act can you make choices based on reality. Maybe you can't even find Ning Qianxian's father. It had to be said that repushing this broken cart to transport the spirit stone or could be too much of a pain for Li Xingtian, especially this route. From the entrance of the mine, even after so many years of memories being washed away, he had experienced secret places that were even more treacherous than this place. Upon stepping back on, there was still no peace within. At the moment there was only one thought that was perched in Li Xingtian's mind in his last life after he had become an infant. He should have exterminated this broken Qingfeng sect at the first opportunity. The trauma that this damned mine had inflicted on Li Xingtian was no less than that damned evil cultivator woman. Li Xingtian lowered his head, his eyes quickly scanning over, and among the miners carrying and crushing rocks outside did not find Ning Qianxian's father. Odds are it should be right in the mine digging. Gotta find a chance to blend in. Li Xingtian's eyes glanced slightly and quietly gestured in the direction of his master. Waiting slightly, a sharp sword sound rang out from the distance. The three Qingfeng sect disciples who were chatting idly on the sidelines looked violently toward the place where the sword sound rang out. Two of them quickly got up and ran to the place where the sword sounded. The remaining one pulled the huge ringing bell that was in the center of the mine. The bell spread quickly. Many miners had stopped their movements, their numb faces showing some trepidation. They didn't understand what was happening, but 80% of them couldn't be anything good. The cacophony quickly resounded through the valley. The crowd began to stir, unconsciously clumping together, and Li Xingtian decisively blended in. Soon two Clear Wind sect disciples came flying from the distance. They were on the alert on the periphery, and when the bell rang, they quickly ran toward this spot. They quickly alerted the surrounding area and suppressed the somewhat restless crowd. At the same time, there was also a Qingfeng sect disciple within the mine who ran wildly out towards the outside of the mine. Behind them, a number of miners ran out after them. His sharp gaze swept over the panicked crowd, and he hastened to shout sternly, "Everyone stand by their shifts." With this rebuke, the originally restless crowd quickly calmed down and began to find their stations. Li Xingtian's gaze quickly swept through the crowd running out and soon spotted Ning Qianxian's father. At this moment, he had almost lost his thinness. If not for his qi refining cultivation, I'm afraid that he would have died long ago, but good to be alive. Li Tianqing then looked slightly sideways at the warehouse, waiting to see if the Jindan real person inside would show his face. This is the key person who will determine how far the program can go. A quarter of an hour later, the two Qingfeng sect disciples who had gone to explore returned together, lifting the alarm security. Li Xingtian quickly blended into the crowd of miners and started walking towards the mine cave under the arrangement of the Qingfeng sect disciples. However, the predicted Jindan did not show up. I'll go back to the sect now to report to the sect leader and elders, so be careful and vigilant. An older Qingfeng sect disciple presided over the situation. It's a critical juncture lately. No matter what, we have to keep the mines running normally. Everyone get on board. The rest of the Clear Wind sect disciples hurriedly arched their hands and bowed. Yes, eldest brother. Due to the success of mixing into the digging crowd, Li Xingtian also followed the large force slowly entered, and then quickly approached Ning Qianxian's father. And then the so-called token that Ning Qianxian brought with her was quietly and silently stuffed into the hands of Ning Qianxian's father Ning Kuan. In the middle of the slightly darkened mine, Ning Kuan's gaze locked onto Li Xingtian, while he tightly gripped the cloth in his hand that resembled the feel of burlap. Li Xingtian didn't bother to look at him, but just whispered, "Qian Qian." Ning Kuan eyes light up, then the color of the gods and then a huge change, hastily anxious to ask, "She." Before the words were uttered, Li Xingtian raised his hand to interrupt, his gaze sweeping over him. "Follow me closely later no matter what. What are you guys doing? Hurry up, all of you." The Qingfeng sect disciple in charge of supervision quickly urged and shouted from the side, "The progress won't be completed. You won't even be able to sleep." Li Xingtian didn't pay any more attention to Ning Kuan, but quickly picked up the pickaxe that had been tossed aside and headed forward. 10 or so steps ahead, there's a corner. Around the corner, the pale yellow glow of a candle wavered eerily. Li Xingtian looked at the candle flame. His heart violently failed to jump, and a wave of sweat hairs violently stood up from his back. An extremely unkind feeling instantly spread through his heart. How is this mine? A little bit wrong? This wasn't the case when I dug in my last life. He quickly gripped the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman handed to him by his master. Carefully, he followed the crowd as they stepped around the corner. What then came into view was not a mine waiting to be dug. Instead, it was an extremely bizarre and frightening scene. Chapter 21, Dissolving into a Blood Meal. What lay ahead was not a narrow vein of ore waiting to be mined. Instead, it was an open ceremonial field, with several eerie heads hanging high above the highest altar. There were also 6 people in wide black robes, sitting in 6 directions, sucking in the blood chi from the surrounding blood pools. The blood-stained altar also had no idea how many lives had been lost on it. Surrounding the altar was the extensive artificial pool of blood, and directly in the opposite direction were 4 statues that were strange to the extreme, and they had different expressions. However, there seemed to be a dark ferocious light in his gaze as he glared angrily at the central altar. Corpses were all over the blood pool, demonic beasts and humans alike. The corpses were dry and shriveled, but a dark red energy emerged. From the feet of Xingtian there was a path that could only be used by 2 people that went straight to the center of the sacrificial platform, and then ran through the entire platform to reach the opposite side. His pupils were shocked, and his eyes looked at the people around him, but he realized that everyone didn't seem to have any abnormalities. They seemed at the moment to think they were in the midst of a crowded pipe, squeezing their way through the tiny mine tunnel to the deepest part. Is this a large-scale illusion? Is the foundation stage immune to such illusions, or is it something that makes itself resistant to such circumstances? Xingtian suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and chose to remain following the crowd for the time being. He had to first figure out what the Qingfeng sect was doing and understand what exactly existed behind him. Plans are likely about to be overturned in their entirety at the sight of this scene. Could the nature of the Qingfeng sect really be a cult? With his head lowered, Xingtian carefully followed the crowd and slowly walked past the altar in the center of the road. Across the altar and deeper inside were the normal mining fields, all of them with mining tools in hand, ready to mine. The mine is still a real mine for now. But, what the hell is that ritual? This doubt was instantly dawned on Xingtian when the first miner, pickaxe in hand, excavated to do so. With each dig, a faint dark red energy drifted ethereally up from the miner's ceiling and surged toward the blood pool. All the miners inside were the same, strands of dark red energy gradually converging, and an energy that could not be underestimated. Xingtian's gaze tightened on one of the miners, and he suddenly realized that the dark red energy seemed to be squeezed out of the spirit root. It wasn't just the miner's flesh and blood and aura that were being consumed, but even the spiritual roots that were the foundation of immortal cultivation were being worn down. No wonder the miners all looked so bone-thin. Can you not be bone-thin when you're working every day and being squeezed for flesh and blood? It was pure evil cultivation techniques and unheard of. And the array was so extensive. Xingtian didn't dare to excavate because the blood chi provided by observation was based on the spiritual root as well as the cultivation level to determine how much. If one excavated and caused one's cultivation and spiritual roots to be drawn upon, then one was definitely not a wisp of dark red energy. How about an arm's thickness? Then one would be too conspicuous in the midst of the group. We have to find a way to get out first and inform Master. As for Ning Qianxian's father, according to the Master's explanation, the most important guideline to protect oneself when the situation is unknown. I can only wish him well. Xingtian could detect that the cultivation level of those 6 black-robed men was around foundation establishment. If the necklace given is indeed reliable, killing it out might be a good idea, especially if you have a very good grasp on it. On the day that Xingtian succeeded in building his foundation, his master also gave himself a divine ability that fit him perfectly, and it was also an extremely high-quality divine ability, as if it had been prepared long ago and was only waiting for one to build a foundation. This makes sense. Thought to survey the master a little fog Xingtian, and feel that the master has become foggy again. These naturally do not count as the main. For the rescuer, from the beginning, as long as the master did not really sorry for himself, will not be the same as the Qingfeng sect in general. Xingtian will also be the first to stay well in the sect, to return the favor of saving his life. However, after these time contacts, this small, only 3-member clan made Xingtian feel incomparably warm. Although eldest senior sister was a bit naughty, she felt that she was also treating herself in the same way as she would treat a family member with regard to herself. Her senior brother. It was true that he captured beasts for himself daily to cultivate, and it was also true that he would urge himself to cultivate properly. Though her eyes looked a bit disgusted with herself at times, her behavior was genuine. Master is even less talked about, although sometimes it feels frivolous and unstable and mature. But the master also possessed an extremely unique personality, one that seemed somewhat out of place in this world of immortal cultivation, yet was very easy to convince. Except for that evil alchemy that I don't know who I learned it from. To himself, however, there was nothing to say in real terms. From the beginning of the meeting, he had surrendered the opportunity that was already in his hands, and in the latter, rather than contributing anything himself, it was more like the master had been selflessly giving. If in the beginning it was just in the way of saving his life, it was not good to refute his savior's friendship. Then after these days of contact, Then Li Xingtian really felt that he had also willingly joined this small family-like sect. From cultivation techniques to divine powers, all of this Li Xingtian naturally felt like a treasure. But an extremely high-quality divine ability naturally also meant that it was very difficult to practice. After all, not everyone has the kind of heaven-defying enlightenment that the senior sister has. However, by simply borrowing a bit of might and pairing it with one's divine abilities from one's previous life, the combat power should be quite considerable. He didn't think that the 6 black-robed men in front of him would also possess divine abilities. After scanning the surrounding area, Li Xingtian is still the same. The first to do it first, cool. After that, you'll be in trouble. He clenched the pickaxe in his hand violently and turned directly to retrace his steps toward the sacrificial platform. One of the Qingfeng Sect disciples who was watching directly noticed Li Xingtian and fiercely rebuked him. What do you do? Li Xingtian's face showed a little bit of timidity, and he slowly leaned towards the reprimanding Qingfeng Sect disciple as if his feet were weak. I need to go to the bathroom. The work schedule is urgent these days. You have to keep working even if you pull your pocket. Go back. Waiting until the distance was sufficient, Li Xingtian violently erupted, appearing in front of the Qingfeng Sect's disciples in a flash, his body's spiritual energy violently erupting. The divine ability of his previous life, the 9 Heaven Xian Luo Blade, was paired with a roughly studied divine ability, the immortal killing soul transforming 9 Spectre's Blade. The same simple borrowing of the knife is still possible. The pickaxe in Li Xingtian's hand violently transformed into a large sword-like, dark red energy with endless might violently hacked towards the Qingfeng Sect disciple's head. The Qingfeng Sect disciples could not react as well as they should, especially when faced with extremely fast moves such as the divine power. He only felt that his body was immobilized and his soul was shocked by this aura. After only being able to show his face in shock, he was shot in the head with a move by Li Xingtian. As the blow swung down, Li Xingtian cursed. It's a little consuming. Li Xingtian only felt that nearly half of the aura in his body had been squandered by the blow he had just dealt. I didn't expect to just borrow a little bit of might and rout, and after actually doing it the consumption actually doubled compared to the previous divine ability. But the effect is also very powerful. What Li Xingtian did not expect was that he had just mobilized the spiritual power in his body at the same time. Himself seemed to vaguely perceive the energy of the pool. Before Li Xingtian could continue to perceive, the 6 black-robed men rose violently, their bodies snapping at Li Xingtian. One of the black-robed men growled in a hoarse and indistinguishable voice. Where did the brats come from to cause trouble here? Still a foundation builder? Let's make you our blood meal today. I'll let you know what the true meaning of cultivation is. Chapter 22. Who is the evil cultivator? Master, has second senior brother been in there too long? Li Yingling looked sideways at Chu Xingchen and could not help but feel a little worried. Ever since Li Xingtian had signaled and blended into the mines, there had been no further news. Wait a little longer. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly. Li Xingtian, who possessed the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, should not have a problem even if he could not defeat him. Perhaps it's possible that the situation is not right. Knight and teleported away. Li Yingling, who received the answer, sighed deeply and still listened to his master's choice to wait a little. But 10 minutes later, as a violent explosion resounded in the mine, a fierce and evil spiritual energy then violently gushed out from the mine. This time, there was no need to wait for Li Yingling to speak again. Li Xingtian predicted that the Jindan elder inside the spirit stone warehouse, which was a middle-aged man, had already stepped out from the spirit stone warehouse, and at this moment, no matter how the situation was inside Li Xingtian, he himself had to stop that one Jindan first. Chu Xingchen decisively picked up a spirit sword from his spatial ring, and before going up, he handed a teleportation talisman to Li Yingling. Use it decisively when you encounter danger, then just find a place to hide and wait for master to find you. What is this? Li Yingling looked down at the golden pattern-strewn talisman in his hand. Random teleportation rune, triggered by injecting aura. Don't use it just because you're curious. Chu Stardust took out his mask again and put it on his face. Also, stay calm and pay attention to your safety. So what do I do now? Same as Li Xingtian's plan. Go and try to pick him up. But be careful to keep yourself safe, especially if you see someone you can't beat. Don't hesitate to run away first. Li Xingtian also has this talisman. Don't worry about him. Subsequently, Li Yingling saw Chu Xingchen's figure instantly dissipate before his eyes, turning into rainbow light and going away. Chu Stardust struck without hesitation to first amplify his moves, and at this moment, the strongest means was Li Yingling's introductory divine ability, 3,000 weak swords. A wisp of sword chi transformed into a water dragon and attached itself to the sword. Chu Stardust aimed, and swung his sword at the elder who was preparing to return to the source mining cave. The entry-level divine ability was also a divine ability, coupled with Chu Stardust's Huffire level escape technique. Another sneak attack start. Elders are ready to rush back to help. Here the plan has reached a critical moment, but also the Qingfeng sect is a vital place. Cannot be lost at this moment. He has crushed the urgent delivery jade talisman. As long as a little delay, the Qingfeng sect will have other elders to come back to help. However, the formations and rituals laid out inside must not be lost, and at this moment, his heart was anxious. In the face of Chu Stardust's killing move that had risen abruptly, when he discovered it with a sideways glance, he had long since run out of time to resist. The elder could only squeeze the Xingtian in his body and forcefully hold up a barrier, but as if he couldn't even resist for a moment. That sword was as if it had cut through space and time, and in just an instant, the aura of death flew in with that boundless sword intent. The elder's gaze looked at the person holding the sword. His costume was tattered and his face wore a mask of an evil spirit, revealing eyes that were devoid of joy and sadness. No longer able to dodge, the elder could only force his head sideways to avoid the Lord's sword, but it could not be dodged. That long sword pierced into the heart, and the huge spiritual energy mixed with the sword chi that was as fierce as a flood, madly destroying everything in the body. With just one blow, half of his body along with his heart was directly blasted into bloody foam. However, the elder also used this to disengage, forcing himself out of the range of the attack, and his figure retreated all the way backward in a hurry. Chu Xingchen did not pursue, but stopped, his eyes staring at the elder in front of him. Xingtian was not yuaning, and it was only logical that the heart being shattered would not be able to survive as well. This elder looks but seems to be no big problem, a little evil. First use the system to look at the words. Ink dust, cultivation, middle Xingtian. Blue words, harem body. White word, skin and flesh. White word, smarty pants. Black words, the devil is in the body. A post-temporal demonic body? Chu Xingchen frowned slightly. So it seemed that I was afraid that there was still an inside story within the Qingfeng sect. That elder stood still, his face showing some celebration, and his body violently erupted with black and red-colored spiritual energy, quickly and recklessly devouring the surrounding miners of the second and third level of Qi cultivation who had not yet reacted to the situation, rapidly absorbing their blood meal in a hurry, turning it into energy and quickly replenishing the half of his body that had been destroyed by the blow. That strike just now broke straight through the body's Xingtian protection, and the sword skill that had a heavenly appearance was clearly a divine ability. Cultivators with divine abilities and those without were not considered on the same level at all, especially since this person's cultivation should be above his own. At this moment, all that needed to be done was to stall for time and wait for the other elders in the sect to return to help. Mo Dust hurriedly spoke. Fellow Daoist, is there a misunderstanding? This is the Qingfeng sect's mine. Chu Xingchen's tone was flat and waveless. Evil cultivation sect mines. It is incumbent to act on behalf of heaven. Receiving a response, Mo Chuan hurriedly sighed with relief. Being able to say a few words and delay the time is fine. This two little cuties. Even if the late Xingtian stage, so what? So what if they know divine powers? At this moment, the Yuaning ancestors within the sect would also quickly arrive. Mo Dust hurriedly arched his hand and said, My Qingfeng sect is an authentic immortal cultivation sect certified by the Southern Danzhou Immortal Alliance Pavilion. How can I say that it is an evil cultivation sect? Seeing Ink Dust arching his hand, Chu Stardust's heart rejoiced. Damn. Sure enough, the villain died of too many words. What kind of brain is it that thinks it will continue to bull ****** him? Cutting the body doesn't work too well. So cut the brain. But you. Chu Xingchen opened his mouth to say. The sword in his hand also did not stop. His body swept wildly, as if in an instant to the front of Mo Duan. The sword chi in his hand at the moment as if it were like water wrapped around the body of the spirit sword. This sword, without hesitation, slashed down at Mo Duan's head. But this sword, unexpectedly still fell short. Ink Dust violently released a dark red blood mist that enveloped the surroundings. The chi that was originally locked by Chu Stardust's sword blade was also violently lost. Or perhaps the locked chi had already turned into that cloud of blood mist. Chu Xingchen hurriedly held up the aura barrier to isolate the blood mist. After all, he didn't know what exactly was going on with this blood mist. At this moment, he could no longer care about the consumption of aura. The spirit sword in his hand violently bloomed with sparkling aura, as if flowing water like silk threads surged into the blood mist from the sword body of the spirit sword, and the sharp aura quickly cut through all the connected blood mist. Fellow Daoist is the evil cultivator, right? Sneak attack strikes? Ink Dust's angry voice came out from the blood mist. If not for staying on guard, that sword just now might have really chopped off his own head. My heart is bright. What more can I say? Chu Stardust simply replied, and the silk thread aura violently erupted as if it were a flood that began to erode all the blood mist. Knowing that he couldn't continue to maintain the blood mist state, or else it would be a chronic death, Ink Dust hurriedly resolidified his body. At this moment, Mo Dust's already scarlet incomparably red eyes stared at Chu Xingchen dead in the face. This kid was bullying himself all on the basis that he didn't know divine abilities. Chu Stardust color flat. Flawless Jindan late to hit the Jindan middle stage. There is a divine ability in the body. Cannot make a crushing battle that is a waste. The spirit sword in his hand re-emitted its spiritual light. And the intent of flowing water quickly condensed the sword. The intention was to settle this Jindan within 2 moves. But suddenly there was a huge change. Within the mine behind them, several bloodied figures flew out of the mine, smashing through all the buildings and into the stone walls surrounding the mine. Chu Stardust couldn't help but worry, or first look sideways. Only a few flesh and blood figures were seen flying out afterward. Xingtian's demonic flames were monstrous. A dark red bloody and incomparable aura attached to his surroundings, and his scarlet eyes were filled with endless killing intent. I don't know what kind of evil blood, with a strange evil aura, seemed to be still being manipulated by Xingtian, coiling around Xingtian's body along with the aura. Is this a demon? Why does it look so evil? When Xingtian stepped out of the mine, he sought his own master and shouted with a maniacal yet respectful tone. Master! Ink Dust was also dumbfounded as he looked at Xingtian. This man had never seen himself before, and the master he called was certainly not himself. Then the one who called must have been this masked man who called himself the brightness of my heart. No! Of all the people here, your disciple is the most evil, and you call yourself the brightest of hearts? Ink Dust pointed at Xingtian in grief. You're the evil cultivators, aren't you? Chapter 23. In the face of the elder's angry rebuke, Chu Stardust responded to him with an even fiercer divine ability. A waterfall-like sword intent was like a tsunami soaring towards the elder. Now that the second disciple situation doesn't look too good, and this look doesn't look like it's okay by any stretch of the imagination, time is not on your side in any sense of the word. After all, his own disciple was still only at the Foundation establishment realm, so even if he had a teleportation talisman to save his life, it wasn't considered completely secure. A quick fix is the right strategy these days. Ma Chuan was horrified in his heart. He only felt that his body's chi was locked, and facing that terrifying sword, he only felt that the Death Star was flashing wildly above his head. Master, wait! Leave him alive first! Xingtian suddenly opened his mouth at the entrance of the mine. After a slight hesitation, Chu Stardust still withdrew his force. In the nick of time, the sword chi was slightly deflected and did not decapitate the elder's terrified head. After seeing his master stay his hand, Xingtian hastily sighed in relief. Then his body swept wildly. He rushed straight towards the elder, and then the blood-colored aura in his hand violently surfaced, holding down that elder's head straight. Although Chu Xingchuan's sword did not take that elder's life, that sword power elder also honestly took it. Without being on the verge of death, he was also seriously injured. Facing Xingtian's flying figure, that elder Mo Duan didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. He could only let Nighton reach out and hold his head down. Subsequently, the elder was horrified to discover that the blood power within his own body had begun to be crazily drawn upon by that Foundation establishment stage brat. A Foundation sucking gold pill? This kind of thing was unheard of, even though there was a reason for his own serious injury. But Elder Murdrum clearly felt that it was actually a suppression from the cultivation technique. This kid cultivates an evil practice more evil than his mother herself. It's an evil thing that even evil cultivators suck on. Chu Xingchen watched as his own disciple truly began to draw on the blood power within that elder's body like an evil cultivator. The two of them were covered in dark red blood chi. Chu Xingchen could not help but frown and ask, "What the hell?" Xingtian could only look slightly sideways at his own master and explain, "There is an evil cultivator track formation here, and they used to suck the spiritual roots and blood chi of those miners to cultivate evil power." Chu Xingchen gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, glaring at Xingtian, and said without any good humor, "I'm asking about you. What's going on with you?" "Me?" Xingtian froze at his words. Then he looked down and saw his own blood-soaked aura followed by a sudden realization. I'm fine. It's just that Master Your Gong method seems to be able to interact with those blood pools as well." As the words came to this point, Xingtian's complexion was also a little less than normal. After all, he hadn't heard of anyone's righteous immortal cultivation technique being able to interact with the evil cultivation instrumental formation can. Moreover, the gongfu that one cultivated now had a higher priority than even those evil cultivators. In the future, you should not be a mountain of corpses when you strike, right? However, at this moment, time was tight and it was not the time to get to the bottom of the matter, so Chu Stardust hurriedly opened his mouth. "Then you're fine. The people who are racing across the street are probably coming soon. How's it going?" Xingtian quickly felt the aura in his body rapidly filling up, and his cultivation level rapidly rising miserably with the operation of his gongfu. He immediately replied, "I just had a sight of Senior Sister heading towards the mine. The Foundation establishment cultivators inside have all been killed by me. Senior Sister should be safe and sound. Master, you go to the warehouse and get your stuff and withdraw instantly. I'll take care of this person." Chu Stardust nodded slightly. Then his figure went straight to the warehouse. Those rest of the Qingfeng Sect's foundation establishment disciples had long ago fled individually when their elder was cut over with a sword. At this moment, no one came to stop Chu Xingchen, and directly kicked open the warehouse door. The sight that met his eyes, however, also caused Chu Xingchen to freeze for a moment. The amount of spirit stones in the warehouse was fair, but there was a formation within the warehouse that used the blood chi coming from the mines to nourish the spirit stones in these warehouses. The spirit stone that caught his eyes at the moment was no longer the usual light blue color that emitted aura fluorescence. Instead, it was a light red, blood-scented spirit stone. Not, this spirit stone taken out to buy things shall not be typed in place as an evil cultivator? This group of people are not good at making mistakes but actually make mistakes of spiritual stones. Couldn't care less for the moment though, with the idea of coming all the way. Chu Xingchen still brainlessly stuffed all the spirit stones in front of him into his spatial ring. The ring space was soon stuffed to the brim, and there were still some trivial spirit stones left at the moment. Chu Xingchen didn't continue to be greedy after picking up 2 more spirit stones at random and putting them into his pocket. After going out, Xingtian had already finished off Elder Murgrim. At this moment, Elder Mo Duan was like a dry corpse, a skin wrapped around bones. As Chu Xingchen looked, at this moment, Xingtian's cultivation had already reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. Catching up with Yingling, now Nighton was preparing his first plan. Prepare the simplest of teleportation spells? As simple as it gets, where to go can't be determined, and neither can the distance of the teleportation. Chu Xingchen threw a few blood-red spirit stones to Xingtian from within his spatial ring so that this formation would have spirit power to drive it. At this exact moment, Yingling walked out of the mine with a man in his hands. Yingling also wore a ghost mask on her face, and she carried Ning Qianxian's father, Ning Kuan, in her hands. As Yingling stepped out, a number of miners rushed out right behind him in the mine cave. As you all can see, staying here will surely lead to death. It's no matter if it's sooner or later. Xingtian's hand movements were unceasing as he said, now I've drawn a teleportation formation. It's uncertain how far this formation can teleport and where it will teleport to. It's likely that you'll still be captured by the Qingfeng Sect's disciples. You can naturally choose to stay as well. I won't force you, but this is the only chance you'll get. Think about it yourselves. Stand into the circle if you wish. Xingtian's speaking voice borrowed aura, and his voice clearly reached the ears of the group of miners. All the miners looked at the scene in front of them in slight bewilderment. However, there are also resourceful people among them. Just now the battle within the Xingtian mine cave. The aura swept. I do not know that it shattered to the illusionary formation base of that place. As the illusion faded, the group of miners also naturally saw the bloody pools of water and the blood meal being drawn from themselves. We still do not understand in here as a cow as a horse is just. In the end still have to be that group of Qingfeng Sect people even bone marrow sucked clean. Someone among the crowd of miners spoke up in excitement. Thank you, Your Honor, for saving my life. I can't thank you enough. Xingtian didn't say anything, but just remained lowered in his head as he finished drawing the last stroke of the formation. Plug the individual spirit stones into the place where the formation base is. The formation blossomed violently. Xingtian took a deep breath. There's no need to thank me. It's just that when you have the chance, don't be the one to stand by and watch. For some reason, when he saw that group of people, Xingtian would always think of his own brothers from the same village, who wore the same pants. He then died here. He then couldn't help but smile to himself. Nighting Sky somehow wanted to save them himself. But, isn't cultivation of immortality just cultivating a clear mind? If you want to do it, whether it is for the comfort of your heart, or to remember your former brother. Ultimately, the heart wants to do it. He then looked sideways at his own master. Master just nodded gently at him. Chapter 24, The Long View. Mines. The Qingfeng Sect people were ultimately a step too slow even though they were rushing. When the group of Jindan elders led by Shangguan Hong arrived, the mine had long been nearly empty. The 5 Jindan elders were currently airborne above the mine, their divine sense rapidly spreading and scanning. As it turned out, what Xingtian said about the instability of the teleportation array was really very unstable, and with a sweep of the group of Jindan's divine sense, they swept up a few miners who were still within the range of their divine sense at the moment. One of the elders quickly spoke. There are still miners around who have not yet been able to escape. You guys go after them. I'll search here myself. Shangguan Hong's brows were lowered and his voice was calm. Good. The rest of the elders also understand that for Shangguan Hong, this is his only chance to break through the Yuaning. I'm afraid that at the moment he is calm on the surface, but inwardly it is estimated that he has long been furious. He was the last one to expect anything to happen here, and handing this place over to Shangguan Hong at the moment was probably the best choice as well. Shangguan Hong flew down, and the first thing he saw when he stepped into the land of the mine was Elder Mo Xuan, who had been sucked dry in front of him. He slowly reached out his hand and carefully probed Elder Murgrim's condition. Soon, Shang Wanhong quickly concluded that Elder Mochuan had been sucked dry. And it's the one that was alive when the blood and qi in his body was drained in a single pass. And he didn't even have the power to fight back. At least an evil cultivator around the late Jindan stage could do it. Waste. Shang Wanhong held back the anger in his heart and didn't directly blast this dry corpse into ashes. After all, if he relied on the clan at the moment, he couldn't make things too ugly. Shang Wanhong took a deep breath and could only walk towards the interior of the mine with his last expectations. At this moment, we can only hope that the situation inside is all normal. Inside, after years of building, the formation is still solid at the same time. The blood pool contains the blood qi still exists. Those could be one's greatest reliance in breaking through the Yuaning stage. Their own time is already not too much. Shang Wanhong talent is not good, and now climbed all the way to the Qingfeng sect elder position. I do not know how much effort, how many stares and humiliations have I suffered. Now that this is telling him to stop here, how can Shang Wanhong accept it? In fact, there was no need to actually step inside the mine. When Shang Wanhong swept the mine with his divine sense, he understood that it was all gone, but he still walked in undeterred. The originally full pool of blood food had long since dried up, and even the hard-earned formation had been blasted to pieces. Shang Wanhong looked at the scene in front of him with his brows lowered. At this moment he was like stepping into a dream bubble. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Even if it was just the most inferior lower-grade Yuaning, he could accept it. Shang Wanhong didn't know how long he had been standing here. It was only when the other 4 elders recaptured the 6 miners and stepped in that the sound of them coming in reawakened Shang Wanhong. And Elder Dao swept his gaze across the ritual ceremonial table before him and sighed in his heart before throwing the 6 miners who had captured and bound them in front of him. That's all we can catch so far. Shang Wanhong's scarlet eyes snapped up to look at him as if he were a soul-devouring beast. The miner couldn't stand the pressure of that Jindan, nor could he stand the terrifyingly regal eyes. I said. Shang Wanhong completely ignored it and directly took one of the miners into his hands and directly started the soul-searching technique. One of the elders was about to open his mouth when he saw this, but he was interrupted by another elder shaking his head. This soul regeneration technique was not only extremely damaging to the soul of the enchanted, it was also extremely burdensome for the caster. Shang Wanhong searched the souls of all 6 of those miners regardless of their situation. As he finished searching the soul of the last miner, Shang Wanhong violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Evil cultivator. Top evil cultivator who can manipulate the water of the blood-eating pool. Shang Wanhong gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. There was also a man and a woman wearing masks, of which the man's cultivation was at least in the late Jindan stage, and he also had a handful of magical powers. That avatar man's technique doesn't look like an evil cultivator, but it's hard to guarantee that it's not a barrier. Shang Wanhong took out his paintbrush and quickly drew the only man in the miner's mind who showed his face according to his memory. The image shows a middle-aged man with a beard and a mute expression. When Li Xingtian mixed into the mine, he had long ago made a good human face to hide his identity. They acted quickly and with a clear purpose. Shang Wanhong added, this face may not be the real one either. Late Jindan stage? And divine abilities? One of the elders frowned slightly and said, now that the Yuan Ying elder is in seclusion, the Qingfeng sect is even more devoid of divine abilities, so even if they are found, they may not be unable to deal with them. What's more, there are 3 of them as well, and if the remaining 2 are also Jindan and have divine abilities, I'm afraid the 5 of us would hardly be opponents even if we met them. According to what you said in your soul search, they are but perhaps just evil cultivators, and their purpose is estimated to be just to take some advantage, and they are not really immortal with us. It's not worth the fanfare. After all, we can't see the light of day. Shang Wanhong's scarlet eyes snapped to the elder who spoke, but after a long time, Shang Wanhong slowly spoke. You are right, but what we have to do must not stop here. The damage to the foundation of the formation here is not serious, and it is not difficult to repair it. As for those blood food grab them hard. From now on, all 5 of our elders will guard this place, summoning the sect disciples to build a great formation, and even if they master the avatar, we will let them have no return. In the face of Shang Wanhong's proposal, the remaining 4 elders fell silent. In the past to do some small actions, concealment still need to be careful, but is not also caught by other evil cultivators. Shortcut first? If we have to make a big arrest now, it's inevitable that we won't be defeated. They just wanted to borrow Shang Wanhong's plan to aid in their own cultivation, so that they too could hope to climb to the realm of Yuaning, but not trying to fight for your life or your name. They were different from Shang Wanhong, who was dying of old age, and they could at least live longer than Shang Wanhong. But in the face of the obviously furious Shang Wanhong, this moment of silence is the greatest silent rebuttal. Brother Pei, have you forgotten that I saved your life? Brother Zhao, Your spirit root talent is not as good as mine. Early Jindan stage. Is mixing up as an elder your ultimate vision? On the Great Tao, don't you want to go further? Brother Li, my youngest daughter, Brother Wang. Shangguan Hong swept his gaze over the four elders, his face looking like a smile. Could it be that you all really think that if you stop now you will be safe and sound? Don't you know that on the road to cultivation, it's all about death and survival? The only way to get closer is to not be afraid when you dream at midnight. Elderly couldn't help but take the lead after all. From now on, all these things will have to be planned carefully and in the long run. Chapter 25, Running Away. How to follow up the mind. And the recluse Chu Xingchen also has no relationship for the time being. Day and night under. At this moment, Chu Xingchen had already brought his own disciples to reappear back within the broken temple. Inside the broken temple at the moment Xingtian heard the commotion and hurriedly walked out of the broken temple. Seeing the four people, especially seeing a man carrying behind Li Xingtian. Even though Ning Kuan was wearing shabby clothes and had lost a lot of weight, Ning Qianshan recognized him at first sight when she saw her longed-for father. Ning Qianshan hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed towards Chu Xingchen, unable to hold back her tears. Many thanks to the great immortal. Many thanks to the great immortal. Li Xingtian gently and lightly placed the person he was carrying behind him in front of Ning Qianshan. Ning Kuan was in a coma at the moment, but he was purposely made to pass out by Chu Xingchen, and he didn't have that much time to explain anything at the moment of running away. Chu Xingchen raised his hand and cast a spell to awaken Ning Kuan. With a light cough, Ning Kuan slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that came into his eyes was his own daughter's pearly face with tears. Chu Xingchen hurriedly opened his mouth when he saw Ning Kuan waking up. I don't have time right now to listen to you father and daughter continue to be melodramatic. These words caused many of the words Ning Qianshan and Ning Kuan wanted to say to instantly pause, and they all looked towards Chu Xingchen. I don't expect you guys to repay me for anything. Now it's also considered a good thing for me to do. As long as you guys don't give me up in case you're caught by the Qingfeng sect in the future. Chu Stardust said, taking out water jugs and grain from within his spatial ring, as well as some loose silver tails. You also have the second level of Qi refining cultivation. From here along the east will be populated. There are these food and water enough to support you to walk to, with these silver to make their own way to go, but run farther to be safer. Let's just count me saving people to the end. All words are unnecessary. Take these things and leave now. You father and daughter have something to say on the way. Ning Qianshan knew what Chu Xingchen meant. After the dust settled, I was afraid that the Qingfeng sect's retaliation would follow. It was naturally impossible for Chu Xingchen to watch over her and her father for the rest of their lives, but to be able to save her father, Ning Qianshan was already extremely grateful. She kowtowed 3 times to Chu Xingchen, and then helped up her father, who hadn't understood the situation yet, to the side. Don't worry, eunuch, even if it means death. Ning Qianshan will never say a word more. Chu Stardust turned his back and did not reply to the sentence. A sort of expulsion order. Father, go, Ning Qianshan whispered. What is it? Say it on the way. Ning Kuan sniffed and wanted to speak. Then he also violently kowtowed towards Chu Xingchen before getting up and leaving with Ning Qianshan. As Ning Qianshan and Ning Kuan walked away, Chu Stardust snapped his head back to look at his own senior apprentice brother and second apprentice brother. Go! Let's move quickly. It's not safe here anymore. Regarding his own master's order, Li Yingling wasn't strictly speaking a surprise. To be honest, the moment she saw Master bring Ning Qianshan back, she understood that after the matter was completed, Master would definitely move the entire clan. It had to be said that there were advantages to having a small clan. 3 people with their backpacks were a clan. The ends of the earth, that's where it all goes. She just gazed languidly at the cabin she had only just finished building, and the formation pit she had just dug. One built for nothing. One dug for nothing. With a slight sigh, Li Yingling then walked towards the cabin and started packing away his own things inside. Li Xingtian, on the other hand, stood still. He didn't have much to take with him when he arrived. Chu Stardust glared at him without a good mood and said, if you don't have anything to take, go and help me clean up. The pots and pans inside are not allowed to leak. I spent a lot of money on those. Yes. Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian followed his master's orders and walked into the broken temple and began to clean up the pots and pans inside the broken temple. Chu Stardust, on the other hand, quickly began to leave a trail of suspicious movements here. He used to live here for no other reason than because he had offended the Xuanwu Kingdom's Xiangshu and wanted to take shelter here. Now the Xuanwu Kingdom's Xiangshu now had no need to be afraid. And anyway, he certainly couldn't shout at the Yuaning big brother. As for under Yuaning, Chu Xingchen, with Li Yingling's painstakingly cultivated divine abilities, as well as the flawless Golden Dan, saying that I am invincible under Yuaning would not be too much to ask. Now it was the Qingfeng sect that was still a threat, only to be afraid that Yuaning old ancestor of the Qingfeng sect would kill all the way. Although Chu Stardust was certain that he could escape the Qingfeng sect's Yuaning's pursuit, it was true that he could not 100% guarantee the safety of his own disciple. It's always better to save for a rainy day and not take chances when you know you might be in danger. Anyway, Chu Stardust had long planned when he decided to do this job that he would run away when he was done. This broken temple Chu Xingchen also long ago lived not too accustomed. It was also true that the main thing was that the location was bad. The spiritual chi was slightly depleted. And Chu Xingchen himself did not intend to really make this a sect address. Just excessive one or two just. In this place is sparsely populated. There is a Xingtian sent door is already God dropped pie to eat. Can't stay here and wait for the next blind rabbit to bump into us? So, when he brought Xingtian back to the broken temple, he saved his heart. Anyway, their own clan information themselves are blindly reported in the Central State clan. Even if Xingtian really was arrested also all accounted for. Qingfeng Zone may not really continue to top the deterrent sense of the Central State clan to continue to investigate. Why don't you trade a broken temple address for a large sum of spirit stones? Yingling didn't bring much with him, carrying a small package on his back. Master, where are we going this time? After Chu Xingchen simply faked the trail, he gazed at Yingling and said, where do you want to go? Yingling proposed, how about going to a place with beautiful scenery? A good proposal. Master has memorized it. Chu Stardust nodded perfunctorily. Yingling knew that his proposal had been rejected by his own master when he heard his master's perfunctory tone. Xingtian also walked out at this moment carrying a large traveling bag. Master, I've brought all the expensive stuff, so it's a bit inconvenient to bring up the rest of the cheap stuff. Since Chu Xingchen's spatial ring had long been stuffed with those blood chi spirit stones, at the moment, these things could only be carried on the apprentice's back on the road, so it wouldn't hurt to carry less. Chu Stardust swept his gaze over his own big and small disciples. At the moment they were all looking at themselves with expectant eyes. It was hard to hold back the smile on his face in the end. Chu Stardust had run away many times before. After all, if you want to trick an immortal seedling into worshipping yourself, you have to do a little bit of dying more or less to do it. He used to do all the running alone. Now it's good. The whole clan accompanied themselves to run together. Chu Xingchen shouted, good disciples, go, let's run away. Xingtian could not hide the smile on his face either. Yes, master. Yingling's face was full of anticipation. Run away. Yuzhou City. Your Excellency. This is a good house. Accompanied by the Chuanyu River. And in a few days it will be the Lantern Festival. At that time those lanterns will flow down the upper reaches of the Chuanyu River and will pass through here. And then you will be able to see the beautiful lanterns coming down the water from your doorstep. A middle-aged house-selling dentist describes a wide river a short distance away beside him. He bent slightly to open a four-room house. The toothman gazed at the trio renting the room. An extremely handsome man, just where seems to be a little worn, but all the way to the end of his master. The remaining two people are also obedient. Think the highest status. An extremely beautiful-looking young girl, wearing a gorgeous silk-flowing fairy dress, carrying a small yellow package, with a curious expression as she looked around, rather like a noblewoman who has never been out of a deep house. The last face is not as good-looking as the first two, and all the way to the silent do not speak. The moment you see him always feel a ferocious aura, and carrying a large package with pots and pans vaguely visible. The toothman, upon slightest thought, knew which of the great dukes had brought his own sister out to play the world, in order to bring a strong guard to safety. So along the way, the toothman was extremely fawning, and this was indeed a good place with pleasant scenery, and there were lively streets not far away. It was also a place frequented by street constables, and the law and order was quite good, with few drawbacks other than being expensive. Serve these masters well. This time the income from the share can be worth a month's hard-earned money for yourself. Chapter 26. The toothman pushed open the door. Houses were expensive over here, and every once in a while they got some women to clean them up. It doesn't cost much and at the same time, tenants always see a refreshed house when they come. If it's dusty and cobwebby, it's definitely going to get a price cut. These days, there are a lot of people who can't afford to eat, and you can find a lot of people to do this job for a few coins. The quadrangle gate carries a small courtyard with stone tables and chairs under a tree. The yard was also cleaned very well, with no leaves or weeds to be seen. This side of the sanitation we call out for every other day. The toothman bent down and held out his hand to signal them to go in and look around. Yingling stepped in feet first, his eyes surveying the circle. This place was naturally not as large as Yingling's home, but it was far better than the broken temple to nowhere. At least it's clean and tidy, and you don't have to mend doors that leak. Yingling walked to the stone desktop, reached out and gently caressed, raised his hand to see that there was indeed no dust. She randomly picked the side room on the right and pushed the door to see that it was cleaned up inside as well. There was just no mattress or comforter on the bed, and the desk and chair were fully furnished. Chu Xingchen also stepped into the courtyard. His eyes glanced around before asking Li Xingtian, who was beside him, "What do you think? As long as master thinks it's okay." Li Xingtian really didn't care about how he lived. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to really sleep behind the broken temple. The toothman sniffed slightly. Master? The relationship between this group of people didn't seem to be what he had presumed. Master, it's really nice here. Li Yingling walked out from the side room. His expression seemed very satisfied with the house. The toothman sniffed and hastened to brag. That's natural. The entire Yuzhou city inquired. And this lot and house are top of the line. Seeing the satisfied look of his own eldest disciple, Chu Xingchen very decisively took out 20 taels of silver. Rent it for half a year first, and just hand it over to me after you've done the paperwork yourself. The dentist's gaze instantly lit up, and he hurriedly agreed to receive the silver, then respectfully handed the key to the doorway to Chu Xingchen. Okay, here's the key, and the rental voucher will be delivered to you tonight. After Chu Xingchen received the key, the dentist retreated and left in a very tactful manner. After watching his own master rent these things, Li Xingtian decisively carried the things behind his back and headed inside, putting the pots and pans behind him where they belonged. Master, what made you want to come to Yuzhou City? Li Yingling inquired curiously. She had originally thought that master would still take her towards some mountain. His own great disciple was still very level-headed in asking questions, and there was a compelling reason for Chu Stardust to come to Yuzhou City first. Good question. For the teacher to speak to you properly tonight. Now see what is missing. You go to the street to buy some. May have to stay here some days. Chu Xingchen said as he untied the silver pouch tied around his waist and threw it at Li Yingling. Good Lu master. Li Yingling eyes a bright take thrown silver bag. Brother, quickly come, we go on the street. Here it comes. After putting the package down, Li Xingtian walked out from sitting in the side room, but his first glance was still to his master first. Chu Xingchen nodded and said, Go on, go out with your senior sister and buy some necessities and come back. Yes, master. Li Xingtian nodded in agreement. Li Yingling then winded up taking his own senior brother out to go shopping. Li Yingling estimated that he had bought more things as well, and actually told Li Xingtian to bring back the package that he had just unloaded his things in. As the two men's footsteps drifted away, Chu Xingchen first closed the outside door, and then slightly set up concealment formations towards several hidden locations. The formation serves little purpose, except to alert the caster who steps into it and is able to take a look at it with the divine sense shift method, so there was no need for a spirit stone to drive it. Chu Xingchen left a few strands of his own aura to ensure that he still had enough aura before he returned. After doing everything, Chu Stardust's figure also violently dissipated in the center of the courtyard. To say where is the best place in Yuzhou City, that's naturally the Full Spring Academy, where the girls who are like spring are as good as spring. Springtime, elegance and style, everything. But to say where the grunge is highest, that would also have to be Juk Ting. Chunman Yuan has everything from high to low, meat to veg, but it's not much more elegant if you dip into the easily accessible ones. After all, can smash money to solve? Are considered framed. Spend money can be solved. For the rich family wages will not be difficult. Bamboo Yuting is completely different. Even the slave girl who serves tea and pours water is a master whose hand can't be touched and whose face can't be cursed. Not to mention that the servants in the bamboo jade court who are responsible for piano, chess, calligraphy and painting are all more than a little high and mighty. Even if you drop 1,000 taels of gold, a sentence of not seeing, even if you want to take a look through the white veil, there were even fewer people who had seen Bamboo Yuting's purser without his face covered, but everyone who saw them called those pursers by their beauty. And the power behind the bamboo jade court seems to be very large. So far in Yuzhou City has not seen anyone who can make the bamboo jade court purser see people who do not want to see. That's why this unobtainable top-notch style is the highest level of men's pursuit. Anyone who could have seen the face of the clear herdsman under the white veil with their own eyes could have bragged about the whole of Yuzhou City just by bragging about it. Strictly speaking, bamboo jade court is actually divided into two parts, with the first part receiving guests and singing songs. Beyond the bamboo jade court, the residence of the line of purveyors was known as the White Jade House. At this moment, Chu Xingchen was in the White Jade building in the boudoir of the purveyor Yao Qin. This is a very simple boudoir. Excess furnishings are not at all. Even rouge and powder are not seen. In front of the tea table, Chu Xingchen gently sipped the slightly bland flavored tea in front of him. Opposite Chu Xingchen, there was a young maid with a cute bun face and big almond eyes, who was bulging her mouth and looking at him with an airy expression. The maid was boiling tea in her hands. Said to taste? In fact, Chu Xingchen is just a wild boar cannot eat fine chaff. He knew that this tea is expensive. He cannot afford to drink 80%. Want to take advantage of the present does not spend money to drink more two mouths. Tisk. Chu Xingchen finished smothering it in one mouthful and still couldn't taste what was good about it. But it was still fine to make a comment. The flavor is bland. Next time you make tea don't be cheap. Put more tea in. It's all tasteless. The maid almost turned her back on the words, all wanting to smash the teapot in her own hand on the body of this smelly shameless person in front of her. Does this person realize how expensive this bit of tea really is? Do you know? Just this little bit of tea. Also, as my own miss do not want to drink before leaving. It's usually New Year's Eve when you can smell this tea yourself. The maid snorted coldly and exasperatedly said, don't drink if you don't know how. No nonsense. Spirit. A cool female voice came through the door. Little Spirit instantly had a jolt at his words and hurriedly stood up from his chair, honestly walking to the side to stand. Chu Xingchen raised his eyes to the doorway. A woman with a tall figure, wearing a long white dress, a white veil on her face, and long silky black hair that was bound by a white jade hairpin. Her features were covered by a white veil, but her slightly cold eyes were beautiful to look at. Even though he hadn't seen the full face, he realized that the beautiful woman in front of him must be as beautiful as heaven. She was currently holding a zither in her arms, her eyes looking straight at Chu Xingchen, who was sitting on a chair. It's been a long time, Miss Yaoqin. Chu Stardust was the first to greet. Chapter 27, To Put My Heart on the Yaoqin. Yaoqin didn't answer first, and first held the zither and walked inside the room, placing that zither on the table. Only after taking her seat did Yaoqin slowly speak. It's been a long time, I thought you were dead. Chu Xingchen picked up an unused cup on the side and poured a cup of tea for Yaoqin and handed it to her. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, Yaoqin took the lead. It was I who forgot that. In your words, a scourge like you has to be left behind for 1,000 years, and it doesn't die so easily. Little Spirit, who was standing respectfully at the side, instantly couldn't help but burst out laughing at the words. But as Yaoqin's gaze ghosted over, it was instantly held back again. Yaoqin waved her hand to indicate the maid at the side. You go out first. Xiaoling stuttered at the words and raised her head to look at her own young lady. Miss will always be fooled by this kid. If he left and couldn't give the young lady a heads up, this time maybe the young lady would be fooled by him again. It is strange to say, obviously, since the young lady is so smart, but to this kid in front of seems to be more than their own stupid up. Little Spirit reluctantly spoke softly. Miss. Yaoqin's gaze didn't move and she didn't speak, just waved her hand once more. Heart secretly sighed. And then do not know how to be good. Miss can be angry. Although the heart of the helpless, Xiaoling at the moment can only exit the door. With Little Spirit's departure, only the veiled Yaoqin and Chu Xingchen remained in the room at the moment. Yaoqin didn't raise her gaze and lowered her eyebrows to the zither on the table, gently tuning the strings. Say, what is it that you want from me this time? Chu Stardust sighed and said in a slightly indignant tone. Why is Miss Yaoqin's speech so raw? It makes it seem like every time I look for you I have something to ask you for. Ha? You're not familiar with me? Who's the one who's been calling herself Miss Yaoqin since the door? Yaoqin still didn't raise her head. Only her tone became even colder and said, when have you ever come to me and not asked for a favor? These words let Chu Xingchen faintly froze, and then thought about it carefully. It seems that Yaoqin is right. He took the initiative to come to find her or something to please her, and then he didn't seem to have repaid her anything. So if you think about it, wouldn't he have whored himself out to her many times for nothing? There was also this one time when he came to reach out to her and actually really needed to ask her for something. Yaoqin waited slightly, but Chu Stardust was slow to speak, so she opened her mouth to follow up. What? Can't you speak? After Chu Xingchen slightly pondered, he suddenly felt that he couldn't. This time he had to be more euphemistic, lest the next time something happened and he asked for help again, he couldn't even get in the door. Chu Xingchen raised his eyes to Yaoqin. I wish to pay my heart to Yaoqin. Yaoqin froze at his words, and both of his hands violently pressed down on the strings of the zither, his tone icy cold. What are you trying to say? Chu Xingchen faced that icy cold tone and seemed to be very saddened by Yaoqin's icy cold attitude and sighed. I would like to give my heart to the Yaoqin. There are so few soulmates. Who will listen when the strings are broken? Bamboo Jade Garden is high on style in that it doesn't necessarily work for the money spent, but with good writing and pushiness there's a probability that it will work. Plus if you're good looking enough, then 80% of it will work. Chu Stardust relied on his own wry humor and then drew on the ancient poems of the big brother from the previous life. Throw out a few top-notch poems, and you can easily take down this group of high-spirited purists. At least that was the case with Yaoqin, although so far he hadn't even touched her hand yet either. This time, combined with the Yaoqin name, it shows its sincerity even more. Chu Stardust was quite certain that the Yaoqin in front of him would inevitably be moved. But this does not seem to be the case. What greeted Chu Stardust was not Yaoqin's slightly shy voice, but a violent sound wave. Yaoqin raised her hand and launched a violent sound wave. Clang! Slightly ear-piercing sound waves passed by his ears, and Chu Xingchen instantly sobered up quite a bit, hastily reaching out and rubbing his ears. Yaoqin said angrily, Denizen, could it be that you think you can tease me just because you've seen me a few times? Wait, Where am I, denizen? I haven't even touched your hand. Isn't that too much of an injustice? Yao Qin quickly drew back her hand on the table at those words and looked at Chu Xingchen with a look of contempt. Count me wrong. Chu Xingchen sighed. Had he known that he would have done it in a public manner? And took out a blood chi spirit stone from within his spatial ring and placed it on the table. Yao Qin's gaze then tightened on this blood chi spirit stone. After looking at it for a couple of moments, Yao Qin's gaze snapped to Chu Xingchen. Her divine sense quickly swept over Chu Xingchen, only to find that her divine sense was unable to break through his protective divine sense. You've jindened? Yao Qin frowned slightly. Chu Xingduan leaned back in his chair and said, Yeah, did it scare you? Chu Xingchen's qualification Yao Qin is not unaware of. After all, really a heavenly pride, drank so much of his own Qingming, has long understood the Qingming effect, knows how good he is to him only. This man drinks clear tea as well water, and he has drunk it so many times without understanding it. The qualifications naturally can't be said to be much better. The last time I saw him was only at the peak of foundation establishment, and after a year or so, he is actually at least in the middle Jindan cultivation at this moment. Yao Qin lowered her eyebrows and looked at the blood chi spirit stone on the table. A bad thought surfaced in Yao Qin's mind. Yao Qin said angrily, You went to cultivate evil? Chu Xingchen hastily retorted, Don't start a rumor. Who in the entire Yuzhou city doesn't know that the wave white dragon is full of greatness and righteousness? Yao Qin chided. Then how do you explain your cultivation and this spirit stone? Chu Stardust added to his encounters with the Qingfeng Sect's mine and the situation of the evil cultivators inside. This blood chi spirit stone is what I obtained from the Qingfeng Sect's mine. Chu Xingchen gently tapped the blood chi spirit stone in front of him. Yao Qin smiled and gently held the spirit stone. Divine sense probed. Indeed, there is a ferocious blood chi contained in it. It's a trick of extreme evil practitioners. Yao Qin asked, So, you've come to find me to settle the Qingfeng Sect this time? Chu Xingchen shook his head. That's not true. I just want to know if there can be a way to purify the spirit stone? Yao Qin's gaze looked skeptically. You have a lot of these spirit stones? Chu Xingchen sincerely said. Just two. I just want to be safer if I meet a similar evil cultivator in the future and know some means of restraint. Yogi nodded gently. It's going to take some time, and I can't guarantee that I'll be able to fix it. You can come back to me sometime later and ask. No, I'll be staying in Yuzhou City for some time recently, so if you have results by then, just find someone to give a letter to this address directly. Chu Xingchen picked up the brush on the side and wrote down his current address. Yao Qin looked down at the flowing lines and the address that was within the city of Yuzhou. This was the first time Yao Qin was able to know exactly where to go to find Chu Stardust. She reached for the paper in front of her and tucked it into her sleeve. Anything else now? Chu Xingchuan got up and said, It's fine. I'll wait for your good news. When he finished speaking, he got up and wanted to leave. Wait. Leave the words you just said before you go. What's the word? Chu Stardust. Okay, I'll write it. Chapter 28. How do you know this is the wooden fish of a high priest who has passed away? When Chu Stardust returned to his own clan's small courtyard, the big and small disciples had not yet returned from shopping. I don't know where my own big disciple ran off to get goods, and he hasn't come back after so long. However, the most important arrangement of the spirit stone issue at the moment was handed over to an old acquaintance, Yao Qin. The most important thing at the moment was considered to be arranged clearly, which was the most important purpose of one's visit to Yuzhou City. I think the odds of it working out well are still pretty good. After all, according to Chu Xingchen's speculation, the entire Bamboo Jade Court itself should be linked to an immortal cultivation sect. She was at Jindan cultivation level when he first met Yao Qin. With a Jindan cultivation level, one could even be called an old ancestor and enjoy the position of an elder in this remote place. Here in Bamboo Jade Court, yet still playing the piano. This configuration is even a high probability that it is a sect of the Central State Sect. So as to whether Yao Qin could resolve this matter, Chu Xingchen was still quite confident. After all, the spirit stones in the spatial ring at the moment were all such blood chi spirit stones. If this was taken out and spent as money, it would properly be done away with on the spot by the righteous. What's more, this kind of blood chi spirit stone was not accepted by anyone except evil cultivators. The current Chu Stardust appeared to be very rich, but in reality, he couldn't even pull out a single usable spirit stone. The money is there, but you can't spend it. Chu Xingchen retrieved the small formation he had set up before leaving the house, walking into the main room that the apprentice had voluntarily left for himself. Chu Xingchen swept his gaze across the room. It was indeed cleaned up quite well. There were also tables, chairs and benches in the room. Sitting on the chair, Chu Xingchen took out that one blood chi spirit stone and began to study it. He himself was at least considered a flawless golden Dan nowadays, and still had this qualification to study it. However, with this research, Chu Xingchen realized more and more that this spirit stone was truly evil. The blood chi actually had a tendency to actually merge with the aura within the spirit stone. This genus is kind of awesome in a sense. Spirit stone is a spiritual chi following the spiritual veins when moving. Due to the extremely high density of spiritual chi, long-time mutual attraction bonding, agglomeration molding, this process stabilizes the aura and no longer accommodates anything other than the aura. This attribute will be more prominent after the aura is completed as a spirit stone. So it is actually a skillful job to move this kind of hand on a spirit stone. I can't say it's impossible. I can only say it's difficult. The technical standard of the blood chi spirit stone in front of me doesn't seem to be something that can be found in this kind of remote place either. Just as Chu Stardust frowned and studied, the shouts of his own great disciple came from Master. Chu Xingchen put away the spirit stones, got up and walked outside, pushed open the door then froze for a moment. Li Yingling walked through the door with a big bag full of smiles on his back. Li Xingtian, who followed behind her, was carrying a giant package 2 or 3 times larger than himself. Strictly speaking, Chu Xingchen felt that this had already exceeded the scope of the package. You can't walk in through the door anymore with a package this big. Li Xingtian swept his gaze across the surroundings, and when he realized that no one was paying attention to him, he violently threw the package behind him over the courtyard wall with force. Li Xingtian's figure then flashed into the courtyard, ready to catch the package he had thrown in. Chu Xingchen slightly raised his hand, controlling the parcel that was thrown into the sky, and slowly landed on the ground. Sweeping his eyes over the large package in front of him, Chu Xingchen strangely asked Li Yingling, "Prices in Yuzhou City are so cheap now? You can buy so many things with so little silver?" Li Yingling proudly raised his head at the words, and after putting down the package behind him, he raised an eyebrow to his senior brother at the side, signaling his own senior brother to give his master a word about his glorious battle record. "This is not what senior sister bought." Li Xingtian's face showed some emotion. "The street is a new vendor. Over there to engage in lassoing the circle after a random draw." Senior sister put all the money in which stall draws. Chu Stardust froze at his words. Was this his own disciple's strong luck taking effect? Li Yingling proudly pulled out a clean set of flashy white men's clothes from among the packages behind him and said, "Master, this is what I purposely changed for you. It's just too worn out for you to keep wearing that set of clothes." Saying that, Li Yingling propped open the piece of clothing, with gilt fine line embellishments on the cuffs, while the neckline edges on both sides were light blue, embroidered with gorgeous and beautiful patterns. "It's the store's top item. It says it automatically adapts to size, says it was built by a refiner, and automatically avoids dust and dirt." Li Yingling smiled as she refolded the set of clothes and handed it to Chu Xingchen along with the matching pants. Receiving the set of clothes, Chu Xingchen touched the set of clothes and found that it was soft to the extreme. "Good." Chu Xingtian smiled and nodded gently. "Thank you, great apprentice brother-in-law." Li Xingtian, on the other hand, opened his own large parcel on the side. The stuff inside, on the other hand, is a complete assortment of stuff, proper stuff that doesn't seem to be much at all. But fortunately, one could still see that there were 3 sets of bedding in, and Li Yingling still hadn't forgotten the most important thing. No need to just lay on the plank bed tonight. Chu Xingchen walked forward with a strange expression on his face, and his gaze took a closer look twice. The pile of items included some pots and pans that had been there for a long time, just in a very unique shape, and there were actually oddly shaped ancient copper coins, talismans, and a shattered longsword. There was a set of rattles, a big drum, a copper sword made of woven copper coins, and even a set of wooden fish that the monk was banging on. Chu Xingchen picked up the wooden fish hammer that was knocking on the side and carefully surveyed it for a while but found nothing special. "Is this a consolation prize? Master, this wooden fish can be special." Li Yingling took 2 steps and introduced himself. "According to that shopkeeper, this wooden fish is the result of an accomplished monk integrating all the merits he had cultivated into it before he passed away. This is an extraordinary treasure." Chu Xingchen carried the wooden fish hammer, turned around and carried it to give Li Yingling's head a blow. Did not have the good sense to say, "Where's the big deal? It doesn't even ring as loud as a woodchuck when you're knocked on the head." This is clearly the same rhetoric that the vendor used to fool people. Seeing that his own great disciple shouldn't be that stupid, why did he believe this? Li Yingling was lightly knocked on the head by the wooden fish hammer. Although it didn't hurt, the insult was still there. She beamed and gasped, "If you don't believe me, ask second senior brother. This is indeed a wooden fish that was incorporated into the merits of a high monk when he passed away." Li Xingtian affirmed Li Yingling's words, only that his expression was wanting to speak, and then he wanted to explain something, but then he shook his head helplessly. Chu Xingchen's gaze was strange as he looked towards his own second disciple. Had this second disciple lived his last life in vain? Why was he as naive as the eldest disciple? "How do you know what that vendor said is true?" Chu Stardust questioned the two. "The 2 of us saw that high monk pass away. on the spot with our own eyes." Li Xingtian's tone was unchanged, but looking at his complexion he also seemed to be greatly shocked. Li Xingtian also never thought that there was this kind of tawdry operation. Chu Xingchen froze. Circumcised on the spot? Right. That is a cultivation of bitter Zen refining stage monks. Senior sister drew that wooden fish. He disregarded the senior sister to stop. At that time on the cultivation of karmic law on the spot rounded. To repair the merit of all melted into that wooden fish. And finally also entrusted the senior sister to put it to good use. And also had to say that senior sister is carrying a great chance. The future will definitely reign supreme in the immortal cultivation world. Which traitor's path is so wild? Take my master to see. There's no need to go master. Sister. After they finished smoking, they packed up all their things and ran toward the outside of Yuzhou City while cursing bad luck. Now that I think about it, they should all be out of Yuzhou City. Chapter 29. Why did you catch this thing when you didn't catch any fish? There's a lot of stuff, but most of it just doesn't look like it could be used for any occasion right now. Especially those pots and pans. Chu Xingchen was afraid that it couldn't be bowls and pans made from the ashes of some high priest, right? One is not in the habit of using other people's skulls as food bowls. That's why those strange-looking pots and pans were not allowed to enter the kitchen under Chu Xingchen's strict orders. As for the other things, Li Yingling took the ones he wanted back to his room, and threw all the ones he didn't want to the side room where no one lived. BTW. That high priest rounds up the woodchucks. I really don't know if this thing is good or bad. Chu Xingchen let Li Yingling deal with it on her own. Anyway, letting herself see it would take that wooden fish hammer and hammer her little head. So the pile was large, but after picking and choosing, not many things were reliable and usable. It's a good thing that the quilt wasn't sacrificed by some high priest or person. It's just a plain silk quilt. Otherwise, at night, Chu Xingchen sleeps. I'm afraid that he will always feel that someone is pressing on him. After organizing, that pile of stuff basically went into the side room. Plus the hygiene doesn't have to be cleaned. The three of them quickly gathered in Chu Xingchen's bedroom, and then looked at each other in dismay as they prepared to have a clan plenary session. Chu Xingchen took out the blood chi spirit stones in his spatial ring and placed them on the table. All of that mind spirit stones are stained with blood chi in this manner. Li Xingtian frowned slightly. The spirit stone he used for teleportation in the mine was this kind of spirit stone. He originally thought that there were not several pieces, and that his master was just taking these spirit stones first to use them first. What's wrong with this? Li Yingling picked up the blood chi spirit stone and looked around. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with it, right? Li Yingling is a cultivation idiot. After all, did not repair for a long time, purely relying on the talent to dilly-dally to rise in cultivation. Cultivation of general knowledge all rely on reading novels to understand the book. To her, this spirit stone was nothing more than a change in color, and she could also feel that the aura content within this spirit stone had not decreased. At best, it's a bad color dye. Chu Xingchen vividly gave an example. Assuming that you take this out at the gate of the Demon Suppression Division, and you can climb out, it all counts as a soft meal for that group of losers. Li Yingling instantly understood at his words. Then master, then we came to Yuzhou City this time to solve the spirit stone problem? Yes, I've already asked someone to help me out. Chu Stardust nodded gently. For this next period of time, you guys can just cultivate honestly. And when the spirit stone problem is solved, we'll go find a good place to go. Li Xingtian nodded his head to show that he understood. Li Yingling did have her own little idea. Her little mouth pouted and her eyes looked pleadingly at her own master and said, Master, the Yuzhou City Lantern Festival is coming soon. I haven't participated in it since I grew up. Li Yingling is from a high family, plus being a concubine is not loved. Coupled with the fact that her mother had been seriously ill for many years, Li Yingling often stayed with her mother, and there were not many opportunities to leave the mansion, let alone going out on festivals. When he was in the mansion, Li Yingling could only look at the big wall of the high courtyard and listen to the playful sounds outside the wall. Perhaps only Li Yingling himself understood just how much his heart longed to see the fish and dragon dance outside. Good. When the Lantern Festival we go out together for a day's tour will be fine. Chu Xingchen also nodded his head in agreement regarding this matter. He also understood the situation of his own eldest disciple. His childhood had not been a good one, not to mention that traveling for a day to the Lantern Festival was not a big deal. Li Yingling was no fool, and hadn't gotten himself into trouble. It's pretty sweet and doesn't fall off the wagon when it counts. Thank you, Master. A bright smile appeared on Li Yingling's face. Master is the best in the world. Upon being honored with Li Yingling's best in the world, this meeting drew to a close. These blood chi spirit stones were not suitable for Li Yingling's cultivation. After all, the blood chi inside was very easy to disrupt the cultivator's cultivation. A higher cultivation state of mind would be fine, but Li Yingling naturally didn't fall into this category. Therefore, Li Yingling was arranged to practice his divine abilities more and strive to go to the next level. Li Xingtian can rely on the blood chi spirit stone to cultivate, because the heart method he cultivated seems to be a bit evil now that I think about it. At least living can suck people's blood chi. How to think an evil cultivation hang a little edge. Li Xingtian did not ask more about the cultivation technique. Chu Xingchen also naturally did not talk too much to answer the feats given by the system. Chu Xingchen couldn't understand them either. Anyway, the refining is finished. The system produced by the heart method, since there is no side effect, should not be cultivated into a big devil is. Although the repair may be a bit evil, the essence should not be too evil, right? Since Li Xingtian had sucked the blood chi of a Jindan stage cultivator, his cultivation had also risen to the middle stage of foundation establishment at this moment, catching up with his own senior sister's cultivation. Together with the fact that during this waiting period in Yuzhou City, Li Xingtian could take blood chi spirit stones to cultivate, he thought that it should be just around the corner for senior brother to surpass senior sister. As for what Chu Stardust does, that's naturally a bright touch of fish. Anyway, his own great disciple was overly talented, and the divine ability that she had realized, that was what she had realized. His own second disciple cultivated hard, and the aura he cultivated was equal to the one he cultivated. Through the system's rewards, a spirit stone is completely treated as two pieces of use, which if you take the spirit stone to cultivate, that is purely the behavior of a loser. So after setting up a shielding array for Li Xingtian's room to ensure that there would be no aura fluctuations that would draw the attention of others during cultivation, Chu Xingchen had counted everything he could do as done. In the past, I had to cook for myself to satisfy the appetite of this group of disciples, but now that I'm in Yuzhou City, I want to eat what I want to eat out. Spirit stones are not available. Some silver and gold Chu Stardust still has quite a lot. As an immortal poor as hell. As a mortal with a family fortune. This was the true portrayal of Chu Stardust. Thus, a few days later, Chu Stardust, who had nothing to do, decided to give himself a mind cultivation fishing. Since fishing is not allowed inside Yuzhou City, you can only go outside the city if you want to fish. So not far outside of Yuzhou City, on the edge of a large river, Chu Xingchen sat paralyzed in a chair, holding a fishing rod and leisurely fishing for fish. Every now and then, a stream of pure aura surged into Chu Xingchuan's body. This was the feedback from Li Xingtian's cultivation. Fully automated cultivation. Moreover, relying on the feedback, Chu Xingchen could also understand the extent of Li Xingtian's groping today, which would be remote monitoring. For the apprentice who likes to touch the fish is able to be arrested remotely, but both of his own apprentices are quite diligent. The most prominent one was still Li Xingtian, who devoted nearly all his time to cultivation. Chu Stardust could often receive feedback rewards from the system. Got the Air Force again. Waiting for the sun to slightly westward, Chu Xingchen then intends to close the rod and go home. These days fishing is one did not catch. He hadn't fished much in his last life, and when he came to this world, he was even running around to collect an apprentice, and even less time to fish. But the Air Force is not Air Force. Pumping can't even be Air Force. Go home and let your apprentice look at you funny. Just as Chu Stardust was planning to close the rod and give this group of silly fish that did not give face a little Jindan realist shock, the feel of the closing rod in his hand sank violently. Chu Xingchuan's gaze snapped to life, and with great force, he violently lifted the fishing rod, finally catching fish by fishing. As the rod crossed the water, a huge figure leapt out of the water. Chu Xingchuan's gaze glanced away. Good big fish. Then a sharp frown fixed his eyes and looked again. Mud. It's not a fish. It's a big body. It must be all Li Yingling's fault. And that wooden fish must be a cursed wooden fish. Bull ****** High Priest Merit. Whose merit allows people to fish without catching a corpse. Go back and let Li Yingling burn that broken wooden fish. Chapter 30. The word big is relative. If the fish is of this size it is naturally large. But if the catch is a human being, it is not so large. The most unfortunate thing is that the person who caught the fish is actually wearing the dress of the Jin Demon Division. Although it was just a basic magistrate's uniform. Anything that hooked up with the Demon Suppression Division was always not a good thing. Chu Xingduan's divine sense swept over the people he had caught in front of him. She refining 7th level cultivation, and actually still alive and not completely cool. Chu Xingchen had originally planned that if this person died, he would just pretend he didn't see it and kick it back into the river. Now that the person is still alive, it is natural that he cannot do so. Unable to do so, Chu Xingchen still took 2 steps forward, his eyes looking at the members of the fateful Demon Suppression Division. It was a man with a fairly young appearance, not bad looking, but still quite a bit different from Chu Stardust. Probably hadn't been in the water long enough to be pale but not yet puffy. The eyes were tightly closed, but there was dark red energy starting to flow along the veins in his neck. Chu Xingchuan frowned slightly. This was poisoned? Being cautious, Chu Xingchuan took out a silver needle from his waist and stabbed into that vein with his aura manipulation. After the dark red color flowed, this poison measuring silver needle still had no reaction. It's not poison. Chu Xingchen was slightly relieved. Then his divine sense directly scanned the veins of the man in front of him, and discovered that the wave of dark red was actually a kind of manic energy. It was still pounding down the veins of the man in front of him at the moment. I'm afraid I won't live long if I don't apply a helping hand. Sighing slightly, Chu Xingchen picked up a few silver needles and stabbed them into the man in front of him's basic chakra points, sealing the man's heart veins and ensuring that he wouldn't at least die due to this energy impacting his heart. As for whether the veins in other locations would be burst by this energy, it was not something Chu Xingchen could guarantee. After applying the needles, Chu Xingchen slightly manipulated his mana and placed the man in front of him directly on the recliner where he was lying fishing, all without touching the young man in front of him. Picking up the corner of the recliner, he attached it and led the teenage boy towards Yuzhou City, which was not far away. The entrance to Yuzhou City is guarded by its own guards. Chu Xingchen's configuration of 2 people and 1 chair was still very bright in front of a group of people. Plus the person on the recliner was still wearing the Jin Demon Division costume. It's even more conspicuous. Without waiting for Chu Xingchen to walk into the city gates, the city gate guards had already separated 2 people to come running fast. The guards' gaze quickly swept over the recliner, the pale and still wet teenage member of the Demon Suppression Division, with a few not-so-small silver needles sticking out of his body. Their gazes froze, and instead of opening their mouths to ask first, they hastily reached out to touch the teenage boy's neck, and sighed with relief when they touched that it was still throbbing. One of the guards, who had obviously dealt with something similar, moved quickly to call out towards the Yuzhou city gates. There are people from the Demon Suppression Division over here who are seriously injured and unconscious. First send a fast horse to the Demon Suppression Division to call for help. Soon, a fast horse was seen at the entrance of the city galloping furiously towards the city. This looked like experience, and instead of running wildly to the Jin Demon Division with a seriously injured person, it would be more appropriate to let the Jin Demon Division come to the rescue. The guards swept their gaze over the silver needles, then spoke in a gentle tone. Thanks for your help, brother. Please wait here. The people who saved the Jin Demon Division will all give reward money. Chu Stardust sighed and nodded helplessly. Giving the reward money should be true, but the fear of being a murderer and not letting yourself go is also true. And the trouble of saving people is the trouble here. Seeing that Chu Stardust was very cooperative, the 2 guards were also relieved. After all, those who could save the people of the Demon Suppression Division were bound to be the same group of people who practiced immortality, plus the fact that people were willing to cooperate. So naturally, they should also be hitched to the rescue by chance. But it's okay, after all, it's a rescue, and the Demon Suppression Division people still come quickly. At least it's faster than a horse. A figure also dressed in the Demon Suppression Division's attire ran towards the doorway at an extremely fast speed. Chu Xingchen raised his eyes to look. It was a small, slightly young-looking little girl with her hair tied into 2 pigtails that swayed along with her pace. The little physician carried the medicine box and ran as fast as his 2 short legs could carry him. It was probably around the 6th or 7th level of Qi refining cultivation as well. The young physician quickly locked onto Chu Xingchen's side and rushed forward, his eyes quickly locking onto the teenage boy's body, as well as the silver needles that sealed a few of his major acupoints. The young physician still measured the pulse first, and after determining that there was still a pulse, he saw that in the vein sealed by the silver needle, a dark red energy was furiously surging. With a shimmering aura in his hand, the young healer reached out to touch the raging energy to see what attribute it was. What fierce energy! The little physician opened his mouth with a kind of small child soft and sticky feeling, but the tone of voice was biased towards Chu Xingchen's last life and the Sichuan and Chongqing flavors, not the accent of Yuzhou City, and he thought that it was from outside the country. Even though the little healer's tone was serious, it sounded kind of strangely cute. Was it you who administered the silver needle sprinkle? The young physician raised his head and looked at Chu Xingchen. Chu Stardust nodded. It's me. What's wrong? No, that's right. If it wasn't for your stitches, this child wouldn't have lasted. The young doctor inquired. Are you a doctor too? Do you want to help? I'm not a physician. If it's easier, I can try to help. Come on. Now shouting is not good shouting. This child cannot hold out too long. Those stupid Han are clumsy. The next, according to what I said, hands on good Lu. The current situation was suppressed by the silver needle, but that internal energy was continuously eroding and destroying the meridians, and the situation was still critical. Although the little physician was small, he was very assertive, and his large almond eyes looked towards Chu Xingchen. You're supposed to be strong in psychic energy, so just suppress the energy when you pull out the needles later and wait for me to take over and channel them out. Chu Stardust nodded his head to indicate that there was no problem. Then the little physician first took out a tangerine stem from the medicine chest, directly broke open the mouth of the teenager Lang, and stuffed the tangerine stem directly into the throat. then picked up a small gourd in the medicine chest, pulled up the stopper, and a smell of medicine floated up. People who are grinning from unconsciousness will not swallow on their own. I'm good with this method yet. The little healer opened his mouth and explained. Afterwards, he aimed the medicine gourd at the orangutan, and after introducing some medicinal water, the little physician plucked up the orangutan, and his gaze looked at Chu Xingchen and said, "You can pull the pin." Chu Xingchen gently nodded at his words and reached out his hand. His body's spiritual energy followed the silver needle to seal the veins before violently pulling it up. The little physician seized the moment and white light blossomed violently in her hands, followed by her small hands lightly tapping the acupoints in an attempt to export the vicious energy. Soon the young physician felt something was very wrong. Outside of the epidermis, one could only sense an approximation. And when the front contactor's ferocious aura, this aura actually carried endless blood chi, and even directly began to follow the aura guided by the little physician and began to rapidly wind up. As this aura broke through the epidermis, this familiar blood aura caused Chu Xingchen's brows to instantly furrow. How is this? Almost the same as the blood chi within the blood chi spirit stone? The little healer only felt that this blood chi began to frantically tear at her own aura, while rapidly beginning to contaminate the surrounding skin and flesh. She frowned tightly and instinctively said, "Oh, Chapter 31 Anglers catch everything but fish." The little physician doesn't really need to say much about this awfulness. Chu Xingchen also saw it. That blood chi quickly climbed the little physician's aura and began to follow the aura and began to twist and attack the little physician. This energy might not be a big deal to Chu Xingchen, but it was really difficult for the little physician at the chi refining stage. At this moment, her expression was grave, and the small hand that lightly tapped on the acupoints was currently trembling slightly. Seeing that the little physician could not be overwhelmed, Chu Xingchen reached out his hand to directly hold the little physician's arm, carefully controlling the spiritual energy output. He tried to hide his cultivation as much as possible, probably adjusting his spiritual power output around the early stage of foundation establishment. Lowering one's cultivation level is sometimes enough to eliminate a large portion of the hassle. With Chu Stardust's help, that blood chi was eventually resolved smoothly by the little healer. The little physician's face was already sweating at this moment, and her expression was all a bit thankful as she thankfully looked towards Chu Xingchen. "Thanks for that. I'd have been in trouble without you." "That's not necessary. It's just that I'm afraid that this silver needle isn't that good to pull out." Chu Xingchen revealed some guilt. "My cultivation is insufficient. I'm afraid it's not enough to pull out all the silver needles." The small physician's eyes took a look at Chu Xingchen. "I thought it was just good looking, but I didn't expect this cultivation is also very good. At least the foundation. Foundation cultivation is already a mainstay in Yuzhou City, and the small team leader of the anti-demon division is only at this level of cultivation." But the little physician didn't think much of it. After all, it was true that the man had saved the day, and it was also true that he had hit a handful of people at a critical moment. As for how to solve the case, what exactly was going on was not something for her, a minor physician, to think about. Heal this waif and wake up, won't everything be clear? Forget it. The little physician shook his head and said, "Even if you can, I can't. It's too much effort. I'd better take it back and treat it slowly. Thank you very much. If you're free to go to the Department of Demon Suppression to collect the reward, report my name. My name is Anyan." After Anyan finished his explanation, he flashed a kind smile towards Chu Xingchen. "Good, Miss Ani." Chu Stardust slightly arched his hand. Anyan heard Chu Xingchen shout at himself a girl, the smile on his face even more. After all, the first time to see their own people, are accustomed to treat themselves as a child. The best to listen to the best to shout their own little sister. "You kid is also good and ruthless. Great future. Thanks for this time. No, since there's nothing to do left or right, I'll leave first. Miss Ani will be busy first." "Okay, grin. Go ahead." After receiving the consent, Chu Xingchen turned away without hesitation after slightly arching his hand. "The chair is not worth any money. It is given to the Jin Demon Division. As for the fishing rod Chu Xingchen are too lazy to bring, are directly hidden in the fishing spot." This time it was okay, not too much of a mess. For the time being, it is also considered to brush the goodwill of the Jin Demon Division. And if the Jin Demon Division is looking for trouble in the future, it may still be useful. It's not considered a loss. What are you two waiting for? Waiting for this child to die? Why don't you hurry up and lend a hand to send it to the Jin Demon Division? Behind him, the sound of men commanding the two guards reached his ears. Other than that, this Anim girl still has quite a character of her own. But Chu Stardust didn't want to get involved anymore. It is also the reason that this kid is caught by himself, which is a sinful fate. Turning a few streets, Chu Xingchen arrived inside the rented house. Push open the door. In the courtyard, Li Yingling was playing with a small wooden sword in his hand, seemingly swinging and chopping as he casually gesticulated. However, Chu Xingchen was also initiated to Li Yingling's divine ability, and after looking at it for a couple of moments, he understood that Li Yingling was secretly trying to figure out the sword intent. It was quite rare. Usually at this time of the year Li Yingling would casually stroll along that river at the entrance and then go to the street to buy some strange trinkets and come back. Master is back? Li Yingling saw his master come back with a sideways glance, retrieved the small wooden sword in his hand, and his eyes surveyed twice, realizing that there was actually no fish in his own master's hand. Did master not catch any fish today? Chu Xingchen sighed and said, I didn't catch any fish today, but I did catch someone. People? Li Yingling was slightly puzzled. What does catching someone mean? Chu Xingchen briefly told Li Yingling about today's events and how he had fished a person from the lake. As expected of a master, fishing is also different and reverberating. Li Yingling couldn't help but laugh 4 times after hearing what happened. Hearing his own disciple's flirtation, Chu Stardust said with a calm expression, I think it must be that wooden fish that has hindered my master. So quickly take out that wooden fish and burn it to quell the hatred of my master's heart. Master, isn't it that you didn't say something about anglers not being able to catch anything but fish? Li Yingling laughed, thinking about it that way. Fishing for a person isn't too much, right? What does it have to do with that wooden fish? Chu Xingchen helplessly said, how come you don't see me remembering other words so clearly, but just remembering some witty words? Because Master Sassy says all the funny things. Li Yingling smiled and replied, then coughed and winked lightly and said, by the way, are you free tomorrow, Master? What's wrong? Isn't the Lantern Festival a few days away? Don't worry, I remember. No, Li Yingling pulled his own master's hand and said, there's a small temple fair before the Lantern Festival. I heard that it's very lively over there as well. It's exactly tomorrow night when it starts. Can you go together, Master? If you don't go, you can't let me go alone. Can you? I'm sure Master would not be able to bear it. Would he? Chu Stardust's expression remained unchanged. To be honest, Master is actually still very tolerant. Master Li Yingling pulled out a long trailing tone and pouted. You're the best master in the world. Ever since he had stayed with Chu Xingchen for a long time, after the two of them mixed well, Li Yingling had understood his own master for the time being. For his own disciples, whether it was himself or Li Xingtian, master would always instinctively care. In particular, there is generally little resistance to a disciple's not so excessive demands, and since his own master doesn't put on any airs, it all adds up to something extraordinarily rare. Anyway, for Li Yingling, master's favorability was definitely ranked first at the moment. Chu Xingchen shook off Li Yingling's hand in disgust and said helplessly, good good good, in the future this clan may be all you say. Seeing that his request was met, Li Yingling could not hide the smile on his face and decisively expressed his loyalty. Yingling will always be on master's side. Master says the greatest. Chu Xingchen, on the other hand, is no waves, his own clan counting himself as the head of only 3 people. She does not stand himself here at most stand Li Xingtian there. Li Xingtian is a good disciple of fidelity. The main fight is super save, since it will be on his side. Calculating like this, even if Li Yingling didn't stand on her side, according to the law of commutation, she would have to stand on her side. Therefore, Li Yingling's words did not make any sense. Inside the Department of Demon Suppression, Anyan's face was heavy as she looked at the teenage boy who had been caught by Chu Xingchen. Trouble. This is real trouble. The trouble wasn't the teenage boy lying in bed still unconscious. Although the injuries had not yet healed, as long as he was alive to enter the Demon Suppression Division, Nian was certain that he would be able to fish for a hand. What's more, the teenage boy's injuries weren't considered troublesome in Ani's eyes. It was just a matter of some effort. The trouble was a small captain of the Demon Suppression Division who was standing beside the teenage boy at the moment. Oh, boy, how could this teenage boy be this Demoness' own brother? Are you saying that he's likely to have all his meridians wasted and become an invalid? Anyan looked at the woman in the Black Shin Demon Division captain's uniform. She was tall and tall, with a short sword at her waist. Anyan was now standing behind her, and could only see her back, as well as the long, silky black hair that was just as cold as the Demoness looked. There was a strong sense of oppression just by looking at the back. Ahem, Nin said at the moment, trying to phrase it, and also, it's not an invalid, just, Chapter 32 Zhao Wenqing's initial investigation. At this moment, Anyan felt that he had read fewer books, and at this moment, his mind froze, unable to think of any suitable vocabulary to glorify this teenage boy who had the probability of becoming an invalid. After all, I'm afraid that the teenage boy in front of me won't have the chance to use 2 hands for eating in the future. Anyan pulled out a silver needle was pulled out of the left hand. Even if the needle was pulled out of the left hand, the meridians are in a state of imminent exhaustion. It's a miracle that Anim is a good doctor if he can even lift himself up to eat. As for the silver needles that had yet to be pulled out of the other major acupuncture points, it was probably hard to even move. That blood chi had already begun to stir the meridians, and it wasn't just the arms and legs that were hard to move. The lower half of his body was also sealed with silver needles. In theory, this brat Onion has never seen, must be new to the demon suppression division. This female demon has always been unapproachable, and has not greeted everyone. If I knew that Anim was high and low, I would have pulled out the silver needles from my lower body, wouldn't I? And there was no telling what kind of mission it was to take. The danger factor wasn't low at all. At least the waifu people are still alive, aren't they? Onion could ultimately only comfort the female demon of the demon suppression division in front of her like this. Zhao Wenqing's hand unconsciously stroked the short sword on her waist. She did not turn her back to look at Onion behind her. This comfort seemed to have backfired. She said in a cool tone, "Did you stick this silver needle?" "Not, but you don't think so much. Without these few needles this child is estimated to be early pharynx." Onion quickly spoke up. "I've seen it. This silver needle is also just tied not long ago." Zhao Wenqing gently nodded her head, which was considered agreeing with what Onion had said. She then pulled up the short knife at her waist and gently micro-picked open that meridian, and the blood chi in the teenage boy's body instantly surged towards the newly arrived aura instantly. Zhao Wenqing's expression remained unchanged as she took out a talisman from her waist and instantly pasted it into the blade, absorbing some of the blood chi before immediately putting it back away. Zhao Wenqing then gently sealed the breach again. She wasn't a professional healer, and wasn't very good at strangling the same blood chi in the already 1,000 holes in her meridians. Dealing with this blood chi wasn't difficult for Zhao Wenqing, but without destroying the meridians, it was extremely difficult. She just needs some blood. Zhao Wenqing took one last look at her unconscious brother, then quickly turned around and left. "Please look after it, Dr. Nen. Just my job." Nen replied with a soft shake of her head. After Zhao Wenqing stepped away from the medical room, she walked straight to the archive room. My brother was assigned to the second team, and Zhao Wenqing hadn't greeted the people from the Department of Demon Control. So could it be that someone was taking advantage of the opportunity to retaliate against him? Zhao Wenqing quickly searched through her own brother's attendance records, and soon, she found the file for this mission. Investigate the disappearance of the Wang family. The one leading the team was an old member with good abilities that Zhao Wenqing had heard of. Since his brother had been fished back, the Xin Demon Division had already sent people to salvage that one river to see if anyone else had fallen into the river with them, and had also sent another team quickly towards the Wang family home to look for people. The Xin Demon Division moved quickly to react all too quickly. With that, Zhao Wenqing erased the possibility of retaliation. After all, the old member's life and death were unknown, and his own brother could at least save a life at this moment. However, Zhao Wenqing also understood that if she just relied on the Demon Suppression Division alone, I'm afraid that this matter could not be investigated clearly. Even if the investigation is clear, the efficiency of that case is not expected to be fast. If the demonic beasts were in rebellion, then the Demon Suppression Division would have piled people up there. But this is clearly a man-made disaster, a malicious attack by someone, which is bound to slow down the investigation. After all, people could be far smarter than demonic beasts. Plus, the Demon Suppression Division is very busy, and there won't be a particularly large number of investigators. Now she'd have to start another thread of her own to investigate. Zhao Wenqing quickly turned around after taking the file in her hand and headed straight down the street. Bamboo Jade Court. There were quite a few books placed in front of Yao Qin, and a dark red blood chi spirit stone was also held up by a formation ritual. She held the book in her hands and read it carefully, while carefully micromanaging the rituals in an attempt to reverse the process of blood chi eroding the spirit stone. Soon, however, the spirit stone blossomed violently with a dark red light, shattering the ritual tracks that were attempting to manipulate it. Yao Qin was slightly discouraged. "Damn." Servant Aaron, who stood watching the scene, advised in a low voice. "Miss, take a rest. You haven't rested for a long time. How is that denizen's business so important?" Yao Qin raised her slender white jade hand and gently rubbed her forehead. "Okay, I got it. Go ahead and get out." Ling understood at the words. This was not knowing and wanting to rest. It was clearly resenting the fact that he was standing here and wanting to continue his research after kicking himself out. "Ms. Go out first." Yao Qin's tone remained unchanged. Aura had no choice but to sigh before walking out of the room first. As the maid walked out of the room, Yao Qin closed her eyes and recuperated before starting to set up the rituals once again. It had to be said that as Chu Xingchen's cultivation level rose, it's getting harder to please yourself. This spirit stone was not a simple solution for Yao Qin, even though there were quite a few books to refer to in the sect. But after all, he was the one who asked for his own. A new attempt, and Yogi unsurprisingly fails. As the ceremonial track was once again washed away, the blood aura spirit stone fell off the table with a crisp sound. the heart is inevitably a little discouraged, but the process is at least moving forward. However, failing wasn't just once or twice. Yao Qin quickly adjusted her mind and was ready to seriously continue her research when the maid's voice came from outside the door. Miss Xiao wants to see you, Yao Qin casually replied. No time, no see. There was a slight silence at the door before the maid's voice came again. Miss, she said it was urgent. Yao Qin took a deep breath. After putting the spirit stones in front of her into her sleeve, let her in. As the words fell, the door to the room was pushed open. Yogi looked up, only to see Zhao Wanqing standing in the doorway, her face slightly depressed. The sense of confidence between her brows in the past dissipated a lot. I haven't been available lately, so if you have anything to say, you'll leave when you're done. Zhao Wanqing took 2 steps inside, then arched her hand and said, I need you to do me a favor. Not available, Yogi answered almost in seconds. What do these people think they are? They come to themselves for everything. Can't they learn to solve things on their own? As if she didn't hear it, Zhao Wanqing took out the talisman that sealed the blood chi and placed it on the table. I need you to help me find out what path this blood chi took, which attacked the people of the Demon Suppression Division, and I will never shirk anything you have to do in the future. Blood gas? Originally uninterested, intending to let Zhao Wanqing finish and get lost, Yao Qin's gaze instinctively looked towards the talisman on the table after hearing the words. You don't think so? After a slight hesitation, Yao Qin still reached out and touched the talisman. As the aura was injected into the talisman, Yao Qin instantly felt the raging blood chi within the talisman. Yao Qin fiercely gripped the talisman in her hand. Her eyes closed tightly in anger. I know. I will send someone to inform you if there is any result. Zhao Wanqing's face revealed an unexpected look, not expecting Yao Qin to actually agree so decisively. Before coming here, Zhao Wanqing had figured out how to eat closed doors until she was full. What makes Zhao Wanqing puzzled is that looking at Yao Qin's expression, she seems to know some of the inner workings of this blood gas. However, Zhao Wanqing understood the clan Yao Qin relied on behind her, and was still very trusting of Yao Qin's position. Thanks a lot. Zhao Wanqing didn't stay long after arching her hand and quickly turned around to leave. She had a lot more to do now. Chapter 33 Master Shifu is shallow. Yao Qin lowered her eyebrows to the talisman in her hand that had already been crumpled by her own pinching. The blood chi contained within it was incomparably violent and extremely aggressive, but the essence seemed to be roughly the same as the blood chi spirit stone that Chu Xingchen had given himself. It was just that the blood chi in the talisman was obviously being used as a means of attack, and it's just relatively stable amongst the spirit stones, adding to the fact that Chu Stardust's cultivation had risen so quickly. Himself, however, out of trust in him, did not ask more questions. The Qingfeng sect was actually still quite far from Yuzhou City. How could they risk putting their hands near Yuzhou City? Wouldn't that be too long for their lives? It wasn't in their interest to do so, unless it was that they were here to track Chu Stardust. However, Chu Stardust was able to leisurely live within Yuzhou City again, obviously confident that things were done beautifully without leaving any loose ends. Chu Stardust was definitely not an idiot. If he was being followed all the way, then he should have quickly realized it. Otherwise, with all the deaths he had done in the past, he should have already gotten cold. This shows that Chu Xingchen must be hiding something from himself. Or maybe he's simply converted to an evil practice. Yao Qin gripped the talisman in her hand tightly. I'll change my clothes and go out the door. Wait for me to come back to talk about what's going on. The maid hurriedly inquired. Miss, won't you take me with you? Don't bring it, Yao Qin answered decisively as she picked up a side of clothes. The maid, Xiaoling, wanted to say something, but in the end, she could only look at her young lady's back as she hurriedly left. Yao Qin once again lowered her eyebrows at the note in her hand. It was given to her by Chu Stardust, saying it was Chu Stardust's current address. After determining that this forbidding courtyard in front of him was Chu Xingchen's current residence, Yogi reached out to knock gently on the door. Responding to his own voice was quick. Coming. It was not the voice of Chu Stardust, but the voice of a woman. This forbidding door soon opened. An innocent and beautiful young girl opened the door with a smile on her face, looked at herself and then froze, then retracted her smile. You went to the wrong door, didn't you? Yao Qin looked at the young girl in front of her with a slight frown, then asked in a cold voice, Chu Stardust lives here? Li Yingling was also stunned as he looked at the cold temperament and pretty face of the big sister in front of him. Who is this man? Straight up bursting out of his own master's name. Could it be the previous master's lover? Or the master's enemy? The more critical question is, how do you answer this question? Master, does he live here or not? The main thing was that it was obvious that the woman in front of her had cultivation in her, and her own foundation stage strength couldn't see through her at all. The name seems a bit familiar. What do you want with him? Li Yingling tried to ask in a circle. There's something to find him. What is it? Yao Qin frowned slightly. What does this have to do with you? Does he live here or not? Li Yingling had a kind smile on his face. I can't remember this name. My brother has a good memory. He definitely knows if Chu Xingchen lives here or not. I'll go ask him. You wait. With that, Li Yingling hurriedly closed the door behind him, hurriedly ran to the doorway of the second master's room and patted it in a row. Soon Li Xingtian pushed open the door and looked at his own senior sister. What's wrong? What happened? Li Yingling whispered. There's a woman at the door looking for master, not knowing what's going on. You quickly go outside and look for master, saying that there's a temperament of a cold and good-looking woman looking for him. If those who come to the door looking for trouble come back and give me the code word, I'll say that master doesn't live here. If it is the master's favorite, you let the master hurry back. Li Xingtian frowned slightly. Is this senior sister thinking a little too much? But looking at the serious look of the senior sister in front of him, Li Xingtian still nodded and agreed to his senior sister's proposal. After all, there's nothing wrong with being careful. Li Yingling instructed. Okay, you take the back door. I'll stall her. Then senior sister is also careful, Li Xingtian also instructed before quickly turning around and walking towards the back door. As for where his own master was going now, Li Xingtian probably knew. Every time the master went out, he would tell his own disciple where he was going, so that he could find him if anything went wrong. At this moment, the master is probable to listen to the song in hookah. Ever since the master fished for corpses, he decided to exercise his mind in a different way. It's just that Li Xingtian doesn't understand what kind of mindset can be exercised by listening to music in a hookah. What's so great about listening to a pussy sing? Li Xingtian carefully slipped out of the back door, carefully observing the surrounding area to make sure no one noticed him, and then quickly headed towards the hookah that his master had mentioned. The hookah that master said wasn't too far away. A few streets were also close to hand for a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. It didn't take long for Li Xingtian to walk in front of the hookah that his master had mentioned. A few women in revealing clothes were leaning in front of the door of the hook bar with lutes and other musical instruments in their hands, softly chanting some explicit lyrics. This hooker is very unorthodox just by looking at the entrance. It's really bad manners. Is there no one in Yuzhou City to take care of it? Master is confused. Such women are foxes who can cheat. Li Xingtian's face turned cold. In the face of this kind of superficial female color, he had long seen through it. But you have to pay to enter the hookah and pass through this gate. A boy waiting at the door for his patron quickly ushered him forward. Master, come to listen to a song? Li Xingtian did not have the heart to talk to them, casually stuffed some silver into the arms of the boy and walked into the hooker. Li Xingtian swept his gaze across the room, almost manually embracing a hooker girl in his arms to do something degrading. Soon, his eyes locked on the master in the far corner. But what Li Xingtian didn't expect was that master actually didn't move his hands like those mortals. Instead, Xing sipped his tea, a soft smile on his face as he talked about something with a hooker holding a pipa. Li Xingtian didn't think much about it and hurried forward. Chu Xingchen tasted the tea in front of him. The hooker woman with the lute in her arms in front of her looked at herself with admiration. She murmured in her tone, Dongzi is really a great talent. The depth of the vision of the little woman is very admirable. The man in front of him had unique insights and a very high standard. No matter whether it was poetry and songs, or astronomy and geography, even if the world was changing. Cheap hooker women, for example, the door sells singing to seduce the guests to come, then naturally do not need to learn anything. We'll sing songs, we'll be able to play some musical instruments. No matter what line of work, there are highs and lows. He himself had been groomed as a headliner since he was a child, and had dabbled carefully in everything from poetry and song to dance music, and had carefully studied even his every word and deed. Eyesight ability, are far beyond ordinary people, know how to appreciate, will appreciate. Usually, I have seen all the people who are greedy for beauty, with no ink in their stomachs, vulgar words, and the greed in their eyes is overflowing. But this male is different. A word and a deed show the style of a gentleman, and the looks are just too good. There seemed to be stardust flickering in those eyes. It was said that his job was to coax his guests to work, but now it felt like he was being coaxed by him in general. Talking to the handsome man in front of her only felt like a spring breeze. With this sense of contrast, he felt that the handsome man in front of him was like a free fairy in the sky, not like a mortal. Chu Xingchen gently put the tea down. Looking at the woman in front of him with peach blossom eyes, he knew that his power had not yet receded. Chapter 34. Have the spirit stones been solved? If you want to be good in the world of immortal cultivation, flowery words are indispensable. Before, cultivation was not enough. Emotional intelligence came to the rescue. The smile on Chu Stardust's face was like a spring breeze. I'm too modest. I've chatted with the girl for a few moments, and I'm deeply impressed that her speech and demeanor are all that of a great person. Just as the girl was still planning on exchanging a few more sentences in depth, Chu Xingchen turned around violently and gazed at Li Xingtian, who was walking towards him. Chu Xingchen snapped to his feet. This disciple of his own family main hit an indulgence in immortal cultivation that could not be extricated. You shouldn't go out if there's nothing going on. And there's obviously something going on. Xingtian took 2 steps forward, and after glancing at the hooker woman, he said softly to his master. Shifu said a cold but good-looking woman came to the door to ask if you lived here. I wonder if it's master's enemy. A cold woman? Chu Xingchuan's eyes instantly lit up. This was clearly Yao Qin coming to find herself. I didn't expect her to come of her own accord, and I thought that I would ask my maid, Ling, to come and call out to me. Chu Xingchen sighed in relief and said, nothing, it's master's acquaintance. Let's go back together first. That hooker girl saw that Chu Xingchuan was going to turn around and leave without leaving a trace. Her heart was anxious. It was rare to meet such a godly man. Heart favorite is ultimately let the girl cannot help but speak. Gongzi. Little girl called Wan Yun. Dare to ask Gongzi name? Chu Stardust departing footsteps lurched. Sideways glance. The expression seems to have reluctance, but finally sighed. The same people are at the end of the world. With those words, he turned around and left without hesitation. For Chu Stardust, coming here was nothing more than exercising his skill of skillful speech that he had not used for a long time. It still doesn't look like it's fallen off the face of the earth. Don't stay with brother. Brother is just a legend now. Only Wan Yun was left frozen on the spot, holding the lute in her arms and murmuring in a low voice. Meet. Why? Ever. On the side that neither of them noticed, a young boy in a white shirt also heard the 2 sentences. Rather, he had also heard it from the beginning and listened to it with great fascination. But at the end of this sentence, his gaze also snapped up as he looked at the back of Chu Xingchuan and Xingtian as they left together. His face smiled willfully and freely as he suppressed his joy and said, well. Chu Xingchuan quickly rushed back inside the rented courtyard with Xingtian. However, when he came to the front door, he heard Yingling's slightly flattering tone coming from within the courtyard. Sister, how could I lie to you? Immediately followed by Yao Qin's very suspicious voice. You started at the door and I thought you were lying to me. When Chu Xingchen stepped inside the door, he saw that in the courtyard, Yao Qin was sitting on a stone chair, and on her side, her own great disciple was smilingly pouring tea for her. The 2 men's footsteps breath confiscated. Yingling and Yao Qin naturally gazed at the same time. When Yingling saw his own master return, he quickly sighed in relief. At least the person coming before him was not coming to the door to seek revenge. When Yao Qin saw Chu Xingchen, she stood up violently and appeared in front of Chu Xingchen with a sweep of her body, then reached out and clasped her hand on Chu Xingchen's hand. The divine sense violently rushed into Chu Xingchen's body. Chu Xingchuan looked at the Yao Qin in front of him suspiciously, his own Jindan automatically resisting the invasion of foreign divine sense. What are you doing? Yao Qin's complexion was ice cold and she said nonchalantly, let me see. It's not good, is it? So many people here. So much for what you entrusted me with. Forced by the poor authority, Chu Xingchuan still submitted, allowing Yao Qin's divine sense to enter his body. Yingling was also staring blankly at the scene in front of him. What was this situation? Xingtian silently looked at it twice, secretly feeling that it was a childish and boring thing. It's a slight shame that master is good, but he just hasn't cracked this layer yet. Ever since Chu Xingchuan let go of the Jindan protection in his body, Yao Qin's divine sense entered smoothly. Then Yao Qin froze on the spot. The spiritual energy flowing within that body was pure and incomparably pure, and it was of extremely high purity, excellent quality, and had a neutral and calm aura. Moreover, the speed of the flow of aura in the body was extremely fast, and the gap between the Jindan spitting was extremely fast, which was clearly something that could only be found at the level of an extreme Jindan. In addition, this level of spiritual power should at least be in the late Jindan stage, right? However, Yao Qin still carefully observed the situation, and after determining that there was no blood chi that was in the talisman and spirit stone, she sighed in relief and loosened her hand. At least Chu Stardust was true to his word and did not turn evil cultivator. This is a fundamental issue. Chu Stardust inquired strangely. What's strange today? Yao Qin took out the talisman that Zhao Wanqing had given herself and directly handed it to Chu Xingchuan. Look at this talisman. This blood chi is basically the same as the blood chi spirit stone you gave me. Receiving the talisman, Chu Xingchuan slightly excited the talisman. That blood gas gushed out. But this blood gas, did the side of the demon suppression division give it to you? How did you know? Yao Qin looked over skeptically. The one who was recruited by the demon suppression division was caught by me from the Yuzhou River outside of the city, and I was counted as having saved his life. Chu Xingguan felt like a giant straw man in whatever world he was in. How's this for fishing up people and fishing around and actually fishing on your side again? You caught it? Yao Qin was a bit incredulous. Chu Xingchuan sighed and briefly explained to Yao Qin again how he had hooked that lucky guy and how he had helped that teenage boy who was about to hiccup and fished for his life. Yao Qin didn't say anything, but Yingling, who was listening carefully from the side, was the first to speak. Master, if you go fishing next time, ask me to join you. Li Yingling originally thought that Master was merely simply fishing up a person. I didn't realize there was such a story in there. Originally, Li Yingling thought that fishing was nothing more than holding a fishing rod. Boredom equals fucked. I didn't realize there was such a story unfolding. Isn't this much better than wandering the streets on your own? Chu Xingchen sniffed and glared at his own eldest disciple without any good reason. Li Yingling, who received a glare back, just smiled sarcastically. Master, these two are your disciples? Yao Qin frowned slightly. Chu Xingchen shrugged slightly helplessly. Yes, 2 broken cotton jackets that will leak. Master, Li Yingling deflated his mouth in dissatisfaction. It was fine to say that Li Xingtian was a leaky cotton-padded jacket, after all. He had always been a man of few words and didn't seem to care much for his master. But he himself was definitely different. Most of the time he still listened to his master very much, and he would also take the initiative to help him with what he could. What do you call a raggedy cotton-padded jacket? You must be a gorgeous, beautiful 18-layer down jacket yourself. Chu Xingchen reached out his hand and rubbed Li Yingling's small head as a consolation, and then looked at Yao Qin and said, You didn't just come here to suspect that I moved, did you? Has that blood or a spirit stone been resolved? Yao Qin froze at the words, and her originally somewhat cold and icy complexion collapsed somewhat, her eyes unconsciously drifting to the side. Chu Xingchen understood as soon as he looked at Yao Qin's expression. It's really not settled yet. Chapter 35, if you stay any longer, you'll have to stay overnight. We're all here. Let's have dinner before we go. Chu Stardust didn't say much. If people are willing to help, they have to be grateful. It's better than being a headless fly with spirit stones by yourself. Those spirit stones can take up space rings. No need. Yao Qin's instinctive refusal stopped quickly before she finished her words, as the next words exceeded her expectations. I'll cook today. Chu Stardust continued to speak, then froze for a moment and looked at Yao Qin. Without what? Yao Qin instantly changed her tone. No need to cook too much. Although Yao Qin had also long been a Xingtian and had already opened up the valley, and had stopped eating anything other than the tea rationed by the clan for some time. But for Chu Xingchen's personal cooking, it's hard not to be impressed. A literate, rather gentlemanly man himself cooks for you. Other than that, Chu Stardust was still a halo addition in Yao Qin's eyes. Chu Xingchen nodded his head in agreement. Good, but there's nothing left in the kitchen. So Yingling, bring your senior to go buy some of your favorite food and come back. Alright, master, Li Yingling resolutely agreed. It had been a long time since he had eaten the rabbit made by his master. This time, buy too high and low for master to make a spicy rabbit for dinner. Buying groceries was the same as having the right to make the cook do whatever he wanted. A job that Li Yingling loved. After watching the 2 broken cotton-padded jackets of his family go out to buy food, Chu Xingchen turned around and pointed to the tea that Li Yingling had brewed on the side. A little tea first? Yao Qin readily agreed. Good. Chu Xingchen picked up a new cup from the side and repoured a cup of tea for Yao Qin. How have you been? I see your face and eyes seem a bit tired. Don't get too tired. Yao Qin froze at his words and hurriedly lowered his head. It was true that he hadn't rested much lately and had been studying that blood chi spirit stone. Could it be that his own face is a little haggard at the moment? Chu Stardust seemed to see through what Yao Qin was thinking in her heart and continued. But it's also a little less cold and icy. It looks more family. I always used to think you were rejecting people. I remember the first time I went to the Bamboo Jade Court to listen to you play the zither, and I didn't even see you. Yao Qin gently sipped the tea. It wasn't really good, but it felt extraordinarily soft in the mouth. You think the Bamboo Jade Court is a brothel? Not many people can match the couplets at the entrance, and it's not bad to be able to come in and listen to a song in the hall. Chu Xingchen thought deeply. That also did me half a month of couplets to be able to see your shadow through the screen window. When I looked back at twilight, that person was at the end of the lights. Yao Qin's face was unchanged. I originally thought that he was an ambitious and great talent, and only after that one talk did I realize that he was an uneducated punk. Chu Xingchen sniffed curiously and asked, Then why did you see me the next time? I just happen to not hate punks that much. Yao Qin looked down at the teacup in her hand. At the moment a leaf of tea was slowly spinning in the center of the teacup. Yao Qin raised her head once again, her gaze looking towards Chu Xingchen inquiringly. I see that your body aura is pure and strong. At least is also in the middle and late Xingtian level. A year ago to see you are only the peak of foundation establishment. You have not turned to cultivate evil cultivation. Why progress so fast? Could it be that you were coaxing me before? Normally immortal cultivators would not ask others why their cultivation had skyrocketed. This is kind of a very presumptuous question. After all, maybe it's a big chance. Maybe it's the thick and thin of their own cultivation techniques. The former may trigger prying eyes, while the latter is apt to reveal one's defects. That's why it's an unwritten rule in the immortal cultivation world not to ask others why their cultivation has skyrocketed. Chu Stardust sighed slightly. Let's say it's a matter of chance. I don't know how to explain it. In short, a year ago I saw you really only have the peak strength of foundation establishment. Yao Qin didn't ask more questions, just nodded her head gently. That's the end of the main question. Chu Stardust will accompany Yao Qin to casually chat about the sky and the sea, chatting about where he went to die again this year. By the time Li Yingling returned with the dishes, quite a bit of time had passed. Chu Xingchen then asked Li Yingling to receive Yao Qin for a while, and he himself walked to the kitchen with the dishes Li Yingling bought back. Li Yingling did buy quite a few dishes, many of which were Li Yingling's favorites. Chu Xingchen made some dishes by picking some at random. The world has never been too high on food pursuits. After all, after building the foundation, one can open up the valley, and the ones who are really in power are all cultivators, so the quest for food isn't too high. This has also led to the fact that the standard of cooking in this world is really not high, so it also made Chu Stardust's handiwork ride through this world. Anyway, folding the Yao Qin was definitely enough. Anyway, looking at Yao Qin's shocked expression after she took a bite of the goulash, Chu Xingchen knew that his cooking skills were enough to conquer Yao Qin. Yao Qin, who originally ate in a fairly refined manner, after seeing Li Yingling's eating style that couldn't wait to even lick the plate clean. Anyway, Li Yingling has always had little sense of seeing outside in front of his own master. Not to mention that Li Yingling can perceive that this Yao Qin seems to seem a little bit meaningful to his own master. After all, he didn't hold back, and although he still ate elegantly, it was obvious that the speed of his food was much faster. Combined with the fact that Yao Qin seemed to have gotten into the habit of chewing her food slowly, it also led to her mouth sometimes bulging like a hamster's, and then chewing and chewing and chewing. It's very much at odds with her cold temperament and looks very contrasting. Li Xingtian didn't demand much in terms of mouth and tongue. After all, he was the one who was known by Li Yingling as the one who could drink chicken bathwater without changing his face. So he's just a sidekick at dinner, just mixing in a bite or two every now and then to get involved. Chu Xingchen, on the other hand, would occasionally grab some dishes to eat with his own eldest disciple, and then look at Li Yingling's expression of reluctance, but would always give way to his own appearance in the end. All in all, it was a pretty relaxing meal. Yao Qin's worst fears did not happen. The handsome youth in front of him was just as he had known him from the very beginning, not drowned by the surging and raging malice of the immortal cultivation world, still sending out his own unique light in his own way. Everyone knows that the scattered cultivator is always the most difficult. He was quite a mess when he initially saw him, but he also always retained his bottom line, which is a very rare place. However, he might not be considered a casual practitioner now that he was a sect master. With a late Jindan stage cultivation, he was also enough to establish a sect in this small place. Moreover, the clan he built was also small, so small that there were only 3 people counting the headmaster. It was still a sect where the headmaster would steal food from his own eldest disciple, and although it was small, it was truly cozy. After this meal was over, Yao Qin didn't stay long before bidding farewell to Chu Xingchen and leaving. After all, it's getting dark, so if you stay any longer you'll have to stay overnight? Yao Qin had just returned to her room when she heard the slightly anxious tone of her own maid. Miss, you're finally back. Yao Qin removed her outer garment. What else could happen to me in a place like Yuzhou City? Xiaoling's small mouth unconsciously skimmed. What else can I worry about what happened to you? Of course I'm worried that you've been duped by that kid. However, Little Spirit naturally wouldn't say this out loud, and instead brought up another matter. Miss Xiao is here again, waiting for you down there for almost 2 hours. Chapter 36, The Most Easily Invited Jindan. Yao Qin frowned slightly at his words. Didn't he tell her that he would notify her if there was any news? She seemed to have some important clue, and seemed to be badly hurt when she came. A very serious injury? Yao Qin looked sideways at her maid, Xiaoling, and after a long time, she sighed and said, "Let her come in." "Yes, ma'am." The maid rose and walked toward the door. Yogi sat back in his chair and poured himself a cup of tea. Zhao Wenqing still had some friendship with Yao Qin, although most of the reason was just because of a fellow disciple. But granted, I've had a couple cups of tea and met a few times. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and with Yao Qin's consent, the door was slowly pushed open. What was reflected in Yao Qin's eyes was the bloodstained Zhao Wenqing, who had several fierce stab wounds all over her body, almost deep enough to be seen in the bone, and the dress of the Demon Suppression Division was also torn and tattered. The look was even more exhausted, obviously having experienced a great battle. Zhao Wenqing's cultivation level Yao Qin also understood. It was already in the middle of the foundation establishment stage. In a place like Yuzhou City it was already considered an expert. It's just a meal. How come you're hurt like this? This injury did count as a serious injury for the foundation establishment stage as well. Also, It didn't really fit her style to do so. Yao Qin tasted a mouthful of tea, the original drink of smooth tea, but at the moment it seems how less kind of flavor. Why are you hurt like that? Why don't I remember you being of a nature that would fight for your life for official business? Zhao Wenqing's face showed some entanglement, but she still said truthfully, the one who was seriously injured was my own brother. A real brother? No wonder Zhao Wenqing was so attached. Yao Qin raised her eyes to Zhao Wenqing, her tone unchanged. Then why are you coming to me now? That talisman thing wasn't that quick. Zhao Wenqing's formerly slightly haughty demeanor shriveled up as she lowered her head and whispered, I need someone to help. At least have a Xingtian stage cultivation. It was already considered excessive to make such a request in Yuzhou City. After all, the head of the Yuzhou City Demon Division was only at Xingtian cultivation level. In this realm, any Xingtian stage cultivation was enough to hold an elder position in a clan, who would have nothing to do but come to investigate a case for the Demon Suppression Division, or with a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. I met a group of evil cultivators when I went to explore in the afternoon, and those evil cultivators obviously only have the strength of the early stage of Foundation Establishment, but with the help of that blood chi, the power of their moves is at least at the level of the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. Now the director has been transferred to the Yuzhou main riverside of the task to go. If there is no Xingtian stage with the Realm Crush, Zhao Wenqing lowered her eyebrows. Ever since she grew up, she had never asked for anything, and it was somewhat difficult to ask for anything at this moment even if she was forced to. After all, the culprit's cultivation was not low this time, and Zhao Wenqing could hardly give an order for those Qi refining stage division members to probe for information. That was obviously a 9 deaths in 1 life mission. As for the other Foundation Establishment stage squad leaders, who didn't carry a few important missions on their backs, everyone was busy, not to mention the high level of danger of this mission, even the junior captains. But if we don't investigate now, when the culprits leave Yuzhou City, the investigation will be like a stone dropped into the sea. It wasn't unfounded worry, but rather Zhao Wenqing's experience in handling cases over the years. However, Zhao Wenqing was also prepared to be rejected by Yao Qin. After all, it was indeed excessive to say that this request was excessive, but right now, in addition to bamboo yuding within Yuzhou City, Zhao Wenqing really didn't know where else she could go to invite a Xingtian real person. You can't go and invite the old Zhao family ancestor who was dying and getting high on death, can you? Zhao Wenqing came but also just try to do their best. Do not work, it is better than doing nothing. Yao Qin listened carefully to Zhao Wenqing's claim and had to say that it was quite a coincidence that it came. If he had not taken on Chu Stardust's commission, when faced with Zhao Wenqing's request the odds were that he would only be able to refuse. After all, Yao Qin's visit to Yuzhou City was but just a clan practice, and there were still clan elders above him who pressed on. I have to say, what a coincidence to come. Yao Qin inquired, how many spirit stones can you offer? Zhao Wenqing was stunned at his words, but she thought carefully for a moment and replied, the most I can offer is up to 300 spirit stones. Can pay the spirit stone on the line. Anyway, Chu Xingchen is poor from the beginning to the end. Give money should be able to please. Let's just say that it is the best to please the Golden Dan within the city of Yuzhou, and still in the late Xingtian stage. I don't know what kind of strange encounter it was that made his cultivation rise so fast. Yao Qin took out a pen and paper and wrote down all the details of this matter in detail. Chu Stardust himself could just decide whether to help or not based on this information. After all, Chu Stardust had something to do with this matter. If he could find out something, it might be of some help to Chu Stardust's commission. Bring my letter. Yao Qin handed Zhao Wenqing the paper with Chu Xingchen's address. Remember, if he doesn't agree, you can try to offer some more spirit stones. Zhao Wenqing hastily reached out her hand and took the note in Yao Qin's hand. Yao Qin spoke. Right. Remember, whether he agrees or not, you owe me a favor. I understand. Thanks a lot. Yuzhou City. Night has fallen. Zhao Wenqing still went back first and simply treated the wound and changed into clean clothes. After all, the person he was going to meet was a Xingtian realist, and it was a Xingtian realist who had been recommended by Yao Qin. As a member of a gentry family, Zhao Wenqing still understood etiquette. After all, covered with blood to get help, one look let people understand that it will not be a good thing to do. Yuzhou City. Zhao Wenqing would have long ago walked with her eyes closed. She knew every street by heart. Her brow was downcast. She had been viciously slashed at her right thigh, and at the moment there was a sharp pain with every step she took. She wrapped a bandage around her pants several times to keep the blood from staining them. Both arms as well. It was actually possible to use spiritual energy to weaken these pains, but Zhao Wenqing didn't do so. Zhao Wenqing and Zhao Zhangyang were siblings and were in the direct line of the Zhao family. Their parents had contracted a malady since giving birth to Zhao Zhangyang, and they passed away not long after. Zhao Wenqing still remembered her mother holding her hand before she died, her voice thin and inaudible. There were too many words for Zhao Wenqing to hear carefully. Perhaps it was his own choked sobs that overshadowed his mother's words. But Zhao Wanqing still heard her mother's explanation, you all have to be good. You siblings all have to be good. Zhao Wanqing herself couldn't remember how many things she had promised her mother. But she broke faith. She raised her eyes to the bright moon high above. Zhao Wanqing didn't really have much contact with her own brother. And not long after her mother's death, she had practiced cultivation. In recent years, he came back from the outside and applied for a position in the Demon Suppression Division before rejoining the Zhao family. I also just came into contact with my grown-up brother, and I usually only have occasional correspondence with him. Zhao Zhengyang's talent wasn't considered good, but he worked hard and was a decent person. Zhao Wanqing had originally planned to include him in her squad, but he had rejected it himself. That's why it went to the second team. Zhao Wanqing suppressed the endless emotions in her heart. Her mother's instructions would always ring in her ears. It was myself as a sister who didn't do a good job. At this moment, one could do nothing but avenge his brother's death. The probability of one not being able to restore his brother to his former self, or even turning back into an ordinary human being, was slim. The only thing that could be done was the short knife at his waist. Zhao Wanqing's footsteps paused as she went to the address written on the note, and in front of her was a closed door. Chapter 37, Knight Rider you go. The door in front of him was closed. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath and calmed down before knocking lightly on the door. Coming. A clear female voice came from inside the door. Zhao Wanqing hurriedly stood back up, and the door was quickly pushed open. It was still Li Yingling who opened the door, and her eyes looked suspiciously at the tall and straight beauty standing in front of her. Who are you looking for? Hello, may I ask if Senior Chu Stardust lives here? Looking for Master again? Li Yingling swept his gaze across Zhao Wanqing in front of him, being able to detect breath. Then his cultivation should be similar to his own. This can't be Master's lover too, can it? Li Yingling got up to make way. Anyway, the cultivation level is not high. Come to pick a fight that is not afraid. Come in. I'll call for Master. Thank you. Zhao Wanqing hurriedly thanked her. Li Yingling pointed to the stone table and chairs in the courtyard to the side. You sit first. I'll go call Master. Good. Zhao Wanqing obeyed the arrangement and walked towards the stone chair to sit down since. Li Yingling walked towards Master's bedroom and knocked lightly on the door. Chu Xingtsuan's unkind voice came out. What's the point of not sleeping in the middle of the night? Master, another woman has come to see you. Again? How come I didn't realize I knew so many people in Yuzhou City? Chu Xingtuan opened the door to his room, saw the eye gesture from his own eldest apprentice, and looked to the side of that stone table. The woman with long black hair and a cool face was currently looking over with a nervous expression. This face, have not seen. That said, what is she nervous about? Could it be that he had been approached for something bad he had done in the past? Chu Stardust quickly used the system to scan the other party's words. Zhao Wanqing. Cultivation, middle foundation stage. Blue word, calm and collected. White word, fairly qualified. White word, towers. Provisional black term, psychic instability. Not eligible for apprenticeship. Not bad. I'm not afraid of even the ones who come to my door. Not the ones who are pretending to be a pig in a poke. Zhao Wanqing also quickly got up and stood, her eyes looking at the young handsome man in front of her. It was true that Mo Fei was unable to perceive the aura of the man in front of him, and it was indeed hard to imagine that someone who looked this young was actually a Xingtian cultivator. Is it hard to believe that it's also from the Middle Kingdom? Zhao Wanqing spoke in a respectful tone. You're Senior Chu Stardust, aren't you? You are? Elder Yao Qin recommended me to come, and this is what she entrusted me to give you. Zhao Wanqing hurriedly took out the envelope given by Yao Qin and slightly bent over to hand it to Chu Xingtsuan. Chu Xingtsuan was relieved when he heard that. It's fine if he's not here to find trouble, but what's the situation with Yao Qin's recommendation? She should know that she hates trouble, but there were too many favors owed to others, and it was unreasonable not to help at this time. Chu Xingtsuan walked down the steps and went to Zhao Wanqing, reaching out in front of him to take that envelope and open it directly. Eyes read the letter in a single glance, and the letter was succinct and clear. The letter said that you can produce spirit stones? Chu Xingtsuan raised his eyes to Zhao Wanqing. Yes, I can immediately deliver 300 spirit stones to Senior. Zhao Wanqing continued to speak. If Senior doesn't think it's enough, after a while, I should be able to come up with another 100 spirit stones. 400 spirit stones? You can't expect me to help you until the case is closed, can you? Chu Stardust frowned slightly. 3 days, just 3 days at the most, and after 3 days, no matter what the situation is, the spirit stones will be offered as they are. Just as well. For Yao Qin's sake. Chu Xingtsuan nodded gently. Then you want to investigate the case now? Seeing that Chu Xingtsuan agreed, Zhao Wanqing hastily sighed in relief. If it's convenient for Senior, then naturally, a soldier is a soldier. This was also the reason why Zhao Wanqing had already come to visit in the evening as well. Those prisoners were vicious and evil cultivators, not ferocious beasts that slept after eating their fill. If their purpose is accomplished, they will naturally withdraw quickly, and if they are a little late, they will naturally catch nothing. Chu Xingchen shouted towards the side room after nodding. Li Xingtian, who was originally practicing cultivation, heard his master call out and quickly opened his eyes, hurriedly getting up and pushing open the door of his room, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard in a circle, his tone slightly puzzled. What are master's orders? Chu Xingchen flicked the envelope in his hand directly into Li Xingtian's hand after wrapping it in spiritual energy, then yawned and said, "See for yourself. Meet again at the fishing spot for the master tomorrow morning, or at noon, and you'll go out on a case with her for the rest of the evening." Self-disciple cultivation technique is more evil than the evil cultivator. The foundation stage can live to absorb the golden dan from the cultivation technique to crush the group of evil cultivators. If it was just some small foundation establishment monsters, it was just the right time for Li Xingtian to fight the monsters and upgrade. It's also good to be able to use less spirit stones, not to mention that the talisman that could defend against the Jindan stage was still on Li Xingtian, and the teleportation talisman was still there as well. Even if the situation is not right, running away is still possible. Li Xingtian raised his hand to receive the letter that flew in, and his eyes quickly scanned over it, confirming the key information afterward. Yes, master. Li Xingtian gazed at Zhao Wanqing, who was standing by the side, and said, "Miss Zhao, do you have a target now?" Zhao Wanqing wants to say and stop itself is to ask the Jindan real person to sit in the town. However, it is just, people are willing to come tomorrow noon is also good. Moreover, this Li Xingtian's cultivation was also foundation establishment, and his breath was strong, so he was estimated to be around the late foundation establishment cultivation stage, much better than the average squad leader, and adequate if you're just looking for tracks. In short, this was the only Jindan Zhao Wanqing could hire at the moment, and then there is nothing to do but admit it. Zhao Wanqing arched her hand towards Li Xingtian and said, "Yes, I found an evil cultivator's rituals near the place of the crime. We can check from there." Li Xingtian nodded and replied, "You lead the way. Let's go." Chu Xingchen looked at the two who were ready to set off, but still opened his mouth and instructed, "Xingtian, be careful. Don't go up to the top and remember to use the talisman if something happens." "Don't worry, master." Li Yingling looked at the departing figures of the two men, his gaze looking towards Chu Xingchen and said, "Master, for their own big disciple want to say what?" Chu Xingchen still do not understand as the little cute, and so nonchalantly said, "You sleep. Don't go with your senior brothers. You'll slow them down later." Li Yingling sniffed and gasped, "What do you mean by dragging senior brother down? I'm the senior sister. My cultivation is no worse than his." Chu Xingchen sniffed and wanted to laugh. Cultivation is not bad, but they are not in front of. No one can pressure this curious baby. Wait to check the case. Not Zhao Wanqing instructions Li Xingtian case. 80% is in front of the family's eldest apprentice. Put aside that command Li Xingtian checking that. Big disciple obedient also only in front of his own obedience. He is not in front of. In the words of Li Xingtian is extremely subjective. This is probably the only positive word Li Xingtian can think of. Translated into human languages, I can do whatever I want. However, Chu Stardust was still quite experienced in how to hold his own great disciple. So do you want to sleep and go with master at noon tomorrow? Or are you planning to go with them now? Then it's better to sleep and go. Then master, you remember to bring me along tomorrow. Chapter 38 Night Rider's Case Investigation Journey. The village in the file is not very far from Yuzhou City. At least it was within the jurisdiction of the Yuzhou Town Demon Division. It wouldn't really take long for two foundation establishment cultivators to hurry at full speed. Li Xingtian followed behind Zhao Wanqing for a while, only to feel that there was something strange about the posture of Zhao Wanqing in front of him as she hurried along. It looked as if he had injured his right leg, and it always felt a little unnatural every time he landed. This also caused Zhao Wanqing's rushing speed to not be considered fast in Li Xingtian's eyes. "You have an injury to your right leg?" Li Xingtian opened his mouth to inquire. Zhao Wanqing was surprised and looked sideways. "How did you know?" "You will always subconsciously unload when your foot lands," Li Xingtian explained, and then continued to inquire. "Are you sure it's okay to drag such a leg? Time is of the essence." Li Xingtian's tone was calm. "So urgent that you didn't even take a healing elixir?" "I ate it. It's just that all that blood wasn't able to be removed that quickly, and that's what caused the slow recovery." "Then can I trouble you to stop?" Zhao Wanqing stopped her pace at the sound of her words, and her gaze looked at Li Xingtian in confusion. "I have a solution. Please cooperate. I can't guarantee your safety in case of an attack." Li Xingtian opened his mouth to explain, and then his gaze quickly scanned over, and he could indeed vaguely feel a blood chi wrapping around Zhao Wanqing's body. "Isn't this wound a bit much? A little offense. Please bear with me." Li Xingtian also stopped his pace, manipulating aura in his hands and quickly wrapping several wounds containing blood qi. After Li Xingtian's aura touched that blood qi, it was as if that blood qi recognized its master and quickly submitted to the aura that Li Xingtian manipulated. With a slight hook, the blood qi aura then violently surged out of Zhao Wanqing's wound along with Li Xingtian's aura. Zhao Wanqing froze as she felt the ferocious and pestering blood qi within her body, as if it was going to be entangled for the rest of her life, and at the moment it was easily taken away by that aura without any resistance. It was as if the daughter who had been raised in the family for 18 years was taken away by the ghostly fire yellow-haired boy with a hook of the finger. Zhao Wanqing wanted to speak. She was curious as to why Li Xingtian's aura could suppress the blood qi so easily. The gong method issue. Li Xingtian read Zhao Wanqing's expression since. There is a reason why master called me here and not seen your sister. Thank you. Zhao Wanqing opened her mouth to thank. In any case, with less of that entangled blood qi, the pain did sharply decrease by a lot. Li Xingtian nodded gently as a response. After all, bringing a drag to work is always a stupid thing in Li Xingtian's eyes. Experience in his last life had taught him not to be teammates with stupid people. Now Zhao Wanqing was already considered half a fool in his eyes. If she couldn't show where she excelled in the next case, then Li Xingtian would consider taking over Zhao Wanqing's command and handling the case in his own way. This is where I found the traces of the rituals. Zhao Wanqing pointed to an empty field with no traces. They're moving fast. We have to hurry. Li Xingtian's gaze quickly swept across the empty space. If what Zhao Wanqing said was true, the ground had indeed been handled very cleanly, with not a single useful trace remaining. Zhao Wanqing kicked the location of the original formation eye with her foot and did not find any energy fluctuations. For them to be so arrogant in their ritual sacrifices, they must have reached some critical point, or a change of heart that would make them so reckless. So we've got to go ahead and anticipate their next place of operation. Li Xingtian gently nodded his head, sort of agreeing with Zhao Wanqing's plan. It seemed that she wasn't just going around investigating in a hot-headed manner. It's enough to have a program and an idea, and it looks like Zhao Wanqing has a destination to go to next. Zhao Wanqing's destination was north from here. Yuzhou City was surrounded by water to the south and mountains to the north. And Zhao Wanqing thought that since the Yuzhou City's Demon Suppression Division had found out that the group of evil cultivators were engaging in a big sacrificial ritual, they naturally couldn't be so blatant anymore. They're just evil practitioners. It's not that they don't want to live. It is highly likely that they will target the hidden villages against the mountains. Firstly, this kind of hidden village is not easy to detect. And secondly, leaning against the mountain with trees, even if it is really detected by the Demon Suppression Division, it will not be so easy to be caught if it is quickly dispersed and fled as a whole. So, under the night, Zhao Wanqing led Li Xingtian on a wild goose chase towards the nearest village in the north. Zhao Wanqing had already seen the topographical maps of the surrounding area before she set off. Around half an hour or so, the two were close to the village that Zhao Wanqing had mentioned. Wait! Li Xingtian jolted to a halt, frowning slightly as he surveyed the surroundings. Zhao Wanqing hurriedly stopped. What's wrong? Into the maze. Li Xingtian swept his gaze around the dense forest. We've circled around here at least 3 times. Zhao Wanqing froze at the words. 3 laps? She had no perception of this. It's not hard to leave this maze, but I'm afraid we're exposed. Li Xingtian swept his gaze across the surroundings, and then quickly sensed a point of spiritual energy fluctuation. Although his cultivation had started over after being reborn, Li Xingtian's insights and experience were still there. At the beginning of the mission, Li Xingtian paid close attention to his surroundings. Li Xingtian's vigilance towards evil cultivators was always drawn out, for no other reason than that all the evil cultivators he had encountered had one and the same characteristic, no bottom line. Li Xingtian carefully and cautiously touched the aura fluctuation point. Zhao Wanqing also quickly followed Li Xingtian's footsteps, and then she saw Li Xingtian peeling back the grass and picking up a small stone from the ground. Li Xingtian checked it over and over again before carefully placing the stone back in its original position. It's the stone bead maze. Follow me. Zhao Wanqing sniffed and followed behind Li Xingtian, only to see Li Xingtian turn left and right as if he was going around in a circle, and after a few rounds he actually did go around. Then, Zhao Wanqing froze. What came into view was a village that had long since been slaughtered. All the houses had long since been burned to the ground, and the smell of blood came with the cold night air. Headless bodies hang from trees at the head of the village. Li Xingtian looked down at the traces of the formation instrumentation still around his feet, and he didn't even deal with it. How dare they? They? Zhao Wanqing's voice trembled slightly. Capturing the population from the village to sacrifice to an evil cultivator and sacrificing an entire village to an evil cultivator were completely different concepts. Evil sacrificial rituals are nothing more than refining blood in human souls to externally repair themselves, but both blood and soul are best in adult men. The rest of the women, children, and old people couldn't provide much blood at all. It can even defile the qi in blood. That's why even a vicious evil cultivator wouldn't do such a detrimental thing. Besides, it's a whole village, not a single one of the old, the weak, or the children. This is simply carnage. Li Xingtian spoke. They left in such a hurry that they didn't even deal with the formation rituals. I'll memorize these rituals so that I can go back and inquire about the situation. You go inside and see if you've missed any useful information. When he glanced at Zhao Wanqing's expression, he understood that she had lost some of her bearings and made arrangements. Chapter 39, Stop talking if you can't. Zhao Wanqing stepped inside the village. The blood on the ground had long since dried, but the pungent odor of blood could still be smelled. The burned houses were dumped randomly into rubble. All along the way, traces of the formations of this sacrificial ritual could be seen on the ground. This group of evil cultivators had planned to blood sacrifice the entire village from the start. There were no bodies on the road either, except for the one hanging from a large tree at the entrance to the village. Apparently, the bodies were moved to the position of the formation's eye. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath and suppressed the unspeakable emotions in her heart. To say that the group of evil cultivators left useful traces of the most likely place is the eye of the formation. She swept her gaze around to check for signs, but her feet still flew towards the center of the village. The entire village can be covered there most simply. Everything was just as Zhao Wanqing had speculated. In the center of the village, white bones were piled up all over the place. All the villagers who had been sucked dry. But there was also something Zhao Wanqing hadn't anticipated. The group of evil cultivators hadn't all retreated. On the pile of white bones, the evil cultivator wearing a simple black robe casually sat on the white bones, and on his side was a large dark red sword that emitted an endless blood aura. The demon suppression division is becoming less and less efficient. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and his tone was very dissatisfied. And only 2 people came. How can you defend mortals with this? Did you make these? Zhao Wanqing inquired in an icy tone while touching the short knife at her waist. It wasn't Grandpa Me who did it. Can't it be that you, the demon suppression division's junior captain, did it? The black-robed man smiled disdainfully and violently reached out to grip the large sword at his side. Under the moonlight, a dark red light flickered slightly. The black-robed man holding a large sword had already reached Zhao Wanqing's side, and the long sword in his hand blossomed with dark red light. Zhao Wanqing was not slow to react, and the short sword at her waist was already out to parry. Bang! The loud sound of gold and iron striking resounded through the silent night sky at this moment. Zhao Wanqing only felt that the knife was fierce and incomparable, and her 2 injured arms were almost dislodged. Forcibly mobilizing her body's aura could only manage to block it. This black-robed man's cultivation was feared to be in the late stage of foundation establishment. However, what made Zhao Wanqing feel even more tricky was that evil cultivator blood chi. At the moment, it was surging from that long blade, rapidly climbing and exchanging blows to attack Zhao Wanqing with aura. This caused Zhao Wanqing to have to separate her mind again and manipulate her aura to fend off the surging blood chi. If he let the blood chi get close enough to attack him again at this moment, it would truly be a dead end. But the black-robed man was, after all, an evil cultivator who had rolled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and he violently raised his foot and kicked Zhao Wanqing directly in the abdomen. In the face of this kick, Zhao Wanqing had no room to dodge and could only gather her own aura to forcefully resist it. With a kick, Zhao Wanqing felt that her internal organs were instantly shifted. The figure could no longer support it and flew backwards, smashing into the ground. The force was so great that it even smashed out a small pit, forcing down the fishy sweetness in her throat. Zhao Wanqing quickly rolled over and stepped back. At the same time, he gripped the short sword in his hand and swung out a few knife chi in a hurry to prevent the black-robed man from coming after him in victory. But it was not to be. The black-robed man's body swept wildly, and after using his sword body to forcefully top the sword chi, his blood-red spiritual energy violently erupted, and went straight for Zhao Wanqing's head. The black-robed man seemed as if he was genuinely advising, "Don't be an official in your next life." Zhao Wanqing gritted her teeth and raised her short sword to block again. When the black-robed man saw this scene, his heart rejoiced, and the blood chi in his body violently erupted, forcibly suppressing the knife's center of gravity to deviate. This caused the blade that was originally aimed straight for Zhao Wanqing's head to change its traces and slash back towards her waist. Since the manipulation of blood chi, the black-robed man had already used this move to result in the lives of quite a few people who were Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhao Wanqing watched the knife turn into rainbow light. Bang! Suddenly a worn-out iron sword blocked the rainbow light, followed by Zhao Wanqing only feeling the back of her neck collar being tugged, getting out of the range of that large sword attack. Immediately after that, the iron sword was split to pieces by the rainbow light. Li Xingtian looked at the broken short sword. Sister is really pitting the junior brother. Zhao Wanqing looked behind her with a sideways glance, only to see that Li Xingtian looked indifferent. Li Xingtian still asked out of concern for his employer, "Still okay?" Much caution. Zhao Wanqing had originally planned to say thank you, but then saw the black-robed man with a sword coming again even reminded. Xingtian raised his eyes slightly, and the broken long sword in his right hand violently erupted with a metaphysical aura. Facing that blood-drenched, killing intent-filled greatsword, Xingtian was undaunted and responded with the broken sword in his hand, which was shattered almost to the hilt. Moreover, it looked as if Xingtian had just lightly stretched out the broken sword. Zhao Wanqing stared at Xingtian with wide eyes as if he was committing suicide. But the next thing that Zhao Wanqing didn't expect was that it was actually the black-robed man who dodged this exchange of blows. The black-robed man violently raised his long sword. His body madly swept wildly dozens of meters away towards the back. His tone gloomy and uncertain. "You kid. From Central State?" That breath just now was clearly a divine ability. Apart from the fact that the Central State had such a handiwork and could let their own disciples cultivate divine powers as soon as they built their foundations, the black-robed man would find it hard to believe that there was such a great handiwork in that place. That's the avatar. If it is not cultivated evil cultivation, practiced some instincts, I'm afraid that just that seemingly ordinary sword himself will have to suffer a big loss. Xingtian did not answer, just condensed the aura in his body, holding the shattered sword in his hand stepped forward, and chopped at a distance of dozens of meters. Only a dark red light was seen flashing past with the broken sword. Boom! As the dark red light flashed away, a fierce energy quickly crushed everything in front of Xingtian. Zhao Wanqing was shocked to see the dark red light that was like a thin thread destroying everything. This is definitely not the means of the foundation stage. Dust flew up. Xingtian lightly waved his sword again, and the dust was instantly washed away by the pressure. The black-robed man had also long since disappeared. He ran away. Xingtian didn't go after him and turned to look at Zhao Wanqing, who was paralyzed on the ground. "How is your situation?" "I didn't." Zhao Wanqing was about to answer, but the consequences of the strong pressure on the internal organs appeared at the moment. She was very magnificent, sprayed a large mouth of blood. "Knight Ritter, let's withdraw first. There might be other evil cultivators around, and I won't necessarily be able to protect you now that you're seriously injured." Zhao Wanqing also knew that her current situation wasn't optimistic and agreed to Xingtian's plan. First return to the Demon Suppression Division. Zhao Wanqing just opened her mouth, and another mouthful of blood was vomited out. "I'm helping you now. Please don't say anything." Xingtian's tone was serious. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath and gently nodded her head. "Shame on you. Just now that sword Xingtian also just knocked the mountain to shake the tiger. The mighty nature also has a price." That single sword had drained half of the spiritual energy in Xingtian's body. In order to prevent any more evil cultivators from ambushing him, Xingtian could only lead Zhao Wanqing to retreat in a slower manner. After all, he still had to retain his spiritual energy in case of an unexpected situation. Perhaps he was truly frightened by that sword of Xingtian. There was no ambush on the way back. After approaching Yuzhou City, Xingtian didn't listen to Zhao Wanqing's words to go back to the Demon Suppression Division, but instead took Zhao Wanqing to the courtyard first. Facing the closed door, Xingtian carried Zhao Wanqing's rear collar and directly leapt in. Before Xingtian could report to his own master, Chu Xingchen pushed open the door, and his gaze quickly locked onto Zhao Wanqing, who was pale from vomiting blood. "What's going on here, Senior?" Zhao Wanqing vomited blood out again. "Chu Stardust. Well, now we know what's going on." Chapter 40, An opportunity is too great to lose. Make a decision when it's time to make a decision. Zhao Wanqing's injuries were actually quite serious. Just by looking at her face alone she's at least thrown up into anemia. On the way back, Zhao Wanqing also knocked down first aid pills to prevent the situation from worsening. There was also a reason why Xingtian brought Zhao Wanqing back to the courtyard first. That ceremonial formation was basically the same as the ceremonial formation within the Qingfeng sect's mine. It was highly likely that they were of the same origin. Xingtian had this feeling when he saw the array rituals in that corner of the village. That's why Xingyi had proposed that he should memorize the rituals and let Zhao Wanqing go in to check for clues. This news is good to explain to the master first, to see if there are any hidden dangers. Could it be the Qingfeng sect side? Alternatively, he could directly frame the Qingfeng sect and let the Demon Suppression Division go and eliminate the Qingfeng sect to prevent future problems. But this step also required careful planning, so as not to be investigated by the Demon Suppression Division when the case is investigated again to the head of their own clan. Whether it was commissioned by Zhao Wanqing or the Demon Suppression Division investigating the case, in Xingtian's mind it was ultimately inferior to the small sect that only had 3 people now. The movement in the courtyard was not small. Yingling was also not yet asleep. She heard the movement and also pushed open the door. Her gaze also quickly locked onto Zhao Wanqing. After all, her breath was weak and her face was pale, and it looked like she was seriously injured. Seriously injured? Yingling inquired. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath and suppressed the chaotic breath in her body. It's not a big deal. There are professional physicians within the Demon Suppression Division. Yingling's tone was sincere. even afraid of Zhao Wanqing's refusal, and hurriedly took a few steps forward to hold her hand. Come all you want, my master's alchemy skill is a masterpiece, especially the healing elixir. It's too much trouble for seniors. No need. My master happens to be adjusting the taste of the elixir, so you're helping out by tasting the flavor for my master. Li Yingling gazed at his senior brother at the side. Senior brother, do you think it's right? Li Xingtian was slightly speechless when he heard this, but it was obvious that if he didn't support his senior sister now, the next time master would have an excuse to let himself eat it first in case he refined any rare pills. Recall again the master's flower elixir. Li Xingtian finally said with a clear conscience. Senior sister is right. Just as well. Master happens to have some new ideas. Chu Stardust did not push back. After all, both of his own disciples were now looking at the pills he had refined as if they were poison. Now is also the time to prove it for yourself. Li Yingling was still holding Zhao Wanqing's hand and commanding his senior brother on the side. Senior, go get the pot. Take the pot? Zhao Wanqing's brows furrowed slightly. What could this take pot do? However, she then saw Chu Xingchen take out a few spirit herbs from within his spatial ring. Is this live alchemy? Li Xingtian also took out the iron pot dedicated to alchemy from the kitchen. Zhao Wanqing had a bad thought floating up. Was this intended to be an iron pot for alchemy? I've never seen that alchemist who uses an iron pot to make pills. As it turns out, good thoughts don't usually work, and bad thoughts are a snap. Zhao Wanqing soon watched a good show of alchemy in an iron pot. A large pot of water and the spirit plant was soon condensed into a small dark green ball of water. Wafting with the distinctive nature scent of the spirit plant, the smell of grass, Zhao Wanqing's gaze was wide open. This could really be an iron pot for alchemy? Looking at Zhao Wanqing's expression, Li Yingling thought she was afraid and opened her mouth to comfort her. Don't be afraid. What should really be feared is yet to come. Ha! Zhao Wanqing made a confused sound. But this time, Chu Stardust really did think carefully. First of all, bitterness is a relative taste issue. And if you really can't handle bitterness, then you can actually find another way to address taste. As long as you can't taste the bitterness, it's not bitter, is it? There were still many ways to lose one's sense of taste. Chu Xingchen had picked an herb this time, and it still had the effect of replenishing blood. This heals and replenishes blood in one fell swoop. Given Li Xingtian's deep hatred for flour, Chu Xingchen decided to give up on flour first this time. Done. Come try it. Chu Xingchen used his aura to wrap the greenish water mass in front of Zhao Wanqing. The alchemy process. Zhao Wanqing is watching the whole process. Those spirit plants Zhao Wanqing also naturally recognized clearly. Awesome healing spirit plants. Theoretically, what these things come up with is self-evidently edible. But looking at the dark green mass of water in front of you, Zhao Wanqing's heart crossed and she still swallowed it directly. It does have some bitterness in the mouth at first, but it quickly dissipates. But there was a violent reaction to this green potion as it traveled down his throat. It was a reaction that was hard to describe. A hideous feeling of the body automatically resisting that potion. From the moment it was swallowed, the body rebelled violently. The drug, however, seemed to ignore the body's resistance and entered the body with a big grin. It's as vicious as a robber, kicking in the door of a room straight away. And the medicinal effect was indeed very good. Zhao Wanqing could clearly feel that her internal organs were recovering. It's just that the internal organs are also rejecting this medicine. But you can also feel the soothing sensation of recovery. At the moment, comfort and discomfort come together at the same time. Just as someone on the left sole of your foot is tickling you with a feather, someone on the right sole of your foot is scratching you. The hard feeling of scratching an itch, but scratching the wrong one. Zhao Wanqing only had one thought right now: how did this medicine feel even more evil than that group of evil cultivators? After looking at Zhao Wanqing, who had an odd expression, Li Xingtian said to the senior sister beside her, "Senior sister, you take care of it first. I have something to discuss with master." "No problem," Li Yingling resolutely agreed. His own second senior brother obviously had something that he couldn't let the Demon Suppression Division know about to tell his master. This kind of cooperation Li Yingling would answer for himself. Inside the room, "Master, it's debatable if that group of evil cultivators is the Qingfeng Sect, but it should be of the same origin as the Qingfeng Sect's evil cultivation methods." Li Xingtian picked up the pen and paper on the desktop and drew down a detailed picture of the formation rituals in the mines and villages. It's just that the way that blood qi is used isn't quite the same as the Qingfeng Sect. The Qingfeng Sect favors defense, while that group of evil cultivators focuses on offense. Evil cultivator qi and blood are very aggressive. If the group from Qingfeng Sect was also instructed by someone, I'm afraid that there's another huge force behind manipulating all of this. Chu Xingchen nodded gently at his words. Then what are you thinking? It is naturally undesirable to take chestnuts out of fire, Li Xingtian said seriously. The one the village ambushed today was only a peak foundation establishment evil cultivator, and his means are not strong. That's why I think the Qingfeng Sect is the big fish. If the Qingfeng Sect is reported, Li Xingtian's words came to an abrupt end here, as he had already finished carefully drawing the two rituals. By the way, the differences between the two formations were marked. The Qingfeng sect has also done evil cultivation deeds, and reporting the Qingfeng sect is considered a good deed. However, the Qingfeng sect had a Yuaning elder in attendance. Trees are hard to fall, and the Yuzhou Town Demon Division may not be willing to touch this mold. After all, although the Qingfeng sect had done bad things, they had done them quite covertly and without publicity. However, when it came to the matter of the living sacrifice of an entire village, if the Xuanwu kingdom was willing to deal with it, there should be quite a few clans willing to come together. Chu Xingchen looked towards his own second disciple, who was currently staring expressionlessly at the formation rituals he had drawn. Li Xingtian noticed his master's gaze and looked up. An opportunity is not lost. When it's broken, it's broken. Chapter 41 Gray Areas. Early the next morning, Yuzhou City, inside the medical center of the Demon Suppression Division. What panacea did you take that worked so well for miles? Onion lifted the bandage on Zhao Wanqing's hand, and found that the original bone-deep stab wound was now 80% healed. Zhao Wanqing looked slightly strange and replied, eating the Dan liquid refined by a senior. Hold out your hand and take your pulse. Onion does not care too much about what pills Zhao Wanqing ate. Did not eat dead on the line. Zhao Wanqing sniffed her cuffs and placed her hands on the table. Onyen's small hand took her pulse, and for a long time her gaze strangely surveyed Zhao Wanqing for a while. Did you suffer serious internal injuries not long ago? Zhao Wanqing frowned slightly. Yes. What's wrong? The pulse is a bit strange. It seems to be getting better a bit too fast. 80% of it is because of the Dan liquid you ate. Onion took her small hand up and said in a relaxed tone. Checked out. Nothing. Recovery quite fast. Also not poisoned. A good rest for a period of time you will be able to live again miles. Thanks. Before Zhao Wanqing finished speaking, someone outside the door shouted. Captain Zhao. There's a Chu Stardust at the door calling for you. Zhao Wanqing quickly stood up at his words and said with a slight apology. I'm sorry, I'm leaving first. Onion looked at Zhao Wanqing's windy figure and shouted. Don't forget. Remember to recuperate for a while. Don't come back lying down again when the time comes. And you're not the one who has to work hard. It was a pity that Zhao Wanqing did not answer Nian's reminder. Zhao Wanqing hurriedly walked out of the main entrance of the Demon Suppression Division. And then she saw Chu Xingchen standing under a tree not far away, and hurriedly took a few steps over. Chu Xingchen was the first to inquire. Have you reported the situation that village to the Demon Suppression Division? It's been reported, and it's going through the expedited process again. Expedited? How long? Zhao Wanqing smiled bitterly. About half a month or so. That does seem pretty urgent. So what now? Are you going to continue checking on your own first? Chu Xingchen looked at Zhao Wanqing and said, even if we don't check, the promised spirit stones can't be reduced. Investigating the case naturally must continue to investigate. After all, really waiting for half a month process down. People have long run out. Zhao Wanqing sounded puzzled. Naturally I have to check. But why didn't the one who was with me yesterday come? You mean Li Xingtian? Chu Xingchen said in a strange tone. How many more people do you plan to hire for 400 spirit stones? Zhao Wanqing hurriedly replied. No, it's just that Brother Knight is very powerful. After all, that sword was just too stunning in Zhao Wanqing's eyes. It wasn't a power that belonged to the Foundation establishment stage at all. And he's been very calm during the case. Chu Stardust didn't pursue the above question too much and said with a serious expression. Well, do you have any goals now? Zhao Wanqing stopped dumbfounded at his words. Yesterday, that one peak Foundation establishment evil cultivator was feared to be that group of evil cultivator gangs purposely left behind to check the progress of the investigation of the Demon Suppression Division to make program adjustments. Moreover, that evil cultivator had not been killed by Xingtian, so I'm afraid that he had already spooked the snake. If the case was still investigated according to the previous scenario, I was afraid that I would keep being toyed with by that group of evil cultivators like they were going in circles, and I would keep pouncing on them. I'm afraid that the next direction of the investigation will have to be changed in order to keep up with the group of evil cultivators. But how easy can it be? The original clues were very slim. Chu Xingchen smiled and proposed. If you don't have any thoughts, why don't you come with me? Zhao Wanqing looked at Chu Xingchen in surprise and nodded in agreement after wanting to speak. Anyway, there was no clue. Yao Qin's recommendation should be reliable. So why don't we follow and see if this senior has any good ideas first? What's more, as Li Xingtian's master, this senior in front of him should be a bit more thoughtful than his disciple. Seeing Zhao Wanqing nod her head in agreement, Chu Xingchen turned around and walked towards the outside of Yuzhou City while laughing. In fact, case handling is sometimes not that difficult. To see through the surface to see the essence. Do not stick to the fixed clues dead chase down. To play imagination. Zhao Wanqing sniffed and frowned slightly. The words were very reasonable. But the play of imagination must also be based on a certain reality. Otherwise it is not just daydreaming. Chu Xingchen looked sideways at Zhao Wanqing's silent appearance, and understood that Zhao Wanqing didn't really care about his words. But it didn't matter. Soon Zhao Wanqing would understand what it meant to find another way. From the Yuzhou River in the south outside of Yuzhou City, which runs inland and down to the coast, the waterways are extremely well developed for ships. The most popular thing to do in such a terrain is smuggling. Ordinary traders smuggle salt, hoard food to inflate prices, and at the high end, they play with foreign antiques and obscene objects. But it's not just ordinary people who can smuggle. Cultivators will also. After all, people don't cultivate immortality for delivery. The boat up and down the water is actually not considered slow. Most of the cultivators with extremely poor talent, but pursuing the path of immortality, would also smuggle some herbs and pills, or some things that were not up to scratch, to earn some difference in the price of spirit stones. Everything in this world is about supply and demand. If someone needs it, someone will sell it. These people might be overstating it when they said they were evil cultivators, but they were by no means good people. It can be considered a gray area for the moment, as Zhao Wanqing, this level of official, naturally will not care about what gray not gray. Evil cultivators, evil beasts cannot deal with over, where there is time to catch that group of the lowest level of shameless cultivators. What's more, that group of bottom level cultivators were not united as one, but rather, they were each divided into groups, protecting their own acres of land, and could not afford to make any waves at all. However, what Zhao Wanqing might not know was that those who could protect an acre of land in such a place might not be the strongest, but they must be the most well-informed. If Zhao Wanqing understood the characteristics of this land boundary, then she wouldn't be showing this expression at the moment. Chu Xingchen and Zhao Wanqing were currently standing at a remote unloading dock of the Chao Gang. Not far away, an old freighter was being manhandled with large cargo boxes. Zhao Wanqing frowned as she looked at the dilapidated pier in front of her. Several chi refining cultivators carrying several broken swords and staring at her with unkind eyes. She really didn't understand the purpose of coming here now, wanting to let herself catch this group of bottom-feeding cultivators who were smuggling goods. The dock guards spoke in an unkind tone to the two men. What are you here for? Chu Xingchen gestured. Show them your Demon Suppression Division squad leader's waistplate. Although she didn't understand what the purpose of coming here was, Zhao Wanqing still cooperated and took out the waistplate of the Demon Suppression Division at her waist. Without the need for Zhao Wanqing to speak, Chu Stardust took a step forward and said, the Jin Demon Division is on the case. Call your boss out for questioning. So it's the official. Wait a moment, I'll go shout. When the dock guards saw the waistplate, they no longer had the same sharpness as just now, and hurriedly nodded their heads and bowed. This belt tag of the Demon Suppression Division is extraordinarily useful here. After all, this group of people didn't have the courage of the outlaws of the evil cultivation. They were essentially considered businessmen, so they naturally didn't dare to lay their hands on the people of the Demon Suppression Division. Then, it can only be easily taken by the Demon Suppression Division. Soon, an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator wearing gold and silver at the entrance rushed over with a very humble tone. Sir, this is a small business of ours, but we haven't broken the law. If we want to arrest, we have to go to the next pier to arrest that Wang Ermatzi. He's a human trader, and loan sharking, forcing good women into the sea, and all sorts of evil deeds are heinous. That kid is really evil. I'm willing to lead the way for you two officials if you want to go catch him. Chapter 42 from Central China. In the face of the Foundation establishment cultivator's shameful bandwagon party speech, Chu Xingchen did not hesitate to look at his words. Target, Sekizumi. Blue word, flexible bottom line. White word, slightly cerebral. White word, ruthless. Black words, poorly endowed. Seeing the attribute phrase, Chu Stardust was very pleased and smiled. The bottom line is flexible. Isn't this the talent he is looking for? Good luck picking him. Chu Stardust sighed. At a glance you're a talented person. It's not exactly easy to have a dock of your own here, is it? Guan Quan smiled genuinely and said, thanks to the blessings of the two officials, I can barely get by. We've come to find you, mainly because we want you to do us a favor and work on a case. Chu Xingchen patted Guan Quan's shoulder and said, you should be free, right? No problem. If the official has anything to say, everyone on my dock will do their best to help. It doesn't take that many people. Just you. Sekizumi froze at his words. Using only himself? For all the things he's done lately, he's no better than Wang Ermatzi, who just reported him. Who the hell would dare to follow the captain of the demon squad on a case? These two aren't planning to go fishing, are they? He said he's helping with the case, but he's not here to do himself in, is he? Guan Quan faced difficult to push back. Officials, more people have more power. Indeed, Captain. Let's go to the Demon Suppression Division to call out more people. Chu Xingchen first nodded with great approval. Then his complexion suddenly changed. And with a harsh tone, he looked at Guan Quan and said, "You'd better call for more as well. Don't say that our demon suppression division bullies people." The threat was overflowing. Guan Quan quickly slid to his knees in the face of Chu Xingchuan's threat. "This is not kneeling, cannot These two people are obviously to find fault. This peer is all his savings. He can run, but the peer and cannot follow him to run together." He could only look bitter and sound resigned. "Official, what case you want to do, can't you say it here? I will definitely cooperate well." Looking at the Guan Quan in front of him who was on the verge of crying out, Chu Xingchen decided to cut to the chase a little bit first, and really scare people away later. "I assume some of you have been overpaying for a lot of ceremonial cornerstones lately?" Guan Quan froze at the words and felt uneasy in his heart, and as he was calculating how to say it in his mind, when he raised his eyes, he saw Chu Xingchuan's smirking expression. Taking a deep breath, Guan Quan smiled bitterly. "There is a group of people who have bought a lot of ceremonial cornerstones and don't care about the premium at all." Zhao Wanqing heard this, the eyes instantly bright. "To this she still does not understand, that is a little cute. It's..." She quickly followed up with, "Who bought it? What's it called?" Guan Quan sniffed and looked at Zhao Wanqing with a strange expression, wanting to speak. Where did this stupid girl come from to become a squad leader? Guess why she paid a lot of money to come here and not go to the serious jumbo pavilion to buy. That's certainly a status that can't be upstaged. Or the person's face is plastered right on the bounty notice. Seeing Guan Quan's strange expression, Zhao Wanqing quickly figured out the gist of it, and then did feel that she had just made a fool of herself. Chu Stardust looked serious and said, "Well, you should also know what exactly that group of people took the cornerstone for by now, right?" Guan Quan tone aggrieved. "This we there." Chu Xingchuan interrupted in a cold voice. "Think clearly about replying back. There is only one chance." Seeing Chu Xingchen's icy cold look and tone, Guan Quan understood that it would not be good to pass today without explaining something. His gaze glanced at the many minions around him, and he was helpless. Sekizumi quickly raised both hands in the air. "My lord, I really don't know." Chu Stardust commanded Zhao Wanqing, who was on the side, and said, "Take away." Zhao Wanqing froze. What was the point of taking it away? Are you planning to bring it back to the Demon Control Department for execution? Won't it be cold by the time we pry his mouth open? Still, Zhao Wanqing obediently escorted Guan Quan outside. The junior brothers on the side all watched as their boss was being pressured away, and no one dared to move forward to stop them. Sekizumi moved very cooperatively, unresisting, but shouted out of his mouth, "Officer, I really don't know." Chu Stardust didn't bother, but turned around and left. Zhao Wanqing pressed the constantly shouting Guan Quan to follow closely behind. After walking for a while, Chu Stardust suddenly turned into a corner. Zhao Wanqing hurriedly escorted Guan Quan to turn the corner together, but this corner was a dead end. Chu Stardust was standing on the sidelines looking at himself. Guan Quan also stopped yelling and said in a flattering tone, "Sir, please loosen your grip." Zhao Wanqing gazed at Chu Xingchuan and loosened her hand after receiving his nod of agreement. Chu Stardust inquired, "Can we talk about it now? They seem to be a group of evil cultivators, and the recent blood sacrifice is 80% their handiwork." Guan Quan said hurriedly, "Sir, I only sold a little of that batch, and I haven't sold any more since I found out what they were doing." Zhao Wanqing looked at Guan Ning, who had just been quite the person who would rather die than give in, but at the moment, he was cooperating as if he were a dog's leg. Chu Xingtuan's expression was slightly impatient. "Say something useful. They should be planning on setting up a big ritual, and it's very big." Guan Quan hurriedly said, "I have news from my side that they bought a Taishian stone for the core of the formation." Chu Xingtuan asked, "Who sold it?" Guan Quan blurted out, "Wang Ermatzi sold it." This time around, it was not even Chu Xingchuan's turn to ask. Zhao Wanqing instinctively touched the short knife at her waist. Chu Xingchuan was somewhat speechless. What exactly did Wang Ermatzi do that offended you so much? "No, it's really Wang Ermatzi who sold it. I had spent a lot of money to get a piece of it, but then that Wang Ermatzi stole the business. I lost a lot of money on that stone." Zhao Wanqing was also speechless when she heard this. Good guy, it turned out to be such a thing. Guan Quan looked pleading. "Two officials, that's all I know. You're dishonest." Chu Xingchuan reached out and patted Guan Quan's shoulder. "You think we came over to find a random one to take our chances? Guess who told us to come find you?" Guan Quan's expression changed momentarily at his words. Then he carefully inquired, "Wang Ermatzi?" Chu Xingchuan fiercely summoned his spirit sword and hung it directly on Guan Quan's neck as he said in a cold voice, "It's your great-grandmother. Your great-grandmother told me in a dream yesterday that if you dare to hide a word you'll let me send you up to meet her." Guan Quan's face instantly collapsed as he faced the spirit sword in front of his neck and hurriedly said, "It was really sold by Wang Ermatzi. The most I know is that the group of evil cultivators call themselves the Spirit Evil Cult. I really don't know their specific plans." Chu Xingchuan sneered. You don't know? Then aren't there men still on your dock? Guan Quan's expression froze when he heard these words, then his gaze snapped to Chu Xingchen, but he could only see the teasing color in Chu Xingchen's eyes. Is this guy deluded or does he really have information? But the long sword on his neck was certainly not a blindfold, and at the moment the spirit sword was emanating an endless coldness that was constantly stinging his skin. Guan Quan took a deep breath and said, "They're from Central State." Chapter 43. Zhao Wanqing's gaze changed violently. The name Zhangzhou is just too loud in southern Danzhou. Or rather, there are only two places in this world, the Central State as well as outside the Central State. The fundamental reason for this is that the spiritual veins of heaven and earth started from the Central State and then diverted to other continents. Therefore, this world's aura content in the Central State is the most important. The most basic cultivation of immortality is the aura. There are more aura in order to give birth to more high-value spiritual plants and items. Even in the case of those born in the Central State, the spiritual roots of those born in the Central State would naturally be stronger than cultivators from other continents. The Central State crushed the other continents with an irresistible strength. Even the Central State sects are even lazy to expand outward to other continents. Without exception, are too poor to other continents, simply cannot fish out any oil in water. There are also very few Zhangzhou cultivators who go to other continents, and these people either can't really hang out in Zhangzhou, or they are completely lying down. But once you set foot on the path of immortal cultivation, who wouldn't want to see the avenues and elegance that the top cultivators could see? That's why evil cultivators from the Central State are also extremely oppressive. However, for evil cultivators from the Central State, as long as they were reported to the Central State Immortal Alliance, there would naturally be Central State cultivators to deal with them. However, all of this required the time that Zhao Wanqing lacked the most. Chu Stardust continued to inquire. And, just this sentence cannot fool Chu Xingchen. Li Xingtian reborn before not also mixed to the Central State. I hear it's still a good mix. When it comes down to it, I'll speak to you from the heart. Guan Quan's face instantly sank as he said in a serious tone, they definitely didn't just buy things from us. I've been suspicious since the recent rumors of an evil cultivator's blood sacrifice, and I originally thought that they would have gone far away to other places since the incident. But no, they've even increased the amount of stuff they buy. As far as I can surmise, their blood sacrifices of mortals are just a cover, where only blood sacrifices of mortals can satisfy the appetite of their group of Central States. Their true purpose should be the clans in this neighborhood. Only blood sacrifice cultivators can satisfy them. If he could, Guan Quan didn't want to get involved in these things. Selling things to earn some spirit stones would be fine, but things always push people around. There are always risks in this business. If the Demon Suppression Division hadn't come, he probably would have stayed silent and shut up. It wasn't like the blood sacrifice sect had anything to do with him, not to mention the fact that he could make a lot of money. But the handsome man in front of him was not one to be fooled. Sekizumi had no doubt that the long sword around his neck would fall or not. Things had come to this. Rather than going back and trying to appease the group of evil cultivators, it would be better to just completely sell out. Kill all those damn evil cultivators and kill them so that they will never dare to come back again. That way you're kind of free of worries. Guan Quan looked stern and said, if you guys really want to take care of this matter, go and line up those clans. There might be unexpected gains. Chu Xingchen slowly withdrew his spirit sword, his gaze looking towards Zhao Wanqing, who had listened to the whole thing from the side. Zhao Wanqing's brows tightened and her hand was already gripping on top of the short sword for a long time before she opened her mouth. You can go ahead. Guan Quan sniffed with a relieved look, then immediately took out a short knife from his waist, and under Zhao Wanqing's astonished gaze gave himself a few knives to various parts of his ruthless body. He then turned and made a mad dash for the docks. Zhao Wanqing stared at Guan Quan's departing back, her tone puzzled. A bitter trick? Wouldn't this be too explicit? Chu Xingchen laughed softly to solve the confusion. A lot of things rely on the mouth cannot be explained. No matter how to say that, the suspicion will naturally suspect. Now for him, the important thing is the attitude. Zhao Wanqing looked sideways at Chu Xingchen and inquired, so those words of his, you think they'll be the truth? What do you think? Zhao Wanqing lowered her head with a heavy face for a long time before she said, he should be telling the truth. Then do you still intend to continue investigating now? Chu Stardust's tone was flat. Zhao Wanqing archly said, I won't bother Senior with what comes next. Thank you, Senior, for your help. After all, it involved the Central State, and the strongest of that group of evil cultivators had at least Jindan cultivation, mixed with that terrifying blood chi. 400 spirit stones. Wanting a Jindan real person to take a risk was nonsense. Chu Stardust inquired, there's no harm in it, it's just that you still want to investigate on your own alone? Zhao Wanqing replied firmly, yes. Chu Stardust snickered, you can't investigate alone if you're so stupid. You have to investigate even if you can't. You're so stupid. You can't understand a word I say. Zhao Wanqing inquired doubtfully, Then what does senior mean? Extra money. Sekizumi, covered in blood, ran back to his dock and pushed past his minions who came up to try to care for him, going straight to a hut. Guan Quan violently pushed open the door. Inside the room, a black-robed man sat quietly in a chair, his voice hoarse. Back? This sentence instantly froze Guan Quan for a moment, but he still reacted quickly, his tone anxious. That group of Demon Suppression Division found out. I'm going to run to Liangyang City to take shelter first. You run away too. What's the panic? The black-robed man let out a light laugh. What about the Demon Suppression Division? The black-robed man's relaxed demeanor took Guan Quan completely by surprise. At the moment it was as if he was the demon suppressor. Guan Quan didn't understand why this evil cultivator in front of him was so arrogant. They know you're here. I'm afraid they'll come for you later. Even if you're not afraid, shouldn't you retreat first? The black-robed man tapped the table. Don't worry. Wait a little longer. Guan Quan was surprised and inquired. Still waiting? Wait for what? Waiting for those Demon Suppression Division people to come. Of course. Guan Quan only felt that things were not right. The evil cultivator in front of him was as crazy as a stepping horse. He hurriedly said, "What the hell were you thinking? I'm not going to accompany you in your madness. I'll leave first. You'll get the goods here yourself." With those words he tried to turn away. Instead, the black-robed man reached out and grabbed Guan Quan's shoulder. "You wait with me." Guan Quan was in a rage. "What the hell are you waiting for? Of course. And the others are coming." As soon as the black-robed man's words fell, a dark red blood chi violently erupted from his right hand, pouncing directly on Guan Quan's head. Guan Quan had been on guard. Seeing the black-robed man strike, his figure swept out wildly. "What is the point of you making a move towards me?" The black-robed man didn't answer anything at the moment. His body's dark red aura violently erupted, and his bloody aura was extremely heavy and incomparable. He followed up with his body and threw a fierce punch at Guan Quan's head. Guan Quan violently raised his hand to block. Bang! Guan Quan only felt that fist was incredibly heavy, and that crazy blood chi was also drilling into the veins, crazily stirring up the aura. Guan Quan's qualifications were not good, and his foundation building was only a cracked product foundation building that was forcefully piled up with pills. And this black-robed man not only had a blood chi boost, but was also at the peak level of foundation establishment. Moreover, Guan Quan had also given himself a few hard blows when he arrived, and this encounter was even less of a match. The black-robed man looked sideways, only to see that Zhao Wanqing had already arrived not far away. Immediately afterward, the blood chi in his body spurted even more, as if he was afraid that Zhao Wanqing wouldn't be able to see it. Then in front of Zhao Wanqing, jab, jab, jab to the head of Guanchuan, smashed his head to pieces. Chapter 44, Acting. Not far away, Zhao Wanqing witnessed the blood-soaked black-robed evil cultivator punch after punch, whacking that Guan Quan's head into mush. Elder's speculation was indeed correct. That group of evil cultivators had indeed sent people to the pier, and Guan Quan definitely had secrets he hadn't explained. That evil cultivator has chosen to kill and silence people in order to keep it a secret. At this moment, Zhao Wanqing's turning back was to take advantage of the fact that Chu Xingchen was still willing to help to catch this evil cultivator that might exist. After all, there was nothing more convenient than prying open the mouth of this evil cultivator. Zhao Wanqing was still far away, but she was just bait to attract attention. At this moment, Senior Chu Stardust had already circled up. One can only hope for seniors. Soon after, Chu Stardust, who had been placed in high hopes by Zhao Wanqing, killed out from one side. The light of the spirit sword in his hand blossomed violently. Even though there was a distance between them, Zhao Wanqing could still clearly feel the pressure that belonged solely to a Jindan stage powerhouse. That sense of pressure was at least as strong as a late Jindan stage. It's worthy of being recommended by Yogi. It is really too powerful. The long sword in Chu Stardust's hand turned into rainbow light, and it fell violently against the black-robed evil cultivator. Boom! That sword was extremely powerful. Dust instantly flew up, obscuring Zhao Wanqing's gaze. Then violent and manic blood chi rushed out violently. They seemed to be going through several moves in the smoke. A violent aura glowed through the smoke. There were several more loud explosions, once again stirring up violent smoke and dust. The two top cultivators exchanging blows alone made people a little appalled by the aura aftermath that blew in. That violent aftermath made Zhao Wanqing understand that this was not a fight she could participate in to change the ending, and she might not even be qualified to fight. At this moment, Zhao Wanqing was slightly worried. Due to the obscuring of the smoke and dust, she didn't really know who actually had the advantage at this moment. That worry didn't last long, though. Amidst the smoke and dust, the figure of the black-robed evil cultivator was the first to be defeated, withdrawing from the smoke and dust and fleeing frantically in the southeast direction. Immediately afterward, Chu Xingchen's figure flew after him with his spirit sword in hand. When Zhao Wanqing saw this scene, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in a hurry. Chu Stardust followed closely behind the black-robed man for about 2/4 of an hour or so. The black-robed man stopped instantly and turned back around, removing the hooded black cap from his head, revealing the mask of the evil spirit underneath the black robe. His hoarse voice transformed. "Master, it's good to be here." Chu Xingchen also stopped at those words, and after spreading his divine sense to make sure no one was there, he sighed and retracted the spirit sword in his hand. Then he found a large rock and sat down casually. Xingtian also took off the evil ghost mask from his face and took 2 steps forward to his own master. He looked to his master and inquired, "Did it go well? Did she get suspicious?" "It went well. At least she didn't get suspicious." Chu Xingchen looked at Xingtian. "You're really good at this acting. Cultivation is outside, and skill is not a problem." Xingtian's expression was flat. Then he arched his hand and said, "Then, Master, I'll go ahead and help senior sister wrap up. There are still some arrangements behind that need to be wrapped up, and time is not considered plentiful." Chu Xingchen also stood up after gently nodding his head at his words. "Good, but everything is well controlled. Don't go too far." "Don't worry." Xingtian nodded in agreement. Chu Xingchen looked at Xingtian's departing back inside before heading towards the pier where Zhao Wanqing was. This time today was a well-done plan starting from finding Zhao Wanqing, but it was not done purely to falsely accuse the Qingfeng sect. All the clues that Zhao Wanqing knew were actually true. It was true that the purchase of the Taixian stone was true, and it was also true that the evil cultivator came from the central state. Even the fact that the evil cultivator was prepared to sacrifice the clan was the truth. Yesterday, ever since Zhao Wanqing went back with serious injuries, Chu Xingchen and Xingtian went to investigate again together. After all, if you can get someone in the late stage of foundation establishment to stay behind to wrap things up, then it's a probable thing that there's a Jindan stage cultivator amongst that group of evil cultivators. Although his own disciple had a talisman to protect him, it was still too dangerous to let his disciple go wandering around in an unknown situation. Not to mention the fact that the self-apprentice suggestion was actually quite pertinent. It became inevitable to go and investigate the situation first, and then study how to operate. The formation rituals drawn by Xingtian were all, without exception, in need of a large number of cornerstones. That's why Chu Stardust's target was placed at the dock of the immortal cultivation smugglers from the start. Xingtian's cultivation technique could manipulate blood qi, and it was still easy to pretend to be a blood qi evil cultivator when he rehearsed it. Chu Xingchen, on the other hand, was outside to ensure Xingtian's safety. With an identity, find a few more marinas to explore. It's easy to pin down a few names, and it's not too hard to use the identities to put on a show. That Guan deserved to die anyway. General, everything is still going well. Chu Stardust re-entered the Guanchuan pier. At this moment, those qi-refining casual cultivators have long since dispersed as Guan's brain has been hammered out. Only Zhao Wanqing seemed to be searching inside the pier to see if there were any clues left. Chu Xingtuan spoke. "Sorry, there was someone over there to take over. I didn't catch it." Zhao Wanqing wasn't much disappointed, just as long as nothing happened to Senior. "Any clues found?" Chu Stardust inquired. "There are some clues." Zhao Wanqing took out a blood-red spirit stone from amongst her waist pocket. This was felt in his corpse. Chu Xingchen frowned at the spirit stone in Zhao Wanqing's hand and reached out his hand to lightly touch it. This piece of spirit stone was not arranged by Chu Xingchen and Xingtian. It's something from Sekizumi. This blood-colored spirit stone was similar to the ones within the Qingfeng sect's mine, only that the blood qi inside would be more pure. The Qingfeng sect all took the blood qi of cultivators at the 2 or 3 levels of qi refining and condensed it, and even then, the blood qi was still a step below the blood-colored spirit stones in Zhao Wanqing's hands. Chu Xingchuan frowned and said, "I'm afraid they succeeded once, and one clan is estimated to have been sacrificed. I'm afraid this is also a secret that Guan is hiding. He is afraid that he is the use of evil cultivation methods on the foundation stage." No wonder Xingtian contact this person when the other side of the letter so quickly. However, that group of evil cultivators were very fast and very greedy, and even after completing it once they still didn't withdraw, and remained under the pressure of the Demon Suppression Division to do this one more time. The situation was all different now, and I was afraid that the evil cultivators were really coming on strong this time around. Zhao Wanqing also nodded heavily as she looked at the blood qi spirit stone in front of her. "First, go back to the Demon Suppression Division and send people to the various small sects to scout the situation. Then I'll go back first. Come back to the courtyard to find me if you need me." Chu Xingchuan sighed, but still instructed, "Be careful and act according to your strength." Now that things were going this way, Chu Xingchuan also had to readjust his planning. Zhao Wanqing clenched the blood qi spirit stone in her hand. This whole thing is really getting more and more alarming the more you look into it. From the original thought while the evil cultivator attacked and killed the people of the Demon Suppression Division, to the evil cultivator's blood sacrifice of the entire village. It was surprising to find out in the end that they really intended to blood sacrifice a clan. and it worked at least once. Even the smallest of clans had a Xingtian sitting in their midst. This matter had developed too quickly and far exceeded Zhao Wanqing's ability to handle it. The battle between the seniors and the evil cultivators alone was a level beyond one's reach. At this moment, only an endless feeling of powerlessness pressed down on Zhao Wanqing's heart. At this moment, Zhao Wanqing could only reply softly, "I understand. Don't worry, senior." Chapter 45, The Temple Fair. Quadrangle. Inside the courtyard. Chu Stardust had just returned not too long ago when someone came to visit, and at this time even Li Xingtian had not yet returned. Li Yingling was also not in the courtyard at the moment, thinking that he should still be wrapping things up with Li Xingtian. The two should come back together if they do. "Did you arrange all this?" Yao Qin sat on the stone chair and took a sip of the tea that Chu Xingchen had personally brewed. Chu Xingtian was expressionless. "Which one are you referring to?" Yao Qin put down her teacup and said with a serious expression. "Xingfeng Sect." Chu Xingtian sighed. "Originally, but after checking down on my own, I realized that I actually don't need to be deliberate, and the Xingfeng Sect probably won't be able to exist for much longer." From the moment he saw that piece of blood chi spirit stone, Chu Xingchen understood. The Xingfeng Sect was probably just a main dish on the evil cultivator's table. But this entree comes with a thorn in its side, a Yuaning stage Taishan elder, causing that group of evil cultivators to need to take their time to figure it out. Chu Xingchen inquired, "Did Zhao Wanqing show you the piece of blood chi spirit stone she brought back?" "Look." Yao Qin's expression also became serious. "Our side has already reported it to the central state, and there will probably be someone specialized to deal with it in half a month or so. This matter is also too dangerous. So you should also not get involved first for the time being, and wait for the people from the central state to come and deal with it cleanly." Chu Stardust couldn't help but let out a light laugh at that, and didn't say anything in response. Yao Qin held her teacup in her hand. On Zhao Wanqing's side, I also told her to stop, and her brother has passed the danger stage, so it's only a matter of time before he wakes up. Chu Stardust sighed and seemed to lose interest. "I see." Yao Qin received an answer and nodded gently. Then her beautiful eyes looked towards the blue sky. She didn't say anything either, holding her teacup in her hand. Chu Xingchuan's gaze strangely glanced at Yao Qin. In the past, she used to be the kind of person who would kick people out when she finished speaking. But today, why is she so quiet and staying here to watch the sky? Chu Xingchuan said indistinctly after a slight contemplation. "Did you want to eat the rice I cooked?" Yao Qin looked sideways and remained silent. She did have a bit of a craving for it, but that wasn't the main purpose of being here. Yao Qin unconsciously turned the teacup in her hand. "Are you free tonight?" Chu Xingtian propped his head up with his hand. "Tonight? Later there. I promised my disciple to go to the temple fair together tonight." "Then it's okay." Receiving an answer, Yogi stood up, turned and headed for the door. As she walked to the door, she turned around and instructed as if unsure. "I'll pay you for Zhao Wanqing's spirit stone, so don't get involved in this matter anymore." After all, in the past, when Chu Xingchen was poor, he had done an unknown number of dangerous things for spirit stones. In case the kid finds it profitable, it's a safe bet that he'll go off on another wave. Originally disheveled Chu Xingchen sniffed the words instantly spirited up. Hard to hide the joy. "Okay, Sister Richie, promise not to get involved." Yao Qin frowned at the words and said in dissatisfaction, "What rich sister? It's so hard to hear." "Don't call me that." Chu Xingchen argued reasonably. "What's hard to hear? In our hometown, everyone likes a good-looking and generous rich sister like you. I don't care. No calling me that." Yao Qin coldly glared at Chu Xingchen, then turned to leave after letting out a cold snort. With the departure of the Yao Qin, the courtyard was then quiet again. Chu Xingchen looked down at the cup of tea in front of him, and then violently drank it. "Things are going a little sideways, but it's all fairly well in hand. Master, I'm back." The main door was excitedly pushed open by Li Yingling, and at the moment she ran in with a shovel in her hand full of smiles. Li Yingling invited credit. Mission successfully completed. Li Xingtian followed closely behind Li Yingling and also walked in. "Master, everything went well." Chu Stardust first applauded and complimented very cynically. "Very well. Worthy of being the two beloved disciples of the Master." Li Yingling proudly raised his little head at his words. Chu Xingtian peeked after praising, "But those preparations will be put aside first. We'll gather at the temple fair tonight." Li Yingling sniffed and reacted quickly to ask, "Is something wrong?" Chu Xingtian shrugged his shoulders and said, "It seems like things are indeed a bit big. Yao Qin told us not to get involved." Li Yingling sighed at his words. "Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Forget it. It's not so bad to have a master accompanying you to the temple fair." For his part, Li Xingtian nodded indifferently. Chu Stardust nodded in satisfaction. "Good. The clan's first reunion is ready to begin. The temple fair is considered to be a warm-up before the Lantern Festival. The venue was at the largest Buddhist temple in Yuzhou City. the Zenlin Buddhist temple. To be honest, the original Lantern Festival didn't have much to do with Buddhist temples. There wasn't much of a temple at first. After all, the Lantern Festival involves writing wishes on top of the lanterns and floating them down the current of the Yuzhu River, signifying that the wishes are smooth. As for the wishes on the lanterns, they are nothing more than getting promoted and finding a date. The main one is plain and simple. But why there is a temple fair? It is important to mention how Zenlin Buddhist Temple has grown to be the #1 Buddhist temple in Yuzhou City. In this world, since the path of immortality clearly exists, all the paths of faith are mostly desired by mortals who cannot cultivate immortality. And the believers are actually average. Not much. Who is a true monk that doesn't say my life is up to me and not up to God? So unlike Chu Xingchen's previous world where monks were exempt from taxes, after losing their faith bonus, the monks here also had to pay taxes. First of all, monks are human beings. And secondly, monks have to eat, and monks have to spend money to eat. It also costs money to mold the golden body of a Buddha statue. Relying on the incense offered by the devotees alone, one can just make ends meet. To mold a golden body for a Buddha, a Bodhisattva, is purely a night meeting with the Duke of Zhou, a dream. It has been proven that giving monks who are poor and crazy will also abandon the teachings. The monks of the Zen forest then set their sights on making money at the hottest festival in Yuzhou City, the Lantern Festival. Lanterns are meant to make a wish, but a wish doesn't have to be a lantern. It's okay for me to be a Buddha. If you spend money on lanterns, you're spending money. If you come up here to offer incense, you're also offering incense. And the cost of an incense stick is also far cheaper than a lantern by quite a bit. There are always more poor people. No matter what world it is, there are always people who can't afford to buy lanterns to make a wish, but much cheaper incense becomes an alternative. Since then, the Buddha, who taught people to reject greed, has also begun to bless people with wealth. And there are still high-ranking people in the Zen forest monks. The Zenlin temple purposely widens the road outside the temple and leases the road to vendors to collect rent for their space. As long as the kebabs are not moved into the temple, my Buddha's everything can be tolerated attitude does attract a lot of vendors. They even know how to keep the heat on by starvation marketing, only running a few days on the eve of the Lantern Festival and never more. The Zenlin Buddhist temple is also the one that makes a lot of money from the bumper sticker Lantern Festival. Buddha's golden body also grew larger and larger. Chapter 46, this is how you see your career line. Naturally, the organization of the temple fair is not just expanding the road to allow vendors to set up stalls so simple. After all, set up that cannot be set up. Have to be set up in front of your temple? Still have to pay you? The organizer of the fair, the Zenrin Temple, has to hold events that are attractive enough to draw crowds to attend. On the 15th day of the Water Forest Puja, a group of monks recite sutras to transcend the dead. And if you pay money, you can hang your ancestors' spirit table in the most prominent place. Yuzhou City. For this reason there are also some people joked, spend the gold 10 million taels, ancestor tablets on the Buddha's head. The rich people who love face would naturally like to see their ancestors' spirit tablet superior. This was, for the time being, the most lucrative program of the Zen Forest Temple, and even though it was ridiculed by the people of Yuzhou City every year, it was never taken down. 16 Buddhist martial arts competitions, 17 10,000 Flowers Lantern Festival, 18 Buddhist tours. In short, for the sake of lively, Zenlin Temple can be said to be almost sort of anything, even carry out the statue of Rohan to stroll around. The reason for not resisting the Buddha was purely because the Buddha was too heavy to carry. It is even beautifully called God's travels to defend the peace. Despite the money and fame of Zenrin Temple, such worldly behavior was met with uniform contempt from other temples. Today is the first day of the temple fair, and the temple fair program today is the Water Forest Puja. Temple Road. Li Yingling wore a pale yellow embroidered skirt and had 2 bags hanging from her waist, one black for copper coins and one silver for broken silver. At the moment she had a sugar gourd in her left hand and a small round fan embroidered with white lotus flowers on a blue background in her right hand, gently fanning the wind. Countless people's gazes were unconsciously locked onto such a beautiful young girl, but no one dared to come up to her and talk to her. Most of the reason was probably because of Li Xingtian who was following her. Just a glare from this cold-faced burly man was enough to make people with bad intentions instantly concede. As a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, just a look was enough to make a mortal's heart tremble. Li Xingtian was wearing his black regular clothes carrying a candy barn selling candy canes for his own senior sister. Sorry, these candy canes are not for sale. Li Xingtian's expression was slightly helpless as he refused the child who was planning to purchase the sugar gourd. Li Yingling twisted his head and realized that the one who wanted to buy sugar gourds was a 6 or 7-year-old toddler. Waving his fan generously, "It's okay, senior brother. Share a string with her." The little girl received the sugar gourd with a face full of joy. "Thank you, uncle and sister." Li Xingtian sniffing then some speechless. Why call elder sister called sister? Called himself have to shout uncle? Does the age look that much different? A satisfied smile appeared on Li Yingling's face as he said, nah, isn't that little girl quite cute? If she's mute. Li Xingtian's tone was helpless. Watching the little girl turn around with a smile on her face and go to her parents, Li Yingling nodded with satisfaction. That was a very master-esque line just now. But if it was master, it would have been re-grabbing the sugar plums back. Li Xingtian opened his mouth. You're also belittling master too much, aren't you? Li Yingling sniffed and bristled unhappily, raising his eyebrows slightly to signal for him to look aside. Li Xingtian looked sideways. A bunch of pretty young girls were all clustering around a handsome man in a white shirt. The sound of warblers and swallows can be heard clearly even if they are a bit far away. Where do you live? Sir? Your Excellency is not from Yuzhou City, is he? I haven't even seen you before. Gongzi, I've been hurting here lately, you take a look. Li Xingtian couldn't help but shake his head and sigh when he saw this scene. Wasn't it you who insisted that master wear the set of clothes you gave him before he left the house? Master has said that he will definitely be surrounded by women when he goes out wearing that suit? I thought he was bragging, Li Yingling said in dissatisfaction. Who knew those girls were so shameless and stuck around? Saying goodbye to the clan, what a reunion. In the end, when the masters first reunited with someone else, Li Xingtian withdrew his gaze and said, then senior sister could have pulled master back. I don't want it. Look how happy master is smiling. He'll find me again later, Li Yingling said in dissatisfaction. Then her gaze snapped to life. Li Yingling saw that not far away, the elegantly styled Yao Qin was slowly walking up from the downhill slope, plain lotus white dress, soft black hair with a white jade hairpin, holding a beautifully crafted white round fan in her hand, which was painted with streaming fireflies. The excellent temperament and face should have been the center of attention of this temple fair, but it was as if she was invisible to the pedestrians coming and going all around, and with every step she took forward, the crowd of people automatically moved out of the way. The master's unrecognized Sagittarius is here. Li Yingling secretly laughed in his heart. It wasn't that the one who was a disciple didn't cover for his master. It was purely the master who left his disciple behind first. Li Xingtian's gaze also quickly locked onto Yao Qin before he immediately turned around and tried to alert his master. Senior brother. Li Yingling opened his mouth to call out to Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian turned sideways and looked at his own senior sister with a puzzled gaze. Li Yingling covered the lower half of her face with a small fan and said in a compelling tone, you have to make master understand that beauty is a bone scraper. Li Yingling understood that his own senior brother was a straight man of steel in his master's words, and although he didn't know what he had experienced, he was extraordinarily wary of the female sex. Every time he saw master talking to a female, he would show some hint of regret that master had made the mistake of entering this path. Li Xingtian froze for a moment at his words, his expression torn before he still stopped. If it is other people Li Xingtian probably ignore, but if it is the proposal of his own sister, and it seems to make some sense. Anyway, if master is really angry, let's use sister as an excuse. Seeking this, Li Xingtian also stopped in his tracks. Yao Qin's gaze quickly locked onto Li Xingtian, who was particularly conspicuous in the crowd after all. It was still conspicuous to be a burly man carrying a sugar bin with inserted sugar gourds. With a glance to the side, Yao Qin saw Li Yingling, who greeted herself not far from Li Xingtian. Yao Qin slightly shook her fan to return the salute, and then somewhat strangely realized that Chu Xingchen was not near them. Li Yingling seemed to understand his doubts from a distance and pointed in a direction with his fan. Yao Qin looked over in confusion and only saw the back of a young man in white. This back was very familiar, and coupled with Li Yingling's guidance, Yao Qin instantly knew who the owner of this back was. Good. You say you're accompanying your disciple to the temple fair, but that's how you feel about it? Yao Qin gripped the handle of the white jade fan in her hand tightly, and with lifted feet, she walked in the direction of Chu Xingchen. The distance was slightly close enough to hear what the group of women surrounding Chu Xingchen said. It's true that it's a master. What you said is really accurate. Feel this career line of mine more carefully and see how my career line is? A full-bodied skirted woman was almost on the verge of clinging to Chu Xingchen, and that hand seemed to be touching and not touching, so it was not clear who was taking advantage of whom. Chu Xingchen looked down at the skirt woman's palm and laughed. The real career line to look at is not the hand. And where is the look? A slightly cold voice came out. Chu Stardust thought that it was a new woman and didn't care. His gaze naturally looked towards the skirt woman's plump bosom. Dress woman cute little face slightly red. Pampered like said, Master, you're so bad. The career line turned out to look like this? A cold, huffy voice came out, this time sounding familiar. Chu Stardust quickly turned to look in the direction from which the voice came, only to see Yao Qin staring at himself with a leathery smile. Chapter 47. Chu Stardust turned back after glancing at it with his gaze. First of all, don't panic in the first place when things go wrong, even if the leathery yogi does look a bit appalling. But it wasn't like he and Yao Qin seriously had any serious whatsoever relationship. She had no reason to care about herself, and as long as her heart wasn't a wimp, she was right now. The most important thing is that a licking dog must not die, and it is better to die than to lick. It's impossible to admit a mistake, but it was clear that Yogi didn't feel the same way. Yao Qin took 2 steps forward, and the women surrounding Chu Xingchuan's circumference automatically moved out of the way. Yao Qin's gaze was fixed on Chu Xingchuan. Didn't you say that you accompanied your disciple out for the temple fair today? As Yao Qin approached to speak, the surrounding women snapped to realize that a stunningly beautiful woman had also come to the vicinity, and it also seemed like an old acquaintance with the handsome youth in front of him. But so what if you know each other? The skirted woman who was clinging to Chu Xingchuan's side could not afford to give up, and softly said, "The master said he would teach us palmistry, and we are all his disciples." Yao Qin turned her gaze icily towards the skirted woman as she sniffed. The skirted woman only felt her body go cold and her soul tremble when she was glared at by those beautiful eyes. It was as if there was a gap at the soul level. Yao Qin said in a cold voice, "Get lost." The woman in the dress no longer dared to refute what she heard, and hurriedly raised her skirt to push away the crowd to leave in a panic. The rest of the women also feel bad. Certainly a gentleman is good, but the small life is also quite important. The woman in front of him was afraid that she was that cultivator. Where would these mortals of their own dare to mess with those flying cultivators? It was not easy to leave, but it was a quick departure. The circle around Chu Xingchuan was violently empty. Yao Qin's gaze gazed at Chu Xingchuan again, repeating the question once more. "Didn't you say you were going to the temple fair with your disciple today?" Chu Xingchuan reached out and pointed to the ground. "Here temple." He then reached out and pointed to the 2 adversaries not far away. People to the face without a greeting, plus the 2 apprentices over there. Are they shopping the temple with their apprentices? Yao Qin looked at the justified Chu Xingchuan and squeezed the jade-handled rocking fan tightly in her hand. "Why are you here as well?" Chu Xingchuan laughed softly. "I remember that you don't like to gather this kind of crowd. Could it be that you came to find me?" "Ugh. Who's coming for you?" Yao Qin sidestepped. "Who do you think you are?" "Of course it's an old friend." Chu Xingchuan waved his sleeves and crossed his arms. "How about I wear this outfit?" Yao Qin sniffed up and down a circle. "Have to say, people still have to rely on the clothes, and before dressed in the sloppy Chu Xingchuan compared to the temperament. Indeed, there is a kind of qualitative leap in the feeling. Who bought you this outfit?" "My eldest apprentice." "Of course." Yao Qin sneered. "Humph, looks like a person in this dress. Thanks for the compliment." Chu Stardust didn't care. Li Yingling came from the distance with a small fan full of smiles and smiled as she opened her mouth to shout, "Master!" Chu Xingchuan glared at his own broken cotton jacket without any good humor. Then his gaze went to Li Xingtian behind Li Yingling, questioning why he was also uninformed. Li Xingtian was full of innocence and signaled his own senior sister with his eyes. It was his senior sister who didn't allow it. Although Yao Qin's tone was icy, she wasn't actually angry. She also understood Chu Xingchuan's nature. In his shameless words, "With this face of mine, they don't spend money and still want to enjoy it?" Before Yao Qin knew Chu Xingchuan, she knew that he was a frequent visitor to the hookah. Maintaining a go-in and white whoring on your face counts for nothing as far as the current scene is concerned naturally. Only some annoyed. All Jindan stage how to feel a little Jindan stage cultivator style or not. Which Jindan real person and ordinary mortals are resting there touching each other's hands and reading what palmistry is. Yao Qin gently shook her fan, blowing up some of her bangs and said, "Today's water forest dharma meeting can be a sight to see." Master Li Yingling struck a natural familiarity and reached out to hook Yao Qin's arm in curiosity. "Sister Yao Qin, can it be that there really is something in this water forest puja?" Chu Xingchuan deliberately said. "Call what sister?" "Quickly call Uncle Yao Qin." Yao Qin didn't hesitate to raise her fan and give Chu Xingchuan a slap as she sneered. "You don't want the spirit stone?" Chu Stardust sniffed and instantly lost his memory of what he had just said, and said in an innocent tone, "Sister Yao Qin, is it hard to say anything about today's water forest puja?" Right now Chu Xingchen was poor with only silver and gold left. There was not a single piece of spirit stone that could be used, in case the blood chi spirit stone was irreversible. The spirit stone payment promised by Yao Qin was the only hope for the spirit gathering array. What's face in front of a spirit stone? "Master, please, leave some face for my disciple." Li Yingling sighed. "If you're like this, I won't dare to go out with you in the future." Li Yingling only felt that his own master's bottom line was too flexible, especially when it had to do with things like spirit stones. Chu Xingchuan said without a trace of anger, "Good disciple. In the future, don't ask for spirit stones from your master." "Master, I was wrong." Li Yingling sniffed and quickly conceded as well. Li Xingtian sighed silently in his heart. "Sister has learned this shamelessness from master. Shouldn't you go out and blow up your clan later?" The opposite Taoist looked dazed. "You are the disciple of that shameless clan ah." Yao Qin looked at the 2 living treasures slightly helpless. Really have what kind of master will have what kind of disciple? Yao Qin opened her mouth to explain. The water forest Dharma meeting is naturally more than just a mere spectacle, and the Zen forest temple will also use it to absorb the wishful thinking of all living beings. Chu Xingchen and Xingtian became disinterested upon hearing that, wishing to send them for nothing. They didn't even want it. Cultivation of immortality in this world is the only one and absolute path to prosperity. But this world is so big that there will naturally be a few small roads in addition to the big ones. The columns are like the wolf's own hammering, the wolf's path that transforms itself into the world. There is also the Confucian way of reading and understanding the way. Wish power is also one of them, and is tentatively considered a unique spiritual power. But this kind of power was not something that even evil cultivators could look at. The power of any white whoring comes at a price, and this is particularly evident in the case of wishful thinking. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that wishes can be absorbed without regard to roots. Spiritual roots. All of them, even mountain spirits. Most of the mountain wild elves and monsters occasionally awaken spiritual wisdom. There is no cultivation method, only know how to breathe the heaven and earth aura, even if the talent is good. But there is no cultivation method. Breathing to death is not possible to break through the foundation, and so wishing became the clearest of the paths they could choose. But the cost is also extremely obvious. After the cultivation level that has been raised by using wish power, one can never be separated from it for life. And once one stops absorbing wish power, then the cultivation level that has been climbed up with the help of wish power will also fall off. And this fall is almost irreversible. After dropping from Jindan to foundation establishment, it is difficult to climb back up to the Jindan stage. Use the wishbone and you will also end up trapped in the wishbone. And the guarantee of a continuous supply of wishes is something that has to fulfill the believer's heart's desire. So who will keep believing in you if you whore yourself out? So, basically, it's a cumbersome and unreliable path. Chapter 48, The Most Shameless Under Heaven. Li Yingling's cultivation was not weak, but the basics of immortal cultivation were really a bit touchy. It's not that Chu Xingchen doesn't care. Chu Xingchen still threw some basic teaching materials to Li Yingling to see for himself. It's just that Li Yingling seems to be completely unimpressed with that purely scientific book. After all, those books are purely and simply basic tutorials, and not as good as cultivation talk books. And that book was just too thick. The general outline of the monster map classification catalog alone took up 4 or 5 pages, not to mention the rest. Li Yingling flipped for 2 days and felt as if it was of no use, and had long ago thrown it aside to eat dust. Chu Xingchen also didn't forcefully press Li Yingling to finish reading. After all, cultivating immortality is something that you will learn as you go along. So Li Yingling didn't understand what wishing power was at the moment, but seeing the slightly disgusted looks of his own master and senior brother, something that could make one's own master and senior brother dislike it together would naturally not be something good. But Yao Qin would make a point of coming to see it. And again, it obviously wouldn't be that simple. Chu Xingchen looked at his own disciple's slightly confused expression, and with a sigh he casually explained to Li Yingling, "You can probably understand it as a counterfeit cultivation elixir that will cause your cultivation to plummet once you stop using it." Li Yingling sniffed in realization. Yao Qin shook her head slightly and said, "Just so I naturally won't come to see it. It's just that this Zen Forest Dharma meeting seems to be an experiment, and they seem to have researched other uses for wish power." Chu Xingtian spoke, blindly guessing a hand, intending to condense wish power onto the top of the magic weapon. After pondering slightly, Li Xingtian put forward his own idea. Wish power doesn't improve much even if it can be condensed on top of a magic weapon. So why not catch a spirit beast and feed it with wish power and take it to see the door? Li Yingling, who cares about that much? There is a hustle and bustle to watch, and hurriedly said, "Just go and take a look. I've heard that this time, the most money has been paid out in previous years, and you can put the spirit tablet on the head of the Zenlin presiding officer." Chu Xingtian was shocked. Asterisk. This host is so bottomless? How much money did this cost? This time out are spirit stones. Yao Qin held a fan to cover the lower half of her face, but her voice could hardly hide her laughter. It said that the spirit tags this time can be big. They should be very conspicuous. Li Xingtian was also speechless when he heard this. He hadn't met such a shameless thing in his last life. How is it that after following the master around and mixing it up, there doesn't seem to be many of them around here who want a face? Could it be true that the nearer the ink, the darker it is? If Chu Stardust knew that his own second disciple was denigrating himself so much in his mind, high and low would have to give his own rebellious disciple a set of respectful teacher punches. It was more appealing to watch the Zenrin host make a fool of himself than how the wishing power was actually used. The 4 of them then came to a common understanding and walked together towards the Zen Forest Temple. Although there were many people on the temple road, it was still unobstructed by virtue of the Yao Qin Jindan maneuver to open the road. Li Yingling might really enjoy participating in such lively gatherings, always looking around with a face full of joy. I saw quite a few favorites along the way and bought quite a few. A sachet embroidered with lotus flowers and a strangely shaped hairpin. Even bought 4 masks. Li Yingling himself wore a small fox mask. Bought a cute little white rabbit for Yogi. Bought a monkey mask for my own master. Bought a piggy mask for Shifu. Yao Qing turned over the mask. Although the workmanship was not considered good, but roughly still quite cute, without much thought, she very facetious to wear on her face. Chu Stardust looked at the monkey mask and said unhappily, "No way. Foxes look good. I want foxes." Li Yingling laughed heartily and hurriedly put the fox mask in his hand back on his face. "No way. Master. You're as smart as a monkey. So bring the monkey." After looking at the piggy mask in his hand, Li Xingtian looked at his own master and said, "Master." Chu Stardust decisively refused after glancing at his second disciple's mask. "Can't. Not switching with you." Li Yingling turned around and looked at the remaining 3 people with a joy in his eyes that he couldn't hide. His own master put on the monkey mask with a look of disgust. For his part, Shitty had no choice but to put the piggy mask on his face as well, at the request of his master. Yao Qing's face, that is, was covered by a cute white rabbit mask, but also that unique air of high coolness was as if it was not missing at all. But it was also noticeable that she seemed to be having fun as well, watching the two reluctantly put on their masks. Li Yingling, who was watching this scene, didn't know why himself, but just wanted to shout. Maybe it was because he had never been to such a lively temple fair. Or maybe it was because Li Yingling had only felt the warmth from others in this clan. She shouted back, "Master!" Chu Stardust looked sideways at his eldest disciple, who was wearing a fox mask and whose voice seemed to be trembling a bit, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Li Yingling replied with a big smile, "I'm the best in the world with my master." Chu Stardust replied in a very perfunctory tone, well, master is also as good as you are in the world." Li Yingling turned around with a satisfied sniff. Li Xingtian is slightly helpless. Just 3 people in the clan. You 2 are the best in the world. Well, then am I not a little redundant? Chu Xingtian, since he would not cold shoulder his own second disciple, so he hated him and patted his shoulder. Originally, you and master were the best in the world, but given that you knowingly failed to report, you are now honored to be second. Li Xingtian's heart was slightly bellyaching, but he was still full of emotion. Many thanks for the master's love. The second is enough. Good. Given your lack of motivation at all, you've dropped another place and now rhubarb is above you. Li Yingling asked suspiciously after hearing this. Big Yellow? How come it sounds like a dog's name? Chu Xingtian affirmed. Yes, your senior brother is now behind the row of dogs. Li Xingtian did not have much of a reaction. His own master's way of speaking was always strange, but the knife mouth and tofu heart said the same thing about his master. However, the Yao Qing rabbit looked with a ghostly gaze from behind its mask. The dog was ranked second. Li Xingtian was ranked third. So wouldn't he be ranked out of bounds? I've done so many favors, but I'm just helping a dog. Chu Xingchen suddenly felt that the crisis is coming. His own spirit stone can still pinch in front of the rich woman body. Hastily said, "You're good with me first in heaven." Yao Qi nodded in satisfaction at his words. Only his mouth refused to let go of the words. "You're only the 200th best in the world to me." Li Yingling threw a thumbs up when he heard his own master's witty reply. Worthy of a master. There's still a lot to learn for myself. Li Yingling walked to Chu Xingtsuan side and laughed in a low voice. Master is the most shameless in the world. Chu Xingtsuan also whispered back. What shamelessness? This is all learned. She's pinching the spirit stones of our entire clan right now. Li Yingling nodded her head as if she was responding. Only that her silver bell laughter behind her mask didn't stop. Retrograde. It's definitely retrograde. After the little episode with the mask, the 4 of them continued to laugh and head in the direction of the Zen Forest Temple. There are not only vendors on the road, but also a lot of jugglers, storytellers and other people selling their skills. Li Yingling's gaze was also very curious as he surveyed the group of jugglers, especially those who like to spit flames and applaud the hardest at whichever vendor location. Chu Stardust was also somewhat speechless. Although Li Yingling at the foundation establishment stage was a single spirit root of the water system, the 5 element spells also allowed her to manipulate flames. If Li Yingling were to go up and spit fire, it would certainly look quite a bit better than that artist. Maybe it's just as well to see what's new. The Zenrin Temple compound is an 8-door gate with an extremely large temple door. Chu Xingtian and the others easily squeezed through the temple gate with the help of Yao Qin. Li Yingling raised her eyes to the center of the temple. She looked surprised. She seemed to be sighing and apologizing in general. Master, I'm sorry I spoke early. The world's most shameless must be him. Chapter 49, The Buddhist Son of Zenlin Temple. There are 2 days before the water forest puja begins. Preparations began early in the Zenrin Temple. Since the puja was organized at night and the participants were mostly ordinary people, the temple needed to hang lanterns all around. The statue of the goddess of mercy in the center of the temple would also have to be moved to a different location. First temporarily moved to be near the Buddha, so that they could first discuss the sutras together properly. This place is given over to the monks to mingle first. The world loves beauty, and looking good is what attracts people. So the garlands and wreaths have to be in place and look beautiful enough at first glance. It looks a bit like a hearth style, though technically what's done isn't that different from a hearth. After all, it's all nominally transcendental, so it's not really an alternative. The monks of Zenlin Temple were very serious about this and tried to arrange the flowers as nicely and skillfully as possible, especially where the Golden Master was going to place the spirit table. This area has to be serviced properly to make it look like the gold owner understands that the money was well spent. After all, that group of rich and powerful gold masters were to listen to them read the sutra. Even if you really read the sutra out of flowers, people do not understand, but the big scene, they always understand. To highlight the main points, the elegant but not too elegant, have to be cheesy but not too cheesy. The abbot of the Zen Forest Temple, a bearded, white-haired old man clad in a bright yellow robe, was currently leaning on a pillar outside the main hall in a leisurely manner. Beside him stood a little sannyasin with a bare head, wearing a small yellow monk's robe, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking quite cute. The little Sanya looked at the leisurely abbot and finally couldn't help but ask out, "Elder brother, did you really agree to the water forest puja this year?" "Monks don't lie," said Ish should. The abbot turned his head, smilingly looked at the little monk and said, "And did not let you go up to the top. You are still afraid of losing face?" The little Sanya lowered his head and said in a funereal manner, "Senior brother, the outside temples originally called us greedy monks. You this time, whether one is greedy or not is in the heart. For one's own heart is greed. For others is it still considered greed?" The abbot stretched out his hand and rubbed the little sannyasin's head and said, "If I am not for me, what is greed na? If you are not for you, it is not called greed. Then what do you need so much money for, senior brother?" The little shaman said unhappily, "The Buddha said that emptiness leads to the emptiness of all 5 skandhas." The abbot's old god said, "Then, since you are empty, what do you care about what others say? Buddha is the only one who is empty, and I'm not empty, so of course I care." The little shaman argued. The abbot burst out laughing at his words, and rubbed the little shaman's head even more joyfully. The young shamans were about to open their mouths and say more, but the abbot raised his hand to stop them. The abbot smiled and negotiated. "Just this year can be good?" The little shaman looked clearly disbelieving, and it looked like this assurance had been given more than once. The abbot tapped himself on the head and said, "A monk does not lie. That's fine." The little Sanya sighed. "This time you can't lie again. Lying too much can't become a Buddha." The abbot laughed. "You must take the lead in chanting this puja." The abbot didn't finish his sentence, but only raised his eyebrows mischievously, signaling the little shaman what he should do now. The little shaman sighed like a small adult and walked inside the hall with his back turned. The abbot gazed at the little shaman's back and smiled gently, folding his hands together and reciting the sutras silently. The little shaman stepped into the hall of the Buddha hall. The monks who were wiping and decorating the Buddha hall stopped their hands and hurriedly folded their hands and bent over in unison. "Greetings to senior uncle." The little Sanya nodded gently to count as a return salute, and sat alone on the futon under the Buddha, reciting silently the transcendental heart sutra that had long been chanted 100 times. Little Saya is just small, but he's smart. At least that's what everyone says. He also understood that if the heart sutra was recited correctly or incorrectly, the group of people watching would not be able to understand it. But there is something to be said for being a human being and a Buddha ask for a clear conscience. When the little shaman had silently recited it for the 5th time, noisy voices came from outside the hall. As the only Buddhist son of the Zen Forest Temple, the little sannyasi is gifted, and he can do the outside noises into his ears and not into his heart. But with the sentence of the unknown monk, "Abbot, that man sent someone to deliver the plaque that your puja is to be topped with. Look at it. It's also too deceitful. Why don't we just break it?" The little shaman's ears instantly perked up. "Out of the family cannot be deceived. Promised is promised." The abbot's slightly embarrassed voice also reached the little sannyasin's ears. "I'm sorry, my Buddha. The disciple's heart is itching at the moment." The little shaman stopped his silent chanting and carefully twisted around. What came into view was a large, conspicuous plaque, and it's written in block letters, for fear of making it unclear. It's not like the plaque says anything about a spiritual place. The young shaman froze for a moment when he saw the plaque, and then he broke the commandment. Little Saya broke the defense. His mother's, Li Yingling, was dumbfounded at the moment. Even the reborn Li Xingtian has not seen such a scene. Suddenly felt that this life is really not reborn for nothing. Chu Xingchen laughed. "Can't say, ha ha ha, is worthy of being the first temple in Yuzhou City. Really want a fire or will have to be able to whole live first." Yao Qin was also incredulous as she hastily removed the rabbit mask from her face. She even suspected that the rabbit mask had been tampered with, and didn't want to believe that there really was an abbot willing to wear the sign. But even with the mask off, the scene in front of him remained the same. The famous abbot of Zhenlin Temple, Yuan Jing, whose beard is white and has long been aged, at the moment standing in the most prominent position among the reeds, holding a plaque high in both hands. The plaque reads in lowercase and block letters, "Don't steal the master from the old line." Due to the fact that their own abbot was holding this plaque over their heads, the monks of Zhenlin Temple looked downcast and depressed today. Many of the believers around them could hardly hide their smiles and pointed their fingers. But the abbot sitting on the stage looked happy and contented, and ignored both the pointing and the mocking in the face. However, the water forest puja at Zhenlin Temple is not the first time it has been held, and the process is well known to everyone. This plaque must have been paid for by someone special to disgust Zhenlin Temple. After all, no one would believe that an abbot who looked like he could no longer carry a gun was trying to hold up this sign on his own to ruin a half-life's reputation. But by holding up this sign for the sake of money, the reputation of Zhenlin Temple has suffered quite a bit since then. At least the reputation of Zen Rinji as a money lover always escapes. You can also look forward to what the famous abbot will be topping next year's water forest puja. 2 days ago, when the defense was broken, the little shamans who released the ring came from afar, squeezed into the pile of people, walked up to Yao Qin and the others, and opened their mouths to inquire, "May I ask if you are the Yaegin Shur?" Yao Qin's gaze went to the little Solarian who had saluted her, and at the moment, her spell had not yet been lifted. The small Sandman body also no breath fluctuation. When it is a mortal talent, right? I'm afraid this little shaman's has the ability to see through illusions. It was thought that this side was the Buddha's sun, marginal sky, that the Zen Forest Temple had claimed to the cultivation world. Chapter 50, Intuition from a Man. The little shaman Rimkon led the four into the side hall of the Zen Forest Temple. In the temple fair, the main hall is completely open to the public, but the side halls are not allowed to be visited by believers. And the main purpose is to leave space for the honored guests. There were no other monks in the room, and Rimkong made the tea himself. Yao Qin inquired as she took her seat. "Are you the Yuan Kong of the Zen Forest Temple? The monk has heard of me?" Karmic Sky sounded puzzled. Yao Qin nodded her head and said, "Zhenlin Temple Buddhist son, for all intents and purposes, is somewhat famous, but how come you haven't practiced the Dharma of the Zhenlin Temple yet?" Rimkong arrived the steep tea to each of the four, and then opened his mouth to explain. "The abbot says the time is not right." Yao Qin gently nodded her head. "It's not like she's her own disciple, so it's okay to be curious for a moment or two." Li Yingling didn't care about any Buddha's son or not, so he hurriedly inquired curiously, "Little monk, won't your abbot feel a little bit better with this on top of you?" Karma sighed heavily. He is the abbot. Naturally he has the final say. If I had said I could, the abbot would have to be confined today. Chu Stardust nodded his head in agreement at his words. What Buddha-chan said makes sense. At the same time, I think our clan should also set up a confinement room, specifically to be used to confine that group of disobedient and rebellious disciples. The great rebel Li Yingling voted against it. "Master, words can't be said like that. It's only true to sensitize with love between clans." With that, the first adversary passed a glance towards the second adversary, Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian hastily pretended to drink tea with his head down at this moment, ignoring the signals given by his own senior sister. "Alright, turn around and discuss your clan's matters amongst yourselves." Yao Qin's gaze looked towards the door. The door to the side hall is the large open space directly in front of the temple, where the abbot holds the plaque aloft. This side is also not allowed to stand people. Zenrin Temple's specially invited honored guests can see carefully with the most open view. It had to be said that in terms of how to treat its honored guests, Zenlin Temple did not act like a temple at all, but rather like an institution that flattered its superiors. Yao Qin retracted her gaze and said with a straight posture, "What time will the water forest puja officially begin today?" "Probably another half hour or so." After Rimkong made the tea, he stood up and folded his hands. "Today it is I who will lead my senior nephew in chanting the sutra. It is inconvenient for me to stay longer, so feel free to do as you please." Yao Qin nodded slightly. Rimkong bent his hands together with everyone in the room before backing out. Chu Xingchen put away his playful expression and lightly drank a mouthful of tea before saying, "There's something about this Buddha child." Yao Qin was surprised. "Oh, you can tell?" Chu Xingchen was old and relaxed. "When have I ever been forbidden to look at people?" In the face of this sentence, Yao Qin was indeed unable to refute it. Chu Stardust was indeed accurate to a fault in looking at people. Even when they met for the first time, they were able to quickly see through a person's essence. And it's never wrong, as if it can read what's going on inside another person's mind. Yao Qin lightly shook her jade fan and said, "Then tell me, where is that Buddhist son interesting?" "Born Buddhist," Chu Stardust said in a serious tone. "Li Yingling, who was originally full of interest and wanted to listen to what his own master had to say, lost interest when he heard the words. Yao Qin also threw her gaze out the door again without a care in the world. People are Buddhist sons of Zen temples, and this is a complete pants-down farting statement. In the face of the two men's unconcerned expressions, Chu Xingchen did not continue to say anything, only taking another sip of the Zen Forest Temple's unique bitter tea. I have to say, this bitter tea is bitter. Chu Stardust naturally utilized the system to check the attribute words of Rim Sky. Target, marginal hollow. Gold-colored words, born of Buddha's sun. Purple word, break through the illusion. Blue word, congeniality. Blue word, compassion. Black words, cultivation of the forbidden body. Fulfillment of the conditions for apprenticeship. Bayu. The conditions for accepting an apprentice are not met. This karmic little saya is indeed a bit interesting. And this golden phrase alone is full of gold. The other entries look great. And the most dramatic is the fact that the system is actually misbehaving for a moment. Satisfied and unsatisfied. I think it is this black word of practicing the forbidden body that is the problem. Is the system deciding that your current self is not enough to solve the problem? Cultivating the forbidden body. I'm afraid that the Zen Forest Temple is not preventing this little shaman from practicing. I'm afraid that it is simply unable to practice. After Chu Stardust pondered slightly, he suddenly opened his mouth. I feel sure that this wish today is meant to be used for Rimkong. Yao Qin looked sideways and opened her mouth to explain. The Buddhist children of the Zen Forest Division are recognized by the Central State. And with this status, people can Zen travel to the Buddhist temples in the Central State to practice. So wouldn't it be self-destructive to practice with the power of aspiration? Chu Xingchen scared twice and said, "You have a superficial view and cannot see through the essence." Yao Qin said with a disdainful laugh. "Oh, then what basis does immortal Chu have that I don't know about?" Chu Xingwan pulled the shoulder of Li Xingtian at his side and said, "A man's accurate and incomparable intuition." At the same time, he reached out his foot and kicked Li Yingling's calf. Li Yingling froze for a moment, looking at the eyes handed to him by his own master, then came to a sudden realization and began to play along with the Tao. "Master, it should be a woman's intuition to be precise." Chu Stardust looked contemptuous. "It looks like you two are very unconvinced. Why don't we make a bet?" "Sister Yao Qin." Li Yingling pulled on Yao Qin's arm at her side. "My master is too arrogant. Heal him." Yao Qin spoke after a slight contemplation. "Well, what do you want to bet? How about spirit stones? If I lose, the spirit stones you have to give me will be waived. And if you lose, the spirit stones will be doubled. How about that?" Hearing this, Fox Golden's skeptical gaze followed to and fro. Chu Xingchen, what nature Yao Qin how could still not understand. Before seeing him, a piece of spirit stone or like a treasure cannot afford to spend. How could it be possible to spend so many spirit stones nowadays to gamble with himself on a bet that seemed to have such a slim chance? Could he possibly have some inside information? But again, that's not possible. The Zen Forest Temple was very secretive with this invitation, only inviting a few subdivisions of the Central State Sect to come. Most of these subveins were diverted from the sects in the Central State, simply holding the intelligence departments of other states. After all, there would occasionally be any higher mysteries that would also appear in other continents, and prioritizing information would naturally be faster. The main thing is that it doesn't cost anything to raise these subveins. The Zenlin Buddhist Temple can also be considered a subvessel of the Central State Buddhist Temple, and it took the gimmick of hitting the wishing power to successfully invite a few clans. You can't invite the sects with so much fanfare and in the end just give sense to see how the Zen Forest Buddhist Temple destroyed their own Buddhist children. Right? Isn't that just a joke? Chu Stardust should also understand this reasoning before Chu Stardust is so confident in the end. Why is Chu Stardust so confident? It's just some spirit stones. If we really see Zenlin Temple destroying our own Buddhist children, it will be worth the money. After all, the competition in the Central State was even more intense than the other continents, and having fewer Buddhas in the Buddhist sect would be a good thing for all the other great sects. This was especially true for the clan where Yao Qin was from. Yao Qin nodded her head in agreement. "Okay, I'll oblige." Chapter 51, Today, Elder Brother Teaches You. Thud. As the bells of the Zenrin Buddhist temple ring through the temple, this session of the Water Forest Puja has officially begun. In the center of the temple, Rim Kong, clad in a yellow robe and holding a vajrapestle, was the first to step out from the hall, followed by a group of monks. There are two white-bearded monks followed on both sides of Rimkong. The white-bearded monk on Rimkong's left hand holding a jade purifying vase, which of course can't possibly be any magic treasure. It should just be a look-alike for ceremonial purposes. The white-bearded monk in his right hand holds the 8 treasures heavenly cover, a large umbrella-like shape with a gold silk rim and 8 glazes of different colors hanging down from the edge of the umbrella. Rimkong held a vajra pestle and mortar. His footsteps were calm and steady, and his mouth was reciting Buddhist scriptures. The monks behind him likewise mouthed Buddhist scriptures. The white-bearded monks to the left and right of Rimkong all had foundation establishment cultivation, and they seemed to carry some sort of peculiar technique when they mouthed the Buddhist scriptures. It quickly quieted the otherwise noisy and boisterous atmosphere. Chu Xingchen inquired with a slight frown. The Buddhist sect still has this whole thing going on? Yao Qin sneered and said. Then why else would the central state still treat the Buddhist sect so poorly? Seeing his own senior sister's puzzled look, Xingtian opened his mouth to explain. Those two white-bearded monks used a Buddhist technique that possesses a mind-shaking effect. Yingling nodded indistinctly. The ceremony continues. Rimkong's small face looked serious at the moment as he walked towards the arranged futon. The futon was arranged right in front of the spirit seat, and Rimkong was the first to take his seat, then raised his eyes to see his own senior brother, standing in the center of a pile of flowers and a hearse, with a kind smile on his face. It looked as if he was being given a funeral, as well as the plaque he held aloft, "Don't steal the master from the old man." No matter how many times he had seen it, when he saw it again, Rimkong always felt like he was going to break his defenses. Abbot, you've disgraced the Zen Forest Temple. Karma took a deep breath and closed her eyes decisively. As Rimkong took his seat, all the monks quieted down and found their respective stations to sit or stand again. The two foundation establishment stage monks were also sitting to the left and right of Yuankong at the moment. Everyone was waiting for Rimkong to speak. Rimkong didn't rush to open his mouth under all the gazes as he first composed himself. It was a long time before Rimkong closed his eyes and opened his mouth to speak aloud. As I heard. As Rimkong opened his mouth, the rest of the monks instantly followed suit, opening their mouths together like a bell. As I heard. Inside the side hall, Yao Qin, who had heard the content of the sutra, stood up violently, her gaze cloudy and uncertain as she looked toward Rimkong, who was currently reciting the sutra under his breath. Seeing Yao Qin reacting so violently, Chu Xingchen also hurriedly looked at Rim Sky, but still didn't find anything unusual, so he asked in doubt, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" What Rimkong recited wasn't a transcendence sutra at all, but a secret Buddhist technique. And you know the sutras? Nonsense. It's not like I haven't heard of the Buddhist Transcendental Heart Sutra before. After Yao Qin finished speaking, she got up and stepped towards the door, her gaze fixed on Yuan Jing, who was standing in the middle of the wreath. Some of the Buddhist sect's tactics are somewhat similar to those of the evil practitioners. Is it possible that this time it is an ambush? Is it us? What other plans do they have? Seemingly noticing Yao Qin's gaze, the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple would also look towards Yao Qin, with a smile on his face and a silent Umatba Buddha under his breath. At this moment, in the rest of the parlor rooms, there were also several figures coming out, standing in the same corridor with Yao Qin, thinking that they were the other VIPs invited by Zen Forest Temple. One of them, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, spoke abruptly. Which of you understands what this group of vultures is going to do? The white-clothed youth with a scroll in his hand casually speculated. I don't know. The secret method of the Buddhist sect, just read it out? Could it be that you intend to kill us to silence us? Chu Stardust also walked out and said in a grave tone, "Fellow Taoists, I have something to say." The beautiful young woman clad in a yellow shirt looked sideways, and after seeing Chu Stardust's outstanding stature, her gaze instantly lit up as she opened her mouth with affection. "Fellow Taoist, please." After arching his hand to both sides, Chu Xingchen suggested, "Do it first." The Taoist master nodded his head in deep approval as he said, "This is deeply in line with my thoughts." The rest of the group then turned their gazes to the Taoist master, as if expecting him to make a move. But how could the Taoist master really make a move? Although he really disliked the Buddhist sect, the Buddhist sect was at least a positive sect recognized by the public. It's not like he's going to go up and beat up a monk now just because he's reciting the wrong sutra, is it? Yao Qin spoke up to ease Tao master's embarrassment. There's no need for that. Let's see what happens first. The Taoist master coughed lightly. All right, then, I'll listen to you and give that bald donkey a bit of slack. Xingtian and Yingling also walked out of the parlor room at this moment. Xingtian observed for a while and opened his mouth. Unlike the secret method, it seems to be a Buddhist heart sutra? The white-robed scholar's eyes looked over. Brother, you understand this? Xingtian nodded his head gently and said, having had some dealings with the Buddhist sect, if it's a secret method with so many people working together to start the momentum, there should be a Buddhist lotus at this moment. The white-clothed scholar nodded his head gently. In that case, let's see what tricks these bald asses have up their sleeves. After saying that, the scholar turned around and went back inside his room first. The Taoist priest followed, and the rest of the group retraced their steps. Only the yellow-shirted beauty looked at Chu Stardust with a soft gaze and said, I have some fine wine here. I wonder if you would join me in drinking some. Yao Qin sniffed with a cold gaze and looked sideways at the yellow-shirted beauty. Gongzi would rather think about it next time. Facing Yao Qin's icy gaze, the yellow-shirted beauty smiled resentfully and also turned to leave. Yao Qin snorted coldly and also turned around to walk back inside the room. Chu Xingchen shrugged helplessly and followed Yao Qin's pace. Inside the room, the crowd resumed their seats in their original positions, waiting for the Zenlin temple to fix something big. It just seems early in the day. Li Yinglings looked to his own senior brother inquisitively inquiring, "What kind of dealings can you have with the Buddhists?" Li Xing replied blandly, "The way of weapons and fists. Aren't you fighting with a monk? Or else you want me to listen to them chant?" Li Yingling nodded his head in satisfaction. Worthy of being a senior brother. Chu Xingchen ignored his own eldest disciple playing the juggling game, and instead used the system to check the words of the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple. Objective, Maruyoshiki. Cultivation, late foundation stage. Blue words, my heart is like his heart. White word, compassion. White word, goodness of heart. Black words, dying. Looking at the words alone, this abbot is a good man, and it's also presumed to have a short life. As the scriptures were sung, the voices grew louder and louder. Suddenly, the abbot standing in the center bellowed, "My Buddha is merciful." As if the white-bearded monks on the left and right sides of Rimkong received instructions, the two monks fiercely flashed with golden-colored Buddhist light and reached out to grab the left and right arms of Rimkong. The Rimkong who was grabbed only felt a stream of heat frantically surging along his arms, but it dissipated after only inching a little bit. "It's cool, but it doesn't seem to be in place." Rimkong's mouth couldn't stop chanting the center sutra, and he was somewhat strangely intending to open his eyes to see what was going on when he did so. A familiar hand covered Rimkong, who was about to open his eyes. This one hand had caressed, countless times Rimkong's skull, and he had long since memorized the lines and warmth of it. "Haven't you always wanted to learn martial arts? Today senior brother will teach you." Marginal Jing's compassionate voice rang from Marginal Sky's ears. Chapter 52. When Zen Grove Temple's karma began. Heavy snowfall. Inside the hall of the Zenrin Buddhist temple. At this moment, the Buddha statue in the hall is still slightly worn out. The Buddha's outstretched golden palms have lost their paint. But the Zen Forest Temple in the winter can't even afford to eat. Where does it still care about the Buddha's lost layers of skin? 5-year-old Rimkong sat under a futon in the hall sniffling and turning over the sutras in his hands. This one sutra had been read by himself for half a year, and with his clever little brain, the book was long enough to be recited backwards and forwards. However, senior brother Abbott is still squatting on his side every day, and has been chanting non-stop. I really don't understand what Abbott is thinking. He took 2 more puffs realizing that his tiny nose just couldn't take anymore, and his eyes carefully surveyed the seemingly sleeping Abbott beside him after. Rimgu decisively wiped his nose on the sleeve of his arm. Not that he washed his own clothes anyway. Rimkong had only just finished carefully wiping his nose. The abbot's voice then came out in a ghostly voice. "You do your own laundry today." Yuan Kong suddenly felt deceived and said with a small mouth, "Senior brother, you didn't sleep? You don't have to sleep long in life. You will sleep long after death." Yuan Jing opened his eyes, a kind smile on his pale face, and said, "You kid, do not do anything wrong. Do you need to care if I sleep or not? Elder brother, you yourself have cultivation on your side. Cold and heat don't invade." Yuan Kong complained, "You don't let me cultivate again. I don't even have a few clothes to wear in the middle of winter. It's worse than a dog freezing." In the face of this topic, Yuan Jing, as if instantly deaf, hastily touched the wooden fish to the side and gently struck it. Rimkong naturally knew that the arm couldn't be twisted, and that his own senior brother was truly shameless when he was shameless. Anyway, when asked, they would either not answer as they do now, or they would say that the time was not right. In short, they would not teach at all. So Rimkong didn't dwell on the topic, just forcefully picking up the thick Buddhist scriptures and placing them in front of and behind the offering table, and step by step, he walked towards the outside of the hall. Rimyon listened to the sound of the wooden fish and the sound of Rimkong's departing footsteps. With the sound of Rimkong's footsteps no longer ringing in his ears, he stopped the wooden fish in his hands. Rimyon opened her eyes and looked to the sutra on the offering table. In fact, that one book that Rimkong had been reading for more than half a year was the highest Buddhist Heart Sutra of the Zen Forest Temple, the Heart Sutra from the Central State. Rimkong is undoubtedly a son of Buddha. No matter the Buddhist teachings and theories, he understands them at the touch of a button and is naturally intelligent. Even at this moment, the karmic static homogeneous empty defense method itself may not be able to discern over the karmic emptiness. The main thing was that the people from the Central State had confirmed that Rimkong was a born Buddhist son. This kind of Buddhist son should have been very precious. Met several big Buddhist sects will fight for it. But Rimkong was left in the Zen Forest Temple, and was not brought to the Central State Great Buddha Temple. Nothing else. Rimkong was born a Buddhist son, but could not cultivate any mindfulness. Even Rimkong itself rejects any energy that is not his own, be it Buddhist or immortal. No Central State Buddhist temple would want a Buddhist son who could only discern the sutras. When I think of this Rim Jing, I kind of want to laugh. Want to laugh at the fact that they practiced Buddhism all the way to their grandmother's house. Is it the Buddha's mind that is cultivated? Or is it the means of cultivating the Buddha? But it's okay. It's better to stay here than to go over there and be aggravated. They don't baby the karmic void. They just baby themselves. That one Buddha Heart Sutra. Rimkong read it for a whole half year without any reaction. I think the Zhengzhou judgment is true. Yuan Jing reached out her hand to touch that Buddhist scripture. Her expression seemed to be a smile, and she eventually put that Buddhist scripture away. Anyway, the Buddha said that mortals can also practice self-change. No forcefulness. No forcefulness. Rimyan looked out the door at the goosefeather snow. Just the little one was probably going to be disappointed. Lowering her eyebrows and hanging her head, Yuan Jing turned away and continued to knock on that wooden fish. The empty hall. At the moment, only this crisp wooden fish sound remains. Rim Jing didn't know how long he had been knocking, except that he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps, and of a hurried monastery monk shouting sharply, "Abbot, senior uncle fainted from washing clothes. Go and take a look." Marginal Jing unhurriedly set aside the wooden fish hammer in her hand. "This kid is getting out of hand. You caught him once, didn't you? How dare you pretend to be sick and toss yourself? Gotta kick his ass this time." Yuan Jing calmly said. "Don't panic, take the old man to have a look." The abbot's calm demeanor calmed the otherwise nervous monks. "Please follow me." The monk took the abbot and then proceeded within the side room. Inside the side hall, 3 or 2 monks were wiping Rimkong's body with hot towels. Seeing this scene, Yuan Jing felt bad and hurriedly took 2 steps forward, holding the hand of Yuan Kong in front of the bed. The hand had just been gripped, and Yuan Jing only felt that the hand was cold, as if it had lost its temperature. Marginal Jing gazed at the monks to the side in disbelief. How did him? The monk on the side looked at the abbot with a strange expression, then whispered, "I just saw my senior uncle there washing his clothes. I was going to help him wash them, but he said that you, abbot, had punished him for washing them, and then, Rim Jing." It was no use pursuing who was responsible at the moment, because whatever power that entered Rimkong's body would automatically dissipate. At this moment, Jing Yuan could only use the most common way of taking his pulse to determine Rimkong's condition, but the pulse number half a day. The edge of the quiet can only come up with in front of the unconscious, cold body of the edge of the empty very healthy. Could it be that when you become a monk, you can't break the precepts, and the margins are quiet and high and low to get a couple of mouthfuls of the national essence? Yuan Jing's face sank like water, and after a while he spoke. "You guys take care of him, I'm going to call for someone." The monks in the side hall hurriedly responded, "Yes." Yuan Jing got up and hurriedly walked towards the main hall, stepping onto the offering table in a hurry, and took out a golden-colored relic from the Buddha's right ear, then crushed it without hesitation. The crushed relics violently turned into light and dissipated, and Jing Yuan silently recited Amitabha Buddha before immediately walking back to the side hall again. Rim Jing pushed open the door to the side hall and whispered to the monks inside, "Get out, all of you, and don't come back in, no matter what. Abbot, go on." A few monks looked at each other, and in the end, they could only retreat helplessly. After Yuan Jing waited for the monks to all leave, she closed the door to the room and walked over to Yuan Kong, picking up the hot water and wiping linen cloths that had been placed aside, and personally wiped Yuan Kong down. About half an hour later, a majestic voice suddenly resounded in the room. "It's time you realized when that shekel is supposed to be used." Rim Yang looked back, only to see a lean and muscular middle-aged bald man, half clad in a robe and half naked in the middle of winter, with a little dark golden flame totem between his eyebrows. Yuan Jing was calm, paying no attention to the fact that the Luohan in front of him was of Yuaning cultivation. "I understand, but it seems like Rohan doesn't." Rohan was not annoyed at his words. "Is it a matter of teaching the auditorium if you understand it or not? And did you summon me here for him?" Marginal Jing nodded, and asked for Rohan's help. Rohan comes and goes quickly. At this moment, the only people left in the room were the silent Rim Jing and the unconscious Rim Kong. Chapter 53. It's all fixed. So what's the point of practicing Buddhism? On that day, the monks of Zenlin Temple waited outside the door for a long time. Only when night fell did the abbot push his way out of the middle of the side room. The abbot had an easy smile on his face and gently waved his hand toward the long-worried monks at the door, signaling that all was safe. When the monks saw Jing Yuan's relaxed demeanor, they also hurriedly sighed in relief. Yuan Jing relieved the crowd and said, "All of you go back, but he has suffered from some wind and cold. Just let him recuperate for a while." The monks of Zenlin Temple thought it was just a one-time hiccup on the way to growing up for Uncle Zhu Shi. After all, the next day they did see Uncle Zhou, sniffling and berating the abbot for his unreliability. In the past, when the abbot was faced with such treacherous remarks from his ancestor's uncle, he usually did a set of Luohan punches to him, but today's abbot just looked at his ancestor uncle with a big smile. Looking at the Grandmaster's uncle, he was creeped out and admitted his mistake on the spot. Uncle Zhu was normal, but the abbot was like a different person. In the past, the abbot would not come down to the mountain to take over the work as long as people were not starving. After all, the abbot likes quietness, and it is too noisy to beat the gong and drums when organizing funerals. In the words of the abbot, the oboe was lost in the sound of the oboe just after he had recited half a day's worth of sutras out of his mouth. But ever since Uncle Joe got sick, the abbot has been coming down to the mountain a lot to pick up work. He took on any job, and even solved marriages for little girls. Moreover, the abbot still went out to look for work on his own initiative, leaving early and returning late every day, and then sitting alone on a futon in front of the Buddha in the lobby with a tired face. Taking out all the silver money he had earned today, he finally calculated what the account was, sighing as he did so. Some monks also asked the abbot what he does for money. The abbot would then laughingly point to the worn-out statue and say, "The statue is too old. Turn it over for a new one." But a lot of money was made, and I didn't see the abbot actually take money out to refurbish the statue. However, the abbot's character was unquestionable within the temple, and although there was much confusion, no one seriously asked, until the abbot suddenly started running out of steam. In the past, most of the jobs were taken by the abbot alone, but later on, the abbot actually abducted Uncle Taizu to take the job together. The reason for this is that Uncle Taizo pays a lot of money for taking over jobs. That's Master Taizu's uncle. That are skinny bones, eyes are sunken in, almost like a dry corpse. Into the hearth with the corpse stand a piece, do not know who died. Thought the fraudulent corpse popped out of the coffin. What's even more strange is that, I don't know why the great uncle who has long been ready to close his eyes to death, actually really go with the abbot every day to pick up the work, and even very voluntarily, rain or shine. The most famous Zen Rinji temple fair also began during this period. What with all the water forest pujas for spending money on spiritual places and expanding roads to lease vendors, it's all about this time of year. The abbot did make a lot of money with the temple, but basically never actually took the money he made and spent it. The larger statue of Buddha now in the main hall is actually cast in stone, with a coat of copper paint poured over the outside to hide it. The original bronze Buddha statue was broken up and sold by the abbot, who made a profit by replacing the stone statue. Daily meals haven't improved as a result of the money earned. So where the hell is the money going? As time goes by, there are always monks who can't stand it and ask the abbot why he is doing this. The abbot would murmur like a child who had done something wrong, looking aggrievedly at the monks who came to inquire with those vicissitudes of the eyes, apologizing constantly to the monks, but saying nothing at all. Along with the great-granduncle also came forward in solidarity with the abbot. Since then, the abbot and the great-granduncle had utilized the prestige they had gained over the years to finally silence all the doubts of the monks. Time passed until today. On top of the water forest puja, Rimjung's trembling hand covered Rimkong's eyes as a relieved smile appeared on his face. Finally relaxing in general, he said softly, "All beings suffer before they can wish. Child, you were born as a son of the Buddha, but you still need to understand that today it is all beings who ferry you to become a Buddha." Rimkong sniffed and snapped his hand out to grab Rimjung's large hand that was covering his eyes, but it was only at Rimjung's words that Rimkong let his hand drop again. He just whispered, "Don't be afraid, child." Yuan Jing swept her gaze over the two white-bearded monks on either side of Yuan Kong and nodded her head with a soft smile. The monk holding the purifying vase on the left side of Rimkong raised his arm violently and emptied the vase in his hand violently. A stream of Xian Huang Qi violently poured out from the pure bottle towards Yuan Kong. Yao Qin stood up in surprise at the sight. Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian were also staring at a scene with wide-eyed disbelief. Only Li Yingling stared blankly at their reactions, not knowing what was happening. Chu Xingtuan said incredulously, "This is wish power? How much wishing power would it have to be before it could be turned into a stream of water and poured out from within the jade pure vase?" But it's not just that. The white-bearded monk to the right of Rimkong holding the 8 treasure heavenly covers covered the umbrella in his hand to the top of Rimkong's head, and then gently shook the treasure covers. And surprisingly, there was also wishing power flowing out of the 8 various colored glazed beads. The 2 strands of wishful thinking quickly condensed and mixed. Under the precious umbrella, the wish is transformed into a picture. In the famine, Yuan Jing dispersed 1,000 taels of silver and bought food to distribute to the victims. Before the flood, Yuan Jing poured out everything she had just to plug the dike breach and save the victims. Yuan Jing and Master Taizu go out daily, saving lives and healing the sick. They hold a purifying vase, and little by little, they collect the few wishes they have. They dispersed all the money they had earned as they had earned it. All the monks of the Zen Forest Temple were trembling as they watched the wish transform into a picture. Marginal Jing spoke softly, "As it is." The wishing power quivered violently and began to rapidly encircle the Rimyung circumference. The scene was silent, and then 2 Foundation establishment monks holding magic weapons suddenly opened their mouths loudly and droned. As I heard it, Only then did the rest of the monks indistinctly follow the chanting. As I have heard. With a trembling voice, Rimkong also began to recite the backwards Buddhist scriptures. As Rimjing kept drinking and chanting the sutras, the wishing power entwined around him poured violently into Rimkong. First, he was the first to break the seal that Rohan had set inside him to hang his life. This monstrous wishing power instantly merged into Yuan Kong. Rimkong only felt a penetrating power instantly pouring into his entire body, although it would still slowly dissipate after entering his body. But the wishing power that could not resist entering the body was so huge that it squeezed into Rimkong little by little. Little by little, bit by bit, the rim space fills up. With such depletion, the wish power was used up very quickly, and the original misty wish power was now only a mist. But fortunately, the wish was enough after all. Rimkong suddenly felt that the power entering his body would no longer suddenly dissipate, but slowly hoarded. He quickly absorbed the rest of the wishing power as much as he could. When this was done, Rimyong smiled as if she was relieved and let go of the hand covering Rimkong's eyes. But at the moment, Rimkong was absorbing the power within his body and did not make any movements. Rimjing looked at Rimkong in front of him and remembered what Rohan had said that day. This seal is for 10 years at most. You can't save him. It's a foregone conclusion. There were a million things Marginal Jing wanted to say against Rohan at that moment, but he didn't say a single word. At this moment, Rimyong whispered the refutation that was several years late, as if talking to herself. If it's all fixed, what's the point of practicing Buddhism? P.S. To reiterate, this is a light-hearted and funny book and the author does not juggle knives. Also, the correct position for hyping is to click below to hyping. A 5-star rating and a little gift. Don't force the author to beg. Chapter 54 caught up, but not quite. Yao Qin's face was serious as she watched what was happening in front of her. Although he didn't understand what the principle was, but with such a huge amount of wish power being used on a single person, and with the increase in cultivation obviously being ridiculously low, there was bound to be a secret technique that was unknown. Is this the other use found at Zenlin Temple? Could this be some kind of extra enhancement? Really? I'm afraid that the central state would have to set off a wave of wish grabbing. But this kind of secret method, how could the monks of the Zen Forest Temple show it so generously? Could it be that this is a trick used exclusively by Buddhists who are not afraid of others copying them? Is it a deterrent? What's going on? Li Yingling pulled on Chu Xingchen's cuffs and hurriedly inquired. Master, what's going on? Didn't you say that wish power is of little use? How come everyone seems to know what's going on but you? Good news. There's melon and it's on site. Bad news. This melon can't be eaten. And just by itself. If everyone didn't understand it. But now he didn't understand it. Li Yingling always felt uneasy at the moment. Chu Xingchen frowned and hesitated. Theoretically it's not much use, but such a huge wish power into the body of the rim empty. Rim empty theoretically will cultivation will soar right, but how to feel the breath is not too strong. It even seems like it's a little bit closer to building a foundation. Could this be another use of wishing power? To cleanse the bones? Chu Stardust once again used the system to sweep the rim sky. Target, marginal hollow. Cultivation, late chi practicing. Golden words, born of Buddha's sun. Purple word, break through the illusion. Blue word, congeniality. Blue word, compassion. Gray word, wishful thinking. Due to limitations in cultivation, the conditions for accepting disciples are not met. Seeing the system phrase Chu Xingchen froze. The black phrase cultivation of the forbidden body was replaced with the gray phrase wishing to cultivate. It's hard to believe that so much wishing power just washed out this. In the end, you still have to use wish power to practice? Thought it was a big one. But this? Then the only reliable explanation. I'm afraid that the cultivation of the forbidden body is not just not able to cultivate so simple. There should be other side effects, so that the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple to do so. That's what's so bad about this system. Can't you expand on the notes in more detail? After Chu Xingchen finished reading the words, he leisurely spoke. It seems like there really isn't much use. Yao Qin didn't turn around, but only spoke in a questioning tone. Are you saying that the monstrous wishing power that was just poured all into a person's body was of no use at all? And that his cultivation level is still stuck at the level of chi refining? Yes, it should be. According to this Buddha's son will have to be willing to practice in the future? The odds are it didn't run. Yao Qin laughed in exasperation. Then do you think it's this abbot who's sick or you? Chu Xingchen said seriously. That Buddhist son is sick. Yao Qin sniffed and turned back, and was about to give Chu Xingchen a blow with the rocking fan in her hand. Trying to amuse yourself at this point? He returned his head but realized that his expression was not a jocular one with a light smile, but a very serious one. This expression meant that Chu Stardust wasn't playing tricks on himself, but that he truly thought so. Yao Qin inquired, are you aware of something? Chu Xingchen shook his head and said, don't be anxious, since the abbot called us here, there is naturally something to say. Yao Qin could only endure the doubts in her heart when she heard this. Seeing his own master's words end for the moment, Li Yingling hurriedly inquired, "Master, have you finished talking? Can you tell me what's going on now? This melon she must have today." Chu Xingchen sighed and looked at Li Xingtian, who was at the side, and said, "Explain this to your senior sister." Li Xingtian nodded gently at his words and began to explain to Li Yingling what had just happened. Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin both gazed in the direction of Yuan Jing. The abbot of Zhenlin Temple at this moment first folded his hands first to the believers around him. He said in a relaxed and incomparable tone, "Many thanks to all of you. The small temple is unable to repay you, and all the income of the Zen Forest Temple today will be donated. At the same time, this is also the last Zen Forest Temple fair, so I hope that all the monks will enjoy themselves today." The crowd sniffed and kept calling out, "Abbot, don't go, do it again. We're willing to donate incense money." The image made by the wishing power around a few sides of the proximity was also seen clearly, and they opened their mouths to cry out. Yuan Jing listened to the countless voices of retention and without words just quietly bowed again before turning toward the side hall. As there were martial monks around to maintain order, those who tried to rush in were stopped in their tracks. The two white-bearded monks at the foundation establishment stage also turned away to maintain law and order. When they saw Yuan Jing walking towards them, all the invited people in the side hall got up and walked above the corridor. "Greetings to all the monks." A smile appeared on Yuan Jing's face. "I'm sorry to trouble you all for being invited to come here today." The Taoist priest looked grave and said, "No, it is indeed an eye-opening experience, and in addition, I admire the abbot for all he has done for the people." Yuan Jing folded his hands and hurriedly said, "I don't dare. The poor monk is only doing it for the sake of wishful thinking, and his heart is too guilty to claim this credit. Actions are based on deeds, regardless of heart. Abbot need not be so." The white-clothed, scroll-clad youth spoke. "Today, the Zen Forest Division's Buddhist son thought that he would be a step to heaven. Congratulations." Yuan Jing let out a bitter laugh. "How to ascend to heaven? It's just a matter of keeping my senior brother alive." Yao Qin sniffed and looked at Chu Xingchen at her side with an unnatural gaze. It's hard to believe that this time he got it right again. He always seemed to have a strangely keen sense of humor at such critical times. Yuan Jing continued to open his mouth and explained, "This senior brother of mine is suffering from a strange disease and has a short life expectancy. The only chance is this method. And in the future the cultivation can no longer be separated from the power of wishing." The yellow-shirt beauty frowned and inquired, "Then you summoned us here. You wouldn't be just letting us see how you saved senior brother, Abbot, would you? Today, I ask all of you to witness that today, when I saved my senior brother, it was done by my Zen Forest Temple alone, and has no connection to the Buddhist sect of the Central State." Everyone froze for a moment at this statement from Rim Yung. However, to be specially invited here by Jing Yuan, naturally there was no really stupid person, and he quickly looked back from what Jing Yuan had said. "Are you in trouble with the Buddhist sect in Central China?" Jing Yuan wasn't finished with his words though. He paused for a moment to let the crowd digest them before continuing. "From today onwards, Rimkong is expelled by me from the Zen Forest Temple, and is no longer a monk of my Zen Forest Temple, and no longer has anything to do with the Zen Forest Temple. The karmic relationship is over." After Jing Yuan finished speaking, he bowed with his hands together and then turned around and left in a dashing manner, leaving the hallway crowd staring at each other. The Taoist priest was puzzled. What does this monk mean? The white-clothed youth's gaze looked twice at the departing Rim Jing, seemed to have figured out what was going on, let out a light laugh, and also turned to leave. With the departure of the white-clothed youth, the VIPs who had watched this grand performance did not communicate too much and began to leave separately. After all, it's not a decision they have to make. It's a report. Soon, only the four people of Chu Xingchen were left as the corridor of the parlor went by. Seeing that there were no more outsiders, Chu Xingchen sighed and opened his mouth. To say that it is being a senior brother is more like being a father. Yao Qin nodded softly, agreeing with the sentence. These words from Rim Jing are extremely concise. The fact that Rimkong was saved by the Yuzhou City's Zen Forest Division had nothing to do with the Central State Buddhist sect, which meant that Rimkong was not obliged to the Central State Buddhist sect. However, Rimkong was again expelled from the Zhenlin Temple, which meant that Rimkong and the Zhenlin Temple were no longer associated with each other even from then on. As one of the Central State's sub-veins, the Zen Forest Temple would naturally be controlled by the Central State's great Buddhist sects, but as the abbot's words fell, he could no longer control Rimkong, who had been expelled from the division. The only shackles Rimkong could be bound by were also undone by Rim Yung herself. Although he didn't understand why Yuan Jing was so worried about the Central State Buddhist sect meddling in Rimkong, a heart of compassion for Rimkong was clear to see. Marginal Jing reappeared in front of Marginal Air and said with a hard-to-hide smile on her face after looking at it for a couple of moments, "You're awake and you're pretending you're not? Yuan Kong slowly opened his eyes at the words and said in a low tone, "Senior brother." Why? He had just had the words to hear the abbot expel himself from the Zen Forest Temple. What for? Yuan Jing reached out his hand to touch Yuan Kong's little head and said with a smile, "You little alien monk, do you want to sleep with Lao Di today, or go back to your little room?" Rim Kong raised his head in surprise and looked at the abbot, only to see a smile appear on his face. He understood everything in an instant. Rushed, but not quite. Rim Kong also released a laugh. "Who wants to sleep with an old man like you?" Chapter 55, Are you sure he fainted? Inside the quadrangle, Li Yingling was sitting on a stone chair in the courtyard. A big and thick book was placed on the stone table, and at this moment, she was burying her head in hard reading. Yesterday's melons in Zen Forest Temple, except for the last one, she understood. The melons about common sense in the immortal cultivation world she didn't understand at all. She had to rely on people to explain them all, and most of them were explained to herself by her own senior brother. How does he know so much? Could it be that he was reading while he was on his own shopping excursion? Damn senior brother, actually secretly working behind his back. Anyway, this melon Li Yingling was not comfortable to eat at all. Li Yingling also never thought that the cultivation world to eat melon actually have to be insiders to eat to understand. No, have to make up. Hard to make up. Just as Chu Xingchen finally got a full night's sleep, from pushing open the door to his room, the first thing he saw was Li Yingling, who was struggling to read. He was surprised. "Yingling, are you alright?" After turning the next page of the book, Li Yingling replied, "I'm fine." Chu Xingchen rubbed his temples incredulously and said, "That must be something for me. How come I see you reading?" Hearing this, Li Yingling finally couldn't help himself and stood up to look at his own master. "What's with the talk about me being like a dumbass who doesn't like to read?" Chu Xingtian laughed. "Whether you love to read or not is yet to be proven, but you should accept the fact that you are a fool." Stupid? Ever since Li Yingling had memories, this word had never been linked to himself. The only two compliments Li Yingling heard the most as a child were good-looking and genius. She said defiantly, "If I'm stupid, there's no one in the world who's smart." Chu Stardust held back his laughter and said, "Alright, great smart. Master is going out for a stroll now. Do you want to join me?" Big smart? It sounds like a good word, but how come it always has a yin and yang feeling when it comes out of Master's mouth? Li Yingling wanted to say something, then aggressively sat back down on the stone chair again and refused. "I'm not going. I want to study. You'll have to ask me for anything from now on." Chu Stardust shrugged his shoulders, respecting his eldest disciple's thoughts. It never hurts to learn more anyway. "Where are we going today? Should I go to the hookah and white whore and drink? Or go fishing?" "Forget it. Hookah tune. Go fishing before you catch something you shouldn't." Pushing open the door of the quadrangle, Chu Xingtian headed for the hookah. Soon, Chu Xingtian will feel that there is something wrong. At this time has almost approaching noon. Usually this time the street should be a lot of pedestrians, right? Why is it a little empty now? I don't hear any activity. With a puzzled mood, Chu Xingtian walked to the entrance of the hookah and entered the hookah by brushing his face and white whoring. Then Chu Xingtian was even more puzzled. The hook bar, which was hot in the past, actually had few people nowadays. Only a few girls who played music were left to sit on the high platform and grind because there were no guests. Wan Yun was wearing a light blue girdle skirt, holding a pipa as she walked anxiously and quickly, and after seeing Chu Xingchen, she said in a sultry tone, "Sir, you can finally remember Wan Yun." Chu Xingtian inquired suspiciously, "Why aren't there many people on the streets or here today? You don't know what happened last night at Zenrin Temple?" "I know. I even stood in the side hall and watched it all." Wan Yun sniffed, his eyebrows instantly bright. Who does not know that can be in the Zenlin Temple side hall to see the temple fair? Either rich or rich. Did not expect the gentleman in front of him not only talent, but also have money. She opened her mouth and explained. Last night's events at the Zen Forest Temple were spread, and it turned out that the great benefactor who secretly paid for the disaster that struck Yuzhou City or the neighboring cities turned out to be the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple. Saying that, Wan Yun gave a beat, then sighed softly. Those who are free now are all running off to the Zen Forest Temple. I only hate that my concubine is not a free agent and can only sing alone in this hookah. Chu Xingtian instantly drifted off, but for Wan Yun's hint, he pretended not to understand. Dude is just here to amuse, not be amused. Chu Xingtian smiled slightly and said, "What can a crowded person see? Let me personally tell you what happened in the Zen Forest Temple yesterday." Wan Yun's eyes instantly lit up at the words, and she hastily nodded her head in agreement. Sure enough, gossip is in everyone's nature. Not long after Chu Stardust left, the door of the courtyard was knocked on. Li Yingling, who was reading hard, sighed slightly and stood up to open the door. Just as the door opened, Li Yingling saw the anxious-looking Zhao Wanqing. She anxiously said, "Excuse me, is Senior Chu here?" Li Yingling replied with a slight frown. "Master?" just went out the door. Zhao Wanqing hurriedly pursued. Where did he go? I have something urgent to find him. I'm sorry, can I ask what's up first? Zhao Wanqing said urgently. My brother's situation has suddenly deteriorated. Senior's alchemy is out of this world and the medicine is extremely effective. So I've come to ask Senior to save his life. Alchemy out of this world? Are you sure that word can be applied to the master? However, looking at Zhao Wanqing's anxious expression, Li Yingling, who was extremely familiar with his own master, opened his mouth. Master either went to fish outside the city, or went to the hook bar to listen to music. I know where Master fished. I'll go find it. You go to the hook bar to find my master. Zhao Wanqing smiled with gratitude. Thank you for your trouble. After she said that, she flew towards the hookah, while Li Yingling headed towards the outskirts of the city. Zhao Wanqing ran furiously all the way, flew to the door of the hookah, directly pushed away the boy who was ready to receive, and directly broke into the hookah. Her eyes quickly searched the hall, and she soon saw Chu Xingchen who was telling a story to Wan Yun, and hurriedly walked over to him. Elder, the matter is urgent. Can I trouble you to come with me? Zhao Wanqing interrupted anxiously. 100 spirit stones. Chu Xingchen immediately stood up and said, hurry up. Wan Yun froze then as she watched the two of them fly away. Just like that? We're just getting to the bottom of the story. Inside the Jin Demon Division's medical center, Anyan applied several needles in a row and stabbed Zhao Zhanyang, who had fallen back into unconsciousness again. The situation was extremely bad now. Those blood qi would actually bury themselves into the flesh, and as long as they waited for Zhao Zhanyang to wake up and regain control of himself, the blood qi would quickly start stirring. There wasn't much blood qi left, but there wasn't much life left in front of Zhao Zhanyang. Damn it! He hadn't said anything about the information yet. Just opened his eyes twice before he spat blood out of his mouth and fainted again. Now it's been a day since I passed out, and I don't think I'm going to make it. Zhao Wanqing, however, suddenly said that she wanted to run to the alchemy master. She, Anyan, still doesn't understand the medicines made by those alchemists in this Yuzhou city? Normally, it would be fine to treat a broken skin, but now that people are going to die, it's not like that kind of broken pill is going to work. This kid is miserable. Before Ani could finish sighing, two sharp footsteps came. Anyan turned to look and saw Zhao Wanqing with the handsome young man she met at the city gates last time. Before Anyan could move forward to inquire about what was going on, Zhao Wanqing directly pushed her away as if she had flipped her face mercilessly and said anxiously, both internal and external injuries. The only hope at this moment is your elixir. Senior. After first nodding his head in greeting with the still bewildered Anyan, Chu Xingchen walked towards the empty casserole dish that was placed aside to prepare the medicine. Casseroles are also pots. It did not hinder Chu Xingchen's alchemy. He quickly started a pot to boil water, and then took out the spirit plant from his spatial ring to prepare for the opening of the cultivation. Ani then saw, as never before, the process of alchemy. Alchemy can still be made like this? In the middle of Chu Xingchen's alchemy process, Li Yingling, who had gone to the outside of the city to pounce, was very resourceful and came to the demon suppression division. Li Yingling arrived when the alchemy had also reached its end. She was obediently standing aside at the moment and did not disturb Chu Xingchen's alchemy. After a while, Chu Xingchen wrapped the emerald green water droplets that he had just refined with his aura, then opened his mouth and commanded, well, hold his mouth open. Zhao Wanqing hurriedly reached out and broke Zhao Zhanyang's mouth. Chu Xingchen poured this extracted medicinal liquid directly into his mouth. Given that the person eating the elixir in front of him was in a comatose state, Chu Xingchen saved the spirit plant that paralyzed the sense of taste this time. It's not like you can still taste it when you're passed out, right? Just as everyone was nervously watching Zhao Zhanyang, expecting the medicine to take effect, Zhao Zhanyang, who had just swallowed the medicinal liquid, suddenly had his face tangled together as if he had tasted an extremely fishy and bitter flavor. Seeing this scene, Li Yingling realized that his own master's alchemy was truly unparalleled in the world. Even the coma is passable. Just as Nian was about to take his pulse to see how things were going, Zhao Zhanyang, who was lying on the bed, violently began to tremble. Zhao Zhanyang's only left hand that could move snapped up at the moment, frantically clasping his throat. Chu Stardust looked at this scene and inquired in puzzlement. Are you guys sure he's passed out? Chapter 56 Spirit Stone Purification Successful. Chu Xingchen's words caused Nian to instantly doubt the diagnosis she had just made. After all, it was hard to imagine that a person on the verge of death, with only one breath left, would actually react so violently for an elixir that had entered his stomach. It was as if swallowing this elixir was worse than death. Zhao Wanqing reacted quickly and rushed forward to hastily press down her own brother's only left hand that could move in a hurry. This medicine is already the last hope. Even if you die today, you have to die on the potion for me. Li Yingling, on the other hand, sighed and shook his head as he watched the scene. His own master's alchemy standards seemed to have risen to another level. It's not the potency of the medicine that's being talked about. It's the caliber of the difficulty. After all, the man in front of him may only eat this once, and as a disciple in the future, when the master refines the elixir, it is still uniform to let the senior brother taste it first. Zhao Zhangyang could only tremble in place now with a very grim expression on his face since his only left hand that could move was being held down. An Yan rushed forward and quickly probed the situation inside Zhao Xingyang's body. She then breathed a sigh of relief. The medicinal liquid was still effective. She could clearly feel that the injuries in Zhao Zhengyang's body were gradually getting better, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take long to recover to a state where she could heal herself. Ani quickly said, "Hold him down. He's much better now." Chu Xingchen slightly raised his hand and casually waved out a spiritual energy, and it controlled Zhao Zhengyang all over his body. "Many thanks, Senior." Zhao Wanqing let go of her hand, her face showing gratitude. Chu Xingchen's expression was not elated, and he nodded very coldly. "There is no harm." Zhao Wanqing relieved. "Senior need not. After all, good medicine is bitter." Chu Xingchen raised his hand and interrupted. "No harm is done. I will leave first if nothing is wrong." It was tiring, and the boy had really disgraced himself with his reaction. Today's matter, but also let Li Yingling to see. Perhaps his own family sin's disciple will also give himself a desperate Dan Master title. "I'm sorry, Senior. The spirit stones will be sent to your residence later." Zhao Wanqing hurriedly escorted Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling out of the demon suppression division. As Nian looked at their departing backs, he walked with his short little legs to the casserole where Chu Xingchen had just refined the pills. His eyes curiously surveyed the remnants of spirit plants inside, carefully distinguishing the ones used. These inside the spirit plant Nian also recognize. Inside the spirit plant is not expensive. How this refining method of the pill? The potency seems to be stronger than ordinary refining method of the pill so much. This new maneuver points to the possibility of trying it yourself. Unlike Zhao Wanqing, who had tasted the elixir, Nian thought that it was the potency of the medicine that caused Zhao Zhengyang to react violently. She reached out her small hand, ready to take a shallow taste of the leftover dregs of the boil to see what the remedy was when she did. Zhao Wanqing, who had just finished sending Chu Xingchen off and had only stepped through the door of the medical center, saw Nian's death-defying behavior and hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" Nian looked sideways in confusion, but his fingers were already inside the casserole. Zhao Wanqing walked slowly with a serious expression. "Don't ever taste it." "Why?" Nian said in disbelief. "I've never seen this alchemy technique before, and the medicinal effects are so powerful, because this medicine is a bit difficult to eat." Zhao Wanqing thought about it for a while. What was difficult to endure was not the bitterness, but the feeling of rejection all over the body. Zhao Wanqing seriously worded, "This medicine is a bit evil. Wicked." Ani never believed in evil, and hearing this, she didn't hesitate to put her finger in her mouth. Each of these spiritual plants Nian recognize, none of the poisonous. How evil can it be? How evil can it be? Anyway, it can't eat itself to death. Soon, Ani then understood the exact meaning of evil. A howl came out from within the Jin Demon Division's medical center. "Ama! Help! Dying!" On the way back, Chu Xingchen still didn't know that he could make two people break down by refining Dan once. At the moment, he was looking depressed as he pondered how to improve the flavor. Li Yingling's face was soft and her gaze was gentle as she looked towards her own master. Chu Xingchen was not happy. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's encouraging, master." Li Yingling nodded his head in praise. "Encourage what? Don't I have the medicine to get rid of it?" "Of course I have. Master is awesome." Why did this tone sound exactly the same as when he was shading Li Yingling? Chu Xingwan's gaze glared. "You rebellious disciple. How dare you shade your teacher?" Li Yingling could not admit it to himself and said with a serious look, "Even if it's master, you can't talk nonsense. How dare I shade master?" Chu Xingchen went with the flow and said, "In that case, that's very good. Given that you trust master so much, congratulations to senior apprentice Li Yingling. In the future, you will be the first to taste the pills that master refines." Li Yingling's expression instantly collapsed when he heard this. This was something that was going to kill him, and he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "Wrong. Master, I was wrong." Chu Xingchen directly ignored Li Yingling's pleas for mercy. Smiles are passed on. This time it passed from Li Yingling's face to Chu Xingchen's. Likewise with pleasure. Not listening to his own disciples' pleas for mercy all the way, Chu Xingchuan walked towards the quadrangle with a joyful pace. "The world's best master will surely forgive my disciples' thoughtless words, won't he?" In front of the courtyard, Li Yingling is still struggling. This can't be a joke. If this master is serious, Li Yingling felt that his future is dark. Master's medicine. That's really something who tastes it knows. After Chu Stardust pushed open the door, he laughed. Guess what? The one who answered Chu Xingchen was not Li Yingling, but Yao Qin, who was sitting on a stone chair in the courtyard. Chu Stardust turned to look and asked in confusion, "Why are you here? Not welcome?" Yao Qin said as she took out a spirit stone and gently tossed it in her hand. Chu Xingchen's gaze instantly lit up. It couldn't be that he had come today to specially deliver spirit stones? Of course you're welcome. Isn't that the fear of hospitality? Chu Xingchen hurriedly sat down on the stone chair. Is this your intention to settle the spirit stones? Yao Qin shook her head and said, "The spirit stones owed to you will take a little more time." Chu Stardust looked at the spirit stone in Yao Qin's hand. "Then you're fooling me by hanging around here with a spirit stone?" Yao Qin didn't have the heart to say, "This is the piece of blood chi spirit stone you handed me." Chu Xingchen's gaze instantly lit up upon hearing this. If the spirit stones owed by Yao Qin were to be truly compared to those in the spatial ring, then the difference would still be extremely great. "You made it? Aha! Yesterday's Zen Forest Temple happen gave me some inspiration. Went back to try the result. I didn't expect it to work." Yao Qin proudly held her neck high, as if waiting for Chu Xingchen's praise. Inspiration from Zenrin Temple? Chu Xingchen's heart violently had an extremely bad presumption. He inquired in a low voice, "Is it hard for you to solve it with wishful thinking?" Yao Qin nodded her head and acknowledged, "Not bad. Wish power is very effective for this blood chi." At those words, Chu Xingchen instantly shut up. Is there any difference between this and not fixing it? Where would one go to organize so much wishing power to purify so many spirit stones? Holding on to his last expectations, Chu Stardust once again inquired, "Does it consume much wishing power to purify the blood chi of a spirit stone?" "It's basically half and half, but the wish drain will be less." Chapter 57, Xingling. Yao Qin didn't wait for Chu Xingchen's praise. Instead, Chu Xingchen's expression quickly changed into the same expression behind him, that of Li Yingling. It was as if the news was more like a bolt from the blue than good news for him. Yao Qin said with a confused expression, "What's wrong with? It's enough to casually save up some wish power to be able to handle it. If one were to look at the situation of the spirit stones in the ring, if one were to truly purify all of them with their wish power, then Chu Stardust would surely obtain a title absolute great benefactor. This was fundamentally unrealistic. If one really had to work hard to obtain the wish power in order to purify the spirit stones, what was the difference between that and working for a living? I've cultivated immortality and I still end up being a wage earner? And still taking your own money to pay yourself?" Chu Xingchen could only open his mouth and demand, "Can I trouble you to think of another way other than wishing power?" Yao Qin instantly looked back, her eyes suspiciously looking at Chu Xingchen. "Do you have a batch of these blood chi spirit stones in your hands? Is your real purpose to purify these spirit stones to take and spend?" Chu Stardust replied with embarrassment, "Yes, there is a little. How much? 200 or 300? If that's all I can trade with you, these blood chi spirit stones my division should be collecting some to study." Chu Xingchen lowered his head, his expression slightly embarrassed. 1 or 2,000. Yao Qin was first shocked, then sighed and said, "It shouldn't be a big problem. The other sects should be taking in some studies as well. I'll see if I can contact contacts for you." Chu Xingchen still didn't lift his head up. Yao Qin took a deep breath, and could only say that it was worthy of being Chu Stardust, who was able to shatter her mind from time to time. Chu Xingchen shamelessly took out another blood chi spirit stone from within his ring and placed it on the table. "Good Yao Qin, you study it again well." Yao Qin's expression was lustful. Then she sighed and picked up the blood chi spirit stone on the table and said, "If you don't use your wish power it could be slow and not always successful. You have to be prepared for that." Chu Xingchen froze for a moment at his words, not expecting Yao Qin to agree so dryly. Yao Qin threw the piece of purified spirit stone to Chu Xingchen. "This piece will be returned to you first." Reaching out to receive the thrown spirit stones, Chu Xingchen looked towards Yao Qin. Yao Qin didn't look much angry, and that stunningly beautiful face just looked at the blood chi spirit stone in her hand with some distress. Chu Xingchen spoke, "Staying for dinner today?" "Next time." Yao Qin gently shook her head in refusal. "I have other things to do today." "Alright then, we'll make a dinner date when you're free then." Yao Qin gently nodded her head and then turned to leave after bidding farewell towards Li Yingling. "Wait for Yogi to leave." Chu Xingchen sighed. This was another favor to take from others. But never mind. It was never owed in the first place. The debt is not overwhelming. Yao Qin had just returned inside Bamboo Yuting's room when her maid, Xiao Ling, hurriedly handed over a secret letter. "Miss, the reply letter you sent to the clan has arrived." Reaching out to receive the secret letter, Yao Qin glanced at the yellowish envelope surrounded by magic spells, a unique means of preventing leaks in the division. Confirming that the spell hadn't been touched, Yao Qin opened the envelope. Little Spirit also had the good sense to leave the room automatically and close the door behind her. As the spell lifted, the writing on the front of the pale yellow envelope emerged. "My favorite student Xingling." Yao Qin gently stroked the 3 words Xingling as if she was nostalgic. Then open the letter. Your letter has been received by the master, and the matter of the scourge of evil cultivators in central China has been reported to the Central China Immortal Alliance by the clan. According to the instructions, you first fully represent the clan to handle this matter first. Just prevent the situation from expanding and wait for the clan to come. This Operation Bamboo Yingling is at your command. After the mission is over and your sentence is over, you can return to the clan. The past, no matter how, for you to first temporarily over. You also wasted several years in that remote place. For the teacher is also very heartbreaking. But there is no need to worry. This matter will still be brought to justice for you by your teacher. I only wish you peace and safety. The master is waiting for you in the central state. Remember to use the jade pendant given to you by the master in case of danger. Master by Xianling's own handwriting. After Yao Qin read the letter slowly, her aura was slightly infused into the letter. With the infusion of aura, the letter slowly dissolved into aura and dissipated into the air. It has indeed been a long time since I've seen you. After a long time, Yao Qin slowly sighed. Little spirit. Little spirit's voice came from outside the door. What is Mrs. Order? Starting today, the bamboo jade court is all closed. Go inform all cultivators above foundation establishment to gather. Little spirit's obviously slightly exuberant voice rang out. Yes. Listening to little spirit's gradually departing footsteps, Yao Qin took out the new blood chi spirit stone given by Chu Xingchen again, and after gazing at it carefully for a couple of moments, she silently put it away again. I'm afraid I'll have to break my word for the first time on what I promised him this time. Without much thought, Yao Qin stood up, pushed open the door of the room and walked out. The Yao Qin room was on the highest 7 floors, with a large hollowed-out corridor in the center, and she took 2 steps to the railing and looked down. 17 female cultivators with Foundation Establishment Cultivation and 1 with Xingtian Cultivation were already standing ready below. Yao Qin opened her mouth and ordered. The Sect order is for us to stop the development of the evil cultivator's posture first and wait for the Sect to return to help. 5 people in a group. Go and search the surrounding villages. Meet the evil cultivators. Just retreat back no matter what the situation is. The remaining 2 Foundation Establishment and Xingtian formed their own teams. I'll approach the Demon Suppression Division and go together to rule out suspicious sections. Remember, whatever the situation, put your own safety first. The female monks standing by together below replied in a common chorus. Thank you, uncle. On the stone chair inside the courtyard, Li Yingling looked at the Book of Cultivation Basics with an engrossed expression. Chu Xingchen lay down on the rocking chair and closed his eyes. Li Xingtian was also in the courtyard at the moment, holding a wooden sword and pondering over the divine ability given by his master. After all, meditating and practicing all the time was also a very boring thing. Every once in a while you had to change your cultivation, so that it would be a relief for Knighton. Bang bang. The knock on the front door sounded, and Night Sky put away his wooden sword and walked to open the door. Chu Xingchen waited for a while and realized that Li Xingtian didn't say anything, nor did the person who knocked on the door, so he got up and raised his eyes to look. As expected, the visitor was Yao Qin. At the moment, however, she had a different set of clothes, no longer a skirt. Instead, she was dressed in a blue power suit-like costume, her long silky black hair tied back to look competent. She held a long sword, her gaze was sharp, and her tone was calm. So it looks like you're free today? How did you change your clothes and how did your tone seem to change? Seems to have become more confident and arrogant. Although Chu Stardust was a bit confused, he still answered. I'm free. What's wrong? I've done you so many favors. You do me one. What favor? Join me in catching that group of damned evil cultivators. Ha! P.S. The humble author would like some free swag and a 5-star review. Please readers. Grand Master. Chapter 58. Their ultimate card is just Yuaning. I'm not. In Yuzhou City, Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin were on their way to the Demon Suppression Division. The two walked side by side on the slightly empty street. After thinking about it, Chu Xingchen still inquired doubtfully, why do you suddenly want to go catch evil cultivators again? Evil cultivators deserve to die. Yao Qin was succinct. What about truth? Yao Qin sniffed, her gaze calmly looking towards Chu Xingchen at her side. Chu Xingduan consciously responded, damned indeed. It's just that Yao Qin really didn't ask that much why when she helped herself. Thus, on the way, Chu Xingchen was quiet. After walking for a while, Yao Qin suddenly opened her mouth and said something without a clue. The rock rises with the wind in one day. Chu Xingchen looked sideways at Yao Qin at his side, and there was not a single change in her expression, nor did she look towards himself. After thinking carefully, he opened his mouth and replied, rotate up 90,000 miles? This is what you said when you first met me. Yao Qin gripped the sword in her hand tightly, her eyes looking straight ahead at the road. That lyric inspired me at the time. I thought I was a rock. So what about you? What's more to say? Chu Stardust smiled confidently. Naturally. Yao Qin looked sideways at Chu Xingchen. Then we can meet again in 90,000 miles in the future. Chu Xingchen paused for a moment at his words, then laughed. That's natural. Then along the way, the two of them did not speak much, and when they walked to the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division, due to the fact that Chu Xingchen had been brought in by Zhao Wanqing today, he even sent it out respectfully in person. The guards at the door did not stop the two. After all, they were neither cuties, nor were they blind, and didn't even intend to inform, just said so. You can just go in. Captain Zhao should still be inside the medical center right now. By virtue of swiping his face, Chu Xingchen managed to bring Yao Qin to step into the Demon Suppression Division. The two of them went straight to the Jin Demon Division Medical Center. After all, it is always better to look for someone you know first to do something. Chu Xingchen froze when he stepped into the entrance of the medical center. The little healer was seen licking a chunk of ice with a tear-stained face and a few small silver needles stuck in her face. Zhao Zhangyang had already awakened, and was currently lying on the bed, being sprinkled with white sugar in his mouth by his own sister. Chu Xingchen's gaze was puzzled. What are you doing here? What in the end is your elixir? Anyan faced Silver Needle slightly trembling, slightly sad and angry. Obviously those spiritual plants why are very normal. By you are refining why so evil? Chu Xingchen became displeased at those words and opened his mouth to retort. What evil? That was proper alchemy on my part. Didn't you see that medicinal effect? It's very effective. But why does your body reject that medicine so much when it goes into your body? But then that medicine has an I'm saving mine you leave me alone feel to it? I'll just ask you how the medicine works. You guys wait before discussing. Senior, what's going on with my brother? Zhao Wanqing hurriedly asked after him. He said his mouth is unusually bitter. I just asked. Chu Xingchen back, forward to Zhao Zhangyang, only to see him look silent. Seems to see through life and death. His mouths were open and he had a lot of white sugar stuffed in his mouth, but it didn't seem to do any good. But this looks as if it shouldn't be because of bitterness, right? Chu Xingchen looked twice before saying, normal. He woke up too early. The bitter taste in his mouth hasn't completely dissipated. The last time I ate Senior's refined elixir it seemed not to be like this. Last time I added herbs that block your sense of taste. Zhao Wanqing sniffed in relief. As long as nothing went wrong. Yao Qin frowned as her gaze swept over the chaotic scene in front of her. What is all this? She opened her mouth to speak of business. Zhao Wanqing, before the people come from the central state, the Bamboo Jade Court will first enforce the law together with the Demon Suppression Division to prevent the situation from expanding. And I will need your intelligence on the surrounding sects as well as the detection returns. Zhao Wanqing sniffed and put down the bowl with white sugar in her hand, looking towards Anyan who was still licking the ice relief on the side and entrusted. Nen, please take a look at him for me first. After seeing Anyan nod in agreement, Zhao Wanqing looked at the two and said, please follow me. Wait. Zhao Zhangyang forced all the white sugar in his mouth to spit it out. I know some information. Yao Qin stopped and looked at Zhao Zhangyang, who seemed to have returned to his senses, and opened his mouth to inquire. What do you know? Zhao Zhangyang spoke with difficulty. They buy from the black market docks. Chu Xingchen tried to open his mouth and added, they bought Taishian stones at the black market docks? Zhao Zhangyang froze at his words and looked at Chu Xingchen with a difficult sideways glance, then gently nodded his head before continuing to speak with difficulty. Their true purpose? Chu Stardust continued to speak. The true purpose is to blood sacrifice the clan, not the mortals? How do you know all that? Yao Qin shook her head slightly helplessly. It would be better to lie down and not talk, wasting as much time as possible. She helplessly opened her mouth. Zhao Wanqing, let's go. Wait. Zhao Zhangyang said after coughing heavily twice. They should still have ultimate goal, called the Immortal Seed. Faced with the new information, Yao Qin raised her interest and said, Immortal Seed? What is that program? This, don't know. Yao Qin turned around without hesitation. Zhao Wanqing, go. Zhao Wanqing looked down at her slightly aggravated own brother and sighed helplessly before following the two of them outside. With Zhao Wanqing's face swiped, the two of them easily entered the file room. Zhao Wanqing took out the clan's intelligence. Most of the people sent out haven't returned yet, and these are the only clan's intelligence that can be referenced at the moment. With that, she picked up the two clan situations that already had returns from a side shelf. These two clans are close to Yuzhou City, and there are messages back indicating that everything is normal. Yao Qin didn't pick up the two clans' information that had been returned, but instead picked up the thick book of clan information. On it were detailed records of the cultivation levels of the clan elders and masters as well as the address of the clan. The Jindan divine sense quickly swept through. Yao Qin concluded. Sure enough, the Qingfeng sect is the most suitable, but it is by no means the only one. Ever since the incident with the evil cultivator began, The Qingfeng sect was already in a state of explicit listing due to the news of Chu Stardust. It's just that the group of people at the Qingfeng sect's mind didn't know it themselves. Yao Qin's primary goal is naturally the Qingfeng sect, but before doing so, she must first grasp clear information and see if there are any clues around the neighborhood. Zhao Wanqing froze at his words. Qingfeng sect? The Qingfeng sect was still quite far from Yuzhou City. Yao Qin looked at Zhao Wanqing's puzzled gaze and opened her mouth to perfunctorily say, "There is intelligence in Central State." Zhao Wanqing's face dawned on her. Yao Qin spoke. "I have already arranged for people from the Bamboo Jade Court to scout around for information, and they will subsequently come to the Demon Suppression Division to submit the information they have collected. Your cultivation is too low. Stay here and receive information. I'll go with him to the Qingfeng sect to explore the situation. The Qingfeng sect's supreme elder is but the Yuaning realm," Zhao Wanqing hurriedly reminded. "Will it be too dangerous?" Yao Qin's expression was flat. "Their ultimate bottom card is just the firstborn. I'm not." Zhao Wanqing didn't know how to reply for a moment in the face of such domineering words. Chapter 59. Can it be that you're here specifically to find a scene? Yao Qin's efficiency was extremely fast when she got serious, and after a brief explanation, she planned to depart directly to Qingfeng sect. Chu Stardust didn't have a problem with that. Anyway, he was accompanying the case. Yao Qin had also let himself in, simply probing the intelligence to prevent irreversible and huge losses. Try to keep things under control until someone comes from the Central States. The difficulty of solving problems and understanding them can be described as worlds apart. Qingfeng sect's distance from Yuzhou City was relative, and it was naturally considered far for Foundation establishment cultivators. For Jindan, real person is not far. After all, after Jindan is able to fly without borrowing objects, Chu Xingchen did not have a treasure that could fly through the air, and when he came to Yuzhou City, he could only carry his 2 disciples if he wanted to fly. Adding to the fact that he still had to prevent the Qingfeng sect from attacking, Chu Xingchen simply accompanied the disciples along, so he slowed down a bit, but Li Yingling was still happy on that journey. At the moment the situation is reversed, and this time it can be considered to be going for the jugular. The two of them went at breakneck speed, and it would only take them half a day at most to reach the Qingfeng sect. In the air, near the Qingfeng sect, Chu Stardust opened his mouth and inquired, "Are you planning to go to the sect first or go to that mine to take a look?" Yao Qin opened her mouth and replied, "There's no need to beat the bushes. First go to the Qingfeng sect's gate to see what's going on. The difference is whether they are thinking of the whole clan or individually." Chu Stardust nodded gently at his words. The mountain gate of the Qingfeng sect was situated at the location where the largest spiritual vein in the vicinity was heading towards, and the spiritual qi was more abundant. It is said that this mountain was first called Nyoto Mountain by the local people, because there are peaks on the left and right sides of this mountain that are extraordinarily high and shaped like a bull's horn from a distance. In accordance with the principle of naming a mountain after what it looks like, the mountain was called Oxhead Mountain, and the name was used for a long time. However, this name had been changed to Clear Wind Mountain since the founder of the Clear Wind sect, Taoist Qingyun, created the sect. After all, when others ask for the clan's address they can't answer them. "I'm a member of the Qingfeng sect in Nyoto Mountain," right? No matter how loud your sect's name is, but situated at the point of Nyoto Mountain, it will make people think that it is a pheasant sect. But a mountain with a spiritual vein heading towards a spiritual mountain that hasn't been occupied yet can be a rarity. So even if it was Nyoto Mountain, Taoist Qingyun took it first and established a sect here. With the passage of time and the thorough rooting of the Qingfeng sect, this Nyoto Mountain was also considered to have been completely renamed successfully. In front of the mountain gate of the Qingfeng sect, there was a towering large arched alabaster stone pagoda with 3 gilt and floating characters, Qingfeng sect. Behind the plaque, flamboyant buildings are built out of rugged cliffs and crags. Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin sped over, and their Jindan realist auras were not restrained. The disciples of the Qingfeng sect who were guarding the mountain gate soon saw 2 Jindan real people outside the Royal Sky Mountain Gate. Chu Xingchen swept his gaze across the Qingfeng sect's mountain gate, then looked down at the Qingfeng sect's mountain guard disciples. "Nakaju, go and inform someone who can make a decision to come." 2 real people. Wait a moment. The mountain guardian disciple hurriedly arched his hand, and then rushed inside the mountain gate in a hurry. Yao Qinxin relayed her voice to Chu Xingchen. "I'll leave it to you later." After all, when it came to picking a fight, the Chu Stardust in front of him was obviously a whole lot stronger in combat than himself. And when it came to the ability to do things, Chu Stardust's level was still extremely strong in Yao Qin's heart. Chu Stardust nodded gently at his words. Soon after, a middle-aged Jindan real person in black clothes similarly came through the air. He arched his hand and asked, "I wonder what the 2 real people are here for." Target, Zhang Xiaofeng. Cultivation, early Jindan stage. Blue word, 8 face. White word, fairly qualified. White word, sedate. Black phrase, short-sightedness. Chu Xingchen used the system to sweep through the information of the Xingtian realist in front of him. Possessing the words of 8 faces, it was no wonder that he would be pushed out for reception. Chu Xingchen said in a flat tone, "To handle the case, we now require your cooperation from the Qingfeng sect." Zheng Xiaofeng still arched his hand and inquired, "Dare I ask you too what it is that you want our Qingfeng sect to cooperate with?" Chu Xingchen pulled out from his waist the token that Yao Qin had given him halfway, and after displaying it to Zheng Xiaofeng, he said in a cold voice, "All things." Hearing such an arrogant statement really caused Zheng Xiaofeng to freeze for a moment, and then his gaze carefully surveyed the token that Chu Xingchen displayed. Soon, a clan name surfaced in his mind. So it's the 2 honored guests of the Heavenly Diffusion sect. Zheng Xiaofeng instantly revealed a smile on his face and said, "No problem. Anything can be discussed. Would you 2 go in first and have a cup of tea?" Anything can be said slowly. Looking at Zheng Xiaofeng, who was like a face changer, Chu Xingchen really understood what it meant to have 8 faces. However, since Chu Xingchen had never been to the Central State, he didn't understand what kind of gold the Heavenly Diffusion sect actually had that could make Zheng Xiaofeng in front of him change his face so quickly. Thinking of this, Chu Stardust silently looked sideways at Yao Qin at his side and transmitted his voice. "Your family's clan sign is so high?" Soon after, Yao Qin transmission replied, "Clans that are okay in the Central State are behemoths in the eyes of this group." That answer is all true. Regarding Zheng Xiaofeng's invitation, Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin had since responded. Zheng Xiaofeng led the way with a bright smile on his face, leading the 2 of them into the middle of the glorious main hall. There was a disciple standing on each side of the main hall, and Zheng Xiaofeng instructed as he passed one of them, "First go and call the sect leader, and in addition go and call all the elders you can." The disciple who received the order hurriedly led the way. These words were not transmitted, and Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin had heard them all since. Zheng Xiaofeng arched his hand and said, "Both of you, please." There were seats on the left and right sides of the main hall, and Chu Stardust casually took the seat on the left side. Yao Qin, on the other hand, sat on the other chair on Chu Xingchen's side. Just as they settled down, 2 female disciples came from outside the hall, each carrying a pot of tea in their hands. They were placed at the table on each side of the 2 men, who then retired together. Zheng Xiaofeng sat on the chair on the right side and said with a smile on his face, "This is the Qingfeng sect's unique Qingfeng tea, which is nourished by spiritual qi. It may not be as good as what the 2 honored guests usually drink, but it should be something else." In response to Zheng Xiaofeng's sales pitch, both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin did not have any reaction, seemingly not interested in this tea at all. Zheng Xiaofeng could only smile awkwardly at this, but it wasn't awkward for long. Soon there was an old man with white hair outside the door stepping in, followed closely by 3 Xingtian elders also wearing black regular clothes. The white-haired old man's gaze quickly locked onto Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "The 2 of you are the honored guests from the Central State? I am the sect master of the Clear Wind sect." Chu Xingchen looked away, his gaze just sweeping over the white-haired old man, but then he stared closely at one of the elders behind the old man. Shangguan Han's face was heavy as he faced Chu Xingchen's aggressive-like gaze. "This kid is actually from the Middle Kingdom? This can't be a special visit to your own field, can it?" Chapter 60. Now it's my turn to prove it. Seeing that the crowd had come together, Zheng Xiaofeng quickly got up and introduced himself to the sect leader as well as the elders. These 2 are from the Tianyan sect in the Central State. The Qingfeng sect master, Spring Breeze like a face, smiled. "So it's a senior disciple of the Heavenly Diffusion sect. I don't know what is the purpose of coming to the Qingfeng sect." In the face of the sect leader's inquiry, Chu Xingchen did not have any reaction, his gaze just staring at Shangguan Han without letting go. The sect leader showed some embarrassment and glanced at Zheng Xiaofeng. Eyes questioned, "What's going on here?" Zheng Xiaofeng inner helpless. "This is a what the matter. This work really a little bit cannot do. Meet cannot afford to meet every day to pretend to be a grandson not to talk about. Meet something as if it is their own fault. If I knew everything, you'd still be in charge." But even more upset. At this moment Zheng Xiaofeng could only top it. With a familiar humble smile on his face, he inquired carefully, "You and Elder Shangguan know each other? Then naturally, we have had a meeting." Chu Stardust finally waited for this, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. "I wonder, does Elder Shangguan still remember me?" Shangguan Hong heard this and spoke after a slight silence. "Naturally, I remember." He gave a beat to his tone, and then inquired in a puzzled manner, "But at that time, didn't you say that you were some kind of Central State Heavenly Dao Alliance?" Chu Xingguan propped his chin with his right hand, his tone frivolous and disdainful. "Oh, from what Elder Shangguan means, you suspect me? Naturally not. Just." Shangguan Hong paused before finishing his words, as if he wanted to give people unlimited reverie. The sect leader sniffed and looked at Zheng Xiaofeng again. "I still questioning what is going on here? Tired." Zhang Xiaofeng very much wanted to take out the token on Chu Xingchen's waist and slam it on the sect master's face. I've been doing this grandchildren's work for so many years, and it's hard to tell if the central state token is real or fake. He could only open his mouth again to mediate. Shangguan Elder, do you have some misunderstanding? Shangguan Hong was silent. Misunderstanding? Can't be counted. Chu Stardust's tone remained frivolous. It's just a fault. This time there was no need to wait for the sect leader's gaze. Zhang Xiaofeng even smiled and rounded off the conversation. Your guest is really good at joking. You said that there isn't a mission this time that we in the Clear Winds sect have to cooperate with? Listening to Zhang Xiaofeng's slightly stiff segue, Chu Xingchen said in a calm tone. Listening to this elder Shangguan's tone, it is obvious that he thinks that I am a fake Heavenly Diffusion sect member. So you guys will no longer carefully determine with me to make sure? Chu Xingchen's words were stuttered, and then leisurely said, or, let this Shangguan elder come to personally confirm the confirmation? Zhang Xiaofeng was about to continue easing the scene. Shangguan Hong's aged voice was the first to come out. That would naturally be best. This sentence caused Zhang Xiaofeng to instantly freeze and look at Shangguan Hong with incredulous eyes. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Shangguan Hong ignored the rest of the people looking at them like they were crazy. He did so since there is a reason. If this person does not come. But once Shangguan Hong felt a little strange. When he went back, to be on the safe side, Shangguan Hong still checked Li Xingtian's background. It was recorded above that Li Xingtian started out working in the mines, and was transferred to the outer sect because of the lack of herb-picking talent. In this regard, although Shangguan Hong is worried, there is nothing he can do. After all, it is himself who can't beat people, and being saved is also his own nest egg fee. In the beginning, when the mine was attacked, although he also suspected if it was done by this person, but once he thought back, Chu Xingchuan's spiritual energy was crystal clear and there were no traces of evil cultivation. What's more, Shangguan Hong also truly believed at that time that the probability was that Chu Xingchuan was really from the central state. But now, mid-continenters, with gangs, know the mine. If they were really disciples of the Heavenly Diffusion sect, why did they still lie to themselves that it was some bull Heavenly Dao Alliance? If you really want to save someone, why don't you just show a token and not even dare to fart? Why do you have to sympathize? There must be a ghost in it. Maybe the evil cultivator who attacked the mine was led by this person. In the Qingfeng sect there is a mountain protection array, as well as so many Jindan elders. If this person is really a fake Zhengzhou Tianyan sect people, what's more, even if it does, the big deal is to lower your stance and apologize, or admit to the punishment. The rewards outweigh the risks. So why not? Shangguan Hong quickly made his plans and walked forward without hesitation while opening his mouth. Since it's the Heavenly Diffusion sect, then I'm sure you should have other means of proof besides the token, right? The sect leader who was originally planning to block Shangguan Hong also stopped when he heard this. Shangguan Hong had since noticed the sect master's small movements and understood that the sect master had sort of agreed for the time being, as a slight smile appeared on his pale face. Without saying a word, Yao Qin violently pulled up the sword that was placed at her side, and a fierce sword intent with endless sharpness, as if it could easily cut through the stars, swung out from her hand. The manic spiritual energy was perfectly condensed, as if it was just a flash of light. This magnificent hall was completely split apart by this sword. The violent waves of spiritual energy crushed all the items in the room. Several Jindan elders hastily held up their spiritual power barriers to ward off the slightly exaggerated aftershocks. As the aura subsided again, this hall had long been in pieces, and after that terrifying sword mark had blasted the walls of the hall to smithereens, there was still an absolute residual power that had directly flattened the mountain peak behind the hall. Boulders tumbled down recklessly. Shangguan Hong, who was the closest to this sword intent, was even directly forced back several steps by this sword intent. Even though the target of this sword intent was not him, Yao Qin slowly resheathed her sword, and then repositioned it next to the chair. Swinging the sword, she didn't even get up. Heavenly Diffusion Sect Divine Ability, Diffractive God Tai Chang Sword. Yao Qin looked at the palpitating Shangguan Hong with an icy gaze and said, "Do you want to verify anything else?" Shangguan Hong instantly closed his breath at the words. This mother her still test This divine ability that could only be learned by a true disciple of the Heaven Diffraction sect could be far more convincing than a token. But isn't this guy over the top? Chu Xingchen looked at Shangguan Hong's heavy expression and deliberately inquired in a doubtful tone towards Yao Qin at his side. Elder sister, why did you stay your hand? Yao Qin's tone was clear and cold. This is another person's clan after all, so there has to be some face left for people. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at the hall that was almost in ruins. This ing didn't have much face. Chu Xingchen nodded gently at his words, then stood up and casually picked up the long sword that Yao Qin had placed at his side and said, "My senior sister has proved that he is a member of the Heavenly Diffusion sect, so now it's my turn to prove it for all of you. With that, Chu Xingchen faced Shangwan Hong and made a gesture to draw his long sword, seemingly intending to make a move with the diffractive spirit Tai Ching sword as well, chopping Shangwan Hong into 2 pieces. The headmaster hurriedly opened his mouth to stop. Wait. This honored guest, wait. What's the point of verifying this? My ass. One more sword with this power, and the Qingfeng sect will still have a good place to live? The sect master glared at Shangwan Hong and angrily rebuked. Elder Shangwan, why don't you apologize to the 2 honored guests? It was still unknown what reaction Chu Xingwan and Yao Qin had, but Zhang Xiaofeng, who heard these words, only felt smooth. Finally, he's not taking the fall himself. Chapter 61. Do you like the Heavenly Diffusion sect? Facing the palmist's rebuke, Shangwan Hong's face was slightly red. It was shameful. When Chu Xingchen was ready to draw his sword, he himself was abashed. Yao Qin, that sword. Just standing aside, Shangwan Hong felt that the Death Star omen on his head was flashing wildly. At this moment, now this scene, Shangwan Hong could only bow his head and admit his mistake. Many apologies, my 2 honored guests. I was overthinking. When Yao Qin swung that sword to begin with, all the doubts could only be reduced to nothing. Chu Xingchen showed pity on his face and exited to retain. Don't be hasty. I'm really not a Heavenly Diffusion sect disciple. Hearing these words, the sect leader quickly turned back, his gaze looking towards Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng, really a little taut. Is your default Shangwan old dog to go to death? He finished death, still have to me to finish? This elder is a real pain in the ass. Both of you. Business is important. Zhang Xiaofeng hardened his head, arched his hand and smiled. The identity of the 2 of you is unquestionable. If there's anything, we in Qingfeng sect will definitely cooperate if we can. Chu Xingchen smiled with pity, and after returning the long sword to Yao Qin, he slowly resumed his seat on the chair and spoke with a serious face. 2 things. The first being the main purpose of our visit. We have received a commission from Yuzhou City that there are evil cultivators holding blood sacrifices on a large scale, suspected of making big moves and roaming here, and I request that you conduct an investigation. The Qingfeng sect master hurriedly let out a sigh of relief at his words, as long as he wasn't here to pick a fight, and hurriedly replied, since it is a matter of righteousness, it is naturally incumbent upon us. Dare I ask what the second matter is? Chu Xingchen's gaze was icy cold as he looked at Shangwan Hong and said, my Heavenly Diffusion sect's facade is not something that anyone can come and question. The sect leader did not reply at his words, but instead turned his gaze back to Zhang Xiaofeng. Okay, I'll take care of this myself. Zhang Xiaofeng sighed in his heart and continued with an arch. Elder Shangwan, he paused for a moment and finally thought of an excuse and said, but it's just that I'm worried that someone is out there soliciting under the name of the Heavenly Diffusion sect. Chu Xingchen's tone suddenly turned cold. According to you, even if my senior sister and I are holding the token, we don't look like disciples of the Heavenly Diffusion sect. Instead, we look more like liars? Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly said. Naturally not. Naturally. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaofeng to continue explaining, Chu Xingchen violently raised his hand to interrupt him. I don't care what rules your Clear Wind sect has, but right now it has to be done according to the rules of our Heavenly Diffusion sect. For the day I'm still working on a case in the Clear Wind sect, I'll still ask this one Elder Shangwan to go into the confinement room for a day. Zhang Xiaofeng could only look towards the sect leader when he heard this. After all, he couldn't take charge of this matter. Shangwan Hong's seniority in Qingfeng sect was far older than him. In this matter, I shall oblige. The sect leader didn't give it much thought. Then his gaze went to the other 2 elders and said, you guys personally take Elder Shangwan to the confinement room. After the 2 elders arched their hands and received the order, they led Shangwan Hong away. With Shangwan Hong's departure, Chu Xingchen's expression instantly softened, as if it was just targeting only Shangwan Hong. The sect leader was also relieved to see this scene, so it turned out that it was okay to treat people but not things. So he opened his mouth to inquire, may I ask you too, how is my Clear Wind sect going to cooperate with you in your actions? Chu Stardust smiled confidently, as if he had some good plan. You guys just send people, using the Qingfeng sect as the core, all the way around in an all-around carpet search, to force that group of evil cultivators out. Sect head of the Qingfeng sect, is that a ING solution? Just so fanfare search. Not yet met the evil cultivator. The group of evil cultivators have long been looking at the wind and fled. Not to mention, just so search. A little farther after this range that is difficult to estimate. But it's just that, judging from what just happened. The ones who came this time are just disciples who like to make a spectacle of themselves. This evil cultivator to catch or not with the Qingfeng sect also has nothing to do. It would be better to play with the children, so as not to regenerate the trouble. The sect leader opened his mouth to agree with a smile on his face after a slight consideration. Worthy of being a senior disciple of the Heavenly Diffusion sect, this is truly a foolproof method. Our Qingfeng sect will arrange for manpower to do so. Chu Stardust sniffed and revealed this. I love to hear this look. Then reached out and pointed to Zhang Xiaofeng, who was on the side, and said, I love it when this man talks, so let him tag along with me on this errand. Zhang Xiaofeng sniffed and wanted to say something, but naturally, his own sect leader agreed much faster. No problem, little Zhang just follow this honorable guest of the Heavenly Diffusion Sect. Xiao Zhang, who was devoid of any elder's majesty, could only nod his head in agreement. Very well, I will come back if something happens. Chu Stardust nodded with satisfaction. Then his gaze glanced at the hall that had been destroyed beyond recognition and said, this money, we don't need to compensate for it from our Heavenly Diffusion Sect, right? The sect master only wanted to send the two great gods to leave in a hurry and hurriedly said, not since. Chu Xingchen sniffed and directly stepped out of the hall. Good, Xiao Zhang is coming with us. Yao Qin didn't hesitate to get up and follow. Sighing, Zhang Xiaofeng also hurriedly followed. With Chu Stardust taking the lead, he walked straight to the outside of the mountain gate. At this moment, there were quite a few disciples on both sides of the corridor who were cautiously looking at Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin. That sword just now had shocked the entire Qingfeng sect, and the fact that the two were still able to walk out unharmed after swinging this sword meant that these two had a big background in addition to their hard fists. Zhang Xiaofeng followed closely behind the two. Chu Stardust did this since there was a reason. The Jindan who guarded the mine shouldn't be the only one in the Qingfeng sect who had carried out the evil cultivation ritual. One person wasn't enough to do such a big thing. As those elders and sect leaders came in, Chu Stardust had used his system to scan the panels of that group of people. The other elders can't see the problem yet for the moment based on the panel words. Only Shang Wanhong was different. The black phrase, Heart Demon Entanglement, from the last time he was scanned was replaced with the blue phrase, Hotian Demon Body. And the phrase, Hotian Devil Body, was the phrase of that evil cultivator Jindan from the mine. This meant that Shang Wanhong was bound to have joined among the evil cultivators during this period of time. Now that the initial clues are there, then it's time to follow them down the line. First thing you have to do is knock one of their eyes out so that things get lost in their eyes before they can muddy the waters. A straight assault on the mines would not be enough to catch all the big fish. This was Chu Xingchen deliberately provoking Shang Wanhong, and his true purpose was to put Shang Wanhong in confinement, so that the group of mudskippers would begin to feel uneasy, and they would cautiously poke their heads out to check out the danger. Secondly, behind this short-sighted Zhang Xiaofeng, is not a very good use, and extremely easy to turn the tool? Chu Stardust briefly expressed his thoughts to Yao Qin through voice transmission. Yao Qin's reply was only a short word, good. After the three of them walked out of the entrance of the Qingfeng sect together for some distance, Chu Xingchen violently stopped his footsteps. Zhang Xiaofeng also stopped immediately afterward and asked in a puzzled tone, what's wrong? Chu Xingchen turned around and spoke as if sighing. It's not easy to be a reception pretending to be a grandchild, is it? Zhang Xiaofeng froze at his words. Why is this person talking straight to poke people's lungs? Just when he didn't know how to speak, Chu Stardust said with a smile on his face. Now there's a better path for you. Chu Stardust's tone lurched. Then seduced. Do you like the Sky Diffusion Sect? P.S. The author pathetically reaches out to you and asks for gifts and positive reviews. Option 1, both. Option 2, choose one to give. Option 3, either one of the above. Chapter 62, Xiao Zhang Na. Zhang Xiaofeng's first reaction was not one of elation. The first instinctive thought was, that's true. Who's okay with liking the Heavenly Diffusion Sect? But seeing that ambiguous smile on Chu Xingchen's face, he snapped back to his senses. And suddenly his heart skipped a beat. If that's what you mean, then who wouldn't like it? Even going to the Heavenly Diffusion Sect as a grandson would be fine. You, Zhang Xiaofeng said in a somewhat stuttering tone. You mean, me? Chu Stardust opened his mouth and affirmed. Yes, it's you that's being talked about. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly spoke up. That's naturally like it. Glancing at Zhang Xiaofeng, who was displaying an agitated expression, Chu Xingchen's tone slightly lengthened. When you say like, is that the kind of like I think it is? Zhang Xiaofeng, faced with such an irresistible temptation, said in an affirmative tone, it must be the kind of like you want. Hearing the affirmative answer, Chu Xingchen nodded with satisfaction, then took out a blood chi spirit stone from within his spatial ring and threw it at Zhang Xiaofeng. Instinctively raising his hand to catch the flying blood chi spirit stone, Zhang Xiaofeng instinctively looked down at the blood chi spirit stone in his hand. A bad feeling came to mind. Chu Stardust spoke as if sighing. Little Zhang Na, guess why I no longer take out this piece of spirit stone in the hall? Zhang Xiaofeng was able to be a reception elder, and his own reactions flew fast, so he understood with just a slight turn of his thoughts. I'm afraid that within the clan, but understanding doesn't mean you can talk about it. He feigned confusion. Then surely you have your own plans. In this way Chu Xingchen gently nodded his head, and his spiritual power hooked up the blood chi spirit stone in Zhang Xiaofeng's hand to retake it back into his spatial ring. Chu Stardust turned around and continued to walk forward while speaking in a disgruntled tone. It's useless for you to like it now. The Heavenly Diffusion Sect doesn't like you anymore. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at the backs of the two gradually walking away, only feeling that life seemed to have missed an opportunity that could turn the world upside down. However, there was only a sigh of relief at this. And even now Zhang Xiaofeng did not know the names of the two Tianyan sect disciples in front of him. It was impossible to make him take such a risk with just 2 words. It's just a matter of being fooled by them. Zhang Xiaofeng was busy taking 2 steps forward to follow the 2 people in front of him. However, the contact just now made Zhang Xiaofeng understand that the seemingly casual handsome young man in front of him was afraid that he was not an uninitiated sect disciple. Zhang Xiaofeng was busy preparing himself mentally, and he was bound to be stalwart and steady as a mountain in the next action. I don't want to do a good job. At least I don't have to go back to be questioned by the headmaster. But what happened next was unexpected. Chu Xingchen was only bringing Yao Qin to casually stroll around the Qingfeng sect, and the question he asked Zhang Xiaofeng was not a sensitive one. Rather, it is better to ask questions that have nothing at all to do with evil practitioners. Chu Stardust leisurely opened his mouth and inquired, "Little Zhang Na, does your Qingfeng sect have anything good to eat?" Zhang Xiaofeng even arched his hand and replied, "I have long been refraining from the valley for many years. This is really not known. So what's a more scenic place nearby? It's not like there's much to see around here." Chu Xingchen turned back with a disgruntled sniff. "Xiao Zhang Na, you've narrowed the road ah." Just as Zhang Xiaofeng was still planning to push back, Yao Qin's icy gaze also looked over. Recalling the appalling sword of the woman in front of him, Zhang Xiaofeng quickly opened his mouth. "There is a small stream, and the scenery is more pleasant over there. Lead the way." Zhang Xiaofeng quickly took a few steps forward and walked in front of the 2 men, leading the way for the 2 great masters. That one creek wasn't too far from where it was now. The 3 Jindan real people arrived without taking a moment. A microwaved, jagged creek, no more than a foot wide and less than knee-deep. The sides are open with no large trees and the green grass is dotted with wildflowers of various colors. It still felt good to be extremely far away. The creek water was especially clear and you could see small fish the size of your thumb playing in the creek. Chu Xingchen patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder with satisfaction, then took off his shoes and soaked his feet into the stream. "Well, that counts as a vacation. Sister." Yao Qin took 2 steps forward. She didn't choose to soak her feet like Chu Xingchen, but instead chose to sit beside him. "Yan Na, what are your orders?" Chu Xingchen directly laid down on the grass and said in a lazy tone, "Go hunt 2 hares." Zhang Xiaofeng turned away without any hesitation at his words and went to hunt rabbits for Chu Stardust. Jindan real person hunting 2 rabbits is completely hand-to-hand. Just a moment. Zhang Xiaofeng is very witty to carry 2 live rabbits and walk back, do not care if you want to die or live. Now can satisfy you. Chu Xingchen looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. The wild rabbit is still quite cute. Let it go. Where did Zhang Xiaofeng not understand at this moment that this was to purposely pick on himself? However, Zhang Xiaofeng has no waves in his heart about this. So many years of grandchildren are not installed for nothing? In terms of mentality alone, who in the Qingfeng sect is better than him? Today, let this brat from the Heaven Diffraction sect understand what it means to have a mindset. Zhang Xiaofeng had a good attitude. "Okay, which direction do you want to put it?" Chu Xingtian casually spoke. "Put it to the west, so that this group of rabbits will go west." Receiving the answer, Zhang Xiaofeng released the 2 rabbits in his hands without hesitation, and also forcefully maneuvered them with his spiritual power to hop westward. Within the next few moments, Chu Stardust leisurely lay on the grass, opening his mouth from time to time. "Xiao Zhang Na, don't you think that tree is a bit annoying? Xiao Zhang Na, do you see that grass glaring at me? Ooh, Xiao Zhang Na, look at how arrogant that bird is. Xiao Zhang Na." Throughout the afternoon, Zhang Xiaofeng's ears were full of Xiao Zhang Na. Now I understand what it means to have a boss who opens his mouth and a worker who breaks his legs. Until the sun drops slightly, Chu Xingchen spoke with satisfaction. "Xiao Zhang Na." Zhang Xiaofeng instinctively opened his mouth and responded. You said, going back. I'm still quite happy today. Your Clear Wind sect has a place for me and my senior sister to sleep, right? Naturally I have. Are you planning to go straight back now? So I'll lie down again? But don't toss yourself. Even grandchildren have limits. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly spoke up. "Don, you can go and see what the room lacks first, so I can prepare it for you. Senior sister, let's go?" Chu Xingchen's gaze looked towards Yao Qin, who sat at his side and accompanied him all afternoon. Yao Qin also nodded gently in satisfaction. "Let's go." Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin leisurely re-entered the Qingfeng sect again. Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly arranged 2 of the finest guest rooms for these 2 lords. Qingfeng sect, Class A guest room. Yogi was already settled in one of the guest rooms. Inside the other guest room, Chu Stardust looked at the luxurious decorations in the room with satisfaction. Very good. It's good that you are satisfied. Zhang Xiaofeng sighed in relief. Just don't look for trouble again. Chu Xingchen casually waved his hand to rush people away. You can stand down. Wait for me and my senior sister at the sect entrance early tomorrow. The breath that had been loosened is back up again. And this today will have to come back tomorrow? Nay. The situation was stronger than the people. So Zhang Xiaofeng could only nod his head helplessly in agreement. Zhang Xiaofeng, who had just exited the guest room with an endless sense of humiliation. Then I saw the headmaster standing in the distance, looking at himself with that familiar gaze. The master's eyes. Zhang Xiaofeng read, Xiao Zhang Na. Is it time to explain? Chapter 63. 3 choices to eliminate 2 wrong answers. And still choosing the wrong one is just dumb. Qingfeng Sect. Inside the council's side hall, Zhang Xiaofeng stood aggrieved at the bottom, facing the sect leader's look that was full of questioning. The sect master's gaze inquired suspiciously. Do you mean that they just lay down by the creek today to make you, and did nothing else? Zhang Xiaofeng was very sincere in his gaze and tone. Sect master. Indeed. The sect master was visibly skeptical. And they didn't say anything about evil cultivators or anything else? Just tossed you off? Zhang Xiaofeng said in an aggrieved and mournful tone. Master, I have been in the Qingfeng sect since I was a child. Don't you understand me? I'm really loyal to the sect. These words seemed to have impressed the sect leader, and he gently nodded his head, signaling that Zhang Xiaofeng could step back. Zhang Xiaofeng even breathed a sigh of relief, so at least he was able to muddle through. Regarding that piece of blood chi spirit stone, Zhang Xiaofeng didn't dare to explain it at all. This ing can be involved in this matter. Sensei is that elder himself cannot afford to mess with He himself lost half of his life to rise from foundation establishment to Jindan, and only then did he mix up this grandchild elder position. And it was highly likely that this was a joint conspiracy of the elders. Even the sect leader was aware of this matter. Where could someone like himself, who was excluded from the elders' circle of power, get involved in this kind of thing? Zhang Xiaofeng is looking forward to graduating from the grandchildren elder's career, but not the kind of graduation that has no life. The only way to save yourself from this is to pretend you don't know anything about it. Sun has to be sun to the end. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly turned around and headed out. Having only just pushed open the door of the deliberation partial hall, Zhang Xiaofeng saw Elder Li, who was very close to Elder Shangwan within the sect. He stood as far away as the master, looking at himself with the same gaze. That cry, Young Na, as if ringing in my ears again. It's not enough to be ing tossed around by outsiders, but now you have to be tossed around by your own people? Is it possible that you don't count as a ing person anymore? It's just a matter of who you can't afford to mess with yourself. Zhang Xiaofeng's face revealed a slightly forced smile, and he hurriedly walked to Elder Li and said in a humble tone, Elder Li, do you have something to explain to me? Elder Li's face was cold as he asked in a cold voice, what did that group of Heavenly Diffusion sect disciples do today? Zhang Xiaofeng was again full of aggression as he retold Elder Li what had happened during the day. Again, Elder Li's gaze was suspicious as he questioned, you mean, they did nothing but make you play all day today? Deja vu eyes, deja vu questioning. Only Elder Li's questioning was even more excessive. What do you mean make yourself play? That's a bit too offensive, isn't it? Zhang Xiaofeng suppressed the emotions in his heart and said in a familiar aggrieved tone, Elder Li, indeed. Elder Li looked at Zhang Xiaofeng in slight silence before opening his mouth to inquire. So did they ask you anything about the evil cultists today? No, they just seem to be here to toss me around, Zhang Xiaofeng said in a sincere tone. Looking at them, it seems like they're just here to cope with the sect tasks. Elder Li nodded his head slowly and deeply and thought at his words, and did not ask any more questions, but only reached out his hand and gently patted Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder before turning to leave. Zhang Xiaofeng stood and looked around to see if anyone else was looking for him. After a long time, the palpitating Zhang Xiaofeng slowly returned to his room. Inside the room, Zhang Xiaofeng trembled as he picked up the tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Thinking back over all the things that happened today, Zhang Xiaofeng instantly came to the conclusion none of the 3 ing sites treated him as a human being. In order to vent his anger, Zhang Xiaofeng spent the night practicing hard all night. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaofeng, who didn't dare to be late, stood at the entrance of the Qingfeng sect early in the morning and stood guard with the group of disciples who guarded the mountain gate. As time passes, the 2 grandmasters that Zhang Xiaofeng had to wait for came for a long time. It made the disciples in charge of standing guard on both sides stand uneasily, their backs sweating. Could this elder be here to supervise the guard? Why are you standing with yourself for so long? It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Zhang Xiaofeng saw Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin walking slowly. He rushed up to greet him. What are your plans for today? Chu Xingchen stretched his lazy waist and said in a lazy tone, it got dark fast yesterday. I didn't enjoy myself, so I'll go play again. Zhang Xiaofeng pulled out a smile and said, you're happy as long as you're happy. As long as I'm happy, of course. After Chu Stardust finished speaking, he leisurely walked towards the creek. After the three of them reached the stream, Chu Xingchen took off his boots, soaked his feet, and laid down in one go. Immediately following, Xiao Zhang na. Does this voice ring in Xiao Zhang's ears when he dreams in the middle of the night? Time passed, and the two people by the river still looked the same, except that a Jindan real person kept doing strange things by the river. For example, carrying one boulder and placing it on top of another. Also uprooted a tree and then planted next to another tree. But also the name, a tree is too lonely. Two trees are not lonely. The sun is setting in the west. Zhang Xiaofeng, who had been tormented for another afternoon, after completing another instruction, gazed at the sun and was struck with a feeling, how come the sun is setting so slowly today? Chu Stardust noted this scene and once again used his system to scan Zhang Xiaofeng in front of him. Target, Zhang Xiaofeng, Cultivation, Early Jindan Stage. Blue word, 8 face, white word, moderately qualified. White word, sedate. Black phrase, short-sightedness, provisional black word, disturbed. When Chu Stardust saw the word disturbed, he knew that perhaps the time had come. Chu Xingchen put back his feet that were soaking in the stream. Xiao Zhang na. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly looked at Chu Xingchen while instinctively responding. You command. A light smile appeared on Chu Xingchen's face as he inquired. How was last night? Zhang Xiaofeng froze at his words. His gaze froze as he looked at Chu Xingchen. People tend to be taught when they can't be taught. He took a deep breath, then inquired in a low voice. You did that on purpose? Don't speak so harshly. I don't think I've done anything to make things difficult for you, right? Chu Xingchen vehemently denied. Was it me who embarrassed you? Or was it them? Zhang Xiaofeng sniffed and violently lowered his head, not saying a word. Chu Stardust didn't care and said while wearing his boots. The vortex doesn't care if the people caught up in it are innocent or not. And since you're caught up in it, all you have to do is not go with the flow, which could inevitably lead to drowning. What you have to do is struggle against all odds to save yourself and go for survival. After Chu Xingchen put his boots back on, he walked over to Zhang Xiaofeng and gently patted his shoulder and said, Now, none of them are going to trust you, and you're in a situation where it's 1 out of 3, and after eliminating the 2 wrong answers, you'd be stupid to die if you still picked the wrong one. Chapter 64 Lousy Tianyan Sect sweeps the ground. The sun is setting in the west. Zhang Xiaofeng took a deep breath. He could only use that move at this moment. He then let out a bitter smile and said, So following you will lead to a way out? You are disciples of the Tianyan sect in the central state, so the Qingfeng sect naturally wouldn't dare to do anything to you. What about me? Zhang Xiaofeng raised his head and gritted his teeth. I'm just a cultivator who climbed up step by step from the bottom, and every step I take is hard as hell. This is such a poorly thought out mouthpiece. Chu Stardust didn't have the patience for him to continue and directly opened his mouth to interrupt. It's not good to be reincarnated to blame fate, and there are people who can't even cultivate Jindan. Why don't you compare yourself to them? Aren't we competitive if we're well cast? Do you think we're all drinking water to get to the Jindan stage? You think it's just hard for you? It's easy for me and my senior sister? Zhang Xiaofeng saw that Chu Xingchen's expression was devoid of pity, and even his rebuttal remarks were very reasonable. So he understood that his own set of words would definitely not be able to take down the Tianyan sect's senior disciple in front of him. Who the hell said that those key-protected disciples in Central State were not versed in the ways of the world? That's no worse than what he said about himself. Chu Xingchen said with a sincere face, Xiao Zhang na. You haven't seen through the current situation because you're just afraid of death. Wanting to not die is still an easy solution. Zhang Xiaofeng froze at his words, his gaze suspiciously looking at Chu Xingchen. What do you mean? Chu Stardust solemnly said. You are now from now on the Heavenly Diffusion Sect's external mountain gatesweeper. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng furrowed his brows furiously and thought, Heavenly Diffusion Sect's mountain gatesweeper? Soon. Upon reflection, the conclusion was reached, what is the point? Isn't this the Heavenly Diffusion Sect's gatesweeper? Chu Xingchen saw through Zhang Xiaofeng's expression and explained seriously. You met in front of the Heavenly Diffusion Sect's mountain gate. The old man sweeping the ground at the chi refining stage scolded your grandson. Did you dare to make a move on him? Zhang Xiaofeng quickly came to a conclusion and said frankly, Don't dare. After all, those who could sweep the ground at the Heavenly Diffusion Sect's mountain gate, regardless of their cultivation, just by relying on the Heavenly Diffusion Sect as a mountain, it was not something he dared to mess with. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly said again, But this isn't the Heavenly Diffusion Sect's mountain gate, so it's useless even if I'm the chief sweeper. Your eyesight is too narrow. Chu Xingchen hooked Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder and said, Think carefully. Is it the name Tianyan Sect that you're afraid of? Or is it the cultivator after the name of Tianyan Sect? That's naturally. Zhang Xiaofeng's face dawned on him, but then he suspiciously looked at Chu Xingchen. Now the words speak well, but really start a conflict those elders rise up and kill. Not ing still looking for their own? Your mouth is yours to say what you want. but your life is your own. Facing Zhang Xiaofeng's suspicious gaze, Chu Xingchen sighed. Xiao Zhang Na, you have to understand one thing, what you have now is not the right to choose, but the right to be chosen. This is your last chance. Ask again and you'll think about how to face the sect master. Chu Stardust finished his words, and without hesitation, he turned around with Yao Qin and left. Yao Qin also raised her steps to follow, while transmitting her voice to inquire about Chu Xingguan. Will he take the bait by saying that? The more perfect assurances you give this kind of person, the more suspicious he will become, often leaving broken but barely reasonable explanations to take the bait. Chu Stardust replied with a voice transmission, not to mention the fact that he ran out of options a long time ago, and trust me, in 10 seconds he'll be begging you to sweep the floor. Yao Qin nodded half-heartedly while counting the time in her heart. Two. Before Yao Qin could count to 3, an eager voice sounded behind her. Wait. I defect. Zhang Xiaofeng's voice hurriedly came, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward to Chu Xingtsu's side and said, but you have to promise that I can go to the Heavenly Diffusion Sect and sweep the ground afterwards. Yao Qin glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng and blandly agreed. I promise you. Zhang Xiaofeng glanced at Yao Qin, who spoke before locking his gaze on Chu Xingtsu. It was this man who was the master from the beginning, and although he was nominally the senior brother, I'm afraid that this senior brother would have a higher status in the Heavenly Diffusion Sect. He'll have to ask for it. Chu Xingtsu also wanted to laugh. Being able to make a decision you ignored. Looking for himself, who was not even a disciple of the Heaven Diffraction Sect. Naturally, it's not a problem. Chu Stardust nodded his head in agreement, then said with a serious face, but you understand the consequences now once you eat your way out, right? Zhang Xiaofeng blurted out. I must be as loyal to you as my liver and brain now. Chu Stardust nodded in affirmation with satisfaction. Very well. Remember, when we go back later, you will say whatever I transmit to you. Remember that you are a member of the Heavenly Diffusion Sect from now on. Remember to be a bit more horizontal. Ha? Yoki? I wouldn't. Don't worry. You will soon. Qingfeng Sect. Inside the council side room, Chu Xingtsuan, who had just stepped inside the room, fiercely rebuked towards the Qingfeng Sect disciple at the door. Go! Call the mother ******** ing headmaster to me. After the Qingfeng Sect disciple visibly froze for a moment, he immediately turned around and went to find the sect leader. Chu Xingtsuan's gaze looked toward Zhang Xiaofeng, who was somewhat uneasy at his side, and opened his mouth to pacify him. Don't panic. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded as if instinctively. Yao Qin looked at Zhang Xiaofeng's slightly flustered expression and only felt that this person was unreliable. Is it okay? You're scared before you even see the person. If you really see the person, you won't be able to say anything before your legs go limp, right? Not giving Zhang Xiaofeng much of a buffer, the sect leader got the news and came in the wind and fire in the air, and just stepped into the council chamber. Eyes swept around the circle. Chu Stardust, whose expression was ice cold and filled with a questioning look, hand gently caressing the hilt of the sword, with an icy Yao Qin in his eyes, as well as the somewhat flustered Zhang Xiaofeng. The sect master arched his hand and asked, Dare I ask what's the emergency? Chu Xingtsuan snorted coldly and said, There's intelligence from Central State that has reached us, saying that there seems to be someone from your Qingfeng sect involved in the matter of evil cultivators. So I've come here to find the sect leader to ask for clarification. Central State intelligence? Can you let me have a look? If this is true, the Qingfeng sect will clean up its own house. The sect leader replied in a serious and earnest manner, but the palmist didn't wait for Chu Xingtsuan's reply. Zhang Xiaofeng's slightly bottomless voice came out. Zhongzhou intelligence is something you can read? The sect leader's gaze instantly looked at Zhang Xiaofeng, his brows narrowing slightly. That questioning gaze Zhang Xiaofeng had looked at and endured countless times. At this moment, for some reason, there was a rush of blood to the heart. Zhang Xiaofeng shouted angrily, What the are you looking at? What I said. Central State intelligence is something you can look at? As these words were shouted out, Zhang Xiaofeng had only one word to describe his body: cool. A feeling of bad breath coming out. The sect leader forced down his anger and questioned in a suppressed voice. Xiao Zhang, are you taking the wrong elixir? Zhang Xiaofeng roared again without hesitation. Old me didn't take the elixir. Old me is now a member of the Heavenly Diffusion Sect. You old dog, show some respect to old me. You, Tianyan Sect? That's right. I am now the Heavenly Diffusion Sect's mountain gate sweeper. What's wrong with you? Chapter 65. Yes, it's worth dying for. Seeing Zhang Xiaofeng, whose aura did not lose out to the sect leader in the slightest, Yao Qin's gaze was dumbfounded as she looked towards Chu Xingchen. What did this say to him? Why is this person like suddenly with the potion? However, Yao Qin saw that Chu Xingchen was gently shaking his head at himself. Yogi was a little incredulous that this was his own words. Zhang Xiaofeng even stepped forward and confronted the sect leader. What are you looking at? Even if I'm a sweeper, then I'm still from the Heavenly Diffusion Sect. Do you dare to touch me? The Qingfeng Sect master suppressed his inner anger and looked at Chu Xingchen with his gaze. Dare I ask, is this matter true or false? Chu Xingchen leisurely said. Naturally, it's true. Even for the Heavenly Diffusion Sect, it's not fair to act like this, right? The Qingfeng Sect's headmaster questioned. We, Qingfeng Sect, have given your sect face. Is it really appropriate for your sect to act in such a manner? Chu Xingchen gently brushed aside the relationship. It was Elder Zhang Xiaofeng who wanted to come, not me who invited him. The sect master finally couldn't hold back and opened his mouth to rebuke. This is out of order. I'm going to ask your Heavenly Diffusion Sect elders. Abducting elders away to sweep the floor in your own clan? I Qingfeng clan a little face do not want? What's more, a mere junior elder who had just become a Jingdan dared to berate himself like this. He used to have to clamp down his voice when he saw himself before he dared to talk to him. Chu Xingchen sneered. Then some of you colluding with evil cultivators is in line with the rules? The sect master opened his mouth and shot back. Where is the evidence? You want to defile my Qingfeng sect with empty words? Chu Stardust did not hesitate to throw away a blood chi spirit stone in his spatial ring. Good sect master. Can the accounts of your Qingfeng sect's minds be checked carefully? Chu Xingchen started forward and laughed disdainfully. You don't even know that you've raised moths at home. You have to wait for the house to collapse before looking for them, but it's too late. The sect leader was slightly stunned at his words, looking at Chu Xingchen's eyes that swore with conviction, as well as that one spirit stone that had been thrown on the ground, filled with blood aura. You think the Heavenly Diffusion Sect would really send someone to play house with you? Chu Xingchen laughed lightly. You think I'm here to pick a fight? Go check on that Elder Shangwan who is locked up in the confinement chamber. Don't say that our Heavenly Diffusion Sect didn't give you a chance. I'm giving you a chance because I see that you don't know. We've inspected this Elder Zhang, and from now on he's the representative of the Heavenly Diffusion Sect to oversee your Qingfeng Sect's self-inspection. Elder Sister and I have received information on evil cultivators and need to go and verify it for about 3 days. When Zhang Xiaofeng heard these words, he hurriedly looked at Chu Xingchen. Big brother, how come I didn't know about this? Are you telling the truth or not? Where do I get the bottom line if you're not there? But Chu Stardust ignored this and continued to speak to. These 3 days, your divine sense must not move away from Elder Zhang a little bit. When I come back, if this Elder Zhang is gone, I'll just have to acquiesce to the fact that your Qingfeng sect as a whole has fallen into the category of evil cultivators and become the #1 target of this strike in the central state. When the sect leader heard this, his tone was clearly disbelieving. You think you can intimidate me? Can the true successor of the Heavenly Diffusion Sect not turn black and white upside down? At those words, Chu Stardust shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, naturally, if you don't believe me, you may as well rip off this Elder Zhang's head right now to verify my words. Zhang Xiaofeng's heart beat furiously at the words. The sect leader doesn't know. Does he still not know? The palmist, even if he really twisted his head off and kicked it as a ball now, I'm afraid that he would still be safe and sound. But Chu Stardust's voice transmission followed closely. You're in great shape just now. Keep it up. You're not stupid. The more confident you are, the more he'll throw in the towel. Zhang Xiaofeng almost couldn't strain himself to transmit his voice when he heard this. Are you really going? Or are you faking it? The only thing that answered him was a radiant smile from Chu Xingduan. Chu Xingchen looked at Yao Qin and said, Senior sister, the sect side has pushed us. Let's set off now. At those words, Yao Qin stood up and prepared to follow Chu Xingchen and leave together, only to glance at the clear wind sect leader with an icy gaze as she walked to the sect leader's side. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaofeng and the Qingfeng sect leader watched together as the two of them headed towards the distance at extreme speed in the air. After both of their divine sense could no longer lock onto the two, the sect leader's gaze looked at Zhang Xiaofeng slyly again. Zhang Xiaofeng took a deep breath. Damn it, give it up. He glared angrily at the Qingfeng sect's headmaster and chided. Old thief, what are you looking at your master for? Still not quick enough to interrogate. The sect leader's large hand clenched violently, his eyes staring ferociously at Zhang Xiaofeng as if he would strike out and remove his arrogant head in the next moment. Zhang Xiaofeng understood that he couldn't retreat a little at this time. He stepped forward and took the initiative to walk in front of the sect leader, with a wanton smile on his face, and said, Pressing me for so many years? It's not too much to call you an old thief twice, is it? If you have a problem with that, you can twist off my head right now. The sect leader took 2 deep breaths. As the sect leader, he would not press the entirety of the sect even if there was only a tiny possibility. He could only force down his anger and said, Elder Zhang, go to the confinement room together. Seeing the sect leader's deflated expression, Zhang Xiaofeng didn't understand why, but only felt an incomparable sense of physical and mental pleasure. The fear inside was swept away with this feeling of euphoria. He sneered, Lead the way. Aren't you gonna go? I said, lead the way. The sect leader clenched his fists. and after taking another deep breath, he waved his long sleeves and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaofeng finally couldn't suppress his reckless and unrestrained smile. Laughter constantly echoed within this side hall. Cool. It's worth dying for. The outskirts of the Qingfeng sect, both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin stopped their steps together. Senior sister. Chu Xingchen shouted smoothly, then froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Yao Qin, you go and cut off the Qingfeng sect's road to the east to the mine. I'll go and block the other one. Yao Qin sniffed and gently nodded her head in agreement with the program, then said in a flat tone, Senior sister is not bad either, and I'm comfortable listening to it. Chu Stardust said in a serious tone, this is an extra price. Yao Qin sniffed and coldly glanced at Chu Stardust as she flew straight to the east. Really? No sense of humor at all. Chu Stardust spat out a sentence and flew straight south. Chu Stardust had studied the path when he came. The only two directions, east and south, were densely forested, rugged and difficult to navigate, and easy to shadow cover the figure through. This spooking was bound to blow up one or two little bugs coming out of the woodwork to probe, and the probability of getting someone in these two ambushes was a little higher than in the other directions where the view was wide open. As for the reason why Chu Xingchen could be so certain that the Qingfeng sect's sect master wouldn't make a move, it was because the Qingfeng sect's sect master had a blue phrase, carefulness and delicacy. He was not going to act recklessly when the situation was unclear. At least 3 days would have been tolerated to find out what was going on. This was why Chu Stardust had set a time of 3 days. The next step was to first intercept the little bugger that was trying to send a message to the mines, and feel out to what extent the Qingfeng sect sucked nowadays. As for the self-censorship of the Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen might as well count on the fact that Li Yingling hadn't caused any trouble for himself when he went back. Chapter 66. Don't worry, he'll want to die soon. Nighttime. Elderly walked around the mountain from the east with a heavy face. That group of Heavenly Diffusion sect disciples are really not simple. They are bluffing. Seemingly real but not real. Seemingly pretending to be stupid. But in reality, they must have gotten hold of quite a lot of information. It was even just a short day that he actually turned a Xingtian elder. Moreover, Zhang Xiaofeng was completely like a different person. He used to be cautious and careful and knew how to behave. Now you're actually pointing at the master's nose and calling the master old Biden? The sect leader actually endured it as well, not even retorting in the face of Zhang Xiaofeng's entire shouting match. Ask the specifics of the situation and the palmist won't say. One could only speculate that this Zhang Xiaofeng had gotten the backhand left behind by the Tianyan sect disciples. The second is the piece of blood chi spirit stone that the headmaster took out. Ever since the attack on the mine, they had set up a trigger-shaped formation based on the maze. As long as an outsider stepped in, it would trigger message alerts from both the Qingfeng sect and the mine elders. Every disciple in the mine carries a special token so that the formation won't set off the alarm by mistake. His own side had not received any abnormalities from the mine formation, and it was common sense that there couldn't have been a problem over there. But the appearance of the blood chi spirit stone, and still directly looking for the Qingfeng sect, and even the Tianyan sect curtailing the elders. 3 things synthesized together don't look like an all-right situation by any stretch of the imagination. Now, although there was a risk of exposure, the mine side had already made a deal with that group of evil cultivators, and it was more of a closing stage. Now that things have come to a head, it would be hard for him to escape if he really did nothing. We can only go to the mine first to find out the information there, and then see if we can speed up or move to a different location. When he had gone out of the Qingfeng sect for some distance, Elderly performed the earth escape and headed towards the Qingfeng sect's mine. The worried Elderly did not notice that a divine sense had captured him on the ground. However, he still detected a fierce sword chi that appeared behind him. He quickly disappeared from the ground, raised his hand and summoned a long sword. The Xingtian in his body churned and operated. His spiritual energy violently erupted, facing the slightly appalling sword chi, and the long sword in his hand transformed into streams of light. Running towards that sword chi, the two quickly exchanged blows, followed by a wave of spiritual force that instantly overturned the earth, destroying the trees into shreds. Elderly's divine sense quickly scanned and soon discovered a figure that had not hidden its aura. He looked sideways, and at the top of a large tree, Yao Qin was expressionless, holding a long sword and looking at himself with a silent expression. Elderly's face was heavy, and he was really being fished. Yao Qin's tone was icy cold. Gird your loins and save yourself from the pain of skin and flesh. In hell, if you don't suffer from the skin, you'll have to suffer from death. Without hesitation, Elderly maneuvered that one flying sword towards Yao Qin, while at the same time hurriedly flying wildly towards the west. It's done. The mine is impossible to get to. Love whoever you want. Life is your own business. You'll be thankful if you can run. After all, it is a Xingtian real person. This side of heaven and earth for a different way of living may not be free. But before Elderly could fly away far, he violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He tremblingly twisted around to look, only to see that his own life-flying sword had now shattered. Under the illumination of the moon, faintly flashing with white light, turning into streams of light generally falling from the air, behind the slit through the shattered sword, a pair of cold and unfeeling eyes regarded himself as if he were a dead man. Oh, Yao Qin, you can do it. Chu Xingchen looked in surprise at the elderly who was tied up, with both his arms and legs tendons picked out and his face pale beyond recognition, being manipulated by Yao Qin with her aura and thrown directly onto the ground. There was no doubt that this elderly had probably even had his veins handled by Yao Qin. Yao Qin spoke slightly helplessly. The person was captured. I briefly interrogated him once before coming here, and refused to say a word. Are you sure? Chu Stardust said with a slightly appalling smile on his face. The interrogation words, my second apprentice did give me a little idea. He still knows this? Technically, he's the one being tortured. Ha! Yao Qin's face was full of doubts, and then he saw Chu Xingchen pull out the spirit plant, and a small pot from his spatial ring. Yao Qin watched as Chu Xingchen seemed to be preparing to refine pills and opened her mouth. Don't worry, I've got my hands full. I won't die. Chu Xingchen replied seriously. And don't worry, he'll want to die later. Ah, Yao Qin, who didn't understand what tactics Chu Stardust had, chose to wait and see what happened, only to see Chu Xingchen extract the spirit plant after the Dan liquid, and then take out the raw flour and honey to knead and then suck all the Dan liquid into it. Chu Xingchen used his mana to hold this emerald green elixir and looked towards Yao Qin with a serious face. Anything you see later has to be kept secret, and you mustn't talk about it outside. Chu Stardust wouldn't admit that eating his own refined pills was equal to torture. Good. Yao Qin nodded her head in agreement even though it was strange. Chu Xingchen, who had been assured, held the elixir and walked over to Elderly, sincerely saying, I'm going to give you one last chance to explain things and let's be nice. Elderly revealed a trace of disdainful smile. Left and right are nothing more than a death. No one wants to feel better. In the face of Elder Li's refusal to cooperate, Chu Xingchen sighed and used his spiritual power to pry open Elder Li's mouth, maneuvering this elixir into his mouth. Since Elder Li was unable to use his spiritual power, he was unable to resist the action, but he was faced with the elixir that entered his mouth. Elder Li's first choice was to put his tongue against it. Chu Xingchen didn't care in the face of Elder Li's small action, and a slight soft smile appeared on his face before he used his spiritual power to close his mouth fiercely. Soon, Elder Li then felt the unparalleled flavor of that flower elixir. This drug, heck, it's bitter from the tip of the tongue to the base of the tongue and then straight to the depths of the mind. This medicine seemed to be directly bitter to the depths of his divine sea, and he immediately felt that his head was unbearable, but his mouth had already been sealed by Chu Xingchen with spiritual power. It's just a matter of dying without having to suffer. Elder Li's gaze hardened as he swallowed the elixir in one gulp. He then saw that the smile on Chu Xingchen's face seemed to grow even wider. Soon Elder Li understood that this flower was not sturdy. With the swallowing action, a lot of flour came off and stuck in the mouth. The range of attacks on this tongue is much greater. Immediately afterward, as the elixir swallowed into it began to violently exert its effects, Yao Qin's gaze was puzzled as she looked at Elder Li's ever-changing complexion. Yao Qin then saw that Elder Li's body suddenly trembled. His eyes widened, and the sounds he kept making. Whoa! His tightly bound body suddenly began to start writhing like a maggot. It also did not last for a few breaths of time. Elder Li's eyes that were wide open, hurriedly looked towards Chu Xingchen, looking at Chu Xingchen with an endless pleading look, as if saying that he would recant anything again. Chu Stardust said with a hint of a smile on his face. Want to die? Oh, slip of the tongue. You want to confess? The whimpering sound from Elder Li's mouth was unceasing, and his head melon nodded frantically. Okay, let's get through to you all what everyone's been saying. This isn't a subplot with Yao Qin. This is the main disciple acceptance thread, and the third disciple is on his way on a fast horse. Metaphor, and odds are in ways that no one would have guessed. At the same time, the protagonist's cultivation level will also increase with the acceptance of this disciple. Chapter 67 Your Week 2. Elder Li confessed painfully, crying in pain and just begging for a death move. He gave an account of everything he knew, the initiators, the organization of the members, the code words for the joints, and even the situation in the mines. Elder Li, who prided himself on being a man of iron bones, pleaded, please, give me the antidote. I can't. Where is the antidote if not poison? Chu Xingchen's face was sincere as he said, although there is no antidote but there is water that can gargle your mouth. Elder Li sniffed and howled angrily. Then kill me. Please kill me. According to what Elder Li had explained, death he naturally deserved. But never now. Since you're kind enough to give him a gargle if you don't want one, forget it. Chu Xingchen casually threw away his spiritual energy and resealed Elder Li's mouth, then turned to look at Yao Qin. I only saw Yao Qin's face was heavy, and his eyes seemed to show a killing chance, but this killing chance did not seem to be aimed at elderly. More like, falling into memories? Chu Stardust reached out his hand and waved it in front of Yao Qin as he asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Yao Qin took a deep breath, then closed her eyes lightly. After a slight hesitation, Chu Stardust still opened his mouth. The situation has now become clear that the purpose of the group of evil practitioners called the Cult of Evil Spirits is to create the Holy Mother based on the ancient law. Blood Chi spirit stones are their main means, and with such a large number of blood sacrifices, they can't hide it. So as long as they carefully trace this line, they're bound to get results. We can now return to Yuzhou City and ask with Zhengzhou to understand the situation. Yao Qin snapped her eyes open to interrupt, and her icy voice said with a slight tremor, "This can't be it. It's always been so. It's the same if you haven't cultivated immortality. It's the same when you're immortal." Chu Xingchen looked at Yao Qin dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen Yao Qin lose her temper. "I'm sorry." Yao Qin turned her back since she realized something was wrong. "You're right. We should go back," Chu Xingchen said in a serious tone. "What's wrong with you?" "It's just remembering things from the past." Yao Qin returned around, her face calm. "Let's bring him back to Yuzhou City first, and come back to deal with the Qingfeng Sect's matters." Chu Xingchen stared closely at Yao Qin and said, "I think it's better to deal with your problem first. What can I do?" "Then tell me the truth about what you were just thinking." Yao Qin gripped the long sword in her hand tightly, and after a long period of silence, she replied through clenched teeth, "Wanting to kill people. In wanting to kill all those damn evil cultivators. You can't understand the right way to repair the right way and then you presume to take those side roads? The people in the world are always as cheap as ants? Master always said, immortal and mortal are different. The only way to become an immortal is the only clear way. Told me to give up the mortal heart. Forget the past. Everything in the world will eventually lead to the fate of the world. But Master is born to be a cultivator?" After Yao Qin spoke, it seemed that she could not hold back her indignation, and sheathed the long sword in her hand, turning it into streams of light to lynch that elderly. She seemed to have figured something out and said in a resolute tone, "This matter only counts on me. You can go back." With those words, she then tried to turn around and leave. Chu Xingchen opened his mouth and shouted, "What do you mean only counting you? You still owe me spirit stones and haven't given them to me." Yao Qin stopped walking. She slightly angled her head to look at the moonlight road. "It'll be returned to you. I'm a true legend of the Heavenly Diffusion Sect. They're the ones who should be afraid." Sighing, Chu Stardust walked over to Yao Qin and said, "You know what I'm trying to say." Yao Qin looked sideways at Chu Xingchen. The world is so big. There will always be someone who chooses to stand by Yao Qin's side and support what she is prepared to do. Chu Xingchen let out a light laugh and stretched his waist, saying, "Coincidentally enough, I'll count myself as one. After all, you've helped me so many times." Yao Qin pursed her lips lightly and finally said in a faintly inaudible voice, "Thanks." "Ha? What did you say louder?" "Chu Stardust. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly to exterminate the evil cultivators." Two rainbow lights blasted violently into the Qingfeng Sect's mine from different directions. A rainbow of light fell into the playground in the middle of the mine. The miners who were working raised their eyes only to see a stunningly beautiful woman's body lit up with eye-catching spiritual light, slightly raising her hand as she maneuvered a faster flying sword. The Qingfeng Sect disciple who was rightly in charge of guarding the mine only slightly glanced sideways at the direction from which the voice came, only to see a flash of light, a coldness in his neck, followed by a blackness in front of his eyes. A flying sword swiftly roamed recklessly through the mines, harvesting the lives of the Qingfeng Sect disciples wearing them. Chu Stardust, on the other hand, crashed straight into the warehouse. Sure enough, a formation had been reset within the warehouse warp, and a Jindan cultivator was sitting in the center of the formation. Chu Xingchen did not hesitate to summon the spirit sword, and although Li Yingling looked like she was mostly touching the fish, she had never actually slacked off regarding cultivation. The avatar has also long since ascended to another level. Li Xingtian mostly practiced spiritual power, so his mastery of divine abilities currently remained at a state where he could use them before he was barely able to. So the great apprentice avatar, 3,000 weak water swords. Chu Xingchen did not hold back in the slightest. The spirit sword in his hand transformed into a spiritual chi-constructed water dragon violently raised its head and attacked towards the Jindan cultivator with a blinking speed. The Jindan cultivator was only at a mid-Jindan cultivation level, and he had risen and prepared to counterattack from the moment Chu Xingchen landed. But from the moment that a spiritual aura water dragon leapt out of the spiritual sword, Jindan felt that his own breath had been quickly locked. The Jindan cultivator instantly understood that this was a ing divine ability. Chu Stardust moved extremely fast, instantly firing a big move without saying a word, and it also came with a tracking attribute. No matter what struggle the Jindan cultivator actually ended up doing, with just one sword, Chu Stardust split everything in front of him. That spiritual energy was overbearing and easily crushed the ground, crushing everything in its way, as well as that one powerless struggling Xingtian. An aura shot out of the warehouse as if it were infinite and headed off into the distance, crushing everything in its way as it went, turning its surroundings into a pulverization of everything. Yao Qin also couldn't help but look sideways at that shocking fluctuation of spiritual energy. Even Yao Qin, who had extremely broad insights, was very certain this was definitely a top divine ability. The warehouse also couldn't suffer from such an aura, and was quickly blasted into ruins by the aura before scattering in all directions. Yao Qin only saw Chu Xingchen holding a spirit sword. After noticing his gaze, he stretched out 2 fingers towards himself with a light smile on his face. Index and middle fingers? What's that supposed to mean? If it was Chu Xingchen comparing gestures, Yao Qin would definitely not think in a good way. Does that mean you're weak? Yao Qin's spirit sword violently moved faster, and when it finished harvesting the last Qingfeng Sect disciple, the spirit sword automatically returned to its sheath. Subsequently, Yao Qin's slender hand also extended 2 identical fingers to Chu Xingchen. You're weak too. Chapter 68. Who is not yet an evil cultivator? Chu Xingchen was also surprised when he saw that Yao Qin actually also compared a ye towards himself. I didn't expect that this Yao Qin, who had an indifferent look on her face, would also make such an interesting move. Due to Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin's fast movements, from the time the two of them landed on the ground to resolving all of the Qingfeng sect members, it didn't take more than a few breaths of time. Miners still working in the mines at night have yet to figure out the situation. Chu Stardust carried spiritual energy and shouted, "Cultivation law enforcement, you may now go home." All the miners froze for a moment, and when someone let out a cry of joy, the group of miners came to their senses and began to run out of the mine in droves. Chu Stardust didn't pay much attention. When he had just entered the warehouse, there was only a little bit of blood chi spirit stone in the storage room. It should have been transported once. He looked at Yao Qin and inquired, "Did you leave anyone alive?" "Since there is." Yao Qin retracted Beer's small hand. "I kept 2 of the 6 inside." This time Yao Qin realized that she might have misunderstood Chu Xingchen, and this might be a good gesture. Chu Xingchen nodded and walked into the mine tunnel with Yao Qin. Stepping around the corner, a portion of the ceremonial tract that had been destroyed by Nighting Sky had been repaired, and 4 of the 6 black-robed men had fallen. The remaining 2 had already been nailed to the top of the wall by a few psychic powers running through their arms and legs. I used my spiritual power to seal their veins. There's no chance to kill themselves even if they want to. Yao Qin swept her gaze icily over the 2 black-robed men. These people will be handed over to you for interrogation. Your tactics were quite good just now. Chu Xingchen said unhappily. I'm not happy to hear that from you. That's my prescription for curing diseases and saving people. Yao Qin gently nodded her head in approval, and said with a submissive smile, then you can use your good prescription to properly interrogate them. Chu Stardust. This Yao Qin didn't used to be like this? Has she learned from her senior apprentice? I have to go back and give Li Yingling a good lecture. However, Chu Stardust did not decisively pull out the pot, but first used the system to sweep the 2 black-robed evil cultivators in front of him. Upon scanning the evil practitioner pinned to the left, a few very interesting phrases were seen. Target, Lu Yang. Cultivation, late foundation stage. Blue words, harem body. White word, live and let live. Black words, deathly afraid of life. Provisional black word, horror in my heart. When Chu Xingchen saw this talent, he understood that he would inevitably be able to save a pot of herbs. He first deliberately inquired to the other one. This evil cultivator, can you please tell me who your upline is? This evil cultivator then let out a cold laugh with great backbone, his gaze coldly looking towards Chu Xingchen without saying a word. Chu Stardust didn't have any hesitation either. A rainbow light flashed, and the sneering evil cultivator was chopped off his body by Chu Xingchen's sword, and his blood splattered onto Lu Yang, who was unable to use his spiritual power on the side. Chu Xingchen had another sigh, then looked in the direction of Lu Yang again. Lu Yang, who had just witnessed Chu Xingchen's move to kill at the drop of a hat, only felt his body tingling and his heart horrified. You call this a ING interrogation? Isn't that just an excuse to kill someone? Interrogation does not cooperate. You at least ask more a word to kill. You are also an evil cultivator? Chu Xingchen then gazed at Lu Yang who was nailed to the wall and lamented. Lu Yang nah, why do you think people don't value their lives? Lu Yang, who was originally trembling, froze at the words, his eyes looking at Chu Xingchen in surprise and disbelief. You, how do I know your name? Chu Stardust had a slight smile on his face. Arresting you guys is nothing more than intelligence verification. Not to mention just arresting another batch in a different place. Lu Yang's head was instantly like a mess when he heard this, as numerous names flashed through his mind. Who is the traitor? The spirit sword in Chu Stardust's hand faintly flickered with light as he spoke in a calm tone. Lu Yang, it's your turn. Can you please tell me who your handler is? Lu Yang just froze for an instant. And then he saw that Chu Xingchen seemed to have waited impatiently, and was also ready to cleave himself with his sword. He spoke in a hurry. I'll say, as long as you spare my life. Chu Xingchen sniffed his face with pity, as if he could not feel a little sorry for handily defeating the evil cultivator. Lu Yang suddenly felt that the handsome young man in front of him only wanted to kill himself, not to ask for any information. Chu Xingchen lamented, give an account, and I will spare your life. You didn't lie to me? I vouch for it with the honor of the Tianyan sect of Central State. As soon as Chu Stardust's words fell, Yao Qin's gaze looked slyly. Lu Yang saw Yao Qin's gaze and quickly sighed in relief, looking like he still had some credit, and quickly opened his mouth. We are on the line over at the Wind Sword Sect. The entire sect over there has already been enrolled in my divine sect. Chu Xingchen frowned and inquired, the divine sect? Lu Yang quickly changed his words. Cult. I'm just a minion in charge of this side of the situation. And the Wind Sword Sect side is responsible for integrating the resources towards the Holy Mother. Is there a code word for the joint or something? There are tokens. Good, I'll let you off. Chu Stardust nodded his head in satisfaction and turned to leave saying, Yao Qin, the next thing is your business. How can you be untrustworthy? You don't want the face of the Heavenly Diffusion Sect either? Chu Xingchen walked towards the outside of the mine. I'm not from the Heavenly Diffusion Sect. Who cares about this? Lu Yang looked at Chu Xingchen's departing back in a vindictive rage. And then a rainbow light flashed through his eyes. Chu Stardust waited slightly at the entrance for a while before Yao Qin also walked out from the mine tunnel. Yao Qin spoke in a slightly low tone. I've got the token. And if the Demon Suppression Division's intelligence is correct, the Wind Sword Sect has a Taishang Sect leader who is at the Yuaning cultivation level, as well as a few elders who are in the middle to late Jindan stage. Hearing Yao Qin's slightly depressed tone, Chu Xingchen understood that even if Yao Qin was as confident as she was, she wouldn't dare to pack her bags and dry shatter a clan. Yogi-san, your thoughts are very much like just killing everyone who sees you, even if it's a perfect sneak. Chu Xingchen laughed. You need to learn to shift your thinking a bit. Yao Qin's gaze was puzzled as she looked towards Chu Stardust. Isn't it just an evil cultivator? Chu Xingchen said with a hint of a smile on his face. Who isn't already? Ha, just watch me perform later. The Wind Sword Sect was still some distance away from the Qingfeng Sect's mines. After all, when it came to this kind of place, the spiritual veins went in bits and pieces. Unlike the Qingfeng Sect, which was based on the mountains and the water, the address of the Wind Sword Sect had quite a sense of desolation. Towering rugged peaks filled with traces of loss. A slightly austere clan was established halfway up the mountainside. Looking at it from the outside alone, it was far less wealthy than the Qingfeng Sect. Around 20 miles outside the Wind Sword Sect's mountain gate, Chu Xingchen reluctantly dumped out the Blood Chi Spirit stones in his ring. Yao Qin sighed as she looked at the Blood Chi Spirit stones piled up all over the ground. Chu Stardust. It's me who underestimated you. Chu Stardust was fond of it, and looked towards Yao Qin to earnestly command. Yao Qin, these are my lifeblood. You must remember to snatch them back by all means later. Chapter 69. How can we build the evil spirit cult together with a bunch of bugbears like you? Chu Stardust dumped out all the Blood Chi Spirit stones in all the space rings. There were about 3,000 to 4,000 Blood Chi Spirit stones piled on top of each other, which was still quite spectacular. Yao Qin sighed helplessly and took out the token she had scavenged from the evil cultivator, after absorbing the Blood Chi Spirit stone in front of her into it. Since the token could not absorb so much, there was still a small pile of excess left. Chu Xingchen hastily reharvested the remaining spirit stones. That group of evil cultivators acted so arrogantly. I'm afraid that they have already reached the critical moment, and they are extremely short of resources, even to the extent that they would rather have nothing than nothing, sacrificing the entire village without even picking people. Even the women and children were sacrificed. At this moment, I think it is probably just too short of blood chi. In the face of this large amount of high-quality blood chi spirit stones of their own, they should send them in a hurry. And at that time, as long as they followed the person who sent them to the Holy Mother, they would probably be able to arrest them in place. Chu Xingchen reached out and said, give me the token. You wait here, and if there's someone you follow them. Yao Qin hesitated slightly then said, why don't I go when you wait outside? Can you look like an evil cultivator with this temperament? Chu Xingchen said helplessly. People's evil cultivators smile. Jia. You can't even smile. Quickly let me do it. Yao Qin sighed and didn't push it. She knew she wasn't good at acting, and going up there, she figured the odds were that she'd skip right over the hoodwinking and move right into the bloodbath. She sighed or gave that one token to Chu Xingchen and instructed, stay safe. I'll go up for backup if there's movement. Chu Stardust took the token and swore, pact, just watch me perform. Yao Qin gently nodded her head and watched as Chu Xingchen turned around and flew straight towards the Windsword Sect's mountain gate. since Chu Stardust did not conceal any spiritual power fluctuations. Two Foundation establishment disciples at the entrance of the Wind Sword sect quickly realized Chu Xingchen, who was traveling in the air. The disciple on the left side of the mountain gate cautiously inquired, "Dare I ask what is Senior's purpose in coming to Wind Sword sect?" Chu Stardust first used the system panel to scan over the two men and both found the words Hotian demon body, so the two men must know the inside story. Chu Stardust snorted coldly, as if he was angry. Delivering blood chi spirit stones. I heard that the Holy Mother is so short of blood chi that she abuses women and children for sacrifices? The evil spirit cult's plans are all ruined in your hands. What does elder mean? What evil spirit cult? The Foundation establishment disciples were shocked at the words and hastily retreated. Just as they were about to pull the alarm bell, it was seen that a ball of dark red aura in Chu Xingchen's left hand violently surfaced, easily tickling the blood chi in his body, and it was hooked in a high crushing position. It made his movements jerk, and he who had not believed it, now did. The handsome man in front of him was bound to be a senior evil cultivator and very evil. It is not that I have not seen the evil spirit church's evil cultivators before, but this kind of just call in a ball of aura can hook their own blood flow has never met. The Foundation establishment disciple hurriedly stopped his movements and arched his hand. Senior, wait a moment. I'll go inform the sect leader. Chu Xingchen urged. Don't delay. Go quickly. The Foundation establishment disciple quickly and furiously ran towards the door upon hearing this. Chu Stardust waited a little, only to see a middle-aged man dressed in white quickly coming through the air. He airborne to Chu Xingchen in front of arching his hand and inquired. Under the Wind Sword sect leader. I dare to ask you. People can't be recognized, but spirit stones can be recognized. Chu Xingchen seemed like he didn't want to say more, and directly threw the token in his hand directly at the white-robed middle-aged man. I really don't know how you can grow the cult of evil spiritism by working with bugbears like you. The Wind Sword sect's headmaster reached out and took the token, and his divine sense probed into it, finding that the token was full of blood chi spirit stones. Dumbfounded, he raised his eyes to look at Chu Stardust, only to see a look of disappointment in Chu Stardust's eyes. Holy Mother is the weight of the plan. Do not delay. I will go to another place to consolidate the spirit stones. After Chu Xingchen spoke, his gaze gazed at the Wind Sword sect master and said, You make it clear to that group of bugbears that when this matter is over, I'll be looking for them to settle the score for not doing their job properly. The Wind Sword sect master was about to say something else, but the dark red spiritual energy on Chu Stardust's body violently erupted, then turned into a dark red rainbow light that flew straight away. The words that made this Wind Sword sect leader want to say didn't come out. He looked down at the token in his hand. In any case, this much needed blood chi spirit stone always can't be fake. Not to mention that just now that aura breath is also undoubtedly an evil cultivator only. Could it be that the cult of evil spirits in central China still sent it in spite of that critical situation? The Wind Sword sect's headmaster put away the token and looked sideways at the disciple at his side and said, Go, gather 3 elders and escort this spirit stone with me to the Holy Mother. Aye, Master. But some time. The Wind Sword sect master was currently frantically rushing to the place where the Holy Mother was concluded with 3 Xingtian real people. A Xingtian elder said in a skeptical tone, Sect leader, no information has come through. Are you sure this is reliable? The Wind Sword sect master spoke. This matter has reached a critical moment. As long as the Holy Mother is born, everything will be settled. As long as this blood chi spirit stone is true, are the rest of the matters still important? The elder who opened his mouth to inquire nodded his head gently at the words, which was true. The other Xingtian elder frowned slightly and spoke in a strange tone. Sect master, I always feel a seemingly prying feeling. You've got a lot of nerve. Kid, how come we didn't feel it? I've told you, work less on women's bellies. Can't you cultivate more if you have that kind of effort? I think he's just been making a lot of effort on women's bellies, and his divine sense has long since been reduced to that sort of thing. Don't talk too much at this time. Do whatever you want after delivering this spirit stone and returning to Wind Sword sect. As the Wind Sword sect leader's voice fell, the rest of the Xingtian elders were forbidden to speak at the sound of his voice. The next 4 of them had no words along the way, and rushed straight away, until the day is slightly white. 4 people have reached a rolling hills. The Wind Sword sect master was the first to stop at the foot of a mountain, his divine sense spreading rapidly to scan the surroundings. After determining that no one was within the range of his divine sense, he reached out and lightly touched the wall of the mountain peak in front of him, and the power of his blood chi was violently injected into it. A blood-red light surged out from the mountain peak wall and quickly wrapped around the Wind Sword sect leader's arm, as if he was determining something. After it was unmistakable, the dark red energy quickly receded, and the cliff in front of him violently dissolved into a blood mist. The Wind Sword sect master scanned the surroundings once more with his divine sense, once again making sure that no one was there before he stepped in with the 3 Xingtian elders. That blood mist re-emerged from within the peak wall and condensed back into it. Another place, behind a big tree. Yao Qin's gaze was puzzled as she looked towards Chu Xingchen, who had stopped herself and said, "That clearly has to be an evil cultivation ritual formation, which requires evil cultivation techniques to go in. They may not come out from here. Will it be too late not to go now? District Evil Cultivator Tactics. Watch me. Ha! Chapter 70. You don't fight. What are you nodding for?" In front of the mountain peak wall, Yao Qin's gaze was puzzled as she looked at Chu Xingchen reaching out and touching the mountain peak. Soon, the blood chi that had appeared only a short while ago spread out from the cliffs once more and began to wind its way toward Chu Stardust's arm. Yao Qin, who saw the scene, could not help but speak with worry. "Are you sure this is all right?" Chu Stardust did not open his mouth to answer, but instead allowed the blood chi to climb in, and soon that manic blood chi wound its way into his body. Immediately after that, Chu Xingchen did not hesitate to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body and use Li Xingtian's gong method to arrest it ruthlessly. After the originally manic blood chi met the spiritual energy of the moment, it was instantly subdued and kneaded at will. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen used his spiritual energy to counter-wrap this blood chi, and without hesitation, he climbed down this blood chi. The manic blood chi offered no resistance and was easily twisted and shattered. In Yao Qin's extremely shocked eyes, the wall violently collapsed into blood chi and dissipated. "Is this cult too sketchy?" "Done." Chu Stardust nodded in satisfaction. Go in and take a look." Chu Stardust was the first to step into it, followed closely by Yao Qin. The cave had very obvious signs of excavation and was very much in the mold of the rough. A 3-person wide trail was available for passage, with no lighting along the way. However, for a Xingtian real person, the problem was not big since, simply by just stepping into it, one could detect a strong scent of blood coming from the air. Yao Qin took a step forward with a grave expression and said solemnly, "I'll hit the head. The Tianyan sect's hidden secret technique is one of the best in the central state." Chu Stardust had no opinion on this since, entering from this cave, the deeper it goes, the more intense that scent of blood, as if it is fast condensing entities. Yao Qin felt uncomfortable, as if she was walking in the middle of a muddy pond. With quite a bit of resistance, she worriedly glanced sideways at Chu Xingchen, but found that he was at ease, looking far more relaxed than herself, and she was slightly relieved to see this. The two men cautiously felt their way closer, and after about dozens of steps a sound penetrated their ears. "You bunch of losers, can't get anything done? You still have to use the Central State Sacred Sect to help? Do you know that the most likely reason to get a sacred fetus seed this time is because of those crude blood chi? Dead, dead, dead." The shrill female voice stormed out. "Now you're left with a sickly child before you come to Spirit Stone? What did you do earlier?" The two of them sniffed and hurriedly touched in carefully. The sound was inside a corner. Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin looked at each other and coincidentally probed cautiously. One could only see an extremely wide field with complicated ceremonial patterns on the ground, with dark red giant tripods placed in each of the 6 directions, and dark red blood chi boiling upwards. Dark red aura surged from the top of the giant cauldron to the center of the upper part of the ceremonial track, transforming into a blood balloon that seemed to wrap something up. Directly below the blood balloon, a middle-aged woman wearing a dark red big red robe had her back to Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin. She seemed to be sitting right in the center of the ritual. The Wind Sword Sect Master and the others who were responsible for escorting the blood chi spirit stones were currently dumping the spirit stones into the 6 cauldrons. The Wind Sword Sect Master hesitated slightly, and for the sake of the future, he still opened his mouth to defend himself. "It's those people from the Qingfeng sect who have gone wrong." Before the Wind Sword Sect leader could finish his words, the red-robed woman growled even louder. Forks. Everything is a tangent. Why don't you guys get sidetracked?" Choked Wind Sword Sect can only shut up at the words. Things would not have had to be so difficult. This matter itself is almost over. If the Qingfeng sect mine is not unexpected, that batch of spirit stones is probably enough to support this holy tire metamorphosis. And it is also true that the dead holy child was one of the highest quality, and would have been of higher quality than the current one. It's no wonder that Our Lady is so outraged. We can only hope that everything goes well. Next they let the red-clothed woman scold them loudly and angrily, and without a word, they set up all the blood chi spirit stones in place. This scene looked at Chu Xingchen's heartache. Just this moment, there were quite a few spirit stones that turned into blood mist and floated away. Against the scolding, the Wind Sword Sect Master forced himself to speak. "Holy Mother, everything is settled, and if there is nothing else, we will leave first." The woman in red interrupted loudly. "Get out! All of you losers get out! Get out of my way!" The Wind Sword Sect Master sniffed and said no more, only arching his hand before heading in another direction. Yao Qin's speculation was good. The exit and entrance were not in one place. With the departure of several Wind Sword Sect leaders and Xingtian, The only person left in the large cave was the red-clothed woman who was still alone and raging. After observing everything, Yao Qin looked sideways at Chu Xingchen, her gaze staring, first shaking her head, then gently nodding to him. Chu Stardust nodded in understanding. Regarding Yao Qin, Chu Stardust thought that he knew it very well. Based on this look, Yao Qin's meaning was, but a mere Yuaning realm evil cultivator. I don't need you to make a move. I'll chop it up myself. Chu Xingchen did not hesitate to call for the spirit sword. Fighting this thing can be a group beating. Naturally, do not fight alone. Only just called out. Yao Qin's complexion changed violently. Seeing this scene, Yao Qin also hastily drew her long sword and spoke in a heavy tone. I just meant withdraw. The moment Chu Stardust summoned the spirit sword, the red-clothed woman's divine sense quickly locked in. A dark red blood chi came right after it, and Chu Xingchen attached a water dragon to the spirit sword in his hand, splitting the incoming blood chi with a single sword. He gasped. You don't fight. What are you nodding your head for? I wasn't just nodding. It was telling you to turn around and get out. Not for you to do it. The long sword in Yao Qin's hand emitted a sharp aura glow, and the heavenly diffraction Taiching sword unreservedly slashed at the red-clothed woman. Avatar? The red-clothed woman's brows narrowed slightly as a thick wall of blood chi violently surfaced in front of her. The heavenly diffraction Taiching sword was extremely powerful, and the wall of blood chi summoned by the red-clothed woman was only resisted for a split second before it was split apart by this sword, and the blood chi violently dispersed in all directions. The red-clothed woman frowned at the situation, and a blood lotus appeared behind her, blossoming with endless blood colors, and the gushing blood chi power surged out from the blood lotus to maniacally crash into the incoming heavenly diffraction Taiching sword. The blood chi and spiritual energy clashed with the spiritual chi, and the huge energy fluctuations flowed recklessly, seemingly destroying the cave. The red-clothed woman's gaze widened as the blood lotus bloomed even more, not allowing the excess energy to destroy the surrounding area. Seeing this, Chu Xingchen did not pause. His figure flashed in, the spirit sword in his hand. The water dragon with its head held high, fiercely attacked towards the red-clothed woman frantically. The red-robed woman looked sideways at Chu Stardust. The other bells on her waist automatically flew out, and endless blood chi madly gushed out from them. The dark red blood mist is nearly cohesive at the moment. The red-clothed woman raised her hand again. That blood gas crazy cohesion will be the incoming water dragon quickly wrapped. The red-clothed woman's footsteps lightly stepped. The ground ritual track violently emitted a dark red light, and blood chi violently surfaced from above the track. Each of the 6 cauldrons, and then there is blood gas, surging to the red lotus behind the woman in red. Already eye-catching red lotus. At this moment even more conspicuous. The woman in red sneered. Too tiny Jindan. Dare to find trouble in my territory? Chapter 71, Can blood gas be fake? Yao Qin's complexion was grave, and the manic blood chi that filled the surroundings wrapped around her every now and then. This blood aura seems to have the additional effect of rattling the emotions of others. At least she now had a strong urge to cut off the head of the red-clothed woman in front of her. Despite everything, she tried to support her aura shield, but realized that the blood aura was eroding the aura at a rapid rate. The opponent was at the Yuaning realm, and the 2 pinches of spiritual energy of himself and Chu Xingchen were estimated to be no match for the woman in red, plus the need to fend off the thick blood aura that surrounds them. It's going to be a quick battle. Yao Qin lightly tossed the long sword in her hand and pinched her hands together. After the long sword in his hand slightly flickered aura, the light seemed to be just a flash of the long sword as if it traveled through space and time in general. A flash to the front of the red-clothed woman. Red female clothing face showed a light smile. The surrounding blood gas violently cohesion, turned into thick blood quickly climbed the incoming flying sword. Flying sword on the sharp sword intent was also quickly eroded and exhausted. She showed a contemptuous smile. It just so happens that my son lacks a top quality blood food. Take you guys to make up for it. It's not bad. Chu Stardust. You withdraw first. I'll pad the back. Yao Qin's silver teeth lightly clenched. The blood chi here is at her disposal. It's her home turf. Don't get attached to the battle. I'll cover you. Oh, the red-clothed woman said with a surprised look on her face. My son likes to eat people with feelings and righteousness. You are very much to my son's liking. Yao Qin coldly shouted. Her aura suddenly erupted, and the flying sword that was entwined by the blood aura violently and similarly blossomed with an incomparable aura bright light. The long sword quickly breaks free from the climbing blood chi. Yao Qin figure swept forward wildly, took over the flying long sword. Without hesitation to the red-clothed woman attacked. In the hands of the long sword aura quickly bloomed. A horrifying might quickly climbed up. The red-clothed woman's face was instantly heavy. This female child's action posture clearly came to fight for her life. She hastily manipulated the floating bells on her side to swiftly slam into Yao Qin. Yao Qin's eyes were cold, facing the bell that was still emitting a horrifying blood aura without fear. The long sword in her hand swung away assertively. Boom! Huge waves of spiritual energy quickly swept through the surroundings. The light of the blood lotus behind the woman in red quickly lit up, involving the spiritual energy in it, but this was not without a price. The blood lotus behind the woman in red at the moment a petal quickly withered. Although the woman in red was fighting with Yao Qin, more attention was actually placed on Chu Xingchen. Although Yao Qin had a good level of divine ability and solid cultivation, she was only at the mid-Jindan level. However, Chu Stardust's breath was all in one, as if it was flawless, and the level of aura thickness was even more exaggerated. And in terms of a simple exchange of hands just now, the quality of the aura was extremely high, close to the level of Yuaning. It was just that the avatar was not as high as this woman's level. However, compared to the two, the red-robed woman was self-conscious that Chu Xingchen was a greater threat to her. But what makes the red-clothed woman slightly surprised is that at this moment, Chu Stardust does not have the slightest movement. Standing in place seems to be in a daze in general? What's that supposed to mean? There was also only a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy in his body, not like he was ready to zoom out of his stance. However, the opportunity could not be lost. The red-clothed woman did not hesitate. Her figure quickly left the center of the ceremonial track and attacked straight towards Yao Qin. The woman in red reached out to hold the bell that was trading blows with the Yao Qin and gave it a gentle shake. Jingle bells. A bizarre sound wave interspersed with blood chi violently rushed Yao Qin away. Bang! With a loud bang, Yao Qin's figure was directly slammed into the mountain wall by that strike, and the huge impact blasted a large pit out of the mountain wall. Yao Qin forced herself against a surge of chi, and when she raised her eyes to look, she found Chu Xingchen still staying there motionless. The red-robed woman had also pressed forward at this moment, and the dark red light of the bell in her hand blossomed greatly. Chu Stardust. Yao Qin let out a loud shout and touched a talisman at her waist, throwing it directly in the direction of Chu Stardust. She forced herself to endure the pain again, laboriously lifting the long sword in her hand and frantically squeezing the spiritual energy in her body. Yao Qin shouted angrily, "Run!" The long sword in her hand once again climbed up in pressure. A trace of blood spilled out of the side of Yao Qin's mouth, but her gaze was firm, and her long sword once again swung out violently. When different from the almost unbeatable exchange just now, this time that horrifying blood chi seemed to be instantly docile at the moment. A sword fiercely chopped down, and the one who retreated backwards was instead the red-clothed woman. Yao Qin's gaze was astonished as she looked towards the red-clothed woman, only to find that the red-clothed woman's gaze was equally incredulous. The two of them coincidentally turned their gazes toward Chu Xingchen. Only that one talisman was entangled in blood chi and floated in mid-air, not touching Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen glanced at the talisman, the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Run for what? It's our home field now. Chu Stardust gently twisted his head and slightly raised his hand, and the blood chi in the field violently began to crazily move towards Chu Stardust. Was just coating against blood breath. The woman in red hurriedly waved the bell in her hand, but realized that the blood chi around him was still completely uncontrollable, and even began to erode him personally. The bell was rung again, and another blood chi flowed out from it, but only just. The red-clothed woman realized that she was still unable to manipulate the blood chi in it. The red-robed woman looked at Chu Xingchen with a horrified face and angrily questioned, "Who are you? Why do you know my holy sect's blood chi method?" Chu Stardust laughed lightly without answering, slightly raising his hand, and the blood chi in the field quickly and frantically attacked towards the red-clothed woman. Yao Qin, who was on the side, also watched and froze, looking at the thick blood chi constantly entwining around Chu Xingchen, setting him off like an evil cultivator. This blood chi also obeyed Chu Xingchen's manipulation towards the red-clothed woman in a frantic attack. As this scene looked, Yao Qin couldn't tell who was the evil cultivator at once. But it wasn't just Yao Qin and the woman in red who froze. The Windsword Sect's crowd that once again stepped in from the front also froze on the spot. Just now the fighting noise is not small. They did not leave too far away. Heard the violent noise in the cave. Slightly hesitant after the idea of just in case to re-enter. All they could see at the moment was the Holy Mother being frantically attacked by the blood chi around her. And even the blood lotus behind her was dim in color. And the one who manipulated the blood chi was the evil spirit cultist of central China who had handed himself the blood chi spirit stone. The only one who didn't look like an evil cultivator was a girl with an outstanding figure. But this girl didn't make a move. But these two evil cultivators in the middle fought fiercely. The red-robed woman's gaze snapped to the Windsword Sect master and shouted angrily, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill these two." The Windsword Sect master was about to draw his sword when he was about to go up. Chu Xingchen looked at him with a fierce gaze and similarly rebuked angrily, "Kill my ass. You stupid dogs. This Holy Mother has a ghost and you all can't tell the difference? Come and kill this imposter for me." These words caused the Windsword Sect master's figure to jolt to a halt. The woman in red cursed angrily as she maneuvered the bell against the manic blood chi. "You're a bunch of losers. I was with you at the beginning of the plan. The Wind Sword Sect master as well as the elders behind him were once again ready to draw their swords when they were about to go up. Chu Stardust spoke in a ghostly tone. The words may be false, but how can this blood chi be false? Who is controlling this blood chi? Can it be that the Holy Mother is still no better than other evil cultivators? Wind Sword Sect's headmaster stops his pace once more. This makes a lot of sense too. Chapter 72. This group of people will only go wrong. The red-clothed woman's gaze glanced over the group of fools with indignation as she threw up the bell in her hand, which floated in the air for a split second and automatically rattled, instantly dispersing the incoming blood chi. Her figure instantly rushed towards the blood balloon hanging high in the center of the ceremonial formation, and the blood lotus shadow behind her spread out to wrap it in. Seeing this scene, the Wind Sword Sect master also saw and understood the situation. This is the final rite of the Holy Church, and this virgin is bound to be real. The Wind Sword Sect master quickly drew his sword in support, and several Xingtian elders followed closely behind, as several flying swords quickly came out of their sheaths, quickly splitting into dozens, and frantically attacking towards Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen did not hesitate and controlled the blood chi in the field to quickly climb over Yao Qin's body. Admission of blood. Yao Qin sniffed, without hesitation, quickly dispersed the aura shield, allowing the blood chi to climb around her body. She was even quicker to feel that the blood chi that was climbing around her was actually able to be used like an arm at the moment, and it was constantly providing a stream of extremely manic energy. This greatly relieved the pressure on the Yao Qin aura. It was just that Yao Qin's ice-cold expression paired with this blood aura that entwined around her body looked far more evil cultivator than Chu Xingchen came to be. Quickly taking an emergency healing elixir, Yao Qin quickly bullied her way forward. The long sword in her hand once again condensed spiritual energy, and the blood chi around her quickly climbed up. Yao Qin gave a cold shout, and with her long sword in hand, she violently rushed towards the 4 Wind Sword Sect Xingtian who were eager to rescue her. The Heavenly Diffusion Tai Ching sword, which had been empowered by blood chi, was once again swung out. The originally pure flickering aura light that had passed by was now attached to boundless blood chi, and the sword swung away with an endless bloody aura. If the basic version of the Heavenly Diffusion Tai Ching sword had a sense of pure icy sharpness, then the spiced up version, there's a you. I'm going to run it all the way through mania. The tyrannical energy randomly rushed around, and the rock walls all rapidly cracked. In the face of the powerful sword, the 4 people from the Wind Sword Sect didn't dare to slow down. The blood chi in their bodies violently erupted, and their long swords shifted their target, turning towards Yao Qin. Chu Xingchen glanced over and after realizing that Yao Qin was still able to stall for a while, he didn't hesitate to rush towards that blood balloon as well. No matter what this woman in red really wanted to do, as long as it wasn't as good as she wanted it to be, it was blood money. You can't even rob me of blood gas, so the ball is mine too. The spirit sword in Chu Xingchen's hand violently surfaced with a bloody aura, and although Li Yingling's divine ability proficiency was higher than Li Xingtian's, after pairing up with the blood aura against the code, he realized that Li Xingtian's divine ability, although somewhat less skilled, seemed to have a natural restraining effect on these blood chi. Anyway, that side works first. The dark red manic spirit power of the spirit sword in his hand attached to it, and the Xingtian in Chu Xingchen's body violently exploded and turned, and with a loud shout, the dark red blood chi of the spirit sword in his hand coalesced. This sword easily shattered the blood lotus shadow resistance and directly entered it. Chu Xingchen did not hesitate to inject his spiritual energy into it, whatever the hell this thing was. Grab it first. However, this process was not considered easy, and the blood lotus was still continuously resisting the spiritual energy that Chu Xingchen had passed into it. However, with the suppression of the gong method, coupled with the strength of the peak flawless Xingtian, Chu Xingchen was still able to propel the spiritual energy into it. Immediately after, take it over you, belonging to the Li Xingtian Gongfu frantically operated, rapidly depriving the woman in red of her control. As long as it lasted a little longer, the ball would all belong to Chu Xingchen. In the face of the current situation, the red-clothed woman is all helpless, which to continue to follow the kid to stick around. The one who suffers must be himself. She had no choice but to do so. The blood lotus erupted with radiant light, and since she didn't dare to use her blood chi again, she was afraid that it would be seized and utilized by Chu Stardust again. The evil cultivator was forced to not be able to use evil arts. The power of the Yuaning erupted violently, and a petal floated down from the blood lotus again, smashing straight into Chu Xingchen. The woman in red was after all a Yuaning cultivation. Chu Xingchen saw this scene with a sideways glance and didn't dare to harden herself to try the power of this move, and hurriedly retreated her figure. After forcing Chu Stardust back with this move, the red-clothed woman could no longer maintain her state and also quickly fell down from mid-air, as the blood lotus was no longer wrapped. When Chu Xingchen raised his eyes to look, the orb entwined with blood chi still dissipated, only to see the little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, dressed in rags, being surrounded by blood chi pouring into her circumference. The dark red blood aura had already spread all over her skin, making her entire body seem to turn into a blood person. Or, she is transforming towards the bloods. When Chu Xingchen's divine sense swept through, he found that her entire body was fragile and vulnerable, and the bones and muscles in her body had nearly turned into blood. I'm afraid that this holy fetus is a child that meets certain conditions, re-blood refining and sacrificing, rebuilding its roots and bones, and re-emerging as an embryo to redescend once again. The child's heartbeat is already weak, and I'm afraid that this sacrifice has come to an end. However, there was no time to care about that now. Chu Xingchen first raised his hand, manipulating the surrounding blood chi to first rush towards Yaoqin's direction, easing the pressure on Yaoqin. The woman in red took a deep breath and angrily questioned, "Which evil cultivator are you?" The dark red aura of the spirit sword in Chu Xingchen's hand climbed again, its might rapidly climbing, the remaining blood chi condensing itself. The figure was only a moment. It pressed to the front of the red-clothed woman. The spirit sword in his hand carried boundless might and slashed down at the red-clothed woman. "The advantage is mine. It's the retards who will stall you." The red-clothed woman let out a furious cry, and the bells at her side quickly moved forward against her. At this moment, the red-clothed woman had long been unable to continue to protect the surrounding rituals from persecution, and this time the two struck each other, and the enormous residual force of spiritual power quickly swept over everything. The power was so great that even Yaoqin and the others on the other side suffered from the waves and used their spiritual energy to resist the aftershocks. The red-robed woman's eyes looked horrifiedly at the holy tire that was still suspended in mid-air, only to find that the 6 tripods of blood chi were still being controlled by the rituals and exerting their effects, allowing the fragile and incomparable holy tire to remain unharmed. Seeing this, she had only just celebrated her breath when she saw Chu Stardust vacate his right hand, and his terrifying blood chi madly condensed, just as he was about to strike the fragile and incomparable Saint Fetus directly. However, this was Chu Stardust's fake action, and the blood chi he was actually manipulating at this moment was not trying to attack the sacred fetus. The red-robed woman was about to interrupt Chu Xingchen's movements when she felt a chill coming from behind her, as well as a furious reminder from the Wind Sword Sect Master. "Look out!" She instinctively raised her hand to block it, but soon the coldness pierced through her aura shield and struck the red-clothed woman's body directly. Ding! A long sword quickly pierced through the red-clothed woman's chest, and as she looked sideways, she only saw Yaoqin's hands clenching her hands, her gaze coldly staring at her, and behind Yaoqin, a thick wall of blood chi isolated the attacks of the wasteful four from the Wind Sword Sect for her. Sure enough, the group will only go wrong. As this thought flashed through the red-clothed woman's mind, the long sword flashed by once more, striking through the red-clothed woman's body once more. Chu Stardust let out a furious cry, frantically mobilizing all the power of the Xingtian in his body. Take advantage of her illness. This sword violently cleaved through the resisting bell, and Chu Xingchen immediately followed it up by swinging out another spiritual energy sword chi, completely splitting the red-clothed woman's body in half. Boom! After the explosive and manic sword chi had completely shattered the red-clothed woman's body, it still had a terrifying aftermath, crushing everything and opening another door to this cave. The wall of blood chi was also dispersed just in time when Yaoqin recalled her spirit sword. The 4 members of the Wind Sword Sect were about to step forward to fight again, but they realized that the Holy Mother had already been turned into a puddle of mud all over the place. Chu Xingchen held his spirit sword and Yaoqin together with an icy gaze staring at the 4 people from the Wind Sword Sect. Without much hesitation, the Virgin was dead and the plan had failed. Even if the bloodbath is won, it's meaningless. Not to mention, it's not a ing sure thing. The 4 people from the Wind Sword Sect didn't even open their mouths to discuss. Their movements were very neat and tidy. Without hesitation, he turned his head and ran. Chapter 73 Cultivable Words. The 4 Xingtian of the Wind Sword Sect turned around and withdrew without hesitation. These 2 had the divine ability to cross the border and chop Yuaning. It really wasn't something they could forcefully fight against. What's more, especially that one handsome-looking young man, the evil cultivation power was so profound that he was actually able to seize control of the blood chi from the Holy Mother. That's not really wimping out. That's saving your strength at best. In the face of the Wind Sword Sect's desertion behavior, both Yaoqin and Chu Xingchen did not have the idea of chasing after them. After all, the crossing realm reverse chopping Yuaning consumption was actually not small. In the home field with the blood chi enhancement, it is easy to win, but out without the blood chi enhancement, winning is possible. But if it drags in the Wind Sword Sect reinforcements, I am afraid that it is not too good. Yaoqin raised her eyes to the, still suspended in the air. Little girl, is this the evil spirit cult plan? 80%. After Chu Stardust replied, he withdrew his spirit sword and, in the spirit of trying, swept his system over the little girl in front of him. Never in a million years would I have thought that this system would actually sweep out the little girl's panel. Target? Cultivation, none. Orange entry may be in progress. Word? Black words, blood reversal. Black words, endangered injury. In the process of generating words, the conditions for apprenticeship are met after the generation is completed. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly. Why were there so many question marks in this sweep out? Yao Qin's face showed regret. This child was afraid that he was also captured by evil cultivators. But things had already come to a head. The long sword in her hand flooded with spiritual light, intending to free this poor child. After all, when her divine sense swept through, all the bones in her body were about to be dissolved to nothing, and her heartbeat was faint. This situation doesn't sustain life for very long at all. So instead of continuing to suffer, let's just get rid of it. Wait. Chu Xingchen took a deep breath and stopped Yao Qin. Yao Qin's gaze was confused, but she still stopped her hand movements. Chu Xingchen swept his gaze over the ceremonial tracks and the 6 giant cauldrons filled with spirit stones, immortal seedling seeds, and these blood-chi spirit stones that might not be a perfect solution for purification. Chu Xingchen quickly made a decision. Spirit stones could be obtained again after all, but immortal seedlings weren't something you could meet just because you wanted to. Half an hour later, 2 rainbow lights flew out of the cave, heading straight towards Yuzhou City. Inside the quadrangle rented by Chu Xingchen in Yuzhou City, a rainbow light quickly landed. Li Yingling, who was in the courtyard where he was pondering over his divine abilities, twisted his head to look. Only his own master was seen holding a child wrapped in a blanket. Li Yingling's gaze was puzzled as he cautiously inquired, "Master, the boy?" Hearing the commotion, Li Xingtian also pushed open the door. Hearing his senior sister's words, his gaze also looked at the child in his master's arms. Chu Xingchen sighed and looked at Li Yingling. "Come over and pick up your future senior sister." Future sister? Li Yingling sniffed and hurriedly moved forward, extending his hand to receive the little girl in Chu Xingchen's arms, only to see that her face was incredibly pale, and her breathing was extremely light, but her face was very delicate, and there was no doubt that she was a beauty. There was just a dark red energy that traveled over the surface of her skin every now and then. Li Yingling worriedly inquired, "Master, this child seems to be..." "Don't worry, she's currently doing fine, as long as you don't toss her around." Chu Xingchen hurriedly rummaged through the space ring. "Not many spirit plants left for healing," said, "for the master to refine a pot for her." Seeing this scene, Li Yingling hesitantly opened his mouth. "Master, are you sure you don't want to think about it anymore?" Standing in the doorway without saying a word, Li Xingtian, however, found a hint of something wrong. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward. His eyes carefully surveyed the child in his senior sister's arms for a while, then stretched out his fingers to lightly paste the little girl's forehead. Exploring the situation, Li Xingtian spoke, "Master, I'll do it." Chu Xingchuan's movement of taking out the spirit plant lurched, and his gaze quizzically looked at his second disciple. "And you heal?" "No, it's just that I happen to have a solution for her situation." Li Xingtian was very sure that the little girl in front of him had made a mistake with her blood, chi and body. This kind of thing he cultivated his own decent gongfu, so he could still be considered to be in the right place. Chu Xingchen also stopped his movements at the words, "His own second disciple's character, without full certainty should not say so sure. Try." Then, Li Xingtian nodded his head gently and took the child from his own senior sister's arms and walked straight to his room to place her on the bed. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling walked into the house together, only to see Li Xingtian take a deep breath. Blood-colored spiritual energy violently emerged from Li Xingtian's circumference, and then slowly wrapped the little girl up, and then violently invaded the little girl's body. Immediately afterward, a sound of dislocated tendons came from the little girl, crackling. Li Yingling frowned slightly at the sound. Around 3/4 of an hour or so, Li Xingtian slowly retracted his spiritual energy, and after taking a deep breath, he looked at his own master and said, "No more questions. Is master going to call her up now?" After a slight hesitation, Chu Xingchuan said, "Try if you can scream," only to see Li Xingtian extend his hand to lightly touch the little girl's forehead, and a weak spiritual energy quickly stabbed into it. The little girl who had been in a coma snapped her eyes open and breathed heavily. Immediately afterward she quickly rolled over as if on instinct, her eyes looking around in terror and horror. An unidentified, slightly hoarse voice came out of the little girl's mouth. "Ah, ah." Chu Xingchuan frowned slightly and once again used his system to scan over the little girl in front of him. Target? Cultivation, none. Orange word, bewitching Demoness. Word, temporary black word, frailty, fulfillment of apprenticeship conditions. The 2 sickly words did disappear, or at least they weren't life-threatening. Just what does the target question mark mean? Chu Stardust pondered slightly, then spoke. "The name of this senior sister of yours now is called Chen Baiqing." After Li Yingling nodded his head at his words, he immediately pulled his own second senior brother behind him. It must be because Li Xingtian looked too fierce that he scared his own senior sister. Chen Baiqing, little senior sister. I am your big senior sister. Don't be afraid. To hear is to home. Li Yingling carefully reached out his hand and tried to gently touch the little girl who was leaning on the edge of the bed. Chu Stardust once again scanned the little girl with his system. And this time, the little girl's target was no longer a question mark, but had become, target, Chen Baiqing. I see. In this way, I'm afraid that the two question mark phrases mean cultivable. The little girl saw the gentle-faced Li Yingling with a sincere gaze looking at herself. If the feeling she got from that indifferent man just now was one of coldness and ruthlessness, then the feeling she got from this sister was one of endless softness. This feeling seems to be an instinct from the body, and the heart unconsciously relies heavily on this intuition. The little girl also slowly stretched out her hand and gently touched it towards Li Yingling's hand, her tone soft and puzzled. Big sister? The smile on Li Yingling's face instantly bloomed even wider. Facing this situation, Chu Xingchen hurriedly squeezed in. Nearly all of his own spirit stones had been smashed on this Chen Baiqing, and his heart ached tightly just remembering it now. While we're at it, let her recognize a master's identity first. Chu Xingchen's gaze was sincere and fervent as he looked towards Chen Baiqing. I am your master. Quickly call out to me. Chen Baiqing sniffed and then looked sideways at Chu Xingchen, and immediately found that he seemed to be in heartache himself. That's the same people who are good to you, right? Her other hand reached out to Chu Xingchen, her tone equally soft. Master. Master? Apprentice successful. As the prompt rang out, Chu Xingchen was also moved to extend his hand and hold Chen Baiqing's other hand. So much for blood money. Only Li Xingtian stood behind the two. How did a new senior sister come? Do you actually still feel like you're being left out? Chapter 74, The Only One Who Reaches Out. Third Disciple, Chen Baiqing. Technique issued, Purple Charm Immortal Spirit Technique. Completion of Task 2, The Great Hall of True Martial Arts. Reward has been issued to the System Backpack. Complete a series of quests and gain a level up in Cultivation. Xingtian Perfection upgraded to Yuanying Realm. Release of new series of tasks Building the True Martial Hall. Reward, Room of Enlightenment. Series of Tasks 2, Recruitment of 4 Disciples. Reward, Martial Arts Hall. After Chu Xingchen's gaze finished reading the system message, he felt an instant overflow of pure spiritual energy within the Xingtian, and when his divine sense looked inward, he only saw that the Xingtian began to shake violently. The golden elixir then quickly began to fall off as streams of light, and dots of spiritual light transformed into the base of a clean white lotus flower. A bit like a Q version of Chu Xingchen, eyes closed, sitting on the lotus platform without any reaction. Just the original Xingtian flow of the body's aura at the moment all converged into the baby. Even though Chu Stardust had already broken through to the Yuanying realm at this moment, the two disciples of his own family did not have any perceptions. The Yuanying realm, internalizing the evolution of life in one's own body, has been divided into two realms, inner and outer. Although Chen Baiqing's two hands were held at the moment, his eyes were still looking around in a dazed manner, as if he hadn't completely regained his senses. Chu Xingchen softly inquired, "Do you still remember who you are?" Hearing this sentence from his own master, Li Yingling incredulously twisted his head to look. Master? What do you mean by that? Is it possible that you abducted this child from somewhere? Chen Baiqing came back to his senses, his gaze quizzical as he looked at Chu Xingchen. Remember, my name is Chen Baiqing. Is that really your name? Chen Baiqing was even more puzzled. Isn't this what you said, Master? Chu Xingchen was instantly dumbfounded. Although I don't know exactly what happened, Chen Baiqing looked slightly sideways at Chu Xingchen and said, but the last thing I remember is that you saved me? You said that some spirit stones cannot be exchanged for a life. You ended up cursing for being so damn expensive. On the side of the Li Yingling was originally listening to the touching, but the last sentence is really a little, so that people want to take back the touching. Chu Xingchen was surprised. Didn't you pass out? You heard this too? Just heard that part, and then I really fainted, Chen Baiqing said, his thin body slightly moving backward. Letting go of Chen Baiqing's small hand, Chu Xingchen opened his mouth to inquire, and what do you remember? Chen Baiqing bowed his head in slight contemplation. Remember, I was sold. Chen Baiqing slightly speech stagnation, then whispered, Mother said that only by selling me, everyone can live. She angled her little face up again and said, so am I, now, being sold to you again? Then you probably lost money buying me. I'm actually pretty cheap. In the face of Chen Baiqing's answer, all three masters and disciples were slightly silent. Chu Xingchen seriously inquired, do you know what master means? Chen Baiqing frowned and thought at his words, then shook his head bereft. Stretching out his hand, Chu Xingchen gently rubbed Chen Baiqing's small head and said, it means that you found a new home and you'll have to live with us from now on. Living together? Chen Baiqing's small head looked up at Chu Xingchen's gentle smile. She was about to say something, then she quieted down again, allowing his little head to be gently rubbed by Chu Xingchen. Since waking up this time, Chen Baiqing didn't understand why. When she faced a person, it was as if she could instantly sense a person's emotions towards her. And one trusts this instinct-like ability just as much from the bottom of one's heart. The three people in front of him had just had perceptual clarity. Opened his eyes and saw that it should be the senior brother. The perception of him is a little cold and unfeeling. Not to say malicious, but obviously there is no additional good feelings, coupled with the fact that his eyes were a bit too fierce. Chen Baiqing was only taken aback. That's senior sister. Chen Baiqing could only feel that she seemed to have a gentle sense of empathy for herself. As for master, he could detect a trace of emotion just now, but now he couldn't feel it at all. Chen Baiqing does not quite understand the specific meaning of this master. The feeling that the only relevant is the father. But for the father, her memories weren't too deep anymore, along with her original name, and this time she woke up with her memories confused beyond belief, as if she had lost so much. The memories are only dimly remembered by those that are the most profound. She didn't understand where she had been sold again, but at least this looked like it should be a good home. No more medication that will cause you pain all over your body. No more shutting yourself up when you scream in pain. Chen Baiqing still remembered the words that the group of people had terrorized him. Cry again and I'll send you back and let your whole family starve to death. That one sentence was like a dumb drug that made Chen Baiqing not even dare to make a whimper. And she remembered her mother's teary-eyed and hopeless eyes. She didn't want them to starve to death. Chen Baiqing was not familiar with words like master, but the maid she did understand that the one who had bought herself was the master. Just now her brain was mixed and she didn't think about it, but now she figured out that buying her own master was equal to the old master. As Chu Xingchuan's large hand lifted from her head, Chen Baiqing's eyes looked cautiously at the opening. Master, what am I going to do here? Chu Stardust raised his eyes at the words and gently explained. I'm not a lord. I'm your master. And what do you do now? Eat and sleep, and find nothing to play with your sister. Chen Baiqing froze at his words, not understanding what exactly those words meant when he saw Chu Xingchen walking towards the door and laughing. In order to celebrate the arrival of a new disciple today, the master himself will cook today. Master cooking? Chen Baiqing still remembers the words his mother told him to remember to the death when he goes to the master's house. Remember to be diligent so that he won't be sent back. She hastily struggled away from Li Yingling's hand, so she jumped off the bed with her bare feet, her tone slightly trembling as she said, Old master, I'll do it. I cook a lot at home too. Chu Xingchen turned back his head in consternation, only to see Chen Baiqing looking at himself with a pleading expression, his two small hands tightly grasping his tattered clothes. Chen Baiqing's voice was slight and sounded very unconfident. I can fry and cook. Yingling, go buy clothes and shoes for your senior sister. Xingtian, go buy some candies and preserves and come back. Chu Xingchen finished instructing the two disciples, then reached out his hand to Chen Baiqing. Let's cook together then? It is easy for an adult to go to an unfamiliar place without a bottom in her heart, let alone a little girl who is not very old. Instead of letting her sit and wait in fear, it would be better to engage her more and familiarize her with everything around her. Chen Baiqing looked towards the sincere look on Chu Xingchuan's face, and even though she couldn't read what he was thinking right now, at this moment, she extended her hand without much thought. Take hold of the one who held out his only hand to her. Chapter 75, Meeting again for 90,000 leagues. In fact, Chen Baiqing couldn't cook at all. As soon as she entered the kitchen it was like Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden and all she could do was stare blankly at the kitchen. The kitchen here was nothing like the one she had at home. The only thing she recognized here was the large iron pot on the stovetop. Chu Xingchen understood Chen Baiqing's dilemma at a glance, lifting up the small bench on the side and bringing her to the stove fire, letting her sit on the bench. After casually throwing away a ball of flame and setting the stove fire ablaze, Chu Xingchen pointed at the stove fire and said, just let it burn properly. Chen Baiqing sniffed and let out a sigh of relief, hastily nodding his little head, picking up the small log on the side, his eyes staring earnestly at the stove fire in front of him. These woods were originally in the kitchen, and Chu Xingchuan had always cooked with fire control techniques, manipulating the pots and pans with his spiritual energy in the process. By letting Chen Baiqing do what she could and letting her experience the feeling of being needed, she would naturally feel somewhat secure. The dishes to be made were not too many. Chu Xingchen simply made a few, simmered some rice and it was done. When cooking, Li Xingtian, who bought candies and preserves, came back first, carrying a large bag of packages in his hand and walked into the kitchen, placing the package on the table and opening it. Li Xingtian took out a small bag from it first and carried the bag of preserves over to Chen Baiqing, handing out the preserves in his hand to her. Elder sister, eat. Chen Baiqing raised her head in slight surprise. At this moment she could perceive that this one senior brother in front of her seemed to be really concerned about herself. She first carefully looked sideways at Chu Xingchuan, and found that Chu Xingchuan blinked gently at herself. Thank you. Senior brother. Chen Baiqing reached out to accept the candied fruit in Li Xingtian's hand. Li Xingtian nodded his head gently, then looked at his own master and said, Master, do you need help? No need. Your senior sister said that in this life she would die without eating your cooking. Li Xingtian sniffed and tried to explain. Then he could only sigh and leave the kitchen. A place of wrongdoing. Chen Baiqing looked down at the candied fruit in his arms after watching Li Xingtian leave. Even though the oil paper had wrapped it well, the seemingly unnoticeable fragrance seemed to be gently wafting out again. She hadn't eaten preserves, but she'd watched others eat them. People from the same village took a bite in front of her and told her it was very sweet. Very sweet. Very tasty. Very tasty. It's something she'll never eat in her life. That night, Chen Baiqing dreamed that she seemed to have eaten many candied fruits, and it was indeed so sweet. Although to this day she did not know what sweetness tasted like, but dreams she remembered for a long time, and remembered even now. Eat it, the saliva is coming out. Chu Stardust's teasing voice came. Chen Baiqing raised her head, only to see Chu Xingchen still having that same smile, gently winking at herself. She seemed to understand a little bit what Master meant. Without much hesitation, she opened the thick greaseproof paper, and a bag of candied fruit was now lying quietly in her tiny hand. She picked out the smallest one inside and carefully placed it in her mouth. Master is really sweet. Chu Xingchen, who was frying vegetables, looked sideways, only to see Chen Baiqing's small face, finally revealing a hint of a smile. Li Yingling didn't use long time, also carrying a parcel full of excitement walked back. Holding Chen Baiqing went to change clothes. With Chen Baiqing's departure, Chu Xingchen's spiritual power was fully opened, and he quickly walked to the stone table and chairs in the courtyard with a few plates of dishes. There was a table in the kitchen, but occasionally when they really wanted to eat, the three of them, Chu Xingchen, sat on the stone table outside the courtyard to eat. Li Xingtian was already waiting outside the courtyard. He usually didn't come to dinner unless his master specifically called out. It's self-conscious today. It didn't take long for Li Yingling to lead Chen Baiqing out of the room. Chen Baiqing's originally pretty face stood out even more under the clothes. Li Yingling held Chen Baiqing as he walked up, his tone proud. Master, how is it? Doesn't this outfit look great? Chu Stardust did not reply to those words, but instead looked in the direction of the gate, only to see a figure flashing in from outside the fence. Yao Qin's gaze quickly locked onto Chen Baiqing. Yao Qin gently nodded her head and said, It does look good. What a coincidence to come. Chu Stardust looked at Yao Qin and inquired, Are things all arranged? Yao Qin gently nodded and naturally sat down on the stone chair. For the time being, it's all sort of arranged. It's just that tomorrow, we still have to go to the Qingfeng Sect to wrap things up, as well as the Wind Sword Sect's side. So I guess I've also beaten the bushes and scared the snakes. I'll go with you? No need. You've already done me a great favor. It's enough to have Bamboo Yuding take care of the rest. Yao Qin looked at Chen Baiqing and inquired, Are you planning to take her as a disciple? Chu Stardust nodded his head and acknowledged, Aha, she is now my third disciple. I'd be more relieved if you were the one to take her. After Yao Qin finished saying this, her gaze ghostly then looked towards the meal on the stone table. Chu Xingchen, who saw the scene, decisively instructed Li Xingtian, who was at the side. Xingtian, go get a set of bowls and chopsticks for your Yao Qin master. With Li Xingtian taking another set of chopsticks, this dinner was considered to have officially begun. It's just that Chen Baiqing was a bit less comfortable, just stuffing her head and eating white rice. If it wasn't for Li Yingling fiercely pinching food for her from the side, I'm afraid that she'd be eating only white rice tonight. Yao Qin didn't say much of anything either. It was as if she had come today just to rub it in. Li Yingling was instead responsible for enlivening the atmosphere. Master, going out with Master Yao Qin this time must have been wonderful, right? Chu Stardust replied without hesitation. That's naturally wonderful. Your uncle Yao Qin is in awe of your master's performance. Yao Qin stopped her chopsticks and spat softly, saying yes is fine. If you didn't misunderstand my last point, Yogi, quickly say, did you learn from Yingling? Master, you're slandering. Chen Baiqing looked at his own eldest senior sister, combative and fighting with his master, while eldest brother was calmly chucking in his dishes and quietly eating his own meal. Yao Qin, who had an icy temperament, had a thin smile on her face at the moment as she watched the two fight. Chen Baiqing felt that she seemed to understand the word master a little more deeply. The nightly feasts are merry and will eventually dissipate. Yao Qin finished his meal and excused himself. Chen Baiqing slept with Li Yingling tonight. Li Xingtian was about to go back to his room to continue cultivating when he received a word of advice from his own master. Your divine ability mastery is too poor. Practice more in the future. Li Xingtian was a little confused, but agreed. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the gate of the quadrangle. When Li Yingling opened his eyes, he realized that Chen Baiqing on his side had already taken the initiative to run out of bed, and ran to open the door with his bare feet. Wait. Put your shoes on before you say anything. Chen Baiqing obediently put on her shoes again before thumping and running to open the door. Li Yingling sighed helplessly and followed behind Chen Baiqing to open the door together. The one who knocked on the door was a marvelous woman with a white veil, and her gaze suspiciously surveyed the two of them before she softly inquired, "May I ask, is this the residence of Senior Chu Stardust? Yao Qin entrusted us to bring something to him personally." Li Yingling nodded his head and replied, "Uncle Yao Qin, ha, yes, I am Chu Xingchuan's eldest disciple. Just give me the stuff." "Sorry," Yogi said to give it to him personally. "Then wait, I'll go call master." Li Yingling had just turned around with the intention of knocking on the door when he saw that his own master had already yawned and walked out. Chu Xingchuan stretched and walked to the veiled woman. "I am. What did Yao Qin give me?" "A storage ring, as well as a letter." After the veiled woman handed the items in her hand together to Chu Xingchuan, "The items have been delivered, so the little woman will leave first." Chu Xingchuan nodded gently and glanced at the storage ring before choosing to open the envelope first. There were only 2 short lines in it. "I'll see you in 90,000 miles. Inscribed, Xieling you." Chu Xingchuan refolded the letter and his divine sense probed into the storage ring. It was filled with spirit stones. There should be at least 1,000 of them. P.S. To reiterate, this is a light-hearted and funny book. This book is never knives because the author doesn't like knives either. By the way, to add a phrase, black, pure negative condition, gray, cultivation negative condition, white, integrated micro positive addition, blue, positive addition, purple, strong positive addition, orange, high strong positive addition, gold, golden legend. Chapter 76, Too Much Genius. Li Yingling. The drawings of the true martial Great Hall. Chu Stardust had carefully studied them. Sentimental materials are not out of the system. It is not at all distressed. Other than that, the pillars of the clan hall alone need sandalwood as the main beam. How can one of those things cost hundreds of spirit stones? Where is it that one can afford to build it? But while the Great Hall still needed work, the system's gathering array was more than enough. Yao Qin was generous. The spirit stones given to Chu Xingchuan after detailed calculations, it was roughly more than 1,300. After building the spirit gathering array there is still a lot of surplus, not to say that the whole of the true martial arts hall built out. Build 2 rooms temporarily live and the people always built up. The construction of the clan is also long overdue for some schedule. After all, these days, although Li Xingtian's cultivation had grown rapidly by virtue of the blood chi spirit stone, Li Yingling's cultivation was basically motionless. His own great disciple was talent all delayed. It's on the agenda, but it's not moving that fast, and most of the prominent feng shui sites have owners. Even if Chu Xingchuan's cultivation had reached the Yuaning realm, this kind of nearby place, it was not too much to say that I don't eat beef, but it was not so much that he would go on a killing spree just for a piece of land. It's not cost-effective to spoil your reputation in a remote place like this. In the future, this clan of their own high and low will have to march into the central state. At least before marching into the central state, can not be infamous, right? That is why it is important to look for feng shui sites that have not yet been explored. This matter was handled by Chu Xingchuan and Li Xingtian piece by piece. Li Yingling can stay at home to take care of Chen Baiqing. And by the way, teach Chen Baiqing to practice the gongfu given by the system. Chen Baiqing came from a poor background and was also young, and was also completely ignorant about words, is a pure illiterate. That gongfu could only be used to pat his head when he slept for Chen Baiqing right now. Speaking of this, Chu Xingchuan is also a slight headache. His own eldest disciple is a genius in immortal cultivation, all the way to repair over. Li Yingling relies on talent. Nighton relies on the previous life. The current Chen Baiqing could only rely on his big sister. After all, it was likely that the master could not be relied upon for this. And for teaching small children, Chu Xingchuan had little confidence to speak of, but at least Li Yingling was quite volunteered, which was a happy ending for all. The sun was slightly drooping, and Chu Xingchuan and Li Xingtian returned side by side. Today, unsurprisingly, nothing, slightly abundant aura is still no one's place. The main one is a bird, rugged and difficult to build a relatively large project, or the spirit stone consumed will be quite a bit more, but that's not so demoralizing, after all, this is just getting started. 2. Chu Xingchen said in a confident tone. Next time, you go to the east to look for it. Master has learned feng shui. There must be a spiritual vein over there. Master, you said yesterday that the east must be a poor and remote place. Damn it, Xingtian. Have you learned from Yingling? You never used to refute your master. Li Xingtian gazed at his own master, wanting very much to say that he had learned it from you, but he silently swallowed the words back. After all, master was still quite careful sometimes. So there was no need to put himself over the edge just to get a word in edgewise. At the moment the two just happened to walk to the entrance of the small courtyard. Li Yingling's slightly anxious voice came out. No, wasn't this word taught to you a quarter of an hour ago? Haven't you memorized it for a long time? Immediately followed by Chen Baiqing's slightly choked voice. Yes. Sorry. Sister. Don't cry. Senior sister is not angry with you. This conversation makes Chu Xingchen, who is ready to push the door, have a movement. Yesterday was not like this. Gaze to his own second disciple. Chu Xingtian proposed. How about we go out for a meal first? Xingtian nodded his head from the goodness of his heart. With that, the two men were ready to turn around and leave. But before he could take 2 steps out, the door behind him was opened violently, and Yingling, who opened the door, looked at his own master with a grudging gaze and shouted in dissatisfaction. Master, Shifu, where are you guys going with this? Master Dunju, today there is a place that is actually still very suitable for building a sect. For Master to go again now. Before Chu Xingchen could finish his excuse, Yingling reached out and pulled Chu Xingchen's arm and yanked him inside. No more excuses. It's Master's turn to teach. With a helpless face, Chu Xingchen then smoothly abducted Xingtian's shoulder and entered the courtyard together, his gaze looking away, only to see Chen Baiqing sitting on a stone chair, her 2 small hands gently wiping tears from her eyes, staring earnestly at the Literacy Enlightenment secretary in front of her. But it looks like it has the right attitude. Could it be that it's really stupid? Chu Xingchen didn't believe that Chen Baiqing was truly stupid, shaking off Yingling's hand and coldly snorting. Let's show you the level of education for your teacher. After saying that, Chu Xingchen pulled Xingtian and walked towards Chen Baiqing. Xingtian's gaze was helpless as he looked toward his own master. You can just display it. What's the point of dragging me along? The two walked straight to Chen Baiqing. She was seen choking on small sobs as she recited the contents of her initiation books in a whisper. Chu Xingchen reached out his small hand and gently rubbed Chen Baiqing's small head and said, Come, good disciple, talk to Master. Where don't you understand? Master teach you. Chen Baiqing timidly glanced at Chu Xingchen and carefully stretched out her little finger, pointing to a word. Chu Xingchen looked towards where Chen Baiqing was pointing, and after glancing at it, he was about to answer when he suddenly realized that something wasn't right. He directly picked up the book in front of Chen Baiqing and flipped to the cover of the book jacket. Great Tao Theory? Chu Xingchen looked at Yingling with a puzzled gaze and said, How come it's this one? Where is the Book of Enlightenment? She memorized it all yesterday. She read this one last night. She's been revising all day. Yingling sighed. I can memorize all of this great Tao theory in 2 flips, and she hasn't even thoroughly recognized the words after all this time. Chu Xingchen and Xingtian's gazes locked, and they instantly understood who it was that was out of place. You taught very well. Don't teach in the future. Chu Xingchen put the great Tao theory in his hand back on the stone table. In the future, Xingtian, you teach me? Xingtian looked at his own master in surprise. Then what else? Chu Stardust said painfully. You only have to manage cultivating immortality, but Master will still have to consider the development of the clan. Master, no need to say it. I'll teach. Xingtian decisively surrendered. Anyway, he is, since he cannot say Master. Not to mention teaching the little sister ant is also considered part of the things. Just the past has not taught people. He just doesn't have much confidence. Xingtian picked up the great Tao theory on the table and looked at the somewhat teary-eyed Chen Baiqing, revealing as soft a smile as he could and said, You're doing great. I'll just teach you next. Chen Baiqing carefully looked at his own second senior brother, only to see a slightly grim smile, but underneath that hideous exterior, Chen Baiqing still felt his kindness towards himself. Chapter 77, Preparing for a Trip to the Qingfeng Sect. Master, listen to me. It's definitely the way to go. In a certain deep mountain forest, Yingling's face firmly tugged on Chu Xingchen's sleeve and said, Trust my intuition. There aren't many people in the clan, but things still need to be distributed. Xingtian took charge of Chen Baiqing's education, naturally with the mindset of contributing to the clan. Yingling once again automatically signed up for the action of going to find the address of the clan, in the spirit of having one more person. How about a helping hand? Chu Stardust still nodded his head and agreed. This one explores directions that haven't been visited yet. After yuaning, Chu Xingchen not only doubled his movement speed, his divine sense was even exaggeratedly expanded tremendously. Yingling pointed in the direction that Chu Xingchen's divine sense swept through, only to feel that the aura seemed even more barren. It doesn't look like there's any feng shui in any way. Sighing, Chu Xingchen still followed Yingling's intuition and took Yingling up into the air, flying straight in the direction Yingling had pointed out. Trusting the strong luck of his own great disciple with one hand, Yingling's gaze kept sweeping over the place in front of him, listening to his intuition with great trust and constantly adjusting his direction slightly. About a few moments later, at Yingling's request, Chu Xingchen stopped at a place where the land boundary was open. It was open on both sides, with a small waterfall that wasn't too high, and the water poured down into a small lake, which was crystal clear. Chu Xingchen's gaze quickly swept. The scenery is indeed quite pleasant. It's just that this aura content is a bit low. Li Yingling's qualifications were outstanding and her sensitivity to aura was also very high. Her gaze suspiciously surveyed for a while before she said in an affirmative tone, "Master, there can be no mistake. It must be here." Chu Stardust heard the words and did not hesitate to explode his own divine sense with all his might, powerfully scanning over every inch of this land in front of him. Soon, Chu Xingchen locked onto a place where the spiritual energy was slightly abnormal. The location was in the center of the small lake, where the spiritual energy was much weaker than in the other locations. Without hesitation, Chu Stardust opened his shield and flew into the water, reaching the center of the lake extremely quickly. Only in the center of the lake, there was a dark red stone that was firmly fixed in place by chains. This stone seems to be somewhat isolating spiritual power. Chu Xingchen slightly manipulated his spiritual energy, and this dark red boulder was lifted up. Immediately afterward, a pure spiritual energy began to slowly gush out from where the boulder was originally located. This is underground spiritual vein? Chu Xingchen backhanded it before shoving the boulder back in again. I'm afraid that this place has been discovered long ago, only that the person who discovered it was afraid that he couldn't establish a clan at that time. Therefore, he first exerted means to block this underground spiritual vein and hide this place for the future. Damn, that's insidious. As a punishment, now this piece of land Chu Stardust he confiscated. Now let's hurry up and get some materials to build what we can first, and take this location first. After making sure that the stone was repositioned properly, Chu Xingchen quickly rushed out of the water. Li Yingling hurriedly asked after him, "Master, how is it? Mark your first merit." Chu Xingchen raised his hand and took Li Yingling on a wild flight towards Yuzhou City. In the air, Li Yingling's proud voice came out. "Master, I told you everything. I'm lucky." Half a day later, Chu Xingchen rushed to the Fengshui treasure land with his 3 disciples, as well as a bunch of materials. Before he came, Chu Xingchen had already been to the Demon Suppression Division, and made a simple report to the Demon Suppression Division by assigning this piece of land to his clan's territory. The present self has the jurisprudence of this land. Zhao Wancheng also owed Chu Xingchen a big favor. For this kind of thing, directly fast, Chu Xingchen didn't wait long to get the official certificate. In the vicinity of Yuzhou City, Chu Xingduan was considered a relation at high and low levels. The planning of this piece of land, Chu Xingduan had also thought about it. Let's build a spirit gathering array first. Chu Xingchen flew high in the air, burying one by one the formation bases according to the drawings of the spirit gathering formation. Li Xingtian and Li Yingling, on the other hand, were handling the timber and preparing to build a wooden house. 2 structures were built on this piece of land first to declare their sovereignty beforehand. The spirit gathering formation was somewhat complicated, and when Chu Xingchen finished setting it up carefully and looked back, only to see 2 of his own disciples building the house in a crooked manner. They were not building a house at all, but building blocks. Untreated wood was inserted in situ and a house was simply built with building blocks. Extremely ugly. Although it is said to be a casual build and take up a position, but at least respect the status of the 2 of you who have built the foundation, right? But this matter also tells Chu Xingchen, professional things still have to let professional people come alone to rely on their own disciples and their own building. That is definitely enough. As for a professional, Chu Stardust quickly thought of who would be most appropriate to have. The youngest disciple, Chen Baiqing, was now young and had no cultivation to fall back on, so Chu Xingchen let her go to the side to play or read a book. So at this moment, Chen Baiqing was sitting peacefully on a rock by the lake, reading carefully. It's just a little heartbreaking to be so well behaved. She had a bag of preserves by her side and was reading a book while slowly eating them. A fair amount of time had passed, and there was still a lot left in that small bag of preserves at the moment. Chu Xingchen smiled and shouted, "Bai Cheng, it's almost dark. Get ready to go home." "Good, Master." Chen Baiqing hurriedly put the book away and carefully rewrapped the candied fruit on the side and placed it in his arms before picking up the book on the side. She ran towards Chu Xingchen with a soft smile on her face. "It looks rather like a cat to be jerked off." Chu Xingchen couldn't help but reach out and rub her little head. Early the next morning, inside the quadrangle, Chen Baiqing woke up early and read carefully on the stone table in the courtyard. Crunch! The sound of pushing the door rang out. Chen Baiqing turned around to look, and then was surprised to find that the earliest person to get up today was actually his own master. She got up in a hurry, bent towards Chu Xingchen, and said softly, "Good morning, Master." This good morning line was something Chen Baiqing had learned from his senior sister and brother, who occasionally greeted each other like this when they met in the morning, but Master used it the most often. In the past, when Chen Baiqing heard those adults greet each other, most of them said good morning. However, since everyone used it this way, Chen Baiqing naturally followed the customs. Chu Xingchen walked in large strides and once again reached out his hand to rub Chen Baiqing's small head and said, "Good morning, but there's no need to be so raw. Up reading so early?" Chen Baiqing raised her little head and said, "Not really early. I'm stupid. I need to spend more time before I can do it." Chu Xingchen heard a burst of speechlessness. Chen Baiqing is actually not stupid at all, and it is more than enough to say that he is smart, but comparing with Li Yingling, a genius, it does look a little gap. Chen Baiqing hesitated for a moment, afraid of offending Chu Xingchen in general, and carefully inquired, "Master, are you getting up this early to go out?" Chu Xingchen vigorously rubbed Chen Baiqing's head and said in a soft tone, "Well, prepare for a trip to the Clear Wind Sect." Chapter 78. No wonder the Tianyan sect is a central state sect. How shameless. Xingfeng sect. The sect leader looked at the order post issued by the name of the central state with a grave expression. The Xingfeng sect has been involved in the matter of evil cultivators is already a fact. After all, there is enough evidence. How to deal with it next is the most important thing, and cutting is definitely the way to go. But really, according to the central state order, Shangguan Hong under the door as well as elderly and others were involved in the matter of the evil spirit cult. Then nearly half of the elders of the Xingfeng sect will have to be disposed of. For the Xingfeng sect this loss was also an unbearable pain. But this is also considered good for the moment. I heard that the Wind Sword sect has run away and dispersed, and the sect ruins have been blocked by the central state. It was said to be a blockade by the central state, but it was also an order from the central state for the other sects to cooperate with the operation, allowing the disciples of the Tianyan sect to command this operation. It's probably going to be a few days before anyone from the real central state comes. Those two Heavenly Diffusion sect disciples had actually really investigated this matter thoroughly. All the disciples of the Wind Sword sect who had not yet escaped were presumably lining up to be tortured at the moment, with a group of people waiting to pry open their mouths and force them to ask if there were any other sects involved. If we could pull out the news from this group of people that the rival sects were also involved, wouldn't that be like making money for nothing? After all, if the opposite side loses money and you don't, that's a profit. Hearing the news, the Wind Sword sect seemed to be acting as a staging area for the collection of resources, possessing information on whether or not other sects were participating. At this moment, this neighborhood clan that is not a stormy scene? The Xingfeng sect is not being thoroughly investigated. Probably just the central state does not want to make too much of a fuss. Everyone can get by. Some things don't weigh more than a goose feather when they're not weighed, but when they really are weighed, a mountain is no more than a goose feather. The same is true for the matter of evil cultivation. Sighing, the sect leader put the order post into his sleeve. Things have to be done even if they are difficult. He got up and headed out, stepping out of the room and glancing sideways at the hall that was being refurbished. The Xingfeng sect had really had a bloody bad luck recently. It's not all bad news for the Palmers, though. At least that damned bastard Zhang Xiaofeng was really taken away by the Heavenly Diffusion sect. There wasn't a ing word out of that kid's mouth that was normal for those days, and he opened his mouth to curse regardless of any occasion. All the prestige he had saved up over the years was almost lost in just a few days, and behavioral actions are extremely arrogant. To be honest, to wait for 2 more days, Tianyan sect disciples still do not come to people. The sect leader will certainly personally take off the head of that kid, counting on that kid's good fortune. That Heavenly Diffraction sect disciples' words were true. Without Zhang Xiaofeng, mentally speaking the palmist is much more comfortable. The headmaster asked the foreman in charge of this repair work, "How many more days will it take to make the Great Hall understandable?" The foreman dumbly recalled the Xingfeng sect's Great Hall that had initially fallen into ruins. He didn't know what the immortals thought about it, but in their eyes it was generally called rebuilding anyway. The foreman replied cautiously, "It will take more than 5 months even if the schedule is rushed." 5 months? The sect master huffed. Add people and money or not, hurry up for me as soon as possible. The foreman was tempted to say that this was not something that could be solved by adding more people, but in the face of this headmaster, he could only nod his head obediently in agreement. Well, looking at it, it's still your Xingfeng sect's architecture that's distinctive and even aesthetically pleasing. A familiar male voice came. The Xingfeng sect's headmaster's gaze snapped to see the male disciple of the former Heavenly Diffusion sect, surveying the surroundings with a satisfied expression. There was only one thought in the palmist's mind right now, it was ing bad luck. Although he knew that this matter could not be blamed on the disciples guarding the mountain gate. After all, they, Chu Stardust, had brushed their faces enough for just those 2 days. But the sect leader still wanted to severely punish today's disciple at this moment. How did you let this person in? Mainly on the way out. Chu Stardust was the one who threw harsh words, and the Xingfeng sect master himself was at a slight disadvantage when facing him. Now that the Xingfeng sect was really in big trouble, this person coming at this time would definitely not be coming to bring himself any good news, but as annoying as it was, it had to be received at the moment. The palmist arched his hand reluctantly. Dare to ask. Chu Stardust stretched out his hand, and the solid Yuaning aura within his body quickly unfolded. Don't shout, Taoist friend. Shout, senior. Sect head of the Qingfeng sect. Sure enough, this kid is even more annoying than Zhang Xiaofeng. This also made the Qingfeng sect's headmaster certain of one thing: turn around and find a wittier brat to take up the reception elder position first. It always feels like you're like a grandson when you receive this kind of messing around. The Qingfeng sect's sect master took a deep breath and continued to arch his hand. Dare I ask, senior, what is the reason for this return to Qingfeng sect? Hasn't Elder Zhang already been taken away? Chu Stardust gazed at the great hall that was being built and nodded in satisfaction before questioning. What? Is it hard for you to do something for the Heavenly Diffusion sect? Naturally not. No is fine. Chu Stardust quickly interrupted the sect master. There's one thing I'd like to ask you to give me a hand. A favor. The Qingfeng sect's sect master quickly became cautious. Could it be that he was planning to meddle in the Qingfeng sect's matters regarding those elders? He carefully inquired. Dare I ask what the elder is about? Chu Xingtian replied. To build the house. You advance the money first, and you also contribute the people first. The scene was slightly silent. Even the foreman looked at Chu Xingchen with an awkward expression. The man was close to saying the word white whore, not waiting for a favorite reply. Chu Xingtsuan's gaze was dissatisfied as he looked towards the Qingfeng sect master and said, What? Can't you use your clear wind sect anymore? The Qingfeng sect's headmaster replied after a slight thought. If it's the Heavenly Diffusion sect that needs help, then it's naturally incumbent. But, being a householder is about settling scores, and the rebuilding of this great hall will cost a lot of money, and some of the houses that the mountain peak smashed down will have to be repaired as well. If there is a big vacancy for an elder, then how many spirit stones must be spent to train foundation building disciples? Where does so much not cost money? This kid has too much hard eyes. Closed eyes promise in case this kid pits a big sum. This Qingfeng sect will not be good. If you're going to say that, then the words can't be said that way. Chu Xingtsuan's face showed dissatisfaction, and his Yuaning might slightly press towards the sect leader as he said in a cold voice. Your Qingfeng sect assists evil cultivators in capturing and mining people to practice blood chi spirit stones. The Qingfeng sect's headmaster hurriedly interrupted. Wait, everything is negotiable. Can you help now? I can help, but can it wait until my side of the hall is finished first? Sect master nah. Then we should still talk about your Qingfeng sect. First, the sect leader suppressed his inner anger and interrupted through gritted teeth. Tianyan sect first. Chu Xingtian opened his mouth and corrected. What do you mean by the Heavenly Diffusion sect? This matter has nothing to do with the Heavenly Diffusion sect. This is my personal need. The Qingfeng sect master looked at Chu Xingtsuan speechlessly. How was it that the Central State sect was even more shameless than his own group of countrymen? It was no wonder that people could be so famous in the Central State and the Qingfeng sect could still only stay in the middle of nowhere, getting someone to do a job and not wanting to do favors. Shame on you. But you have to keep your head down when you are under the roof. It's just that. Let's just count it as a trade. In exchange for some of the elders still being able to stay in the Qingfeng sect, it's not a loss. The pale face of the Qingfeng sect master brought up a forced smile. Well, that's the thing to do for seniors. Chapter 79 New Reception Elder of the Clear Wind Sect. The Qingfeng sect was indeed a great sect and did keep its word. The words were spoken in the morning. The people came in the afternoon. On the new address of Chu Xingtian's clan, Li Yingling watched suspiciously as quite a few people felled trees and opened up forests, preparing to clear a road in preparation for the transportation of materials. Li Yingling couldn't help but ask Chu Xingchen, who was at his side. Master, are you so rich? Were you pretending to be poor before? Chu Xingtian sighed and said from on high, if IQ is converted into money, Master, I could probably be rich as a nation. Li Yingling didn't retort when he heard this, but only silently covered Chen Baicheng's ears in front of him. When the master said that, it meant that there was another resentful seed in the world. This little senior sister is well behaved and obedient, although she is a bit stupid when memorizing, but she is also diligent, so don't be brought down by your own master. At the side, Li Xingtian inquired, Master, then what are we here to do? Chu Xingtsuan took out the drawings of the true martial Great Hall from the system space and handed them over to Li Xingtian, instructing him, everything stuff according to these drawings. You guys build 2 cheap houses first, but remember to buy some expensive materials first too, and have them call out for more people to try to build a little more stuff out before they align the amount of materials. Li Xingtian took the drawings. His eyes carefully surveyed the meeting, suddenly felt that this building design is very clever, but also very charming, but, really expensive. What kind of material level is this? Remember to buy a mix of expensive and cheap, and just take a little bit of the first part of the process, and build a couple of houses to live in first, if you get asked why it's so expensive. Chu Xingtian paused and said, just use the expression you have now and tell them that if they have something to discuss, They should consult me. Li Xingtian froze at his words. This look on my face? Master, that should be considered a personal attack, right? Li Yingling, who didn't wait for Master to take the initiative to make arrangements, inquired. Then Master, what about me and my sister? You'll stay here as a supervisor for the time being, to keep an eye on the quality. Chu Xingchen casually arranged it, then reached out to hold Chen Baiqing's small hand. I'll take little sister out to see the world and give her some courage. Li Yingling's gaze was suspicious, but he felt that his own master should not be that bottomless, and gently nodded his head, counting it as accepting his own master's arrangement. Chen Baiqing raised his little head and looked towards his master who was holding his hand, and did not ask his own master where he was taking himself to, but just held his master's hand with a firm grip. Qingfeng Sect, inside the side hall. The sect leader of the Qingfeng sect was sitting on a high seat with a serious face as he looked on, and below him stood an inner disciple with a slightly younger face. Palm? Me? The inner disciple looked surprised, but it was hard to hide the excitement on his face. He was only a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator now. Talent within the clan is not considered the top of the group. The resources allocated by the clan in the past is only barely enough. Today, it may all be turned upside down, because, today, the sect leader suddenly summoned himself here, and actually entrusted the position of reception elder with a great responsibility. As everyone knows, even the lowest position of reception elder in Qingfeng sect is a Jindan cultivation level, and is also able to receive elder offerings. It's a total step up. The Qingfeng sect master nodded his head in relief, then remembered something and barked with a serious face. Not bad, but you don't want to learn from Zhang Xiaofeng, the thing that eats the inside and the outside. You have to understand the road in front of you to be a human being. For Zhang Xiaofeng, this inner disciple also understood what the situation was. After all, he would rather be a sweeper and handyman of the Tianyan sect than an elder of the Qingfeng sect. This matter was a very humiliating thing for the Qingfeng sect. What you disgrace yourself with, that is the talk of others. Not to mention that the Qingfeng sect knows it up and down. Even the other sects are mostly sneering and sarcastic about it. Especially the matter of Zhang Xiaofeng angrily scolding the sect leader for a few days before he left. The other sects had long since gone crazy with laughter. This newly promoted reception elder was able to be selected by the sect leader, so naturally he was also a human savant. He hurriedly arched his hand and solemnly replied, I've been cultivating from the Qingfeng sect since I was a child, and to be able to cultivate to such a level, I can't be separated from the cultivation of the sect, so naturally, I won't be the same as that Zhang Xiaofeng, even more appreciated by the sect leader and entrusted with a heavy responsibility. I will certainly offer my life for the sect. The Qingfeng sect master spoke with a strange expression. I'm satisfied with your attitude, but don't say the word liver and brain in the future. It makes me sick to hear it. After saying that, the sect leader didn't wait for a reply before quickly turning around and leaving. Inside the side hall, only the excited and trembling new reception elder remained, and he tremblingly put on the brand new elder's jacket that was placed aside. It was hard to hide the elation on his face, but the joy didn't last long. Outside the door, the mountain sect disciple who had just been taught a lesson today, this time rushed to run, and seeing the inner sect disciple who had put on the reception elder's attire, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Elder, that one heavenly diffusion sect disciple holding a little girl is here again. The reception elder waved his long sleeve and said rather confidently, no harm done. I'll meet you there. No need. I'm quite familiar with this Qingfeng sect. I'll just walk here by myself. It would be too much of a stranger to greet them. Holding Chen Baiqing's hand, Chu Xingchen stepped inside the side hall with a leisurely expression, and his gaze quickly locked onto the reception elder. The system panel quickly swept through. Target, Jiang Jiming. Cultivation, middle foundation stage. Blue word, long-sleeved. White word, flattery. Black words, pride and arrogance. After Chu Xingchen read the words, his gaze instantly softened. This time to bring Chen Baiqing to see the world is only secondary. The most important thing is to find a way to fool the Qingfeng sect. At least they were able to build on more things themselves when they realized that the consumable situation was not right. If the Qingfeng sect was allowed to simply check their accounts, it was estimated that the true martial hall would only be able to erect a house of cards. As long as you build more now, it's all earned, and you'll be able to worry less about spirit stones in the future. Originally, if he were to sustain a line with the Qingfeng sect master, Chu Stardust estimated that it would be hard enough to conceal it for long. But if it's this brat, there's a lot more room for maneuver. Chu Xingchen's face was like a spring breeze as he arched his hand and smiled. This fellow Daoist, at such a young age, he has become the position of elder of the Qingfeng sect, so it can be said that he has a great future ahead of him. Jiang Jiming was stunned at his words, and hurriedly bowed his hand in return, saying in a very humble tone, Elder, you are too polite. It can't be considered a promising future in front of you. It's mostly because of your light. Although Jiang Jiming's tone was humble, his heart had actually been excited for a long time. He'd heard about this morning's events. The sect master even had to call this heavenly diffusion sect disciple a senior. And he had heard that the tone was very harsh. It was such a master who, at this moment, addressed himself as a fellow Taoist. Although Jiang Jiming was plain on the surface, his inner emotions had long since warped to the sky. Who said that this heavenly diffusion sect disciple was hard to reach? Isn't this very nice to talk to? Chapter 80, What Chen Baiqing Learned. Inside the parlor, Jiang Jiming, who possessed the words long-sleeved and good at dancing, had a face like a spring breeze at the moment, and his expression was even more like meeting a confidant. I didn't expect the heavenly diffusion sect's true scholar to speak so nicely. Brother Jiang, I've really gotten to know you at first sight, Chu Xingchen said with a sincere face. After a brief conversation with you, I suddenly realized that with your qualifications, it would be a pity to be in the Qingfeng sect. Jiang Jiming gently waved his hand and said with a serious expression, to be cultivated by the sect leader and get the position of elder is already a breakthrough. As for the rest, I no longer dare to think about it. Worthy of being Brother Jiang. Elegant in temperament, Chu Xingchen said with a face of admiration. It's just a pity that it's too late to meet with Brother Jiang. Jiang Jiming looked joyful, but again, he waved his hand modestly. Touting characters varies and gives a different sense of fulfillment. The street is starving to death of beggars touting you a face of talent. The future will be a great man of the world. You will certainly suspect that he said so but want to figure you a little money. But when a business tycoon says to a penniless man with a sincere face, I hate to meet you, you're going to make it big, you'll never be the same. You'll just think, he's so right. The emotional value provided by different people was different. Chu Xingchen, the true successor of the heavenly diffusion sect who was able to make the head of the Qingfeng sect eat his words. In Jiang Jiming's eyes it was like that business magnate. Chen Baiqing sat at Chu Xingchen's side, listening to the two men bragging about each other, his eyes looking carefully at his own master. Then he nodded in a dazed manner. It turns out that talking a good game promotes relationships with others more quickly. Chu Stardust nodded his head gently, then said sincerely, since Brother Jiang treats me as a gentleman, then I'll give a frank account as well. Jiang Jiming's face became serious at his words. Please speak directly to Brother Chu. This time I came mainly to supervise the construction of the Qingfeng sect. After all, this matter. Before Chu Xingchen finished his words, he just gave Jiang Jiming a you-know-what look, giving him the chance to brainstorm himself. Jiang Jiming also revealed a look of understanding at his words, sighed, and spoke bluntly. I am the newly appointed reception elder. I have no right to ask about this matter. What I can do for Brother Chu is just to introduce one or two. Brother Jiang, Chu Xingchen said with a serious face. I will not make things difficult for Brother Jiang since I am not going to. Just introduce me or two, so that I can figure out the doorway and not be a headless fly. The rest of the matter, that's naturally for me to handle myself. How could I let Brother Jiang be the villain? Chu Stardust said, seemingly reacting to something, his tone indignant. Brother Jiang, why do you question that I would make things difficult for you? Is the bond between you and I not such a thing? Or do you take me, Brother Jiang, as someone Chu? Facing a set of consecutive moves from Chu Stardust, Jiang Jiming looked dumbfounded at Chu Stardust's disappointed eyes. Didn't I just say the truth in a flat tone? How did you get turned around here? Dumbfounded for half a second, Jiang Jiming hurriedly arched his hand and explained. I have no such intention at all. And please don't worry. Brother. Really? Naturally true. Chu Xingchen's face eased as he nodded his head gently and said, then it was me who misunderstood Brother Jiang. When a person rejects you, put them under immense pressure. And when accepting, give them a small sweet date. With a few visits, he will naturally be biased toward choosing the acceptance direction every time he chooses again. After all, people are inert and always favor the direction that is easy for them. A simple mental suggestion at once was buried in Jiang Jiming's heart. Chen Baiqing looked at his master with a puzzled gaze, and then glanced at Jiang Jiming who was relieved. Another knowing nod. What the master wanted to tell me turned out to be this. Learned. Next, Jiang Jiming brought Chu Xingchen to introduce Elder Wang, who was in charge of the clan's financial management. Under Jiang Jiming's atmosphere, the three of them chatted quite happily. Elder Wang also assured that he would try to keep an eye on quality issues. Chu Stardust didn't say much about it, and it was over after a few simple pleasantries. This also let Jiang Jiming breathe a huge sigh of relief. After that, Jiang Jiming took Chu Xingchen for another brief stroll before saying goodbye again with a smile on his face. In front of the mountain gate of the Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen arched his hand and said, meeting Brother Jiang today is the biggest gain I've made by coming to the Qingfeng sect. Jiang Jiming also had an emotional face. To be able to get acquainted with Brother Chu is my greatest honor. It's just that the thought of parting with Brother Chu makes my heart clogged. Chu Stardust nodded his head as he was moved and said, "There is no need for that, I will come back tomorrow." "Ha? HM?" Chu Xingchen looked over with a puzzled gaze. "Brother Jiang is not welcome?" Jiang Jiming hurriedly shook his head and said, "Naturally not. Tomorrow I will certainly sweep the couch to welcome Brother Chu." Hearing these words, Chu Stardust nodded with satisfaction, and after arching his hand once more, he turned to leave holding Chen Baiqing. Looking at Chu Stardust's extremely fast departing back, Jiang Jiming sighed quietly. Although Chu Xingchen is well informed and reasonable, and his words are like a spring breeze, only occasionally, it's just that no one is perfect. At least nothing went wrong today. This position of reception elder should be considered saved. Jiang Jiming, who had breathed a sigh of relief, had just turned around when he saw the Qingfeng Sect master standing not far away staring at himself with a furtive gaze. Those eyes seemed to speak. "Xiao Jiang, is it time for you to explain?" Chu Stardust brought Chen Baiqing back with him while inquiring. "What did you learn today, Mr. White-Green?" Chen Baiqing pondered slightly, then said in a firm tone, "Behave to your face and behind your back." Chu Stardust inquired in a surprised tone, "Where did you see that?" Chen Baiqing raised her small head, and after a moment of entanglement, she still answered truthfully, "Master just went out not long ago and called Elder Jiang a retard. So good at cheating." Chu Stardust took a deep breath and continued to ask, "And what else have you learned by forgetting that one sentence you just said? Bullying cuties. No need to be psycho about it?" Chu Xingchen was instantly speechless, but when he looked down and saw Chen Baiqing's innocent little eyes, he couldn't bear to scold him. "Well learned, but that's not what Master wants to teach you." Chen Baiqing nodded heavily at his words and inquired in a serious tone, "So what is Master planning to teach me today?" "Teach you to think twice about everything. Beware of people who say one thing to your face and another behind your back, and be on your guard." Chen Baiqing nodded again in a dazed manner after hearing this, then said in an innocent tone, "Then, Master, this is the opposite of what Sister said, isn't it? Master taught you nothing today, and you learned nothing today, so forget all about today." Chu Stardust decisively gave up and went straight to the location of the new sect. Well, Li Yingling looked at the drawings in front of her, and could not hide the worry in her heart. Senior brother. Master shouldn't have brought his senior sister down, right? Li Xingtian carefully measured the land and then spoke. "Naturally, Master will not. Even Master has a bottom line." While the two were talking, a surprised female voice came. "Sister Yingling?" Li Yingling turned to look with a confused gaze, only to see that among the group of workers, Ning Qianxian was wearing hemp clothes carrying an axe, and her face was waving towards herself with joy. Ning Qianxian's father was standing right beside her, also looking at the two with an excited expression. Chapter 81 Master. They are good people. The new clan is still in the stage of preparing materials and has not yet officially opened. The only building that counted as a house at the moment was probably the match house created by Li Yingling and Li Xingtian. Chu Xingtuan clan up and down. Currently there was no one who was stupid enough to have no bitter and hard stage. At this stage, it's better to live in the Yuzhou City quadrangle first. In front of the entrance to the quadrangle, Chu Xingchen held Chen Baiqing and instructed in a low voice. "Later, you will go in." Chen Baiqing's small face was serious as she cast a relieved look at her own master. "Master, don't worry, I understand. It's good that you understand." With a satisfied nod, Chu Stardust pushed the door in. Only her own eldest apprentice was seated in a stone chair, and across from her were two guests who were sitting nervously. Hearing the push of the door, all three looked to the door. A smile appeared on Li Yingling's face. "Master is back. Look who's here." Sitting on the stone chair, Ning Qianxian's expression could not hide her nervousness as she looked towards Chu Xingchen, and she did her best to show a smile. "Qian, her and her father, happened to join this construction of our clan." Li Yingling's tone was also exclamatory, for this chance encounter. "They wanted to thank you in particular, Master." Ning Kuan stood up and kowtowed violently at Chu Xingchen. "Many thanks for saving my life." Chen Baiqing hid behind Chu Xingchen, her gaze looking towards Ning Kuan, carefully sensing his current emotions. After confirming that there was no problem, Chen Baiqing put his heart down. If the person in front of him was secretly looking for trouble, he would have to warn his master. After a few days of confirmation, Chen Baiqing could be certain that the voice in his heart was correct, and that it could distinguish the approximate emotions of each person. Of all the people she had seen, her own master was the only one she could not perceive, but she could read the eyes of her own master looking at her. Seeing this scene, Ning Qianxian also hurriedly knelt down together. Chu Xingchen casually said as he lifted the two of them up with his spiritual energy. "No need for that, it's just fate." Ning Kuan looked serious. "A favor is a favor." Chu Xingtuan swept over Ning Kuan with his system words, and sure enough, the word, emotionally intense, was also swept out on Ning Kuan. And not only that, surprisingly, He also had a blue, unique phrase. Chu Xingchen gently nodded his head, signaling the two to sit down for the time being. Xingtian reached out and tugged on her father's sleeve before the two of them got up and sat down together. Seeing that Master had returned, Yingling rose naturally, and it was Master, not her, that the two had to thank. Since Master has returned, it's only natural to give way. Yingling stretched out her hand and said with a smile on her face, "Come, little Baiqing, quickly come over and let senior sister hug her." Hearing his senior sister call out, Chen Baiqing threw himself into his own senior sister's embrace with his short little legs. Yingling joyfully picked up Chen Baiqing and inquired, "When you went out with Master today, Master didn't teach you anything strange, did he?" Chen Baiqing looked serious and said, "Master taught me today to guard against people." Yingling sniffed and nodded with great satisfaction. Sure enough, Master had a bottom line. "Good, today senior sister will take you out to buy candies." "Thank you, senior sister." Chen Baiqing smiled sweetly, then turned back to give her master a reassuring little look. "Good. From today onwards, the family's little cotton-padded jacket has been changed from Xingtian to Chen Baiqing." Chu Stardust settled down on the stone chair, his gaze looking towards Xingtian as the two of them opened their mouths to inquire, "Is there anything else you guys came to see me about?" Xingtian hurriedly shook her head when she heard this and opened her mouth to explain. "No, we just haven't even seriously thanked you, Decisive, before." Next, it was Xingtian who opened her mouth to explain things clearly. Ning Kuan intends to open a blacksmith store, just a little less startup capital on hand. This side of the recruitment of workers, Ning Kuan will also be a little carpentry work. Take Xingtian a piece to earn startup capital. When he came to work, he happened to meet Yingling and Xingtian. The last time I left in a hurry, I didn't have much of a chance to say thank you, and I see that I intend to build a house, so I can't see how it looks like I'm going to be a permanent resident. So a special thanks. They were going to stay at the inn temporarily today and run back to report tomorrow. Ning Kuan also made it a point to say that he would definitely do his best to build the project this time around, and that he would also properly supervise the work for Chu Xingchen. While Chu Stardust opened his mouth to thank him, he still left the two to have a meal. Xingtian and Ning Kuan instinctively pushed back, but were forcibly kept by Chu Xingchen. At least it was fate to meet, but Chu Xingchen didn't cook himself. Just let Xingtian go out to the restaurant and buy some dishes and come back. After Yingling's little greedy cat explained a few extra dishes that she liked, she led Chen Baiqing out to buy candy. The three disciples went out together. Chu Stardust then stayed behind to receive the two and accompanied along for a casual chat. Xingtian was fine. After all, she had been in contact with Chu Xingchen for some time, and was quite comfortable in conversation. Ning Kuan's complexion was then more awkward, his two hands constantly rubbing his pants, and he could only listen to Xingtian's constant exchanges in silence. Only when Chu Xingchen purposely passed words to Ning Kuan would he return a few sentences in a tense tone. Fortunately, it wasn't too long. Yingling and Chen Baiqing returned after buying candies. When he returned, Chen Baiqing held two sugar paintings in his hands and handed one of them to Xingtian. Xingtian looked as if she was fairly old-fashioned, but that was just the poor man's child being an early starter. He was estimated to be 15 or 16 years old, and had not even been able to eat during the earlier famine. Sugar was considered a rare object in Xingtian's eyes, so when faced with the sugar paintings handed over by Chen Baiqing, he didn't quite dare to take them. Chen Baiqing was able to sense Xingtian's emotions since, and said with an innocent face, "Sister, this is specially bought for you. If you don't answer it, Yingling's sister." Xingtian looked at Chen Baiqing dumbfounded, then hastily reached over to take the hand to receive the sugar painting. Chen Baiqing didn't say much after handing over the sugar painting in her hand. These people were just strangers to her as well. She walked straight to Chu Xingchen and held out the sugar painting in her hand, inquiring, "Master, want a bite?" Chu Xingchen stretched out his hand and rubbed Chen Baiqing's head, saying, "Eat it yourself." "Oh." Chen Baiqing took the sugar painting back and gently bit into it. Xingtian also brought back the dishes he bought shortly afterward. Xingtian and Ning Kuan didn't eat much, just a few chopsticks to slightly fill their stomachs, and then bowed their hands to bid farewell. The meal was still extremely stressful for them to eat. Chu Stardust did not stay this time, his gaze looking towards the departing backs of Xingtian and Ning Kuan. Xingtian's small hands clutched the sugar paintings she hadn't eaten yet as she followed behind her father. Chen Baiqing similarly looked at the departing figures of the two men and slowly spoke, "Master, they are good people then." Chapter 82. She doesn't know she's already a Yuaning, right? In the next few days, Chu Xingchen made a trip to the Qingfeng sect when he had nothing to do. Taking Jiang Jiming with him, he ran in the direction of Elder Wang. Sometimes he brought Chen Baiqing, and sometimes he just brought Yingling. The only one who doesn't like to come is Xingtian, who just stays at the new clan address to supervise the work. Especially recently, Chu Xingchen ran especially diligently because the expensive materials for the Grand Hall had already begun to be approved. Elder Wang, faced with the occasional mixing of valuable building materials, was trying to dismiss the non-approval before determining the situation. But in front of them stood Chu Xingchen, who was looking at them with a furtive gaze, as well as Jiang Jiming, who was speaking in a persuasive tone from the side. Especially the line about Jiang Jiming, the money is the clan's, but the fellowship is your own. Elder Wang all froze and looked at Jiang Jiming. No, are you a Yingtian sect member? Taking money from the Qingfeng sect and doing things for the Sky Diffraction sect, and you still fellowship as your own? People's heavenly pride in central China. You're just a foundation cultivator. No one tops the elders. And you still really think you can make friends with people? Really do not look at their own what to line. In the past to see their own have to go around the foundation disciples. Now also wheezing on. As soon as they finish their business and go back to central China, you can still follow them back, can't you? Is this guy out of his mind? However, the words of rebuttal could not be uttered in front of Chu Xingchen, while Jiang Jiming was mindlessly exhorting. With a heavy face, Elder Wang could only tick off this piece of material. Mother *********, the sect leader's brain is definitely out of whack. How did he find reception elders who are all eaters of the earth? After enduring the heartache of checking off the materials, Elder Wang spoke in a cold voice. I have important business to attend to, so make yourselves at home. He then got up, ready to go to the sect leader to report the information here one way or the other. This mother ********, hurry up and get rid of this eating master. Chu Xingchen looked at the already checked list of materials with a satisfied expression and arched his hand toward Jiang Jiming. Thank you brother Jiang for your righteous words. Otherwise this Elder Wang looks like he's trying to disgust brother me. Jiang Jiming quickly arched his hand and replied. Brother Chu needs no further words, being a brother in heart. Anyway, the sect leader had explained before, so that the Chu Xingchen in front of him would stop causing trouble over nothing, and it would be counted as a great merit for him. But some spirit stones. I don't think the sect leader would be so stingy, but I guess there's still a gap between that and what must be. Chu Xingchen, who had obtained a satisfactory result, complimented Jiang Jiming respectfully with a few words of affection and righteousness before patting his butt and walking away. Chu Xingchen had just left with the watchingly Yingling on his front foot. The sect master then sent someone to call Jiang Jiming over for questioning. Qingfeng sect's side hall. The Qingfeng sect's headmaster held the bill of materials in his hand, his face as heavy as water, his gaze glaring fiercely at Jiang Jiming down below. What's with the list? Jiang Jiming slightly raised his head to look at the Qingfeng sect's sectmaster's expression, and instantly realized that things were not too good. I guess what the master said before is going to be heard as a fart. He quickly played dumb and shrugged it off. This list was signed by Elder Wang. What's going on? Shouldn't we ask Elder Wang? You weren't there to compel him to sign? Palm. Heaven and earth can tell. If Elder Wang doesn't want to sign, can I still hold down his hand to sign? I asked you if you persuaded him to sign? Jiang Jiming's face was aggravated as he inquired in a low voice. I can't persuade Elder Wang not to sign it in front of the disciples of the Heavenly Diffraction sect, can I? It was you who entrusted me to make good relations with the disciple of the Heavenly Diffraction sect, lest he come looking for trouble, and I have to say something good in front of him, right? Palm. That sounds like a bit of truth after all. After staring at Jiang Jiming for a while with a heavy face, the sect leader finally let Jiang Jiming retreat. After all, from recent observations, this Jiang Jiming did have a good relationship with the Heavenly Diffusion sect's disciples. I'm afraid that the talent that could get on good terms with that Heavenly Diffusion sect disciple who was looking for trouble wasn't that easy to find. After all, one would have to be so angry that one's gene dan would become unstable just by listening to him alone. Just when he was on his way out, the sect leader still opened his mouth to instruct a sentence and said, let's forget about today's incident. In the future, when you encounter this kind of thing, you are not allowed to help out anymore. Jiang Jiming hurriedly arched his hand and promised before exiting within the side hall. Jiang Jiming, who had just left the side hall, was covered in cold sweat behind his back, and the smooth feeling of becoming an elder in a single step in the past was swept away. How does this elder feel? A bit like a grandson when he is in front of him? Anyone who is bigger than you and can step on you? Jiang Jiming sighed. On this road, even if it was dark, he could only go to the end. Material approvals are batch by batch, and only when the previous batch is almost used will the next one be approved. In the middle of this period of time, Chu Xingchen came less sporadic, come only with a bottle of wine with Jiang Jiming's shallow taste to mouth. Chu Stardust would make up something at this time. Something about being ostracized and being a disciple and all that is not easy. Often drawing resonance from Jiang Jiming, the eyes that looked at Chu Xingchen became more and more sincere. The life situation is the same, and the speech is very good. Talk about the sky, the gentleman's style. It is really convincing. Especially the one where Chu Stardust's gaze was sincere and his tone moved. We hate to see each other. Life is but a great white. All offerings to Brother Jiang. It's really hard to say no, just when the material is almost the same. Chu Xingchen will come more diligently, deeply afraid of missing the material approval. This time also unsurprisingly caught Elder Wang, who was preparing to approve the materials. Elder Wang looked at the bill in front of him with a heavy face. Is this ing pillar of gold? Or is this tile of gold? And this ing bill dares to get itself approved? After this repair, does the Qingfeng Sect Hall still need to be repaired? And looking at the material data, I'm afraid it's not even a one-time ing thing. If you really want to build it according to this specification, Qingfeng Sect can't ing afford to build it. Can't approve anything this mother asterisk says. Elder Wang sighed with a difficult face. This brother, this material, the Qingfeng clan really can't afford it. This pillar alone is not something that the Qingfeng clan can afford. Chu Stardust didn't say anything even after hearing this, only looking at Elder Wang with a ghostly gaze. It's really not possible, Elder Wang said, and his gaze went to Jiang Jiming on the side. It's not like the last one. I can't ing sign it. Aren't you close to him? Try to talk him out of it. Jiang Jiming lowered his head and looked at his boots, not saying a word. Mother asterisk her, reporting himself to the sect leader, and now he wants his help? Brother Chu, get him. Elder Wang glanced at Jiang Jiming, who was eating his words, took a deep breath, and refused through gritted teeth. This list really doesn't work. Chu Xingchen's gaze became even sharper at his words, staring dead on at Elder Wang as the higher pressure of the Yuaning realm slowly assaulted him. But Elder Wang clenched his teeth hard and refused to let go. That's just it. That's keeping score. Chu Xingchen suddenly loosened his tongue and withdrew his mighty pressure and said, Your Qingfeng sect doesn't have a single uptight one other than Brother Jiang. Bookkeeping? You really didn't want to pay it back before. But this matter, Elder Wang really does not dare to make the decision. This matter, have to inform the sect leader. What's there to inform? The sect leader didn't order you to approve materials? The amount is too large. Chu Stardust snorted coldly and said in an icy tone, What are you, Qingfeng sect? Think I would rely on you guys for such a small amount of money? You guys don't want face? Our clan still wants face. You can just find someone randomly to ask for spirit stones from our clan when the time comes. Elder Wang was about to reply, only to see Jiang Jiming's gaze looking speciously. This is, Palm agreed? It's just a matter of saying that this Jiang Jiming has messed things up when things go wrong. Elder Wang endured the pain and finally ticked off this material. Chu Stardust nodded in satisfaction. Above a mountain peak of the new sect, Zheng Xiaofeng stood behind a woman in white, his eyebrows lowered. Xia Lingyu looked towards the construction site that was working feverishly, and a slightly pleased smile spread across her face. She softly whispered the words, See you again in 90,000 miles. With those words, she turned around and left without hesitation, while opening her mouth to command, Wrap up their tails for them. The long sword at her waist was sheathed and transformed into a flying sword as Xia Lingyu rode the sword. This time, Central State Xia Lingyu honors it, the clan site, with Xia Lingyu after she had sent her sword away. Chu Xingchen's gaze leisurely looked again to the peak above the mountain where Xia Lingyu had just stayed. She doesn't know she's already a newborn, does she?